Are you afraid of getting into an accident? Li Jiao pouted. Come on, bro, you're a professional now. What's there to be afraid of? Li Zhen said. Precisely because we are professionals, we must follow the rules. Otherwise, what sets us apart from the fallen? Remember, we are professionals. Li Jiao raised her hands in surrender. All right, I'm afraid of you. Can I put them down? Stop nagging. You used to be the most talkative in school. How come you're even more talkative as a professional? Her long legs came down, obediently tucked into her transparent sandals. She bent them slightly, adjusting the hem of her skirt. How do I look, bro? Am I elegant enough? Sit properly. Li Zhen's mouth twitched, but he still spoke in a deep voice. He. Sitting behind the two, White Jingshan, who had been staring at Li Jiao's long legs, chuckled. Jiao, don't listen to your brother. Girls are meant to be seen by others, right? Isn't that right? Get lost. Li Jiao shot him a disdainful look, then reached behind and grabbed a blanket to cover her legs. If you want to look, go look at your mother's thighs. Bai Jingsheng continued to lick his lips. Mom, let me take a look. Get lost. Li Jiao snapped angrily. Jingche, how come your white family produced such a guy like him? Sitting at the back, Bai Jingqi spread his arms and was resting his eyes. When he heard Li Jiao's words, he burst into laughter. Jiao, you know that graciously. Why not marry him? I won't. Li Jiao snorted. The big brother I like is Qin Zheng. Whether in the past or now, White Jingsheng won't even catch up to my big brother, Qin Zheng, especially now. Oh my, the 9-star dragon vein practitioner scared the old men so much their false teeth fell out. Ha ha. Bai Jingqi's expression changed, about to say something, but was kicked by Bai Jingqi. Hearing Qin Zheng's name, Bai Jingqi's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. He instinctively squeezed his hands. Qin Zheng, a dragon vein practitioner. Since his awakening, there hasn't been a real comparison. I wonder how big the gap is between the 8-star 100 battles emperor and the 9-star dragon vein practitioner. Li Jiao was stunned. Jingche, let's not compare, right? Our family records show that among the 9-star practitioners, the dragon vein practitioners are the strongest. HMPH. Bai Jingqi sneer. Profession is one thing, but the most crucial factor is martial arts expertise and combat experience. In our previous matches, Qin Zheng lost more than he won against me, so I'm not sure how strong he is now. Plus, there are deaths of 9-star practitioners every year. Jingche, are you cursing Qin Zheng? All right. Li Zhen interrupted his sister, furrowing his brow. We have grown up together as childhood friends. Let's try to avoid such topics in the future. And besides, our mission this time is to conquer New Secret Realm, where we will meet another 9-star practitioner from Chang'an City this year. If you are going to compare, why not challenge her instead? Bai Jingqi's eyes lit up again, then shook his head. She won't do. A 9-star ice and snow elemental spirit master, you can tell by her name that she is a magical practitioner. The attacks of magical practitioners are indeed powerful, but once we warriors get close, they are as good as dead. Moreover, a girl like her is not worth my time. HMPH. Li Jiao retorted. What? Are you looking down on us girls? Jingche. It's not about looking down. It's just a fact. Bai Jingqi said solemnly. The battle data has shown that the death rate of female practitioners is over 5 times that of male practitioners. That's why the military and the elders prefer female practitioners to engage in logistical or administrative work, while leaving the battle to us men, unless they are from the vanguard family, or are female practitioners from the military. Only they can dominate the battlefield without fear. And they are the ones I admire the most. Li Jiao added, I heard rumors. Jingche, are you still interested in Yongxiao's sister? Yongxiao. Bai Jingqi burst into laughter. Only women like Jia Yongxiao deserve me. Yongxiao. Bai Jingsheng was puzzled. Who's that? You didn't know. She's from the Zhao family, descendants of the vanguard in the imperial capital. Li Jiao's eyes were burning with gossip flames, excitedly said. When she came to our Chang'an city as a night watch, Jingche fell for her at first sight and kept saying he would only marry her. But alas, Sister Yongxiao is already a LV69 master, a powerful practitioner. How could she see a little kid like him? The Zhao family. Bai Jingsheng's face changed slightly. Since her awakening, she has never actually had a match. No one knows the true extent of the gap between an 8-star 100 battles emperor and a 9-star dragon vein practitioner. Li Jiao was surprised. Jingche, Why don't you give up? Our family records show the Dragon Vein practitioners are the strongest. HMPH. Daijinki sneer. Profession is one thing. The main factors are martial arts mastery and combat experience. Before, Qin hardly won against me, but I don't know where he stands now in terms of strength. Plus, there are deaths of 9-star practitioners every year. Jing Che. Are you cursing Qin? Enough. Li Zhen interrupted his sister, furrowing his brow. We grew up together. Avoid such topics as much as possible from now on. Besides, our mission this time is to conquer New Secret Realm, where we will meet another 9-star practitioner from Chang'an City this year. If you want to compare, why not challenge her instead? Daijinki's eyes lighted up again, shook his head this time. She won't do. A 9-star ice and snow elemental spirit master, you can tell by her name that she is a magical practitioner. The attacks of magical practitioners are indeed powerful, but once we warriors get close, they are as good as dead. Plus, a girl like her isn't worth my time. HMPH. Li Jiao said. What, Jing Chen? Do you look down on us girls? It's not looking down, it's the truth. Daijinki replied sternly. Battle data has shown that the mortality rate of female practitioners is over 5 times that of male practitioners. That's why the military and the elders prefer female practitioners to engage in logistical or administrative work, while leaving the battle to us men, unless they are from the vanguard family or are female practitioners from the military. They're the only ones who can tread the battlefield fearlessly. Li Jiao added. Jing Cheng. Do you still have vice for Sister Yongxiao? Yongxiao. Daijinki burst into laughter. Only women like Jia Yongxiao deserve me. Yongxiao. Daijing Sheng was curious. Who's that? Li Jiao continued. You didn't know. She's from the Jiao family, descendants of the vanguard in the imperial capital. Li Jiao's eyes were burning with gossip flames. When she came to our Chang'an city as a night watch, Jing Che fell for her at first sight and kept saying he would only marry her. But alas, Sister Yongxiao is already a LV69 master, a strong practitioner. How could she see a little kid like him? To Jiao family. Daijing Sheng's face changed slightly. Since her awakening, she has never actually had a match. No one knows the true extent of the gap between an 8-star 100 battles emperor and a 9-star dragon vein practitioner. Li Jiao was surprised. Jing Che, why don't you give up? Our family records show the dragon vein practitioners are the strongest. Enough. Li Zhen interrupted his sister, furrowing his brow. We grew up together. Avoid such topics from now on. Plus, our mission this time is to conquer New Secret Realm, where we'll meet another 9-star practitioner from Chang'an City this year. If you want to compare, why not challenge her instead? Daijinki's eyes lighted up again, shook his head this time. She won't do. A 9-star ice and snow elemental spirit master, you can tell by her name that she is a magical practitioner. The attacks of magical practitioners are indeed powerful, but once we warriors get close, they are as good as dead. Plus, a girl like her isn't worth my time. HMPH. Li Jiao said. Jing Che, do you look down on us girls? It's not looking down, it's the truth. Daijinki replied sternly. Battle data has shown that the mortality rate of female practitioners is over 5 times that of male practitioners. That's why the military and the elders prefer female practitioners to engage in logistical or administrative work, while leaving the battle to us men, unless they are from the vanguard family or are female practitioners from the military. They're the only ones who can tread the battlefield fearlessly. Li Jiao added. Jing Cheng. Do you still have vice for Sister Yongxiao? Yongxiao. Daijinki burst into laughter. Only women like Jia Yongxiao deserve me. Yongxiao. Daijing Sheng was curious. Who's that? Li Jiao continued. You didn't know. She's from the Jiao family, descendants of the vanguard in the imperial capital. Li Jiao's eyes were burning with gossip flames. When she came to our Chang'an city as a night watch, Jing Che fell for her at first sight and kept saying he would only marry her. But alas, Sister Yongxiao is already a LV69 master, a strong practitioner. How could she see a little kid like him? To Jiao family. Daijing Sheng's face changed slightly. Since her awakening, she has never actually had a match. No one knows the true extent of the gap between an 8-star 100 battles emperor and a 9-star dragon vein practitioner. Li Jiao was surprised. Jing Che, why don't you give up? Our family records show the dragon vein practitioners are the strongest. Enough. Li Zhen interrupted his sister, furrowing his brow. We grew up together. avoid such topics from now on. For people fell silent. The next part of the translation has reached the character limit. Would you like to continue receiving the translation in smaller segments, or do you need individual sections of the text translated? Chapter 79. New team members want to try the instant onset gastroenteritis explosion technique. Temporary base of the night watchman. In the lobby. Chen, why haven't these people arrived yet? My butt is getting numb from sitting for so long, Sai Sheng said, while lounging on the sofa while munching on melon seeds. Zheng Cheng, also munching on melon seeds, reply. How would I know? Why don't you go ask them? Sai Sheng quickly shook his head and said, No, every time I see Captain Yang Xiao, my scalp tingles. Her gaze at me is like looking at a roasted chicken leg. A few days ago, Sai Sheng transformed in front of Zhao Yangxiao into a grand public base. Zhao Yangxiao had always kept an eye on Sai Sheng, especially his two large chicken legs. Then let's wait. Zheng Cheng grabbed a handful of melon seeds and handed them to Yao Jixu, who was sitting with a serious expression. Here, have some melon seeds. Why so serious? Today, Yao Jixu's image had changed a bit, with her long hair parted in the middle at the front, with two strands falling on the sides of her ears. Her skin snow white. She wore a blue and white strapless long skirt that gradually changed from deep to light, with patterns of blue and white snowflakes arranged in a scattered and orderly manner, showing the temperament and style of an ice queen. Yao Jixu hesitated for a moment but still accepted them. However, instead of cracking them with her teeth, she delicately opened the seeds with her nails and put the kernels into her mouth like a lady. I'm wondering about the upcoming secret mission. Do we really need to separate from the professional family members for the operation? Zheng Cheng shrugged and said, I'm not sure. Since Yangxiao said so, let's take a good look at the people. Call her Yangxiao sister. All right, Yangxiao sister. Do you have melon seeds? Give me some. Song Chaoyu walked in from outside, followed by Liang Feifan. She unceremoniously grabbed a handful from Zheng Cheng's hand, tossed them into her mouth, and started munching away. 3 days after becoming a professional, Song Chaoyu's personality changed quickly. The grief, frustration, and helplessness after awakening had turned into confidence, excitement, and pride. She had transformed into that lively and cheerful appearance again. Also, her appearance had changed, perhaps due to the influence of the succubus occupation. The originally gentle and charming Song Chaoyu had transformed into a more alluring and seductive direction, whether in her face or temperament. Even her character had become more tricky and changeable, emitting a constant allure in her tone and demeanor. For both men and women, Zheng Cheng casually asked, What level did you reach? Song Chaoyu smiled sweetly and said, I reached level 9. I also received a breaking level task called Tasting Souls. I need to absorb a soul of a professional, the higher, the better. Tasting souls? Several people were surprised. Was there such a breaking level task? Thanks to Liang Feifan and Kaikakin this time, Song Chaoyu coquettishly said, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have known who to team up with to level up. Sai Sheng furrowed his brow. Song Chaoyu, if you call me Kaikakin one more time, I'll be offended. Kaikakin Gaige, damn. Sai Sheng was exasperated. I'm out. I'm leaving. Kiki. Song Chaoyu burst into laughter, while Zheng Cheng frowned. Stop laughing. What's wrong with your profession? Your temperament has changed too. Oh. Song Chaoyu obediently sat down, pouting. I don't know. Is there a problem, Zheng? Liang Feifan suddenly said. I think Song Chaoyu is fine now. Lay off her. TSK. Sycophant. Sai Sheng sneered. Skip the pleasantries, let's get back to work. What did you say? Liang Feifan immediately got angry, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for Song Chaoyu and Zheng Cheng. All right, enough arguing. Zheng Cheng interrupted the two. You two. Stop it. Turn your heads and chill out. Your profession is succubus, a profession that has never appeared before. I don't know what it is. However, just from its name and skill description, one can guess that this profession should lean towards the chaotic camp. Zheng Chen looked at Song Chaoyu. Absorbing souls not only grants additional soul power, but also the memories of the other party. Thanks to joining the Night Watchman, otherwise the fallen camp would have gained another powerful general. Yao Jixu suddenly interjected, if you turn into a fallen, trust me, I'll personally kill you. Song Chaoyu was startled, and instinctively shrank her head. How could I become a fallen? HMPH. Yao Jixu, I won't lose to you. Who kills who in the end isn't certain yet. The two immediately locked eyes, their gazes almost sparking. It's not clear why, but after Song Xiaoyu became an LV8 succubus, the two beauties often faced each other with enmity, exchanging jibes whenever they met. Zhao Yongxiao's sister, give me some melon seeds. Song Xiaoyu walked in from outside, followed by Liang Feifan. She grabbed a handful from Zhang Cheng and tossed them into her mouth, starting to munch on them. 3 days after becoming a professional, Song Xiaoyu's personality changed quickly. To grief, frustration, and helplessness she felt after awakening had turned into confidence, excitement, and pride. She had once again become that lively and cheerful appearance. Wow. Leave 10. Sai Shen laughed. My breaking level task was simple. Just eat 10 different types of poisonous insects. Thanks to Captain Yongxiao for arranging a professional chef. Yunzhou's specialty, insect feast, is exquisite. Eating insects. Song Xiaoyu trembled, subconsciously moving closer to Zhang Cheng. Yao Jixu glared at her, and Sai Sheng laughed. I've learned a new professional skill called Heart of Poultry, which allows communication with any poultry-type monster or creature. Of course, it's just simple communication. Sai Sheng boasts, from now on, if we encounter these creatures, leave them to me. Liang Feifan sneered, poultry monsters and creatures, they're not easy to find. Get lost. The two confronted each other, while Yao Jixu spoke up, I'm also leave 9, unable to complete the breaking level task in a short time. Zhang Cheng raised an eyebrow. What task? It's a consecutive task, Yao Jixu explained. I've already completed the first stage. The second stage is to find an ice bed made by the Millennium Profound Ice and meditate on it for 10 days. Yongxiao's sister has already prepared it for me. Mediate for 10 days. The others looked puzzled. Was that kind of mission for a 9-star professional so simple? As for me, Liang Feifan finally spoke up. I've reached leave 10. I learned a new professional skill, Gale Sword Formation. Within my sword formation range, my attack speed doubles, and I can control wind blades to attack enemies. What do you think? Impressive, right? Liang Feifan said proudly, glancing at Sai Shen, only to receive an eye roll in return. So, we have 3 leave 10 and 2 LV9, but we don't know what level the 5 professional family members sent by the Bureau are at, and what skills they've acquired. Liang Feifan suddenly brightened up and looked out the window. It's Captain Yongxiao. She's here with others. They've arrived. Huh. Why are there 4 people? Amidst the tense yet intrigued eyes of the 5, the meeting room's door swung open. Leading the way, of course, was Zhao Yongxiao. The second person in was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. His gaze was domineering, scanning the 5 people up and down. After a glance at everyone, his focus settled on Yao Jixu. The third person had a dark look and a scholarly demeanor. His eyes were full of scrutiny. The fourth person who entered was a sunny young man. The moment he entered, his eyes lit up and locked onto Song Xiaoyu and Yao Jixu. His eyes held a sense of admiration. The last person was a young girl in a skirt, delicate-faced, sporting sunglasses. Let me introduce them. Zhao Yongxiao spoke first. This is Bai Jinqi. The tall man nodded slightly, still looking at Yao Jixu. You must be Yao Jixu. I'm looking forward to our confrontation. The expressions of the people present were confused, while Zhao Yongxiao whispered, be quiet. Don't speak nonsense. Who's next? Zhao Yongxiao pointed to the second person, Li Zhen, from the Li family. Nice to meet you. Li Zhen adjusted his glasses. 9 people. We're just missing Qin Zhang. And him. Zhao Yongxiao pointed to the third person, Bai Jingsheng, a little rascal. You too. Stay away from him. These words were directed at Yao Jixu and Song Xiaoyu. Bai Jingsheng retorted, Yongxiao's sister, don't frame me. I'm a qualified youth with culture, ideals, morals, and quality. What do you mean, stay away from me? Hehe. Zhao Yongxiao sneered. I can easily list all the ugly things you did. Don't push me. Don't. In another place, I can't control you, but within the Night Watchman, you better behave. Understand? Of course, Bai Jinqi said. Yongxiao's sister, you can rest assured. I'll keep an eye on them. Alright, that's good. Zhao Yongxiao said. One more person, Li Zhao. Li Zhao took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of dark yet somewhat cunning eyes, waving his right hand. Hello, I'm Li Zhao, pleased to meet you. Hello. Sai Sheng and Liang Feifan immediately greeted warmly. Zhang Cheng, Sai Sheng, and Liang Feifan. Zhao Yongxiao paused, and Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu. These are your comrades for tomorrow's mission to conquer the secret realm. And there's Qin Zheng. For personal reasons, he couldn't make it today but sent a message that he'll arrive before 8 tomorrow. I hope the 10 of you can cooperate sincerely for the Night Watchmen to conquer this secret realm. Wang Ke spoke up. You understand? Liang Feifan said. We're all set. Li Baichinqi boasted, saying, our strength is not to be underestimated. Securing a small secret. All right, calm down. Zheng Cheng stopped the two. Now that you're all here, let's share our gains over these few days. HMPH. Song Chaoyu said, as I've mentioned before, I've reached Leave 9, and the breaking level task isn't completed yet. I've reached Leave 10. Sai Sheng smirked, my breaking level task was quite simple. Eating 10 different types of poisonous insects. Well, thanks to Captain Yang Xiao, I got a professional chef from Yanzhou. The insect feast is exquisite. Eating insects. Song Chaoyu quivered, subconsciously moving closer to Yao Jixu. I've learned a new professional skill called Heart of Poultry, allowing me to communicate with any poultry or monsters of the poultry family. Of course, just simple communication. If we encounter these monsters, leave them to me. Don't fight. Liang Feifan tried to intervene, but his voice quivered. I've also reached Leave 10. I've learned a new professional skill, Gale Sword Formation. In my sword formation range, my attack speed doubles, and I can control wind blades to fight enemies. How about that? Impressive tilde. That means we have 3 Leave 10 and 2 LV9. Zheng Cheng trailed off before asking, what are the levels of the 5 professional family members from the bureau? And what new skills have they gained? Liang Feifan suddenly brightened up. It's Captain Yang Xiao. And the others, they're here. Ha. Why for people? Amid the various expressions in the room, the meeting room door swung open. Zhao Yangxiao led the way, followed by others. The entry of 4 people, including a dominant woman and a scholarly young man, signaled an unexpected turn of events. I understand your concern, Baichinqi chuckled, but understand that I won't let Zheng Cheng join us unless his control skill is effective on me for more than 3 seconds. Only then will I recognize his abilities. Amidst the surprised looks in the room, Baichinqi's proposal left everyone feeling intrigued. Chapter 80. Do I have a friend? The rules between aristocrats and commoners. All right, come on. As soon as the words fell, Sai Shen and others looked at Baichinqi as if he was a fool. Those who didn't know might have thought he was some crazy person who appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, Li Zhao said, I know you are confident in Zheng Cheng's strength, but Jinqi Zhe is not an ordinary professional. I can only say, my controlling skill on him can only last for less than a second. Understand? Baichinqi also retorted, your controlling skill must be the acute gastrointestinal bursting technique. Different from Li Zhao's, it is a continuous control. You only need to let me go for 3 seconds to take effect, then I will acknowledge your strength. How about that? Zhao Yangxiao suddenly interjected. Zheng Cheng, although these aristocratic descendants have arrogant and domineering personalities, they still have some positive traits. For example, keeping promises. She blinked, while Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. How come Zhao Yangxiao has this look of enjoying the show? I see. Zheng Cheng nodded. I agree. Shall we start now? Since you sincerely asked me, I will reluctantly agree. Start. Baichinqi muttered to himself and then took a deep breath. Zheng Cheng suddenly said, wait a minute. What's wrong? Baichinqi furrowed his brows. Are you scared? Not scared. My point is, what if we go to the bathroom? I'm afraid you won't make it in time. How is that possible? Baichinqi immediately interrupted Zheng Cheng, saying, I am an 8-star professional. How could acute gastrointestinal bursting technique defeat me? Fine. Zheng Cheng said helplessly, taking out his bloodthirsty staff and admonishing, if there's any reaction later, don't hold it in. Otherwise, I'm worried it will affect tomorrow's secret mission. Stop the nonsense, come on. Seeing that Baichinqi was unyielding, Zheng Cheng had no choice but to wave his bloodthirsty staff. A strange mental ripple suddenly fell on Baichinqi. Acute gastrointestinal bursting technique. Jinqi Zhe. How do you feel? Li Zhao quickly asked. As a dark priest, Li Zhao was very interested in Zheng Cheng's profession. I don't feel anything. Baichinqi frowned and carefully sensed his body. Unlike your fear technique, my skill takes effect instantly, at least slowing down my speed by 1 second. But with this acute gastrointestinal bursting technique, I still haven't felt anything. Li Zi also remarked, you see, This is the difference between low-level and high-level professionals. Jinky can already counter your controlling skill without even using protective skills, if you were to use his. Before Li Zi could finish speaking, a muffled sound suddenly came. All 10 pairs of eyes in the room subconsciously looked at Jinky. What are you looking at me for? Jinky furrowed his brows, suddenly feeling a cool sensation in his abdomen. The cool sensation concentrated, causing his abdomen to swell and become mildly painful. Jun Cheng kindly reminded, "Don't hold it in. If you need to go to the bathroom quickly, or else you'll be in trouble later." Another muffled sound came. "I'm not holding it in." Jinky gritted his teeth, his face turning red, but he insisted, "I told you, your acute gastrointestinal bursting technique doesn't work on me." Another faint smell wafted in, startling everyone, prompting them to run further away. "Open the windows. Open the windows, he's going to go. Damn it. Hurry to the bathroom. Go out and turn right for 20 meters. Another muffled sound. Jinky continued to grit his teeth. "I told you, I haven't felt anything. I won't go." Several people were even more shocked and ran farther away. Lun Feifen's eyes were full of admiration. After being hit by the acute gastrointestinal bursting, he could only hold on for 3 to 4 seconds. But Jinky had endured for over 10 seconds already. Seeing Jinky's struggle, Jun Cheng became anxious. What if he ruptures and the secret mission for tomorrow is ruined? Don't hold it in. What if you hold it in and ruin tomorrow's secret mission, kid? Jinky stared angrily, his face turning red, panting heavily. "I told you, I'm not holding it in. I'm an 8-star battle royal. Pain only makes me stronger. Just an acute gastrointestinal burst. Puh. Damn it. I'm going." Splatter. "Get out fast, Jinky Jay. Hurry out. It stinks, brother. Hold on. You must hold on. This skill of yours." Pow. Ah. Jinky couldn't hold on any longer, let out a miserable shout, and dashed through the conference room's door towards the bathroom. Sai Shen glanced at his cell phone and stopwatch. Amazed, truly an 8-star professional, lasted 12 seconds. Several seconds later, there was a clamor of water splashing coming from the bathroom. Along with it, there were Jinky's continuous screams. Li Zi and others quickly followed out, shocked as they looked towards the direction of the bathroom. Did Jinky really fall victim? Jun Cheng also followed. "I told you not to hold it, now it's bad. Our secret mission tomorrow may have to be postponed." "Why?" Li Jia asked in surprise. "Does your acute gastrointestinal bursting have any additional effects? You kept advising Jinky Jay not to hold it in." Jun Cheng explained. "After my acute gastrointestinal bursting reaches level 3, it produces a special attribute, anal fissures. The longer it's held, the greater the chance of developing anal fissures." "What?" This time, even Jinky was shocked, his eyes full of panic. Li Jia asked, "Jinky, what's with the surprise?" "Oh, anal fissures mean," Sai Shen whispered. Li Jiao's face changed, blushing, then glared angrily at Sai Shen. "It's just an anal fissure, a small wound. Nothing to be scared of." Li Zi also wondered. "You guys don't understand." "Jinky, you're surprised by what?" Li Jiao suddenly said. "By the way, what does anal fissures mean?" "It's like having your anus torn," Sai Shen whispered. Li Jiao's face turned pale, then red, and she soon stared fiercely at Sai Shen. "You guys don't understand," Jinky suddenly said. "The pain of anal fissures, ordinary people can't feel it. I had a friend before, he had an anal fissure, and every time he used the restroom, it felt like he was passing shards of glass. The pain from that kind of injury, ordinary people can't bear it. He had to kneel on the ground for half an hour to recover each time. It's really unbearable." "Oh." The others suddenly understood, their eyes filled with ambiguous expressions. "I have a friend. How did your friend get an anal fissure?" Jinky, you've really outdone yourself." Jinky's face suddenly changed, hurriedly explaining, "I'm telling the truth. It's not me. It's a friend of mine. It really was a friend of mine. You have to believe me." Believe. Jinky, stay away from me in the future." The group discussed fervently until a good half hour later, when a pale-faced Jinky finally walked out with trembling legs, looking like a candle in the wind. Jun Cheng approached covering his nose and asked with a suppressed chuckle, "Jinky, so am I qualified to go to the secret mission tomorrow?" "Chun Jay, you're really amazing." At that time, Jinky's face was all black. Ha ha ha. In the evening, they sat together for dinner. Sai Shen laughed so much he could hardly catch his breath. Zheng Cheng, you're really mean. Look at him like that. How can we go to the secret mission tomorrow? Song Qiaoyu also chuckled, not pleased with the judging gazes from those aristocrats. Who do they think they are? Just because they were born into a good family. Zheng Cheng, I truly respect you this time. Lung Feifan poured a full glass of liquor, stood up, and said, I was wrong before. I apologize to you and classmate Song Qiaoyu. Please don't hold it against me. Well, Zheng Cheng raised his glass. We're classmates. Now colleagues too. There's no need for such formality. Seriously, your ability is terrifying. Setting down his glass, Lun Feifan said, I was hit by your skill half a month ago. My legs were soft for 2 to 3 days. With this new skill of yours, I wonder how Bai Jinky will fare. If he can't get out of bed for the next few days, what will we do about the secret mission? What else can we do? Sai Shen smirked. Just find someone else. Didn't Captain Yang Xiao say this exploration secret mission can only last for 10 days? It's been 6 days already. What are you guys talking about? Zhao Yang Xiao walked in and Sai Shen quickly stood up. Captain Zhao, we were discussing the possible strategies for the secret mission tomorrow. Stop gossiping. Zhao Yang Xiao said. Bai Jinky is fine. The mission can proceed as planned for tomorrow. Huh, how is that possible? Really? Zheng Cheng was puzzled. He recovered so fast. You guys should stay away from Bai Jinky. As everyone sat down, Zhao Yangxiao spoke up. According to the agreement between your major families and the Night Watchers, during each raid of the secret realm, both parties operate independently and collect their own spoils. Only when facing the final boss do they unite. The ultimate gains are then divided based on each party's contribution. Any questions? Bai Jinky was the first to say, we have no problem. But Yao Jixu, Song Qiaoyu, Sai Shen, and Lung Feifan subconsciously looked at Zheng Cheng. Having pondered, Zheng Cheng voiced his concern. Captain Yang Xiao, I have a question. Why can't we cooperate sincerely and tackle the secret realm together? 10 people working together would be safer and faster than splitting into 2 teams of 5. Li Zi interjected, explaining, our families and Night Watchers have been cooperating for nearly 200 years. Professionals from our families have family elders guiding them, making them more equipped and skilled, and those from commoner backgrounds joining the Night Watchers. Over 100 years ago, conflicts arose in dungeons or secret realms between our families and Night Watchers due to various reasons, particularly regarding loot. The main reason being that professional commoners in dungeons and secret realms contributed less than us, yet still wanted to grab high-level equipment and items. Li Zi continued, for this reason, some unscrupulous commoner professionals even chose to assassinate our family professionals. This went on for decades, leading our families to issue formal protests to the Night Watchers' headquarters. Zheng Cheng quickly added, in the end, with the intervention of the Elder Council and the military, this raid strategy was formed. Teams are formed, but each operates independently until the final boss is encountered. Only then do they come together. So, do you all understand? Zheng Cheng and the others looked rather embarrassed, as if not understanding implies a lack of integrity. Humph. Before they could respond, Zhao Yangxia coldly hummed, why don't you mention how aristocratic professionals are arrogant, look down on commoner professionals, and always treat them as cannon fodder? If I recall, the first clash between aristocratic professionals and commoner professionals was started by the Yuzhou Seymour family, right? Li Zi's face changed. Defending, that was the Yuzhou Seymour family, not our Qin Province Li family. All right. Zhao Yangxiao cut in. Whether it's the Seymour family or the Li family, rules are rules. Of course, if any of you encounter a danger you can't resolve, you can ask for help from each other at any time. Don't show off. Understand? Yes. Captain Yang Xiao. Another thing. Zhao Yangxiao suddenly looked at Song Qiaoyu. Qiaoyu, come with me. There's something I need your help with. What is it? Song Qiaoyu stood up dazedly. Interrogation. Zhao Yangxiao said coldly, it might help you complete your task of breaking through the ranks. Then she looked at the others. You all can come watch too. End of this chapter. Chapter 81. Does the Lord of the Dark Day have a daughter? The dragon vein is Qin Jun. What do you need the help of Qiao Yu for? I don't know. There are so many powerful night guards. Qiao Yu is only leave 9. Led by Zhao Yangxiao, the group walked towards the outside. Sai Shen curiously asked, Cheng Jie, Do you know? Jun Cheng thought for a moment and said, it might be related to her newbie skills. Newbie skills. Soon, the group arrived in front of a cold building. As soon as they saw it, Jun Cheng's expression changed slightly. Ya Jixu also subconsciously glanced at Jun Cheng. They had been here before. It was the temporary morgue where the bodies of their colleagues were placed in the night guard base. The two of them had mourned Su Chi Cheng here. In addition to Su Chi Cheng, there were 11 other colleagues of the night guard who died that night. With a creak, the door opened, and a cold breath hit everyone. The expressions of everyone present changed, especially the girls. Li Jiao subconsciously held onto her chest and asked, Sister Yang Xiao, where are we? Li Zhen quietly pulled her back and shook his head. Bai Jingqi's face was also very serious, as he followed closely behind. Zhao Yangxiao continued forward, opening another room. In the center of the room, there was a large, ice coffin. This is the morgue. Zhao Yangxiao looked at Song Chaoyu. Chaoyu, can you sense anything? Song Chaoyu's little face became serious, and she carefully sensed for a few seconds before saying, I seem to be able to sense the aura of the souls, especially on this body. Indeed, Zhao Yangxiao said, the help I need from you is to devour the soul of this body. What? Everyone's faces changed drastically, all subconsciously looking at Song Chaoyu. Song Chaoyu's face was a bit conflicted, but she gritted her teeth and said, Captain Yangxiao, I understand. My profession is a soul-sucking succubus, and my newbie skill is soul absorption. I am prepared for this. Soul absorption, a unique skill of the soul-sucking succubus profession. By absorbing the souls of creatures, you can gain additional soul power. Moreover, by absorbing the souls of creatures, you can obtain the most profound memories of the absorbed creatures during their lifetime. Zhao Yangxiao nodded. That's also why I brought you here. This body is one of the colleagues sent by the Jincheng ethnic group, and it is also one of their targets, related to their upcoming mission. He was captured and fine yesterday, but unexpectedly died suddenly. Even Yining's mind-reading technique can only be used on the living and is ineffective on the dead. So, I want you to try your soul absorption skill to see if you can find the information they are after. Zhao Yangxiao continued, and your breakthrough task is to absorb the soul of a professional. This body had a level of Li 59 before, enough for you to complete the task. It's also beneficial for you. By completing the breakthrough task, you will have a better chance for tomorrow's exploration of the secret realm. Alright, I'll give it a try. Song Chaoyu took a deep breath and approached the body. The body was that of a woman in her 30s, pale-faced. Her eyes were fiercely glaring, with a terrifying expression, as if she had seen something extremely frightening before death. Let's begin. Song Chaoyu's eyes suddenly became hazy, and her whole demeanor became eerie. In a daze, the ghostly figure of a woman appeared in front of her. It was the lingering soul of the body. She slightly opened her small mouth, her crimson lips shimmering with a strange light. With a gentle inhale, she sucked the remnant soul into her body in an instant. Instantly, a series of scenes appeared before her eyes. When she awakened to her profession as a child, she teamed up with her classmates to kill monsters and level up. However, her profession was unique, requiring her to be accompanied by ghosts, leading to her character becoming radical under the influence of these ghosts. She developed a liking for blood and slaughter, and even learned the strange method of absorbing soul power through slaughter. During an exploration of a dungeon inhabited by evil spirits, she obtained an item with evil spirit properties. By sacrificing living souls, she could significantly increase her own strength. Under the influence of the evil spirits, she slaughtered her team, using their souls to enhance a special item. Then, she proceeded to massacre civilians. Her actions were eventually discovered by the night guard, leading to her being wanted and hunted down. As she narrowly escaped death multiple times, her character became more extreme. Ultimately, during an ambush by the night guard, she was saved by a ghost day under the auspices of Dawn. From then on, she joined the Dawn group and became a servant under the ghost day. Memories of countless battles and escapes echoed in Song Chaoyu's mind, causing intense pain in her head. Finally, she saw the most memorable event of recent days. It was the figure of the ghost day, a hall filled with ghostly shadows, with an old, thin figure looking down at them from above. Beside her were 5 other figures kneeling, all showing utmost respect. You all, follow Fire Goat, and bring back the world's strange object from the woman of the dark day. Yes. The vision began to shatter like glass before Song Chaoyu, awakening her from her trance. Out. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Zhao Yongxia asked with concern. Song Xiaoyu shook her head to stabilize herself. Captain Yongxiao, I'm fine. Did you get any useful information? Yes, Song Xiaoyu recalled. This woman's name is Su Meiyun, a 5-star professional ghost doll, and one of the subordinates of the 9th day of dawn. Dawn? Zhao Yongxiao's expression changed slightly. No wonder Zhao Feng and the others from Jincheng came here. The dawn has been entrenched in Jinzhou province. Why did they come here? It's for an item called the World's Strange Object. The World's Strange Object. This time not only Zhao Yongxiao, but also by Jinky and the others had their faces changed. You guys, get out. Zhao Yongxiao immediately warned them, pointing to the door. This matter is confidential, so everyone should leave. Yes, Captain Yongxiao. Bai Jinky and the others were reluctant, but under Zhao Yongxiao's stern gaze, they walked out. I warn you, this matter is confidential, so no one should speak of it. Zhao Yongxiao turned to Bai Jinky, especially you guys. Yes, Captain Yongxiao. After the group left, Zhao Yongxiao continued. Is there any other information? Where is the ghost day now? And where is the World's Strange Object located? The ghost day was previously in a place called Juji County in Kingshan underground, but now she doesn't know where she is. As for the World's Strange Object, it is in the hands of the daughter of the Lord of the Dark Day. The Lord of the Dark Day has a daughter. Outside the room, Sai Shen curiously asked, Cheng Zhe, what is the World's Strange Object? How would I know? Zhun Cheng rolled his eyes. You should ask them. They must know. Forget it. Li Jiao suddenly said. Zhun Cheng, do you want to know what the World's Strange Object is? I can tell you. Zhao Zhao. I don't want to know. What? What's wrong? Even you all value that thing so much, it must be something extraordinary. Zhun Cheng said offhandedly. I don't want to cause trouble, so you better not tell me. With a creak, the morgue door opened, and Zhao Yongxia and Song Xiaoyu walked out one after the other. Go rest, and tomorrow I'll have someone take you to the secret realm. Zhao Yongxia instructed. Also, Song Xiaoyu has reached LV1, and she has learned a new skill. Leave 10, a new skill learned. Everyone's eyes lit up. Strengthening their team before a mission was undoubtedly good news. White Jinky and the others temporarily forgot about the World's Strange Object. What skill? It's a new skill of the hidden 8-star profession. I wonder what aspect it is. Song Xiaoyu also didn't hide it and revealed the information about the new skill she had learned to everyone. Zhun Cheng, you have witnessed this skill before. I have. Zhun Cheng's eyes lit up, and the new skill Song Xiaoyu had learned appeared in his mind. Soul Beast Condensation. You can condense the souls of living beings into soul beasts under your control. The stronger the strength of the slain creatures, the stronger the soul beast. Soul beasts are immune to physical attacks and can directly attack the target's soul. However, they are vulnerable to elemental powers such as fire, light, and thunder. So it's this. Zhun Cheng's expression was a bit strange, remembering that night, especially all those white butt scenes. Suddenly, he said. According to reason, the Lord of the Dark Day should have cultivated many powerful soul beasts over the years. Why did she only use the souls of ordinary people to condense soul beasts that night? Zhao Yongxiao said. She is running for her life. Running for her life, Zhao Yongxiao nodded. She obtained a precious treasure from the succubus clan, but when her life was about to end, it inadvertently manifested, leading to many powerful individuals hunting her down. Her strength was depleted, and she was in a hurry to fight Zizou. If this doesn't concern you, quickly go back and rest. Get ready for tomorrow's secret realm mission. Yes, Captain Yongxiao. The 9 people turned around and left, chatting as they walked towards the temporary dormitory. Zhao Yongxiao then dialed Shen Nanfang's phone. ZZZ. The signal was poor, intermittent, but still connected. Yongxiao, what's the situation? Didn't I say not to call me unless necessary? The situation is like this. Chief, quickly. Zhao Yongxiao reported the information she had obtained to Shen Nanfang. Ghost Day, World's Strange Object, daughter of the Lord of the Dark Day. Shen Nanfang's tone was also surprised. What are your plans? I'm preparing to join forces with Zhao Feng and the others. Zhao Yongxiao said. Earlier, Song Xiaoyu mentioned that the memory of the remnant soul of the Lord of the Dark Day was damaged and mentioned a special World's Strange Object. It seems to be related to the actions of the Ghost Day this time. Good. Shen Nanfang continued. You and Dream Fa Sheng are the only ones there, and the numbers are too few. Su Qingfeng, Jia Peidong and Julian Hao have left the foreign battlefield, and I've had them go support you. So soon? Zhao Yongxiao was surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be another month or two for them to return? Su Qingfeng broke through immediately. Shen Nanfeng said, he's just one step away from breaking through to the epic level. The higher-ups deliberately sent him back to let him seize the opportunity to break through the milestone task can officially enter the epic level. What? Night passed without incident. Early the next day, after finishing breakfast, Wang Ning and Zheng Cheng's group hurried towards the magic crystal mine. Half an hour later, the 9 of them arrived at a mining area heavily guarded by the military. Let's not rush in. Qin Zheng is coming soon, Bai Jingqi said. Wait for him, and then we'll enter together. Zheng Cheng was indifferent, also curious to see what the second 9-star professional was like. The others were also interested, especially Cai Shen, who whispered, Cheng Jie, Qin Zheng is so flashy, making so many people wait for him. Keep your voice down. He's at least a 9-star professional. Yao Jixu is also there. I haven't seen her being so flashy. Oh, she seems quite cold towards others. Don't talk like that. After 10 more minutes, Zheng Cheng's eyes twitched, subconsciously looking into the distant sky. Soon, a military helicopter suddenly flew in from the distance, landing in front of them. Hum hum hum. The propellers spun, slowly descending towards the ground. Bai Jingqi's eyes widened, his tone sour. Damn it, Qin Zheng is still such a show-off, Li Zhao enthusiastically exclaimed. It's Big Brother Qin Zheng. Big Brother Qin Zheng is here. While waving her hands, she said, Big Brother Qin Zheng. We're here. With the helicopter's descent, a large amount of dust was kicked up by the rotating propellers, causing everyone to squint subconsciously. Just then, a figure suddenly leapt out of the helicopter, plummeting straight towards the ground. Zheng Cheng's pupils shrank slightly. The distance was at least 30 meters. Hoo. Boom. In an instant, the figure harshly crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. The ground around it trembled, and dust filled the air. The helicopter paused for a few seconds before lifting off and departing. Wow. Big Brother Qin Zheng. Li Zhao didn't mind the dust being kicked up, rushing towards the direction where the figure crashed down. Respectful flag. Respectful flag. Come man, give me a hand. Suddenly, anxious shouts came from the large pit. Bai Jingqi frowned and went over. You always need me to clean up after you, dragging you out of the dust. Cai Shen twitched his mouth. Cheng Jie, is this the person we're waiting for? The 9-star professional? Zheng Cheng said seriously. It should be him. Don't underestimate him. Qin Zheng, are you alright? Li Zhao energetically patted the dust off him, but Qin Zheng chuckled and dodged Li Zhao's hand. Walking towards them. Hi, everyone. You guys are the professionals teaming up with us this time, right? I'm Qin Zheng. Nice to meet you all. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched, wanting to sarcastically comment on how nice it was to meet him. But then he thought, since he didn't have a system, he extended his hand and said, I'm Zheng Cheng. Nice to meet you too. Zheng Cheng. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up as he looked him up and down. So you're Zheng Cheng, the guy that White Jinky pulled around for half an hour. You're really amazing. Could you give me a try too? I want to see if I can last half an hour being pulled around. Damn it. Bai Jingqi immediately got angry and glared at the 3 people behind him, who told him, haven't I warned you before? It wasn't me. Certainly not me. Definitely not me. Well, I just wanted to chat more with Big Brother Qin Zheng. I'm done for. My fame in this lifetime. Zheng Cheng felt a cold sweat running down. How could these young masters be acting so foolishly? Especially this Qin Zheng. He just said, let's finish this secret realm mission first. Alright, let's do that. Qin Zheng then greeted the other four as well, displaying excitement. Especially when he saw Cai Shen, he insisted she transform into a lichen. Wanting to see that. Finally, he glanced at Yao Jixu. You're Yao Jixu, right? You're indeed quite pretty, but too cold. Qin Zheng chuckled. The seniors in the clan said they would make me marry you, but I've decided against it. You're not the type one like. Yao Jixu was furious and immediately kicked towards Qin Zheng. Oh, a violent woman. Qin Zheng leapt back, dodging the kick and hiding behind Zheng Cheng. Stop it. Bai Jingqi shouted angrily, and Qin Zheng then obediently came out, apologizing repeatedly. Zheng Cheng, sorry about that. Qin Zheng has always been like this since he was young, not serious. That's alright. I thought you guys thought we were arrogant and domineering, disrespectful and looked down on everyone. Jinky laughed. There are a few of those among the juniors, but not many. Our elders' influence is to temper us to resist the aliens, rather than taking advantage of ordinary people in the rear and living a life of pleasure. By the way, Qin-jung, have you completed your breakthrough task? Qin-jung said, of course I have. Don't you know who I am? Quickly, let's enter the secret realm so you can see the new skill I learned. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Entering the secret realm. Formidable enemies in the darkness. A group of 10 people, led by Wan Ning, walked along the mine shaft towards the inside. The traces of the mine shaft were very fresh, clearly newly excavated. Zheng Cheng asked curiously, Brother Wan, this mine shaft is newly dug, right? Yes, Wan Ning nodded. When we captured the Lord of Black Sun previously, this mine vein was blasted by the Lord of Black Sun's 5 elements divide Meast, fire sheet. Later, we hired 3 earth element mages to clear the ruins and open up this passage. The secret realm is just up ahead. We're almost there. As the mine tunnel turned, a milky white light gate suddenly appeared in front of them. This light gate was very similar to the entrance of the instance dungeon, but it didn't look very stable. The light gate swayed slowly, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Wang Ning inspected it and said, this entrance to the secret realm will take about 4 more days to dissipate. After completing the mission, you must hurry to the entrance at the fastest speed. Otherwise, once the entrance collapses, you will be forever lost in the secret realm. Understood. Jinky and the others nodded slowly and said solemnly, let's get ready. With that said, he reached out and a blood-red Yanqi Dao appeared in his hand. The blade was thick and sharp, with several small holes on the back of the blade, each hole containing a copper ring. With another grab, he summoned a round shield with a golden bronze base, engraved with dragon patterns and faint bloodstains, in his hand. He also put on a dazzling phosphorescent armor that covered his entire body, including his head. Behind Jinky, Jingxing reached out, and a slender, green feather quill appeared in his hand. He also wore a pale yellow doused robe, with a flat crown on his head and the robe engraved with the 8 trigrams pattern, resembling a young doused. Li Zhen appeared in a black and red mage robe, holding a crimson bone wand emitting a bloody smell. As for Li Zhao, she wore a specially modified mage robe that was tailored to fit her slim body, with a split at the bottom that revealed her long, slender white legs. In the dim mine tunnel, they exuded a seductive glow. No matter how you looked at them, they seemed like show-offs. Only Qin-jung was still in a black tracksuit, hugging Sai Shen, muttering something under his breath. What are you all doing? Sai Shen was stunned, and even Zheng Cheng looked a bit strange. This preparation is too thorough. All of them are at least 7-star professionals, and their weapons can be explained by natural armaments. But what about the armor, shields, and wands? Damn it, so rich. I only have 1 wand and a weapon-long knife given to me by Zhao Yongxiao. How come these people are even arming their hair? Jinky laughed. Zheng Cheng, brother, why not join our family as a son-in-law? Putting aside everything else, our equipment and props are more than enough. I still have 17 or 18 unmarried sisters. You can choose any except for Li Zhao. Li Zhen added, you can also join my Li family. Except Li Zhao, you can pick any of my sisters. Forget it. I don't like being a son-in-law. Zheng Cheng refused outright. Kidding aside, if I were to live off someone, I'd choose a powerful and beautiful female professional. What's with joining your families? Of course, I'll pass on your parents, Sai Shen. I prefer to eat alone. A big family meal is too stiff. What a pity. Jinky, standing in the front, asked, shall we go in? I'll be the team leader. Any objections? The others shook their heads, all agreeing. A strong mount always reassured their teammates, with him as the team leader. No one opposed. Time is pressing, let's go in. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinky shielded himself with the round shield and took the lead to enter the secret realm. Qin-jung also waved and said, I'm going in too. After the secret realm is over, I'll treat you to a drink. The 5 family members entered one after another, and Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and said, let's go in too. Zheng Cheng, Liang Pfeifen, Sai Shen in front, followed closely by Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu, also entered the secret realm. The surroundings changed in a flash, and the 5 figures appeared in another mine tunnel. Secret realm, Moria Mines. Level: Leave 10. Entry limited to professionals below Leave 10. Number of entrants, 10. Difficulty, Nightmare. Information: a mine invaded by evil half-beasts. 30 years ago, The Blackbeard dwarf clan of Moria mines dug out a rare treasure, the heart of the earth, from the underground veins, attracting the lust of the half-beasts. They invaded the Moria dwarf mine, killing all the dwarves, in an attempt to seize the rare treasure, the heart of the earth. Main quest: seize the heart of the earth. Mission description: the heart of the earth has been hidden by the Blackbeard dwarf clan in a secret location, sought after by the half-beasts. The Black Mountain Dwarf clan also received news of the destruction of the Blackbeard dwarves and is now confronting the half-beast army. You must find the heart of the earth within 3 days, otherwise, if the half-beast army returns, you will be doomed. Have you received the main quest? Jinky approached, clad in armor like an iron can, and said, in a deep voice, yes. Zhang Cheng nodded. According to the mission briefing, the half-beast army is currently outside the mountain confronting the Black Mountain Dwarf clan. In the Moria mine, there are only a few half-beasts, but they should not be underestimated. And to find a gem in a huge maze like the mine is like finding a needle in a haystack. Do you have any good ideas? To ensure everyone's safety, let's work together. I have an exploration skill that can locate the heart of the earth. No need. Li Zhen walked over and rejected Zhang Chen's proposal. It's not that we don't trust you, but our family has regulations. Only if the other party is in dire need of help first. He then handed over 5 rescue talismans. These are rescue talismans, one for each of us. If there's a real trouble we can't solve, tearing one will trigger the rest of the talismans. Qin Zheng murmured softly, I think it's quite lively to combine forces. Under the angry gazes of Jinky and Li Zhen, Qin Zheng meekly shrank his head, shrugged helplessly towards Zhang Cheng and the others. Since that's the case, forget it. Zhang Cheng took the 5 rescue talismans and distributed them, one to each person. The area here has 7 to 8 mine tunnels. You choose first. They were in a huge cave. Around the cave, there were 7 to 8 large holes, each the height of a person. These large holes led to unknown territories, each inevitably carrying significant risks. Li Zhen stepped forward and revealed a compass in his hand. Engraved with the 5 elements and with a constantly hovering needle, he chanted softly, causing the needle to spin. Soon, it pointed in a direction and stopped. Everyone subconsciously followed the direction, and it led to a dark hole. 2 dwarf corpses lay beside the entrance. Li Zhen nodded to Zhang Cheng and the others, and the 5 of them entered one after another. Before Li Zhao waved to the others, be careful, if there's real danger, remember to tear the rescue talisman. TSK TSK TSK. After the 5 left, Sai Shen exclaimed, truly worthy of being from a prominent family. Their preparations are indeed thorough. Yao Jixu suddenly said, Zhang Cheng, I don't like them. Song Chao Yu added, I don't like them either. They all act high and mighty, so annoying. Humph. He. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, they are born into prestigious families and are high-star professionals, truly pride of heaven. They may seem approachable and easygoing, but deep down, they must be extremely proud. In their eyes, being approachable like this is a sign of humility, but too bad. Liang Feifan suddenly said, actually, they're not too bad. I've met other children from prestigious families, and few can match them. Forget about them. Zhang Cheng waved his hand. It's our turn to choose the direction now. Sai Shen said, Zhang Jie. Li Zhen used a compass to locate. He must have learned a universal skill. Should we follow them? So we can. Zhang Cheng gave him a stern look. Stop talking nonsense. We promised Yang Xiao to bring back the bodies of creatures from the secret realm, and they will definitely do the same. Can we go and fight them for the bodies? Where should we go? Wait. Zhang Cheng activated the central radar life monitoring technique. In his mind, a comprehensive 3D virtual map appeared, showing the surroundings within a radius of 500 meters, all displayed vividly. Each passage was spread out like a spider web around him. Continuing to look around, more branching paths appeared. If not for the map guidance, ordinary professionals would definitely get lost. On one of the paths, 5 green dots were moving slowly. It was by Jinky and the others. Zhang Cheng's eyes flickered slightly as several red dots appeared on the path in front of them, approaching at high speed. Hostile targets. Half-beasts. Zhang Cheng, Yao Jixu and the others looked at him curiously, and Zhang Cheng shook his head. No big deal. Jinky and the others have run into trouble. Well, that's convenient. Who made them so impatient? Song Chao Yu said coldly. Once they tear the rescue talisman, we can. All right. Zhang Cheng interrupted, continuing to focus on the central radar life monitoring technique. Quickly, He wrote down Heart of the Earth in the location column. Immediately, a green light guide appeared, leading to one of the mine tunnels whereby Jinky and the others had just entered, right next door. Ha ha ha. Sai Shen burst into laughter. They chose the right direction, but they got the wrong mine entrance. As expected, it's all thanks to you, Jun Cheng. No matter how awesome they are, they don't have automatic navigation ability. Song Chaoyu also chuckled. If they knew they took the wrong path, I wonder how they'd react. Kekaki. All right, let's go. Jun Cheng ordered. Liang Pfeifen, lead the way. Ha. Liang Pfeifen was puzzled, and his face turned red from anger. But as soon as he saw the charming beauties, Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu, his confidence soared, slapping his chest with a loud sound. Rest assured, beautiful ladies, as long as Liang Pfeifen, am here, I'll never let go ahead. Sai Shen swayed over, transforming into a large great rooster, his clothes shattered into pieces. With a flap of his wings, he leapt up, his claws kicking Liang Pfeifen's back, sending him flying into the mine tunnel. Stop talking nonsense, make way. Ah! Liang Pfeifen screamed in misery, tumbling down the tunnel. When he finally got up, he saw two dark shadows suddenly rushing out from the darkness, wielding sharp weapons aimed at him. Shoo shoo! Before he could react, two ice daggers shot out from behind him, piercing deeply into the bodies of the two approaching figures. A surge of cold air swept through, slowing down their movements. Seizing this opportunity, Liang Pfeifen quickly retreated, grabbed his naturally armored magic sword, and twisted his body to charge forward. Wind blade slash. A blue wind blade flashed from the sword, directly striking one of the half-beasts in front of him. Roar! The half-beast roared in rage. Its speed slightly slowed down due to Yao Jixu's intervention, but it retaliated with a powerful swing of its axe towards Liang Pfeifen. Swoosh! Liang Pfeifen managed to block the attack with his sword, but the impact was strong, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he resisted the intense pain and didn't let the blood spray out. Damn! Such strength! Get away! Jun Cheng and the others rushed out from behind. Yao Jixu held a exquisite snow-white wand in her hand, and wore an icy mage robe, resembling an ice goddess. She had saved Liang Pfeifen at the critical moment. Help me! Liang Pfeifen shouted, his magic sword in hand as he lunged forward. Wind blade strike. The sword emitted a blue wind blade that struck the half-beast in front of him. Roar! The half-beast let out a roar and, despite Yao Jixu's intervention slowing it down, it swung its axe furiously. Jun Cheng acted, and his bloodthirsty mage staff burst technique instantly landed on the two half-beasts. At the same time, he focused on the central radar life monitoring technique. Damn! Such high constitution attributes. End of this chapter. Chapter 83. Can orcs get Parkinson's disease? Invincible Song Chaoyu. Name: Iron Axe, Stone Ox. Race: Orc. Level: LV15. Height: 225 centimeters. Weight: 125 kilograms. Constitution: 45. Strength: 33. Agility: 11. Spirit: 8. When Jun Cheng sent the specific attributes he discovered to others, they all cursed in secret. 45. Constitution: damn. Mine is only 18. Strength is also 33 points, much higher than mine. Fortunately, agility and spirit are low. Isn't this just a big fool? Several people exclaimed in surprise, and Jun Cheng furrowed his brows. Although this orc's constitution was not as high as his own, there was no doubt that its strength surpassed his own. His current strength was only 25 points. Don't just stand there. Attack! Jun Cheng whispered and drew his sword to charge forward. Using the slope's momentum, he leapt like Sai Shen midway. Unfortunately, he didn't have wings like a chicken to jump directly onto the orc's head. He could only rely on inertia to charge to the blind orc, stabbing his abdomen with a sword. Ah! The orc screamed in pain and promptly swung its huge axe towards Jun Cheng without hesitation. Jun Cheng's agility far surpassed the orc's. Dodging back and then advancing, he suddenly approached the blind orc. The blind orc, unable to see, once again missed its attack. But unexpectedly, it opened its mouth wide and fiercely bit towards Jun Cheng. Damn it! Jun Cheng cursed and quickly dodged. His right hand swung again, slashing the orc's leg. The sharp blade easily tore open its skin and muscle, blood gushing out. The blind orc staggered, almost falling to the ground, but managed to support itself with the gigantic axe. Opportunity! Liang Pfeifen's eyes lit up. The magic sword swiftly flashed a green light. Wine blade strike. The wine blade slashed around the giant axe and tore a wound on the orc's neck. Just as Zhang Cheng and Liang Pfeifen were about to continue their attack, the blind orc suddenly started violently trembling. Its massive body half knelt on the ground, convulsing madly, foaming at the mouth, before slowly collapsing. Its body curled up like a giant shrimp, its wounded leg twitching violently. Its whole body began to stiffen and convulse. What? How is this possible? Can orcs get Parkinson's? Liang Pfeifen was also taken aback. His wind blade was a normal wine element attack, but why did the orc seem to be poisoned? Zhang Cheng, however, gave Liang Pfeifen a thumbs up. Nice one, Fan. One wine blade killed an orc. Liang Pfeifen scratched his head, thinking, could it be me? The wine blade only has an additional dramatic toxin attribute I didn't know about. Zhang Cheng thought of the mutation skill he had just learned a few days ago, Tetanus Blade. During physical attacks, there was a certain chance 10% to infect the opponent with the tetanus bacillus and induce tetanus, where the most significant symptom is jaw clenching, convulsions, and spastic contractions, leading to the loss of movement and motor ability. Severe cases could lead to fatigue, dizziness, headache, hyperreflexia, hallucinations, speech and movement disorders, and even death. But with only a 10% infection probability, he had only made 2 strikes. Could it be? He subconsciously looked at the orc's naked body covered in wounds. Its body was riddled with cuts, some deep enough to see bones, others spreading across its large body. It had black ointment smeared in some places, but it was unclear what it was. The tetanus bacillus infects through wounds, flourishing in oxygen-deprived environments. The orc's body is full of wounds, and without systemic treatment, could this be a factor in triggering tetanus? Without any experiments, he could only speculate. Strike now, Zhang Cheng ordered, and both of them lunged forward, attacking the orc's head with their swords. Splurt. Splurt. The orc, in a semi-paralyzed state, couldn't resist, and eventually met its end. A large amount of soul force rushed out and divided into 4 different sizes, integrating into Zhang Cheng, Liang Pfeifen, Yao Jixu, and Sai Shen. Zhang Cheng put in the most effort and thus obtained the most soul force. At this moment, he also break through to LV11. Song Qiaoyu didn't contribute any effort and didn't receive any soul force. Cheng Jie, come help. Sai Shen, not far away, shouted. While Zhang Cheng and Liang Pfeifen teamed up to kill the blind orc, Sai Shen relied on his agility and wings to contend with the second orc. If it weren't for Yao Jixu supporting him with ice magic, he would have been smashed into minced meat by the orc. Zhang Cheng commanded, Fan, go support the newbie. Fan? Liang Pfeifen was puzzled. You're the Fan. Your whole family is Fan. Even though he complained, he still ran in the direction of the newbie as instructed. After sending off Liang Pfeifen, Zhang Cheng wielded his sword and made a swift strike at the orc's corpse. Random dissection. He wasn't sure if he could dissect anything useful from the orc's body. There was a flash of light, and an item appeared in his hand. Skill deployment successful. You obtained special ingredient, Orc's Heartblood. You obtained Orc DNA molecule. You activated the Orc DNA blueprint. It worked. He quickly examined the items. In his hand was a bead-sized, black-red spherical object, seemingly pulsating. Special ingredient, Orc's Heartblood. Quality, 3 stars. Effect, permanent increase of 1 point in constitution and 1 point in strength when consumed. Limit of 30 pills. Description, only by killing an enraged orc can you possibly obtain a drop of boiling heartblood containing the orc strength. A 3-star ingredient, increases 1 point in constitution and strength. Dual attribute, Zhang Cheng exclaimed in amazement, and he swallowed the black-red bead in his hand. A surge of heat flowed through and disappeared in an instant. His constitution and strength increased by 1 point each. With a thought, a panel appeared in front of him. It displayed a gray-white DNA blueprint spiraling upwards. In the corner of the blueprint, a bright spot was shining. It was the Orc DNA molecule he had just extracted, activating the Orc DNA blueprint. It seemed that all Orc DNA blueprints needed to be lit up to generate a special effect. Qiaoyu, coming. Excited, Song Qiaoyu ran over. They had already discussed that, after killing the monsters in the secret realm, the first thing to do was to help Song Qiaoyu condense her soul beast. The orc corpse was the perfect material for this. Woo-woo. A low, weird moan emanated from Song Chaoyu's mouth, and a mysterious ripple fell on the orc's body. Soon, black mist surged from the orc's body and a semi-humanoid, semi-beast figure appeared before them. Twisted, evil, and exuding a chilling aura. Song Chaoyu explained, I expended 2 spirit points for this, and these points can't be recovered. I have to wait for this soul beast to collapse before they can be restored. So, summoning 1 soul beast consumes 2 of my spirit points. The stronger the creature, the more spirit points it will occupy after transformation into a soul beast. For a safe start, I can control a maximum of 20 orc soul beasts at once. 20 of them, that's enough. Jun Cheng gave orders, and the 2 soul beasts obediently floated around Song Chaoyu, just like 2 loyal companions, or maybe guard dogs. Let's continue. Liang Pfeifen suddenly exclaimed, catching everyone's attention. What's wrong? Look at this weapon. Liang Pfeifen marveled, stepping on the oversized Volfang club. Incredible attributes. Jun Cheng also went to check, and upon seeing it, his eyes brightened. Name: Volfang Club Bronze Tier. Durability: 1445 2000ths. Category: Weapon. Club. Equipment requirement: Li 15. 45 Strength, 30 Constitution. Restricted to Warrior and Knight class. Effect: Strength +5. Additional Skill 1. Heavy Strike Passive. Using this weapon to attack enemy has an extremely high probability of causing a heavy strike and knockback effect. Additional Skill 2. Critical Hit Passive. Using this weapon to attack the enemy has a certain chance of causing double damage. Description: crafted by the Blackbeard dwarves who lived in the Moria mine for generations. Excellent quality. Note: this equipment cannot be taken out of this world. These attributes are indeed good, but unfortunately, they can't be taken out of this world. He sighed, finding a similar restriction at the bottom of the gigantic axe. Let's go. These equipment can't be taken out, and the equipment requirements are too high. They're just useless to us. Huh. Jun Cheng's face suddenly changed. Sai Shen asked, Cheng-jie, what's wrong? Run. Quickly run. A large group of orcs are chasing us. There are at least 20 of them. The central radar's life monitoring arc showed a large ring of red dots advancing towards them at rapid speed. The dying screams of 2 orcs attracted more enemies. Simultaneously, ahead of Bai Jingqi and his companions in the adjacent mine, a batch of red dots caught up to them. So many. Which way do we go? Cheng-jie. It's all mines here. Dark and gloomy. Jun Cheng swiftly scanned through the central radar and his eyes lit up. In front of them on the side, there was a passage that circled and stretched out to the main route. In that passage, only 3 red dots were still stationary, seemingly not knowing what to do. Follow me. Jun Cheng led the way, and the others followed. Soon, they dashed to the intersection, where a large group of robust orc figures ran past their hiding spot towards their original location. Hurry. Jun Cheng continued. Chaoyu, let your soul beasts lead the way, as there are enemies up ahead. The light emitted by these 3 red dots seems stronger than ordinary orcs. Perhaps they are elite monsters. Got it. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Half-Orc Special Forces. Zhao Zhao. Let go quickly. Another passage. Bai Jingqi and others also faced the attack of the half-orcs. It is unknown whether the route chosen by Li Zhang has problems or for some other reason, but the half-orcs attacking their team numbered as many as 4. Awoo. In the darkness, a piercing roar was heard. Bai Jingqi took a step forward, the round shield in his hand suddenly shimmering with light. Then, he charged out like a crazed rhinoceros. With a loud bang, he directly knocked down the lead half-orc. Another slash hit the second half-orc, drawing the remaining 3 half-orcs' hatred towards him. A hatchet came, striking the round shield and sparking a lot of fire. Act quickly. Bai Jingqi shouted, and the several people behind him all moved into action. Li Zhao waved her hand, chanting incantations. A dark black light fell instantly on the 3 half-orcs attacking Bai Jingqi. The 3 half-orcs attacking Bai Jingqi slowed by 30%, then were struck by Bai Jingqi's sword. Lethargy art. Li Zheng's bone staff flashed with a blood-colored light, followed by a large blood-red magic array appearing under his feet, emitting a chilly air. Then, a demon with crimson skin, demon wings on its back, holding a steel trident in its hand, bare-skinned with scale guards on key parts, crawled out from the magic array. Summoning demon. As a demon warlock, Li Zhang can enhance his strength by summoning demons. This demon is the first demon summoned by Li Zhang. Roar. As soon as this demon crawled out, it sniffed the air carefully with excitement and greed in its eyes. Li Zheng uttered a command, and the demon let out a series of rapid calls. Li Zheng's face slightly changed, but he still nodded. He pointed to the battleground in the distance, and the demon eagerly rushed over. With a steel trident, it impaled a half-orc to the ground, savagely battling. Li Jia asked curiously, "Brother, what did this demon say?" "It wants 3 blood offerings." Li Zheng furrowed his brow. The summoning time this time can be sustained for 6 hours. We have to complete the main mission within 6 hours. 3 blood offerings. It means 3 half-orc corpses. Li Zheng explained, every time this demon is summoned, it requires a certain amount of blood offerings. Depending on the quantity and quality of blood offerings, it determines the duration of the summoning this time. But this demon has good aptitude, possessing demon wings. With proper cultivation, given time, it might evolve into a higher-level demon. Ha ha. At this time, a sound of burning air rang out. Bai Jingsheng was seen wielding a slender brush, casually drawing in the air. With each stroke, thin strands of light appeared, gradually forming a floating transparent symbol. Freezing symbol. Go. Bai Jingsheng ordered, and the freezing symbol immediately turned into a white light aimed at a half-orc. The targeted half-orc was immediately frozen solid, then decapitated by Bai Jingqi. With a joint effort of the 4, all 4 half-orcs were swiftly defeated. Awu tilde, in the darkness, the demon summoned by Li Zheng was squatting on the ground, voraciously feasting on half-orc corpses. With a single bite, it could crush a half-orc's head. The 5 of them had to cautiously stand by, waiting for the demon to finish its meal. Suddenly, Bai Jingsheng asked, "Qinzheng, why didn't you take action just now?" "Me." Qinzheng shook his head. "There are enough of you. I don't need to join in." "You don't speak." Li Zheng interrupted Bai Jingsheng's question, looking extremely cautious. "What's wrong? What did you find?" the others asked curiously, while Li Zheng pulled out a compass to carefully check. After a moment, his face changed dramatically. "Quick, let's go. A large group of half-orcs is coming towards us." "Where to?" "This way." Li Zheng pointed in a direction, and his mouth emitted a series of strange calls. The demon summoned by Li Zheng was not pleased, standing up and uttering a series of sharp cries. Li Zheng's tone had noticeably changed, giving a command, and the demon reluctantly dropped the thigh bone, picked up the trident, and stood up. The 5 of them swiftly took action, with Bai Jingqi leading the way, charging into the dark mine tunnel. In just a few minutes, they heard roars and commotion from the dark ahead. Enemies ahead. Enemies on the side too. Li Zheng, decide quickly. Charge. Bai Jingqi shouted, and the 5 of them charged into battle, breaking through the encirclement of more than a dozen half-orcs. Subsequently, they swiftly proceeded within the dark mine, with Li Zheng guiding the way. Qinzheng and Bai Jingqi led the charge, their speed fast. After an unknown amount of time, the narrow passage suddenly opened up into a vast open space. A massive canyon appeared before them. "This is the abyss. No way out. What do we do? Where do we run?" Qinzheng jumped onto a large rock, surveying the surroundings and pointing towards the left. There's a suspension bridge. Go. Hurry over there. Passing through that suspension bridge should lead us to the heart of the mine. The heart of the earth is definitely in that direction. Charge. The 5 of them took action again, rushing towards the suspension bridge. Bai Jingsheng looked around and suddenly said, "Where are Zheng Cheng and the rest? They haven't come out of the maze for so long. Nothing should have happened, right?" "Shut up." Bai Jingqi angrily scolded. "There are colleagues. There's been no warning of casualties or distress signals from the team. They should be fine." Awoo. Suddenly, piercing howls echoed from the darkness. 5 pairs of eyes turned towards the direction of the sound, only to see a huge bat with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters approaching. On the backs of these large bats were fully armed half-orcs, wielding wooden bows and aiming arrows at them from a distance. Damn it! Even Li Zheng, who had been influenced by Confucian culture for over a decade, could not help but curse internally, looking despairingly. Let go. Zhao. End of this chapter. Chapter 85. Male function plus 1%. Unexplained hostility. Time is pushed back a few hours. Zheng Cheng and the others ran into a small alley, just narrowly avoiding the large army of orcs. Continuing forward, the surrounding side paths became increasingly numerous. Some were only half the height of a person, while others were 4 to 5 meters tall. It was unknown what tools were used to dig them out. The 3 red dots ahead remained in place, their activities identify. Be careful, we're getting close, Jun Cheng warned as he kept an eye on the central radar life monitoring technique, leading the group cautiously forward. Soon, they passed by an intersection, where the 3 red dots were exposed before their eyes. It was a vast and empty cavern, with 2 giant pythons hanging down, each about 20 meters long and 2 meters thick. The scales on the python's skin were dark green, densely covering their bodies. The massive heads were on the ground, swallowing something, with the ground covered in sticky fresh blood. Behind these 2 huge pythons, a loose-skinned, elderly orc crouched. He had colorful patterns smeared on his body, and in his hands, he held a container made of a skull, drinking blood-red wine greedily. Jun Cheng's pupils slightly contracted. From his view, the things these 2 giant pythons were eating turned out to be a pile of dwarf corpses. There were at least hundreds of bodies piled together, stripped of their armor and weapons, completely at the mercy of the 2 giant pythons. Moreover, the bellies of the 2 giant pythons were bulging, with at least 30 to 40 dwarf corpses swallowed down by them. What should we do, Cheng Jie? Is this an elite orc monster? Sai Shenqi's large chicken head leaned over and asked, unintentionally provoking Jun Cheng. Suddenly, one of the giant pythons that was eating stopped. Its large triangular head slowly turned towards them, its bronze vertical pupils staring intently in their direction, carefully sniffing the air. Soon, a hint of delight, usually only seen when their favorite food was present, appeared in its fierce eyes. Slowly, it started moving towards them. Damn it, discovered. Jun Cheng cursed under his breath as Sai Shenqi, this guy, couldn't even stay quiet as a chicken. Snakes are known to love eating avian creatures, especially their eggs. We've been found. Retreat. The 5 quickly retreated, but this movement also triggered a chain reaction. Both giant pythons noticed them, and even the old orc suddenly stood up. Grabbing a bone staff nearby, he began to roar at them. His urgent words sounded like spells, causing both giant pythons to immediately swim towards them at incredible speed. Zizu, freeze them, Jun Cheng shouted, as Zizu behind him raised her magic staff. Soon, a blizzard appeared in the vast cavern, enveloping both pythons and the old orc. Don't retreat. There's a large army of orcs behind us. Take them down. Jun Cheng shouted and rushed towards the 2 snakes. Liang Pfeifen, Sai Shenqi, you both detain these 2 pythons. We'll go deal with the orc behind the rain beast. Understood. Liang Pfeifen and Sai Shenqi immediately rushed forward. However, to their surprise, the 2 pythons directly lunged at Sai Shenqi, causing him to panic and flap his wings to flee. Help! Why do these 2 pythons only target me? Jun Cheng drew his bloodthirsty magic staff and yelled, hold on a little longer. The skill of acute gastroenteritis outbreak. Bloodthirsty technique. Both skills landed on the 2 pythons, especially with the enhancement of the bloodthirsty technique, making them even more ferocious. With a swift snake attack, Sai Shenqi was almost swallowed whole. Ah! Giggle! Flapping. Suddenly, a large rooster several meters tall continuously jumped and landed, feathers flying all around, covering the entire cave. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 2 soul beasts controlled by Song Chaoyu leapt onto the old orc. They tore and bit at the creature that was part human and part beast, eliciting continuous screams from him. He swung his staff, trying to cast spells, but the pain caused by the beast's tearing prevented him from concentrating. A sharp ice blade shot towards him, unable to dodge, and he was immediately knocked down to the ground, with most of his body covered in frost, screaming in agony. Although the elderly orc had the opportunity to use magic, his physical and strength capabilities declined sharply. A piercing and sharp roar suddenly came from his mouth. The 2 previously frenzied giant pythons suddenly became even more ferocious, charging at full speed. With a bang, Liang Pfeifen furiously swung his magical sword to stop one of the pythons. Numerous wind blades began to condense on his wicked sword, creating a green array even on the ground. Gale sword formation. A dense series of wind blades surged from the wind sword formation beneath his feet. Controlled by him, they all struck the python's body like a storm. The scales were rent, and a lot of flesh and blood were torn from the python's body, causing it to let out terrifying screams. At this moment, Jun Cheng's expression changed as he suddenly looked towards the direction of Liang Pfeifen. Through the radar life monitoring technique, he noticed a large group of red dots speeding towards their direction. The old orc screams before his death had actually summoned his king. With urgent thoughts racing, Zheng Cheng quickly came up with a plan. Zizu, use your ability to seal the entrance. Yao Zizu's eyes lit up, and with a wave of her hands, a frosty white light surged from her body. Then, the pocket-sized elf, Zur, flapped her wings and flew out slowly. The two of them worked together, wielding their delicate magical staffs to quickly condense icy cold air at the cave entrance. In a moment, a large block of ice appeared, sealing the entrance. Moreover, it was rapidly spreading at a visible rate towards the inside. Phew! Just then, Zheng Cheng's acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique exploded on the two pythons. One of the pythons, who was chasing Sai Shenshi, suddenly bulged its body, and a large amount of flesh and viscous liquid sprayed out from its lower body, narrowly avoiding Sai Shenshi's attack. On the other side, the python that was fighting Liang Pfeifen also had viscous liquid sprayed onto Liang Pfeifen's body. Damn it! Liang Pfeifen cursed, swiftly wielding his magical sword to dissipate the foul liquid and gas. Simultaneously, he sprang up and thrust his sword into the python's eye in the midst of its control area. Hiss! The python let out a piercing hiss, violently throwing Liang Pfeifen against the wall, smashing him hard into it. At the same time, the snake's large mouth opened again, and a thick stream of toxic liquid immediately sprayed onto Liang Pfeifen's body. Ah! Liang Pfeifen screamed in agony, feeling his equipment corroding with a pungent smell. His skin on the hands and face quickly developed large, grotesque blisters from the liquid corrosion, looking both terrifying and nauseating. Get out of the way! Seeing the python about to spit venom again, Zheng Cheng rushed over and used his immense strength to knock the snake's mouth away. Then, the cloud-soaring sword knifed into the snake's skull from underneath. Hiss! The python tried to shake off Zheng Cheng, but he had already released the sword in the midst of the act. Stepping on the snake's head, Zheng Cheng jumped back, slinging the bloodthirsty magic staff at the python again. Fiery body incineration technique. A huge and illusory flame immediately danced on the python's body. Hiss! The python hissed and thrashed on the ground wildly. It vigorously swung its massive body, trying to rid itself of the fire. However, the illusory flame consumed life emotions, mind, and even soul as fuel. As a reptile, it couldn't regulate its emotions and was gradually burned out in anger. One burst of fiery body incineration technique not only killed a python, but also upgraded to Level 2. Fiery body incineration technique, LV2. Seizing this opportunity, Liang Pfeifen endured the pain, took out an antidote potion from his inventory, and drank it in one gulp. Pour the medicine on me, Zheng Cheng shouted, then turned and charged towards the other python. Trembling, Liang Pfeifen picked up the antidote potion, poured it all over himself, and even took out 2 more bottles, emptying them on his body. Damn! My face! He struggled to lift his magical sword, looking at his face through the sword's smooth blade. His once fair skin was now covered in blood blisters caused by the venom. The skin on his hands and face rapidly developed large bulges formed by the venom. Horrified and disgusted, he said, "My face, damn it, my face. It's all your fault. It's all Zheng Cheng's fault. If it weren't for you leading us here, we wouldn't have encountered these 2 snakes. My face." He tore off a large piece of cloth from his body, wrapping it around his face and revealing only a pair of eyes. 3 white eyes. Around the brown pupils were bloodshot, white eyes interspersed with crimson blood vessels. His countenance looked demonic, with his face resembling a ghoul. Hiss! On the other side, the second python also succumbed to Zheng Cheng's fiery body incineration technique. It raised its head, thrashing about violently. At the same time, it unleashed burst after burst of thick, foul-smelling liquid, causing the others to quickly evade. Meanwhile, the 2 soul beasts controlled by Song Chaoyu suddenly pounced on the python, fiercely tearing at it. Soul beasts were immune to venom. Finally, with the group's joint effort, the second python succumbed. Zheng Cheng approached and slashed down with the cloud-soaring sword. Skill execution successful. You obtained the special ingredient, Black Water Zhuan Snake Gallbladder Fake. You obtained the Black Water Zhuan Snake Fake DNA Molecule. You activated the Black Water Zhuan Snake Fake DNA Diagram. Successful again. He quickly checked. He held a fist-sized snake gallbladder, entirely black and emitting a dim blue glow. Special ingredient, Black Water Zhuan Snake Gallbladder Fake. Quality, 4 stars. Effect, permanent increase of 3 points in spirit, 3 points in agility, poison resistance +2%, male function +1%, Limit of consumption is 20. Explanation: the gallbladder of the black water Zhuan snake, unfortunately, had been raised in captivity, decreasing its quality significantly. A 3-point increase in spirit and agility was acceptable, enough to justify this 4-star ingredient. But male function plus 1%, what kind of weird effect is this? What's wrong? Seeing Zhun Cheng remain silent, Ya Zizu asked curiously. It's nothing, Zhun Cheng quickly replied, pointing towards where the 2 giant pythons had been circling moments ago. I was thinking if we could take these dwarf corpses out with us. End of this chapter. Chapter 86. Power Search. Cliffhanger. Dwarf's corpse. Several people's eyes lit up slightly. Indeed, Zhao Yunqibo mentioned about bringing out the bodies of creatures from the secret realm, but didn't mention that he had to be the one to kill them. He lowered his head to take a look and soon obtained the specific attributes of a dwarf corpse. Name: Bronzehead. Blackbeard status: deceased race. Dwarf level: LV1 to height: 125 centimeters weight, 80 kilograms constitution, 36 strength, 28 agility, 14 spirit, 12 description. The corpse of a black-bearded dwarf, valuable for consumption to certain creatures. Zhun Cheng slashed down with his sword, secretly using the random dissection technique. A flash of light, the black-bearded dwarf's body was severed, but no special food was obtained. The skill was successful, but no useful things were dissected. In other words, these corpses can be taken away. Zhun Cheng said. Shkzu, reinforce the cold ice on the sealed door. Rest for 3 minutes, and then we'll move forward again. Okay. Yao Zhexu agreed and began to seal off the entrance with Xiaoxu. Song Chaoyu was curious and approached Yao Zhexu, examining Xiaoxu up and down. Kai Shen, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth in the cave, occasionally scratching the ground with his claws. Liang Feifan remained alone in a corner, covering his face with a cloth, not coming over. Zhun Cheng, wielding the cloud sword, slashed down on the dwarf corpses one by one. 1, 2, 5, 6, until the 15th corpse, a light that only he could see flashed before his eyes. At the same time, a special food item appeared in his hand. Skill successfully activated. You obtained a special ingredient. Blackbeard Dwarf Heartblood. Success. He quickly lowered his head to check. A black-red bead quietly lay in his hand. Special ingredient. Blackbeard Dwarf Heartblood quality. 2 stars effect. Eating it can permanently increase strength by 2 points. Limited to consuming 30 beads. Description: the heartblood of a black-bearded dwarf, containing all the power of this corpse, only 2 stars. Zhun Cheng threw it into his mouth, feeling a warm flow through him, increasing his strength by 2 points. Half-beastman's heartblood, dwarf's heartblood. Why did dissection of both types result in heartblood as the special food obtained? Could it be because of the secret realm? Cheng Jie, come over quickly. I've found something. Kai Shen suddenly shouted, and Zheng Cheng waved his hand directly, collecting all the dwarf corpses on the ground. When there was time, he could dissect them slowly. The other people were also called over by Kai Shen's shout. They saw him standing in front of an old half-beastman's corpse, one paw still rummaging through the body. Song Chaoyu disdainfully said, Hey, tilde, what are you doing? Playing with the corpse, aren't you too perverted? Who's playing with the corpse? Kai Shen turned his head evilly towards Song Chaoyu and said, I'm looking for this. As he spoke, he waved his wing, and a black stone shot out, caught by Zheng Cheng. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a bead the size of a pearl, black and irregularly shaped. Item: obsidian crystal stone property, gemstone grade, 1 star effect, can be embedded on the weapons of magic-based professions such as wands, staves, scepters, spellbooks, and crystals, to enhance their mental recovery speed. Description: a special gemstone found only in the deep mountains, a coveted treasure for magic-based professions. It can enhance mental recovery speed. Specifically for magic-based professions. Zhun Cheng's eyes lit up, and the others also became excited. Among the 5, even Kai Shen could be considered a magic-based professional. Quick, search to see if there are any more. Hearing this, all 5 people swiftly began searching the cave. Kai Shen found 3 on the old half-beastman's corpse. Yao Zhexu and Song Chaoyu each found 2 in a corner of the cave. Liang Feifan also found a box in his corner, which contained 3. Zhun Cheng also found 2 in a corner. The group quickly found 12 obsidian crystal stones. Zhun Cheng gesture. Let all the stones gather here with me. We'll distribute them later after leaving. Kai Shen handed over the remaining 2 stones. Yao Jexu and Song Chaoyu nodded, also handing over their obsidian crystal stones. Only Liang Feifan remained with 3 obsidian crystal stones in his hand. Seeing the gaze of the other 4, Liang Feifan bit his lip secretly, feeling extremely reluctant, and handed them over. Please take care of them. Don't lose them. Rest assured. Zhun Cheng took the obsidian crystal stones and casually tossed them into the spatial ring. Kai Shen then noticed Liang Feifan's expression and exclaimed, "Whoa, Zifen Fan, what's wrong with you? Your eyes look like they've been burned into a big package." Nothing. Let me see, right now, you look like an Arab. Ha ha ha, get lost. Darn it. Alright, don't make a fuss. Zhun Cheng stopped Kai Shen and said, "Let's go. Those half-beastmen are about to surround us." Led by Zhun Cheng, the group found a safe entrance and entered into it. Minutes later, a group of over a dozen burly half-beastmen emerged from another entrance. They immediately noticed the 2 python corpses lying in the cave center and the elderly half-beastman corpse that had been thoroughly stripped. Roar! The leading 3 sharp-toothed half-beastmen roar angrily. They rushed to the old half-beastman's corpse, shaking it vigorously. Despite their efforts, they could not wake the old man. One of the half-beastmen stood up, took out a bone horn from his waist, and blew into it with force. Woo dash woo dash woo dash woo tilde tilde. A desolate and majestic horn sound echoed, reverberating in the labyrinthine cave like a spider's web. Soon, the entire Moria Mai became bustling. One group after another of half-beastmen followed the horn signal and chased in the direction of Zhe Cheng and his group. There were at least a few hundred of them. In less than half an hour, as Zhe Cheng proceeded in the cave, his eyes slightly changed, and he abruptly halted. "Cheng Jie, what's wrong?" The others asked strangely. "This does not count." Without saying more, Zhe Cheng immediately remarked, "The number of half-beastmen has increased, all rushing towards us." In the central radar life monitoring technique, red dots moved closer to them like ants relocating. Several teams were nearby. Although they didn't pinpoint the mine accurately, their general direction was correct. Strange, how did these half-beastmen find our direction? Do they also have special locating means? Zhe Cheng. Yao Jexu suddenly said, "The temperature around us is getting warmer. We might be moving downward towards the mountain." Zhe Cheng nodded. "The direction indicated by the heart of the earth is right here. As long as the direction is correct, we will be fine." Hiss. Suddenly, an illusory talisman appeared before them and ignited on its own. Everyone's face slightly changed. A distress signal. Who sent out a distress signal? An urgent voice came through the talisman. "Brothers, I have separated from Suzhou, and I'm currently under a serpent-shaped rock below the cliff. Suzhou hasn't replied yet, and I fear she might be in trouble. Come find me quickly. Also, I found something important below the cliff." The distress signal burned out, and the voice vanished soon. "It's LS John. They are in trouble. Cheng Jie. Do we help them? Below the cliff, what does it mean? We must help." Zhun Cheng's eyes flashed. "Let's go. Find them." The group continued their actions. Zhun Cheng switched the targets in the central radar life monitoring technique from the original targets to LS Zhang. Not far away. And it's very similar to the direction indicated by the heart of the earth. He was puzzled but switched the target to LS Geo. Another illusory green guidance line appeared on the radar monitoring. "We have a target direction, which means that Suzhou is still alive," Zhun Cheng commanded, and the group moved swiftly. He was in the lead, with Kai Shen following closely. Yao Jexu and Song Chaoyu followed suit. Finally, Liang Feifan stayed at the rear. Along the way, Zhun Cheng occasionally took out a dwarf's corpse and performed dissections using the cloud sword. Each bead of dwarf heartblood he swallowed increased his strength attribute. He didn't miss any corpses of dwarves or half-beastmen they encountered along the way, shoving them all into his spatial ring. Soon, he had swallowed 30 beads of dwarf's heartblood, increasing his strength by 60 points. Besides, his proficiency in the random dissection skill had rapidly increased. By the time he swallowed the last bead, his random dissection skill level had reached Level 4. Meanwhile, Song Chaoyu was condensing her soul beasts as they ran. One half-beastman soul beast gradually crawled out from the surrounding corpses due to her ability. After an hour, she had gathered 10 half-beastman soul beasts and 2 python soul beasts around her. Guided by Zhe Cheng, They swiftly evaded a large number of half-beastmen's ambushes and emerged from the labyrinth. A huge black cliff appeared in front of them, shrouded in dense mist, as if covered by clouds. In the center of the cliff, a broken suspension bridge seemed to convey a message of some sort. Howl. Suddenly, howls echoed from the dark distance. Several hungry wolves, standing taller than a person, appeared before them, rushing towards the group. Damn. So many wolves. Half-beastmen locate us through the wolves' noses, determining our location. Jun Cheng realized, pointing sideways according to the guidance indicated in the central radar life monitoring technique. Go that way. The group continued forward. Nzheng Cheng grabbed a sharp wheel-sized battle axe from his spatial ring as they descended the cliff. With a strength of 85, Zheng Cheng easily knocked down several wolves blocking their path. He then effortlessly dealt with the half-beastmen who obstructed them. After a few minutes, the corpses of these half-beastmen were once again collected in his spatial ring. Gosh! Kai Shen's eyes widened. Unable to hide his surprise, Cheng Zhane, why are you so powerful? Liang Feifan was also shocked. What a joke! Jun Cheng was just a LV10 priest. How could he be this strong? Swinging the battle axe, he effortlessly took down over a dozen half-beastmen as if it were a piece of cake. Damn. How is he so strong? With only 30 free attribute points at LV10 priest. How did he become so powerful? How is this possible? Why is it like this? The jealousy in their eyes revealed their envy, and their teeth gnashed as they trembled. Right? Captain Yun Shibo. He must have given him some treasure. Damn it, if I had Captain Yun Shibo's backing, I'd definitely be stronger than him. The jealousy distorted their expressions, the vicious gleam in their eyes reflecting ill will. In the central radar life monitoring technique, the red dot representing Zheng Cheng turned redder and more profound. Cheng Jie. There's no way forward. Kai Shen, who used chicken wings to glide at a fast speed, suddenly shouted, his figure nearing the cliff's edge. There's a way. Jun Cheng glimpsed at the central radar life monitoring technique, where the green directional route suddenly narrowed and pointed towards a specific direction. Kai Shen rushed over to take a look and immediately cursed. Damn, it's here, so narrow. At the edge of the cliff, there was a specially open gap with a narrow stone staircase leading down the cliff. Less talk. Go down quickly. Jun Cheng shouted, prompting Kai Shen to flap his wings and jump down first. Safe, no problem. Song Xiaoyu. Let your soul beasts block here. Got it. Song Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and immediately summoned back her soul beasts. Jun Cheng's tone suddenly changed as he swiftly yanked Song Xiaoyu in front of him backward. Be careful. Giggle giggle. Oh. Kai Shen's miserable cry came at the right moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 87 Amphibious Ferocious Tribes. Did you steal their daughter-in-law? Tam. Li Zhang. Zhao Jiao. On the stone pillar. Bai Jingqi cursed silently as he watched Li Zhang and Li Zhao release their hands under the threat of the half-beast cavalry, their slender bodies falling straight down towards the cliff. Damn it! Qin Zhong also cursed angrily and turned around, slapping his palm on the pillar of the suspension bridge on the opposite side. With a loud bang, the entire bridge pillar was smashed. The half-beast people on the other side rushing across the suspension bridge panicked and quickly grabbed the bridge. Qin Zhong, are you crazy? Bai Jingsheng shouted anxiously, if you break the suspension bridge, we're doomed. But Qin Zhong seemed indifferent and slapped down again, breaking the suspension bridge pillar. The nearly 100-meter suspension bridge fell directly from the air, and the half-beast people on the bridge screamed as they fell towards the bottom of the cliff. You're mad. You're freaking mad. Bai Jingsheng shouted frantically, but his elder brother pushed him away. With a loud bang, an arrow shot through Bai Jingqi's shield, shattering it. Stop shouting. Deal with these flying giant bats first. Bai Jingqi shouted, and Bai Jingsheng frantically drew symbols in the air. A large amount of cold air condensed, forming a cold ice symbol, which immediately trapped a giant bat group. Meanwhile, Qin Zhong destroyed another suspension bridge. Now, the three of them were trapped on the stone pillar, surrounded by open and deep cliffs. Bai Jingsheng tremblingly said, Qin Zhong, you're going crazy. Li Zhang and Zhao Zhao are in trouble, and we don't want that, but you can't break the suspension bridge. Now we can't complete the secret mission, and we might even lose our lives here. Shut out. Qin Zhong cursed silently, his eyes like a wild wolf selecting his prey. He approached Bai Jingqi and grabbed an arrow that had come from a distance, throwing it away. Jingqi, did you receive a message from Li Zhang and the others? Not yet, Bai Jinky shook his head. This cliff is deeper than we thought. If necessary, we have to go down to. I know, we're brothers who grew up together. I will never abandon anyone. You're crazy. You're all crazy. Bai Jingsheng trembled. Elder brother, what are you saying? This is a cliff. How do we go down? Shut up. Bai Jinky cursed silently. Didn't the family give us items before we came? Even if we fall, with those life-saving items, Li Jiang and Zhao Zhao probably won't be in danger. As long as HMPH. Just then, an illusionary talisman suddenly appeared in front of the three of them, slowly burning. Brothers, I got separated from Zhao Zhao. I'm now under a snake-shaped stone at the bottom of the cliff, and Zhao Zhao hasn't responded yet. I'm afraid something happened to her. Come find me quickly. And I found something incredible under the cliff. Here it is. Qin Zheng and Bai Jinky's eyes lit up suddenly and said, let's go down. Good. Without hesitation, the two put away their weapons and jumped towards the bottom of the cliff. In an instant, only Bai Jingsheng was left on the stone pillar. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 arrows shot towards Bai Jingsheng, who quickly dodged them, but 2 arrows still hit him. There was a flash at his waist, and a light screen appeared, blocking the arrows. A small crack appeared on the jade pendant, while Bai Jingsheng cursed and gritted his teeth, taking a few steps and leaping down the cliff. The wind was howling in his ears, and the screeching noise surrounded him. As he plummeted down, he saw a long, winding white line below. It was a river flowing under the cliff. At the same time, he also noticed 2 figures floating in midair, slowly descending. Elder brother, he shouted, but was engulfed by a strong gust of wind and couldn't speak. Bai Jinky shouted, use the levitation talisman quickly. Quick, use the items, damn it. Bai Jingsheng tried to take out the levitation talisman from his inventory, but in the rapid descent, the strong wind entered his mouth, making it impossible for him to speak. It was also difficult to tear open the levitation talisman in his hand. Finally, with a loud bang, Bai Jingsheng slammed into the river at the bottom of the cliff, motionless. Damn! Bai Jinky cursed in midair. Although Bai Jingsheng was just his clan brother, they still shared the same last name. If something happened to him, the clan, Qin Zheng said, forget it. Let's go find him quickly. I warned him before. Even if he became a professional, he should still practice martial arts diligently and distribute his attribute points evenly. But he's put them all in spirit, and can't tear open the levitation talisman at a critical moment. Let's not talk about it. Bai Jinky's figure flickered, his body moving like a fish as he swiftly descended towards the ground. I'll go find Jingsheng. You locate Li Jiang and the others and send a signal when you find them. Understood. The two immediately separated and descended in different directions. In midair, Sai Shen's body was pierced by an arrow, blood dripping from it and feathers falling from the sky. He screamed as he fell from the air. Fortunately, the arrow didn't hit a vital part, and he managed to flap his wings hard, smashing into the cliff wall. At the same time, Zheng Cheng and others were also in danger. In midair, more and more half-beast riders on giant bats shot sharp arrows at them. Retreat. Zheng Cheng took a step forward, and Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu quickly retreated. He reached into his spatial ring and took out a huge shield that was taller than a person, holding it in front of them. Bang! Bang! Dang! Several arrows hit the shield and exploded. Zheng Cheng reached into his empty left hand again, and a sturdy Volfang club appeared. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled the club like a spear, hitting one of the giant bats. Together with their riders, they were killed by the impact. Hiss! At the same time, Song Chaoyu took the opportunity to manipulate to giant python beast spirit's back. Rolling in the air, she rushed towards the giant bats. With just one charge, she bit to giant bats and tore them apart with force. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. Chaoyu, gather the spirit beasts. Okay. Song Chaoyu's beautiful eyes also brightened. The flying giant bats, after being condensed into spirit beasts by her, could float using the power of the soul, but could not fly for an extended period. But these giant bats were different. Her lips slightly parted, and her pupils suddenly turned gray-white. The sound of cries seemingly coming from the depths of the soul echoed in her ears. Two giant bat spirits covered in black emerged from the bodies of the giant bats killed by the python beast spirits. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under Song Chaoyu's manipulation, these bat spirits flew back to their former comrades. At the same time, Yao Jixu summoned a large group of blizzards that rushed into the bat swarm, freezing their movements and slowing them down. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng pulled out a long knife from his spatial ring and threw it like a javelin at the giant bats in the air. Liang Feifan, the last member of the team, also shot out a few wine blades. Even Sai Shen, who had just been shot, struggled to fly back up. Damn it, Cheng Jie. These giant bats are so damn despicable. Watch me peck them to death. Shouting, Sai Shen flapped his huge wings and collided head-on with a giant bat. His large wings first hit the head of the giant bat rider, sending him flying. Then, he used his sharp talons to fiercely attack the giant bat, causing it to bleed all over. Sai Shen then stepped on the giant bat's body with his clawed feet, leveraged the force, and flew up towards another giant bat. With the combined efforts of the team, the 10 or so half-beast bat riders were soon wiped out. 5 black bat spirit beasts under the control of Song Chaoyu also flew over. Zheng Cheng inquired, "Can we ride them?" "Yes," Song Chaoyu said. "Spirit beasts are not entirely ethereal. They can temporarily materialize, but the duration is short." "Enough. Ride the spirit beasts and head downwards quickly. Li Zhong is not far ahead. The group quickly mounted the large bat spirit beasts and descended towards the bottom of the cliff. Before descending, Liang Feifan hesitated for a moment. If he fell off halfway down, he then saw Sai Shen flapping his wings and standing on the bat spirit beast, stabilizing himself as it flew. His mouth twitched, and he obediently rode on the bat spirit beast. As they quickly descended, they approached the bottom of the cliff. A shimmering long river appeared before them, and the surrounding air became increasingly thin. A pungent sulfur smell filled their nostrils. With Zheng Cheng's sharp eyes, he could see piles of white bones at the bottom of the cliff. Also, there were numerous bodies of half-beast people and dwarves. Some bodies had turned into mummies from being burned, while others had already shown signs of decomposition from soaking. It was unclear how these bodies of half-beast people and dwarves ended up there. "Be careful. The sulfur smell here is strong. There may be magma." After speaking, his eyes slightly lit up. "Found it." Not far from the riverbank, a raised area about 100 meters long protruded like a massive snake-shaped boulder by the river. The central radar life detection technique showed 2 green dots and numerous red dots. "Enemies. Be careful. Qin Zheng and Li Zhong are down there, but there are also many enemies around." As the group descended, especially with Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu's widespread AoE damage, the group of black fish-like creatures suffered heavy losses. Despite being ravaged by blizzards and torn apart by beast spirits, the dozens of black plasm fish folk showed no sign of backing down. On the contrary, they became more ferocious, desperate to charge forward and take down Li Zhong. "They're not their daughters-in-law." Li Zheng's mouth twitched, but he still managed to say, "When Zhao Jia and I fell, we floated down using levitation charms. When we were in midair, Zhao Jia and I got separated, and I don't know where she drifted off to. And when I floated down, I landed right on top of these fishmen. It seemed like they were holding some kind of ritual at the time, and there was an item on the altar that I happened to snatch." "An item?" Zheng Cheng asked curiously. "What kind of item?" "It was an egg." End of chapter. Chapter 88, Alien Fetal Body. 3-star ingredients. "Is this an egg?" "Actually, I don't know what this thing is either," Li Zhong said, taking something out from behind. Basketball-sized, slightly red, like a peeled watermelon. It looked like a living thing, but it also looked dead. It was an egg. It looked like a beast egg, but the skin was slightly red, like an egg membrane. Through this egg membrane, inside the beast egg was a miniature baby lying curled up, fast asleep. This tiny baby looked completely human, with clear features on its small arms, legs, and head. Eyes closed, as if in deep sleep. Thin red threads connected to the baby's belly button like umbilical cords, transmitting nutrients to him. Due to the baby's legs being together, it was unclear whether it was a boy or a girl. "What the heck is this?" Looking at the egg Li Zhong took out from behind, Zheng Cheng instinctively exclaimed. "I don't know either." Li Zhong shrugged. "I happened to see a group of dark ink fish people worshipping this egg as I descended. Let's just take it and figure it out later. Perhaps the rank is too high for me to obtain its information. I can only look for my family or the Night Guardians after leaving this secret realm." Zheng Cheng glanced at the central radar life monitoring technique and found that this egg was indeed a living creature. The light dots represented neutral beings with a yellow glow, and it seemed that it might have been retrieved by the dark ink fish people from the riverbed. At the same time, he also obtained some information about this egg. Name: unknown. Race: ancient coral species. Status: incubating. Other information: unavailable ancient coral species. Jun Cheng's thoughts raced. What information did you find out? I only know that it is a type of alien fetal body. Li Zheng put away the egg, helplessly saying, let's put off conversing for now. The priority is to deal with these dark kingfish people first. All right. Jun Cheng nodded, taking out a Wolf-tooth club as tall as a person from his spatial ring. Swinging the Wolf-tooth club, he could knock several dark ink fish people flying each time. The weak bodies of the dark ink fish people couldn't withstand the swinging of the Wolf-tooth club. Their arms and legs were directly broken. Some unlucky ones even had their heads smashed into minced meat, like smashing a watermelon on the ground. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up. Wow. Why didn't I think of this method? Jun Cheng, do you have any more weapons? Give me a few. Here you go. Jun Cheng threw the Wolf-tooth club, caught by Qin Zheng. He tried swinging it a few times, creating continuous breaking sounds, knocking away a couple of dark ink fish people. Ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Qin Zheng laughed heartily. This club suits me well, but unfortunately, I can't take it out. I should have put away all the weapons on those half-beast people along the way. Saying this, he leapt and pounced directly into the midst of the dark ink fish people. Waving the Wolf-tooth club like a storm, he immediately sent several dark ink fish people flying several meters away. Their bones shattered, wailing in pain on the ground. Is this the strength of Dragon Vein Masters? Jun Cheng's eyes flashed as he carefully observed Qin Zheng's combat style. Close combat. Pure close combat. Under his strength and speed, the dark ink fish people had no strength to resist. Often with just one strike, Qin Zheng would crush them. Not only that, there was a fierce aura of flame surrounding him. The dark ink fish people around him were wailing from the burning flames. Besides, there was a terrifying aura emanating from Qin Zheng. Any dark ink fish person who approached him, whether in speed or strength, was significantly weakened. Compared to other dark ink fish people, they were completely different. Pure close combat enhancements, along with the fire attribute, and the ability to solidify and weaken the life attributes around. Jun Cheng quickly made speculations. Indeed, being touted as the strongest of the 9 stars, at Level 10, his close combat abilities were already formidable. And as he continued to level up, who knew how powerful he would become? Seizing this opportunity, Jun Cheng drew out his cloud-soaring sword, approached a dark ink fish person, and slashed down. Random dissection technique. Successful skill execution. You have gained special ingredient. Dark ink fish people fish beat. You have obtained dark ink fish people DNA molecule. You have activated the dark ink fish people DNA diagram. Success. He quickly checked. A small crimson bead appeared on his hand, crystal clear like a diamond, soft to the touch, like a QQ candy. Special ingredient. Dark ink fish people fish beat. Quality: 3 stars. Effect: consumption permanently increases 2 points of agility, 1 point of spirit, toxin resistance plus 1%, water breathing plus 1%, limit to intake 30 beads. Description: a vital essence born inside the alien body of a dark ink fish person. Very rare. Each type of fish person or merfolk race has the possibility of producing a fish bead inside. Fish bead and water breathing ability. Jun Cheng's eyes flashed as he swallowed the bead. Afterwards, he swam through the battlefield, fighting while also dissecting the bodies of the dark ink fish people on the ground one by one. 1, 2, 3. Sidestepping, he avoided another fish person's attack. Drawing out the bloodthirsty staff, he cast a spell on the fish person's body. Squeak, squeak, tilde tilde. A piercing and sharp cry came from the fish person's mouth. The thin body immediately fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Jun Cheng's eyes widened suddenly. Yes, these dark ink fish people were fighting for the ancient coral species taken away by Li Zheng. Although it wasn't clear what relationship there was between the two, that this ancient coral species was absolutely crucial for the dark ink fish people. Otherwise, over 100 dark ink fish people wouldn't have fought so desperately against Qin Zheng and Jun Cheng. In extreme anger, the Inferno Incineration technique was the most powerful killing tool. Phew. Another Inferno Incineration landed in the midst of the dark ink fish people, who wailed on the ground. Periodically, there were bursts of acute gastrointestinal explosions among the fish people, causing this group of fish people in absolute dominance to gradually show signs of collapse. In this manner, after assembling the 7 individuals, with Qin Zheng and Jun Cheng at the forefront, they quickly pushed the remaining dark ink fish people further back. Finally, over an hour later, only a dozen or so dark ink fish people were left fleeing in a sorry state into the nearby river still emitting steam. Jun Cheng and the others were also panting heavily, opting not to pursue further. Finally, can take a break. Disregarding his image, Saishen sat down, his two wings hanging limply at his sides, feathers wet, mixed with blood and sweat. The others were in similar conditions, even the magical occupation holders Ya Jixu, Song Chaoyu, Li Zhong, and Liang Pfeifen were also fatigued, their eyes lacking vitality as they leaned against the serpent-shaped boulder. They were experiencing severe mental exhaustion, their heads feeling fuzzy and disoriented. It was essential to rest and recover quickly, and regain mental strength. Li Zhong took out several bottles of recovery potions from his inventory and tossed them to Jun Cheng and the others. These are recovery potions crafted by our family's alchemist. They help restore spirit quickly. Jun Cheng looked down and saw the potion store in a transparent glass bottle, having an overall sky blue color, looking crystal clear. Item: Arcane Essence Potion. Effect: restores 20 spirit points within 1 hour of consumption, 30 spirit points within 2 hours of consumption. Description: for use by professions below, leave 30 only. Truly, being from a prestigious family made their basic recovery potions several times more effective than ordinary ones. Upon drinking the potion, Jun Cheng immediately felt a cool aura enveloping his mind, rapidly boosting his spirit. At this moment, Li Zhong spoke again. Jun Cheng, thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, both Qin Zheng and I might have died here. Jun Cheng replied, no need to thank me, we are colleagues. Furthermore, we made a pact that anyone in trouble can use the SOS symbol, and other team members are responsible for helping. That's different, Li Zhong smiled wryly. Originally, we thought you would call for help first. Didn't expect. Let's stop talking about this. The priority is to find the other three. Indeed, Qin Zheng stretched his arms, grabbing the Volve Tooth Club as he approached. The mission aside, the White Jinky brothers still have no news until now, especially Zhao Jiao, not knowing where she is. Find them first. I have a search skill. Let me see if I can locate them. Great. Jun Cheng then input the name White Jinky into his central radar life monitoring technique. Quickly, a faint green path appeared in his mind. The green light dots represented White Jinky, continuously flickering. Near him, there was another faint green light dot that seemed like it could disappear at any moment. Additionally, there were a plethora of red dots around them, at least 100. The direction was ... across the river. Found them. Jun Cheng immediately said, I located White Jinky, and it seems like White Jingsheng has been seriously injured, surrounded by many enemies attacking them. What about Zhao Jiao? Li Zhong hastily inquired. Do you have Zhao Jiao's location? Jun Cheng once again entered Li Zhao's name into the central radar life monitoring technique, and another green path emerged, extending not far away. The green light dot continued to flicker. Surprisingly, her location was ... beneath the river. Jun Cheng was perplexed. Zhao Jiao's location is actually under the river. What? Li Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? Zhao Jiao can't swim. How could she be in the river? I don't know. Jun Cheng shrugged. Perhaps she was captured and taken into the river by the Dark Ink Fish people. Dark Ink Fish people. Li Zheng's countenance suddenly changed. The thought of the repulsive appearance of the Dark Ink Fish people made him nauseous. They were known to eat human flesh. If Li Zhao was indeed captured by the Dark Ink Fish people, her chances of survival were slim. I will go support Jinky and the others. Qin Zheng decided promptly. Zhao Jiao is in the river, and we can't save her, so we must go and rescue Jinky and the others. No, Li Zhong immediately objected. White Jinky is an 8-star professional, and he is the mount. If he decides to run, he will be fine. But Zhao Jiao, if something happens to her, how can I face our family? Unlike the White Jinky brothers, Li Zhong and Li Zhao were siblings. Qin Zheng hesitated. We do have water-breathing potions, but they only last for 3 minutes with a full hour CD time. If we can't rescue Zhao Jiao within 3 minutes, we are done for. Li Zhong gritted his teeth. We have Zhao Jiao's confirmed location. As long as we're quick, we can save her. While the two argued, Jun Cheng entered Earth's heart into the central radar life monitoring technique, searching for a passage to leave the bottom of the cliff. They couldn't remain trapped in the secret realm for 3 days. If so, all 10 of them would be stranded. Soon, A green passage appeared in the central radar life monitoring technique. It pointed to the riverbed. Jun Cheng widened his eyes. How did the Earth's heart end up at the bottom of the river? Wait a minute. He subconsciously looked at the large number of half-beast people and dwarves' corpses in the distance. Could it be that these bodies were the result of the skirmish between the groups of aliens? I'll take these fish people's bodies, Jun Cheng decided. End of this chapter. Chapter 89. LV3 Virtual Fire Burning Art. New features. Leeson immediately said, "You saved our lives. Whatever black ink fish people want to take away, let them take away. As for your proposal just now, we agree. Let's take action." Jun Cheng gave the order, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Qin Zheng, Yao Jixu, Sai Shen, Leeson went to support Bai Jinqi. He himself, along with San Chaoyu and Lian Pfeifen, went to rescue Li Jiao. After both sides completed their missions, they would meet again to seize the heart of the earth. Jun Cheng was about to collect the bodies of the black ink fish people when Sai Shen was seen rummaging through the bodies. "What are you looking for this time, newbie? Rest for a bit, you still need to go save Bai Jinqi. Bro Cheng, come take a look, there are gems on the bodies of these fish people too." The group's eyes lit up, and they hurried over to search. Sure enough, some of the fish people had a hazy gray gem hanging from their necks. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a special gem. Item: Gray Moonstone. Type: Gem. Grade: 1 star. Effect: can be embedded on armor, cloth armor, chainmail, robes, helmets, shoes, and other equipment to slightly gain a layer of water element shield. Description: a mysterious stone hidden deep in rivers and lakes, absorbing the power of moonlight and water elements, thereby gaining unique energy. Great stuff. Let's collect then. The group hurriedly searched for these gray moonstones on the fish people's bodies. Qin Zheng walked over and asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" "Special gems," Jun Cheng explained as he tossed a gray moonstone over. "They can be embedded on equipment to enhance their abilities." Qin Zheng's eyes lit up. So the special gems in the family were brought out from the secret realm. No wonder they are so rare. "You know," Jun Cheng asked, "we found another type of special gem from the half-orcs." "Of course," Qin Zheng replied, tossing the gray moonstone back. "Although the special gems in our family are precious, we have quite a few of them. But I must warn you, these gems can be a big hassle." "What do you mean?" Qin Zheng smiled wryly. "Equipment needs to be pierced by a blacksmith or alchemist to embed gems, and the rule is that you must first embed a 1-star gem before moving on to 2-star, 3-star, and so on. Most of the special gems we found in the secret realm are 1-star grade. So to find a 2-star gem, some skilled blacksmiths and alchemists need to level up their professions. 3 1-star gems can be upgraded to a 2-star gem. 3 2-star gems can be upgraded to a 3-star gem, and so on. Also, there's a chance of failure when upgrading the gems. If it fails, the gem will be completely destroyed." Qin Zheng shrugged. "Even with the strength of our Qin family, we only have 3 7-star gems accumulated over hundreds of years. Ordinary people can only use up to 3-star gems at most." Qin Zheng continued counting on his fingers. Professionals or equipment like weapons, armor, pants, hats, as well as shields, amulets, rings, earrings. A set of 3-star gems would cost around 30 to 50,000 gold coins. Damn, what a ripoff. Jun Cheng cursed inwardly, caressing the gray moonstone. "So, special gems are consumables. Do night watchers need these?" "Of course," Qin Zheng said. "A 1-star gem can be exchanged for 10 achievement points. Of course, there is a limit to exchanges. It can't be unlimited, otherwise the night watchers' achievement system would be in chaos. Since they are valuable, we should start collecting them." Jun Cheng made a quick decision. "Okay, let's stop searching for now. I'll store all the bodies in the ring, and we can search for the gems leisurely after leaving." With that, he activated the space ring, storing all the black ink fish people bodies scattered on the ground. "By the way, one more thing." Jun Cheng approached Leeson again. "To save your sister, I will need to borrow something from you." "What do you need?" Leeson asked curiously. "As long as it can save my sister, I'll agree to any conditions." "The egg you snatched from the black ink fish people earlier. Since they value it so much, I believe I can use it to lure them away." Li Zhen's eyes lit up. "Good idea. No need to lend it. I don't know what it's for either, so I'll just give it to you." With that, Leeson took out the small raid egg and handed it to Jun Cheng. While resting, Zheng Cheng immediately consumed the hearts of the black inkfish people to their maximum limit. 30 hearts. His agility increased by 60 points, spirit by 30 points, and even his toxin resistance increased by 30%. Most importantly, his ability to breathe underwater also increased by 30%. On top of that, he swallowed down the 2 blackwater serpent gallbladders. His spirit increased by 6 points, agility by 3 points, toxin resistance by 4%, and even his male functions increased by 2%. Finally, he ingested the half-orc blood hearts to their maximum limit. His physique increased by 30 points, and strength increased by 30 points. His 4-dimensional attributes were now physique, 94, strength, 115, agility, 85, spirit, 70, breaking the 100-point mark in strength. The other 3 attributes were also above 70. These attributes were enough to steamroll anyone present. After everyone rested, they prepared to split up and take action. Take care, take care. Near the riverbank, Qin Zheng bid farewell to Zheng Cheng and the group split into 2. Li Xin, Qin Zheng, Yao Jixu, and Sai Sheng each took a floating charm and drifted towards the opposite bank. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng, Song Chaoyu, and Liang Feifan slipped into the water. Each of them was surrounded by 2 giant python spirit beasts, obstructing the flow of water and enabling them to breathe temporarily. Zheng Cheng immediately felt a cool sensation flowing through his body as he entered the water. A refreshing breath of icy oxygen seeped through his skin, maintaining the circulation of oxygen in his body. Underwater breathing. This skill made Zheng Cheng move like a fish, swiftly swimming underwater. Since communication was not possible underwater, Zheng Cheng gestured with his hands to guide the other towards the seabed. The water flow around them was calm and dark, but illuminated by bioluminescent organisms they could see clearly. In addition, Zheng Cheng was guided by his central radar's life detection technique, ensuring their path was clear. Descending about 40 to 50 meters, Zheng Cheng suddenly paused, grabbing a black inkfish person behind him. Song Chaoyu and Liang Feifan immediately stopped. This was a sign of encountering enemies. According to the central radar life detection map, over a dozen black inkfish people were swiftly swimming towards them. Behind them, there were even more enemies. Zheng Cheng gestured for a fight. In response, 10 black inkfish spirit beasts swam towards them. In an instant, over a dozen black inkfish people and spirit beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Cheng drew a large sword from his space ring. The 5-foot-long sword was heavy and sharp, but with Zheng Cheng's strength of 115 points, it was as light as a toothpick. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the spirit beasts, Zheng Cheng grabbed the sword and thrust it like a spear, piercing through one of the black inkfish people. The viscous blood gushed out, riling up the rest of the black inkfish people even more. Zheng Cheng then tossed out another spear and continued the onslaught, effortlessly slaughtering the black inkfish people. Meanwhile, Song Chaoyu was mesmerized by Zheng Cheng's skills, marveling at his strength even underwater. Zheng Cheng, how is he so powerful? This is underwater, and yet he possesses such immense strength. How does he do it? It's a pity he turned down my offer. It would have been easier that way. On the other hand, Liang Feifan felt utterly hopeless, staring at Zheng Cheng in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how Zheng Cheng, a 3-star priest, wielded such power. How could he exhibit such great combat ability underwater? Was it inborn divine power? Or did his parents pass down some unique bloodline? In this world, due to numerous invasions by different races, there were indeed many half-breeds. Though they were not professional users, the inherent power and talent in their bloodline were no less than that of ordinary professionals. How does Zheng Cheng do it? Is he a night watcher? Or does he have a secret unknown to everyone? His anxiety increased as he instinctively gripped the magic sword, heart pounding. If I unravel this secret, wouldn't I be... Wait. Liang Feifan suddenly remembered something. I noticed him munching on something all the way here, particularly those 2 snake gallbladders. Could his strength increase be related to what he's eaten? As long as I grasp him and force him to reveal this secret, no. His brow furrowed. I'm no match for his pure strength. An ambush might work, but if I fail, it'll be disastrous. Or, I could sell this secret to Qin Zheng and the others. The sons and daughters of noble families like them would surely pay a hefty price for this secret. Gurgle, Gurgle. The three were about to take action when they saw numerous dark figures swimming towards them again. It was the black ink-fish people, this time in even greater numbers, at least 70 to 80 of them forming a fan-shaped formation and closing in on the trio. The thick scent of blood and the presence of their slain comrades fueled their rage. At that moment, Jun Cheng pulled out something. The 70 to 80 black ink-fish people immediately went into a frenzy, and Jun Cheng revealed the small red egg. The coral humanoid infant inside the eggshell trembled slightly. The leader of the black ink-fish people let out a series of deep grunts, and dozens of his kin surged forward. The 10 blocking black ink-fish spirit beasts were immediately drowned in the attack. Jun Cheng reached out and the bloodthirsty staff appeared in his hand. A bizarre spiritual wave engulfed the head black ink-fish person. Virtual fire burning art. Doom. An illusory flame erupted from his target's body, igniting intensely. Enraged by the loss of their sacred icon and companions, the black ink-fish people couldn't resist the fiery blaze caused by the virtual fire burning art. In just a second, its body and spirit were burned to ashes, a quick kill. The lifeless body floated silently in the river, carried away by the current. With another wave of his hand, Jun Cheng unleashed another round of virtual fire burning art, engulfing the group with deadly flames. And within the span of a few minutes, the 70 to 80 black ink-fish people were slaughtered by Jun Cheng's trio. This victory, along with the previous kills of the half-orcs and black ink-fish people, elevated Jun Cheng's level to level 12. Song Chaoyu and Liang Pfeifen also rose to LV11. After distributing their free attribute points into spirit, Song Chaoyu cast another spell, summoning for black inkfish spirit beasts from the corpses. Jun Cheng's virtual fire burning art reached level 3 just in time. Your skill virtual fire burning art has been upgraded to LV3. Virtual fire burning art LV3. Mutation skill. Instantaneous. Group 1 to 3 people. Consumes 1 spirit to ignite the imaginary flames inside the target, causing extensive damage. The higher the target's spiritual volatility and emotional changes including anger, sadness, fear, etc., the higher the quality and damage of the fire triggered. You had activated the special feature 1 of virtual fire burning art. Feature 1. Soul incineration. After the virtual fire burns, it can touch the target's soul, allowing it to burn temporarily. Burning souls? Jun Cheng's eyes glinted as he discovered that the newly obtained level 3 had the ability to burn a target's soul. He shot Song Chaoyu a glance, pondering the implications of his skill. It could potentially counter her. Song Chaoyu noticed Jun Cheng's gaze and flashed him a sweet smile. Gurgle, gurgle. The Emerald Neophyte generously granted a reward of 10,000 starting coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 90 Fishman Boss. I want to create a new race. At the bottom of the river, Li Jiao woke up in a daze. She only remembers being forced to fall from the sky by the orcs with her elder brother, and falling down from the cliff. She had a floating charm prepared by the family, and on normal days, she also upgraded her free attribute points with her elder brother's guidance for constitution and strength. In addition, she learned dance from a young age, so her body's flexibility was very strong. At the critical moment, she even tore open the floating charm and slowly descended with its power. But who knew? A gust of wind suddenly attacked from afar, forcing her and her elder brother to separate. Luckily, beneath her was a river, and when she fell, she found a large number of half-fish creatures and half-orcs fighting on the shore. She quickly hid, trying to take the opportunity to escape, but she was still discovered by both sides. After a struggle and escaping for her life, she eventually exhausted herself and fainted, being caught. Fishmen. The ones who caught her were a group of fishmen. They grabbed her and dove into the river, and she didn't know what happened next. When she woke up, she found herself in a huge cave. In the distance was a pool of spring water, with a very strong fishy smell in the air. Around the spring water, a group of fishman babies just over half a person's height were playing and frolicking. In the cave, there were piles of unknown creatures' bones and bodies stacked together. Next to the bodies were piles of scattered weapons. Where is this place? Li Jiao wondered. I remember clearly that I was caught by these fishmen. How? She looked down and saw that her clothes were intact, and there were no injuries on her body. The equipment she was wearing had the ability to protect automatically. As long as the durability was intact, it could not be removed or harm her. Beneath her was a giant polished glowing blue stone, surrounded by a large pile of pearls. How? This is Grey Moon Stone and Moonlight Stone. Spirit Water Pearl. These are all special gems. Li Zhao's eyes lit up, subconsciously touching the spatial ring, and put all these gems into it. As a member of a prominent family, each of the 5 of them had a spatial ring. This should be a hollow inside the river, connected to the outside river. No matter how I got here, I have to find a way to go back. Big brother is still waiting for me, as long as. Just as she was thinking, she subconsciously looked up and directly froze. Above the hole in the cave ceiling, there were also a large number of different colored gems embedded. At least there were hundreds of them. Unlike the single gem scattered on the ground, the special gems embedded in her head were all 3-star rated. 3-star Night Stone. Embedding this in a weapon can increase dark attribute attacks and amplify all dark attribute skills. This is the most suitable gem for me. So many, and all 3-star rated. She looked up excitedly, her lips starting to tremble. Although I am a 7-star dark priest, and my grandfather loves me very much, with just this, my family cannot produce so many night stones at once. It's my lucky day. Hetty, I've hit the jackpot. She chuckled and subconsciously wanted to take down these gems. Right? I still have the floating charm. No matter where this is, as long as I can. What is that? She was stunned again. In the center of the ceiling, amidst the night stones, there was a special gem the size of a tennis ball, shining like a diamond, emitting a muddy yellow light. This is Heart of the Earth. How could the Heart of the Earth be here? She blinked and rubbed her eyes vigorously, not daring to believe what she was seeing. It really is the Heart of the Earth. Ha ha. If everyone knew I found the Heart of the Earth so easily. Ha ha ha. As she spoke more excitedly, she took out a pale blue-white talisman from her inventory, ready to tear it open. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a strange cry awakened her. She subconsciously turned her head, only to see a large group of fishman children surrounding her. They stared at her with their big dead fish eyes, still chattering away. Ah! She screamed in terror and quickly backed away. What do you want to do? Get out of here! Squeak, squeak. A group of dead-eyed half-fish babies looked at her, tilting their heads, not understanding what she was yelling about. Some of them still held sharp knives and forks, dripping with blood, staring at her as if she was a movable meal. Stay steady. You must stay steady. Don't be afraid. Li Zhao took a deep breath, quickly retreating behind the blue stone slab. She reached out and the naturally armed dark staff appeared in her hand, pointing at these half-fish babies from a distance. Fighting for her life, she might not be a match for these half-fish babies. In the worst case, even if she died, she would drag a few scapegoats with her. Walala, just as she was preparing to fight to the death, the water in the nearby river suddenly churned. Then, over a dozen large serpent heads emerged from the river. A dozen cold, upright pupils stared at her intently. Snakes? Why are there so many snakes? Li Zhao was also startled, especially when she saw the icy killing intent emanating from those huge python pupils. They had locked onto her completely. She shivered and immediately felt cold. Blackwater python? How can there be so many blackwater pythons here? Li Zhao's eyes frantically turned. Then she took another action. No, they're not real blackwater pythons, just a subspecies giant python with blackwater python bloodline. Boom. Poof. Just then, the pool water churned once more, and a huge creature emerged. It was a gigantic fishman with a fish body and human legs. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its black-red fish scales, eyes full of bloodshot veins. It wielded 2 huge copper hammers in hand, with steel spikes densely covering the hammers, showing immense strength. In addition, this huge fishman was clad in a pearly-fitting suit of armor. Its massive fish head made it appear even larger. Boss! Li Zhao exclaimed, and the giant fishman boss in the distance noticed the awakened Li Zhao, immediately swimming over towards her. Unusually, there was an excited gleam in those dead fish eyes. Li Zhao's face changed color, and she quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the cave in the middle of the lake was not large, and it was surrounded by water. On one side was the group of half-fish children blocking her way, making it impossible for her to leave. Squee, squee. The giant fishman came ashore, taking big strides towards Li Zhao. The spirit beast howled, but Li Zhao couldn't understand a word of what they were saying. Facing a fishman boss, she couldn't comprehend the language. Seeing the giant fishman approaching, Li Zhao had no reaction. She had already mentally prepared for suicide. Just as the giant fishman was about to pop the water bubble holding her, a surprised voice suddenly sounded in the spacious cave. Damn it! What a big fish head! The human and fish both subconsciously looked back and saw a figure appearing on the pond not far away. He held a sharp sword in his hand, slowly pulling it out of a giant python's head. Zheng Cheng, Li Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief and a sense of having survived a disaster. How is it you? What about Qin Zheng and your elder brother? Zheng Cheng kicked away the giant python. Then with a wave of his hand, he stored the python's body in a space ring. Qin Zheng and your brother, they went to save Bai Jingsheng. Yuan, the heart of the earth, that's our responsibility. Behind him appeared several dark soul beasts and several blackwater pythons who were still battling. Among the two giant snake soul beasts were Song Chaoyu and Liang Feifan. You'll handle it, Li Zhao muttered, her eyes suddenly showing a twinkle. In the midst of crisis and despair, she mentally blocked out several other words. Are you confessing? Wishing everyone a happy Kixi festival, we have an additional chapter for today, approximately till the end of this chapter. Chapter 91. Zheng Cheng is mine from now on. Teammate's death. Confession. Before Zheng Cheng could speak, Song Chaoyu behind him couldn't stand it anymore. You silly girl, stop thinking nonsense. How could Zheng Cheng possibly confess to you? Stubborn and willful, your eyes are looking up to the sky. Can my Cheng Jie be interested in you? You're Cheng Jade. Li Zhao immediately got angry, climbed out of the water, and pointed at Song Chaoyu, shouting, I declare, Zheng Cheng is mine from now on. You are just a nobody. Do you believe me? Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. Women are really troublesome. Squeak squeak. Just then, the fishman boss finally reacted. A human dared to intrude into its territory. Die. It roared, and its huge bronze hammer instantly smashed towards Zheng Cheng. Doom. Zheng Cheng's figure flickered, immediately dodging the massive bronze hammer. The hammer smashed into the water, causing a huge wave. It sent Song Chaoyu and Liang Feifan flying, the waves rolling endlessly. Stop arguing. Let's kill the boss first, Zheng Cheng ordered, stepping on the corpse of the black water python and rushing towards the nearby fishman boss. A white spray was left on the surface of the water, his speed incredibly fast. Squeak squeak. The fishman boss got another bronze hammer, aimed it at Zheng Cheng, and once again swung it towards him. The huge hammer created a loud rumbling sound as it struck the water's surface. However, leveraging the inertia of the hammer, Zheng Cheng leapt into the air and landed on the iron chain connecting the hammers, quickly rushing towards the fishman boss. With a thought, the central radar light monitoring technique displayed the specific attributes of this fishman boss. Name: Fishman Lord Race. Black Slime Fishman Template. Boss Lord Level. LV2 height, 365 centimeters weight, 850 kilograms constitution, 140 to strength, 112 agility, 30 for spirit. The leader of the Black Slime Fishman tribe possesses extremely strong water combat abilities. Must avoid fighting with it in the water. Template attributes appeared. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed. This fishman boss turned out to be a lord boss. Bosses are generally categorized as normal boss, elite boss, lord boss, king boss, and the most powerful world boss. He never expected to encounter a lord boss under this small river. Normal bosses and elite bosses are easily understood, just powerful individuals. Lord bosses represent the strongest among a certain race within a region. Usually, these bosses are the chiefs or priests of a certain clan. They are powerful individuals and also possess specialized equipment and items offered by their tribe. In times of crisis, they can summon tribe members and possess stronger abilities. For a lord boss, fighting in their territory is like fighting at home, giving them a significant advantage. Like, in this water cave, Zheng Cheng's mind raced, and he suddenly leapt into the air, rushing towards the fishman boss. So cool. Li Zhao in the bubble covered her heart with her hands, her eyes sparkling. When a crisp sound, and Zheng Cheng's hand, holding the Yongshao sword, struck the fishman boss's head. The fishman boss instinctively extended its right hand to block, making intimate contact between the Yongshao sword and the arm armor on its arm. A visible crack appeared on the arm armor. Equipment. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. If a boss knows how to wear equipment, it means they are intelligent beings at the very least. Besides, these equipment pieces can be taken off. The other hand of the fishman boss reached towards Zheng Cheng, who stepped on its head, flipped over, and slashed on the water bubble, breaking it. Snap! The bubble burst, and Li Zhao, not paying attention, hurt her buttocks badly as she sat on the stone slab. "Ah, it hurts," Li Zhao cried out, subconsciously covering her buttocks. In her 18 years, her butt had never hurt like this before. "Stop whining. Apply the buff quickly." "I know." Li Zhao also quickly got up. Coming from a professional family, she had been trained since childhood on cooperation and combat. Zhang Cheng continued to engage the fishman boss in combat, while Li Zhao quickly retreated. The dark staff in her hand suddenly shone brightly with a dark light. Slow down spell. A black light hit the fishman boss, causing its massive body to slow down by half. Before the fishman boss could react, Zhang Cheng struck a blow on its thigh, sending fish scales flying. At the same time, he raised his left hand. The bloodthirsty staff appeared. The acute gastrointestinal burst skill hit the fishman boss's body. Use the fear spell. Ready. Though puzzled, Li Zhao didn't hesitate and cast the fear spell on the fishman boss. Within an instant, a trace of fear appeared in the dead fish eyes of the fishman boss. Its movement slowed, trying to turn and flee. However, this fear lasted less than a second for a boss. But in that split second, Zhang Cheng unleashed the blaze spell on it. The blaze spell uses the target's emotions and mental state as fuel to burn them. Anger is an emotion, and so is fear. Doom. Illusory flames immediately ignited on the fishman boss. Squeak squeak, the intense pain coming from deep within its soul made the fishman boss go into a frenzy. It grabbed the iron chain bound to the bronze hammer and pulled it, sending the massive hammer hurtling towards itself. As it reached for the weapon, Zhang Cheng's figure suddenly appeared in front of the hammer. With a swift hand gesture, he also pulled the other oversized bronze hammer towards him and caught it. Squeak squeak, the fishman boss made a bewildered sound, astonished to see a human standing in front of it, holding the massive hammer high above its head, which was taller than itself. It roared furiously and swung the heavy hammer towards Zhang Cheng. Damn humans! These hammers are customized with a large amount of moonstone and crafted by the Blackbeard dwarves. The sheer weight makes them 2,500 pounds each. It's 5,000 pounds together. I don't believe a mere human can handle. Asterisk clang asterisk. The deafening sound snapped the fishman boss out of its fantasy. Instead of reaching for the weapon, it saw a human grabbing the hammer, clashing it against its own weapon, sparking a shower of flames. Surprisingly, the boss started to backpedal under the force of the clash. Its own strength couldn't match this damned human. Li Zhao, not far away, widened her eyes, her cherry lips instinctively opened. How is this possible? Zhang Cheng is so strong. To battle a boss, the power must be incredible. Brother won't stand a chance. Even Senior Jinky won't be able to do this. Maybe even Senior Qin Zheng. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another explosion rang out as Zhang Cheng struck the fishman boss's shoulder with a hammer. The armor shattered, sending fish scales and flesh flying. Roar. Unable to withstand the pain anymore, the fishman boss let out a roar. But along with its roar, the transparent blaze on its body burst once again. From fear to anger, the emotional intensity escalated rapidly. Its body, spirit, and even its soul were on fire. Additionally, its lower body couldn't hold up. Its legs buckled, and a viscous liquid sprayed out. Feeling the intense pain, the fishman boss gritted its teeth against the hammer strike by Zhang Cheng. Its freed left hand quickly grabbed the water surface in the distance. Asterisk boom. Doom. Boom. Sploosh. Asterisk. Instantly, the calm water surface erupted into a massive waterspout under the control of the fishman boss. It turned into a colossal water twister and surged towards the shore. Song Chaoyu and Liang Pfeifen couldn't dodge in time, along with over a dozen soul beasts. They were all swept onto the shore, the entire water cave submerged by the surging river water. Ah! Li Zhao exclaimed, but soon calmed down. She took out a bottle of underwater breathing potion from her inventory and drank it quickly. A figure suddenly rushed to her side, and when Li Zhao was about to attack, she realized it was Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, submerged in water, seemed high-spirited, without any discomfort, just like on land. He pointed towards a corner of the stone slab, indicating for her to take cover. Li Zhao quickly understood his gesture and swam to hide within the recesses of the stone slab. On the other side, Song Chaoyu and Liang Pfeifen were in a dire situation. They were already struggling with the remaining two black water pythons, when the fishman boss suddenly created a huge wave. Several soul beasts, under Song Chaoyu's command, were entwined with the black water python, and they were all submerged in the deep water. Both of them had already ingested the underwater breathing potion. Gurgling Liang Pfeifen made bubbles from his mouth. Unable to speak, he kicked his legs swiftly, swimming upwards towards the water surface. This is a river cave. I saw quite a few gemstones and gaps on the top of the cave. As long as we hide in there, the boss won't find me. This place is the territory of the fishman. The fishman boss's combat power increases significantly in water. We simply can't match him, even with its injuries. Hide. Jun Cheng and the others are doomed. I just need to wait for Qin Zheng and Bai Jinqi to arrive. We can kill that fishman. I'm so clever. Thinking so, Liang Pfeifen's swimming speed increased. Song Qiaoyu, however, beckoned, and a large bat soul beast immediately enveloped her. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng made another leap towards the fishman boss. Unfortunately, the fishman boss had already disappeared. It was only then that Zheng Cheng remembered the description of the fishman boss from the Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique. Description: the leader of the Black Slime Fishman tribe possesses extremely strong water combat abilities. Must avoid fighting with it in the water. Underwater. With a thought, the Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique was activated. A crimson light dot silently followed from behind him. Zheng Cheng suddenly turned around and struck the fishman's body again with a hammer. However, the fishman boss's underwater speed surged, and it dodged the attack. Zheng Cheng noticed a significant change in the fishman boss in front of him. It dropped the hammer, its body elongated, and its mouth became sharper, like a spear. Sharp fangs extended from both sides of its mouth, gleaming with a sharp cold light. It twisted its body, charging with incredible speed towards Zheng Cheng. The sharp mouth left a sharp gleam in the water. Zheng Cheng easily dodged, pulled out his Yangshao sword, and slashed down again. Li Zhao's actions caught sight of the change. Enveloped by her soul beast, she was completely insulated from the poisonous water surrounding them. Zheng Cheng and the fishman boss exchanged blows swiftly, each time separating as soon as they clashed. However, the heavily injured fishman boss couldn't compensate, even after contaminating the water with poison. Its own transparent blaze continued to burn, despite being in deep water. Under the suppression of its innate bloodline, it managed to temporarily suppress the intense pain from the depths of its soul. It wanted to etch Zheng Cheng's figure in its mind, planning to tear him apart once it healed. But the next moment, its pupils contracted, filled with horror, fury, and surprise. In the distance on the water's surface, a human was struggling, grabbing their neck, gradually descending. Its emotions instantly changed. Fresney, it rallied all of its remaining strength, its fish fin sharply accelerating, rushing towards the struggling human rapidly descending. In a flash, it reached the human. The human, churn on discovering the fishman boss, narrowed his eyes in anger. But it was too late. It's you. It's you. Damned human, who has pushed me to this plight, stole my tribe's artifact, even my mate. I'll kill you. In the eyes of the fishman boss, almost all male humans appeared the same. It was as if they were seeing a sunny rainbow riding a little white horse. Puff asterisk. The sharp mouth, like a spear, pierced the chest of the human in front. A twist of its waist and the force struck its entire body through the human's chest. This damned human, now torn in half. Ha 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 ha. End of this chapter. Chapter 92. Sacrifice of the Great Cow Beastman. Another person killed. Inside the mines of Moria, 3 figures with strange markings kneel before 2 shadows, babbling and gesturing as if conveying something. Beside them lies the body of an elderly half-beastman. The entire cave is filled with a strong stench of blood and gore. Standing before the 3 figures are 2 other shadows. One is tall, with dark green skin, yellowish eyes, and sharp fangs peeking out, carrying a huge axe on his back. The other is slightly smaller, with delicate fangs and green curly hair cascading over her shoulders. She wears a simple leather armor and skirt, exposing her soft green skin. Yes, green skin. The most striking feature is her pair of large cowders, larger than an adult's head, revealing bottomless valleys. The surrounding half-beastman guards occasionally sneak glances. The giant axe-wielding half-beastman growls, halting his underlings' explanations, and speaks in the language of the half-beastman. You're saying that 2 groups of humans suddenly appeared in the mines of Moria, attacked our remaining tribespeople, slew Master Moshe, and then escaped your siege. Escaped to the territory of those half-fishmen. Yes, yes. A tribesperson kneels down, speaking. One of those groups seems very familiar with the entire mine. making it difficult for our people to catch up. Even if we do manage to catch up, they can escape before reinforcements arrive. As for the other group, we've already defeated them and pushed them off a cliff. Useless. A group of useless people. More useless than 1,000 of our tribespeople who remained in the mines of Moria, manipulated by 10 humans. What use are you to me? Iron Axe, a hoarse voice with a touch of charm suddenly speaks up, the big cow half-beastman interrupting the giant axe wielder. In that group of humans, there should be a mage-class character with abilities like detection. Regular tribespeople wouldn't stand a chance against them. Their target should be the heart of the earth. Presently, they're all trapped in the territory of the half-fishmen, giving us an opportunity. The chief brought us back for the sole purpose of taking the heart of the earth back from those fishmen. The giant axe half-beastman grumbles, what do you suggest? It's simple, confidently smiles the big cow beast woman. It's like catching fish in a barrel. Spread the word. Aside from the tribespeople transporting gems and weapons, gather all the remaining tribespeople with mine carts and wait for them in the territory of the fishmen. Those damn fishmen dare to snatch the treasures our tribe desires, as the Blackbeard dwarves did. Let's exterminate them here. Yes, Miss Sandscale. 3 beast tamers immediately respond, scrambling to relay orders. Miss Sandscale, those fishmen are hiding in the depths of the river. We can't infiltrate. What do we do if they don't come out? If they don't come out, Star Sand sneers, we can end this by poisoning all the creatures in the underground river if they refuse to come out. Besides, I am now a soul sacrifice. She caresses a bronze badge on her chest, eyes flashing with hatred. The chief paid a great price to place me under the command of a war sacrificer in the Beastman Empire. I endured great humiliation to become a qualified sacrificer. Those fishmen underwater. My pets can definitely force them out. Chief, we want to enter to take back the heart of the earth from those fishmen's hands. Iron Axe roars, leaping high, ready to strike. Clang. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, sharp ice spears shoot out from where Qinjun lay, rapidly congealing into sharp, tough ice spears, aimed at Iron Axe. With a thunderous explosion, Iron Axe's aura concentrates on his giant axe, fiercely colliding with the ice spears. Ice shards scatter, temporarily fending off the hair-raising half-beastman. Chicken. Get Qinjun over. Yao Jixu's pupils turn to snow-white hexagons, her long hair fluttering, eyes stern. Beside her, Zur also blushes, channeling ice energy vigorously. A large wall of ice forms between them and the half-beastman. A few minutes later, the ice wall is finally broken by Iron Axe. He strides forward, watching the river, a savage shimmer in his eyes. Iron Axe, there is a human body here. A half-beastman walks over, holding the body of White Jingsheng. There is blood all over Jingsheng's body, particularly 5 large wounds on his back and chest from the spears. Roar. Iron Axe grabs Jingsheng's body, biting his head without hesitation. Crack, crack. The hard skull shatters, brain matter and blood gush out, and he voraciously devours it. A skull with the skull cap is swallowed whole. Iron Axe. A hoarse, magnetic voice sounds as Sandscale walks over with the group of half-beastmen. Sandscale. Iron Axe turns around, his previously fierce face now more horrific amidst blood and brain matter. Sandscale frowns slightly. The tribe has already forbidden the practice of cannibalism. Oh well, what about the human group? They ran off. Iron Axe points to the river, jumped into the river. In the river. Looks like they have some special water-breathing potion, otherwise, oh. What's this? Sandscale's eyes light up, focusing on a ring on Jingsheng's left hand. A spatial ring. She surprises herself as she takes the ring from Jingsheng's body, exclaiming joyfully, a spatial ring could fetch a great price in the human world. Even my damned old teacher didn't have one. Hehe. She delves into the contents of the ring. Can't open it. There's a special seal. Her eyes narrow, gritting her teeth. These humans can't be let off. Half-beast. She throws a pouch at the half-beastman behind her. Pour this poison into the river. Force them out. Capture these humans alive and pry open this spatial ring from their mouths to discover how to unlock it. Yes. Chapter 93 Li Jiao vs. Song Qiaoyu. The powerful attributes of the heart of the earth. Wu. The river water receded, revealing the appearance of a cave once again. A huge fishman's corpse was drifting on the river surface. With the flow of the river, it continued to drift. Qiaoyu, use your soul beasts to bring all the corpses in the river here. All right. Song Qiaoyu agreed and immediately controlled the soul beasts to bring back the corpse of the fishman boss, along with the corpses of the dozen or so giant pythons. Meanwhile, Zheng Chen looked up at the gem embedded in the top of the river cave. Moonstone, gray moonstone, and in the middle, the heart of the earth. Zheng Chen blinked, puzzled. Why is the heart of the earth here? Never mind. Let's bring it down first. How strange. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded in his ear, and Li Jiao came over and said, "The heart of the earth we were looking for is actually here. I wish everyone had come down to the river." You. Zheng Chen glanced at him, his pupils instinctively contracting. Li Jiao was originally dressed in a cool, specially made robe that resembled a cheongsam, revealing to fair long legs. Now, with the water flowing, it clung tightly to his body. The upper body also had a hint of transparent lace, revealing large areas of milky white skin. From Zheng Chen's high vantage point, almost everything was visible. Li Jiao suddenly straightened up. "Do you like what you see? I didn't notice. You've got quite a figure." Zheng Chen marveled. "Of course," Li Jiao said proudly. "I've been studying dance since I was 3 years old, soaking in milk every day. That's how tender." Zheng Chen, Li Jiao suddenly sounded cold. "Do you still mean what you just said?" "What did I say?" Zheng Chen wondered. "You said I was in charge of you." Zheng Chen was puzzled. "When did I say that?" "Just now," Li Jiao said seriously. "Don't change your mind." "How did I eat you?" Zheng Chen even more confused. "When did I eat you?" "You." Li Jiao straightened his chest. "Isn't this considered eating?" Zheng Chen chuckled. "Should I really eat you? Then let me." "Ah." Li Jiao immediately ran away, causing Zheng Chen to burst into laughter. "Don't tease me, young girl. Be careful, I might just do it for real." "How could you?" Li Jiao angrily said. "Can't you at least try to pursue me?" "To pursue you?" Zheng Chen looked Li Jiao up and down, and Li Jiao proudly lifted his chest. "No, your figure is too flat for my liking. I prefer ass size." "What?" Li Jiao was immediately furious, patting his buttocks. "Look, are my buttocks flat? Have you ever seen such round and perky buttocks?" HMPH tilde smack. A crisp sound was heard as Song Qiaoyu's hand smacked Li Jiao's buttocks. Giggling, "I just did. Hee hee." Li Jiao blushed, then pounced on Song Qiaoyu, saying, "I'll kill you." "Ha ha, come on." The two girls immediately chased and ran playfully to a distance. Zheng Chen approached a pile of corpses and glanced at the two spinning around. "You like Qinzhang, right?" "Don't bother." "Qinzhang." Li Jiao stopped, gritting his teeth. "I've been caught by the boss, and he went to save that idiot by Jingxing. I'll stop liking her in the future. I'll like you instead. I don't like girls who call themselves maiden." "I know, damn." Song Qiaoyu turned around and pinched Li Jiao, calling her a little seductress. Tilda. Li Jiao pounced again, saying, "I'll kill you." While the two girls were distracted, Zheng Chen wielded the Yangshao sword and struck down at the boss. Who knew what the boss would yield? Successful skill execution. You obtained special ingredient. Black ink fishman lord's fish fin. You obtained black ink fishman DNA molecule. You obtained complete black ink fishman DNA molecule structure. Permanent damage increase by 10% to black ink fishman race, 1% to other fishman race. You obtained complete black ink fishman DNA molecule structure with attribute underwater breathing. You obtained complete black ink fishman DNA molecule structure. You can consume mental and physical strength to replicate it at any time. Complete black ink fishman DNA molecule structure. Zheng Chen scratched his head. What's the use of this? He then turned his attention to the special ingredient he dissected. Special ingredient. Black ink fishman lord's fish fin. Quality. 5-star. Effect. Consuming it permanently increases agility by 5 points, spirit by 5 points, toxin resistance by 5%, underwater breathing by 5%. Limit of 10. Fish fin? Zheng Chen hesitated for a moment. Ase sashimi from the last life was delicious. I didn't expect to taste it in this life. Subsequent parts of the translation will be provided in additional messages due to length limitations. Chapter 90 for Afraid of Ghosts. Let me hug you. Everyone gathered. A 6-star gemstone. Is it also precious in your family? Zheng Chen assessed the heart of the earth in his hand and turned to look at Li Jiao. Li Jiao was initially startled, then said, "Indeed, it is very precious. In our Li family, only the clan uncles and a few privileged ones are eligible to embed it. But rest assured, we won't snatch it." Before entering, There was an agreement that whoever finds the loot gets to keep it. Even though I saw this heart of the earth first, but you killed the boss and saved me, so it is rightfully your loot. It's just a 6-star gemstone, not worth violating the oath and contract of our Li family. That's good then. Jun Cheng happily put away the heart of the earth. He was quite satisfied with the cooperation with Qin Zheng, Bai Jingqi, and others. He didn't want misunderstandings or conflicts to arise over a 6-star gemstone. Jun Cheng. At this moment, Song Qiaoyu walked over suddenly and said, in a deep voice, Liang Pfeifen is missing. Liang Pfeifen? Jun Cheng's eyes flashed. Wasn't he with you? When was the last time you saw him? It was when the boss used its ultimate move. Song Qiaoyu thought for a moment and said, I used a spirit beast to protect myself and was about to come help you, but I saw Liang Pfeifen swim towards the top on his own. Not sure where he went. Could he be dead? Li Zhao interjected. Looking at the eyes of the two, Li Zhao quickly added, I'm not cursing him to die, but it's been so long since he last showed up. It's very likely something happened to him. And also, he actually ran off during the battle with the boss. He likely deserted. All right. Stop speaking. Jun Cheng interrupted Li Zhao, then turned to Song Qiaoyu. Can't you sense spirits? Try. Okay. Song Qiaoyu nodded. Her pupil suddenly turned shadowy, and a faint chanting sound came from her mouth. Woo. 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 Woo tilde tilde low. Deep howling sounds echoed around the river cave as shadows seemed to appear in the dark corners. Li Zhao shivered and instinctively moved closer to Jun Cheng. What are you doing? I'm feeling a bit cold. I've been afraid of ghosts since I was young. My older brother used to scare me with ghosts. Cold? Let me hug you. Jun Cheng opened his arms, and surprisingly, Li Zhao actually leaned in. Helplessly, Jun Cheng hugged her. Li Zhao squirmed. I haven't been hugged in a long time. Soon, accompanied by Song Qiaoyu's skill, a phantom figure slowly floated over from the river water in the distance. With a resentful and fearful gaze, drops of river water fell from the phantom figure. It's Liang Pfeifen. Song Qiaoyu's eyes returned to calmness. He's indeed dead. Swallow him. Huh. Song Qiaoyu was taken aback. Why should I swallow him? If, Jun Cheng said, a teammate fallen. You've got to give the Night Watcher an explanation. This. All right, I understand. Song Qiaoyu could only nod helplessly. Her cherry lips gently sucked in. Liang Pfeifen's soul was immediately absorbed into her body. Seeing Song Qiaoyu swallow the soul, Li Zhao's eyes suddenly changed, tense, and asked, why did she absorb that ghost? What is she doing? Jun Cheng chuckled. That's her ability. Not only can she control spirits, but she can also absorb their souls. Ghost. Ghost King. Female Ghost King. Li Zhao was startled, her eyes full of amazement and fear. Just thinking about how she had just fought with Song Qiaoyu, she felt a shiver down her spine. At that moment, Song Qiaoyu's expression changed as well. Initially ecstatic, then resentful, her body struggling constantly. Seeing her condition, Jun Cheng immediately pushed Li Zhao away and hugged Song Qiaoyu. He knew that this was the necessary process when Song Qiaoyu absorbs a soul. She had to experience the most painful memories before death. Minutes later, Song Qiaoyu finally calmed down, breathing heavily. Her face turned red. Okay, Jun Cheng, let go of me. Jun Cheng let go, and Song Qiaoyu subconsciously fixed her long hair by the temples. I saw how Liang Pfeifen die. How did he die? He was torn into two by that fishman boss. Song Qiaoyu's face still pale. Where's the body? I don't know. Probably swept away by the waves that just passed. Jun Cheng wondered. Why is your face like that? So grim. Song Qiaoyu glared fiercely at Jun Cheng, gritting her teeth. You made me absorb his soul. Do you know besides his final moments, what else I saw? What did you see? He was hit by your acute gastrointestinal explosion technique, and he. Jun Cheng's expression turned strange, scrutinizing Song Qiaoyu. So you felt it too? Don't say it. Song Qiaoyu quickly jumped up, covering Jun Cheng's mouth. If you say it again, I won't talk to you. Okay, I won't say it. Jun Cheng shook his head. Never mind. I'll try finding Liang Pfeifen's body first. After all, he was a collie. With the central radar life monitoring technique opened, he thought. Good. The strategy of driving away the tiger and devouring the wolf seems to have worked, even fooling Song Qiaoyu past it. Liang Pfeifen's death is just an accident. killed by the boss. It has nothing to do with me. With the central radar life monitoring technique, he clearly saw the positions of the few people during the battle with the boss. Did Liang Pfeifen want to hide? Not so easy. Just need to drive the boss towards Liang Pfeifen, and he would undoubtedly meet his end. As soon as he opened the central radar life monitoring technique, Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. On the 3D map, 5 green dots were moving towards them at a fast speed. Zheng Cheng was puzzled. 5 green dots. Yao Jixu, Saishan, Qin Zheng, Bai Jingqi, and Li Zhang. Where's Bai Jingsheng? Why isn't he here? Song Chaoyu noticed Zheng Cheng's expression and asked, Zheng Cheng, what's wrong? Zheng Cheng shook his head. Liang Pfeifen's body hasn't been found, but Qin Zheng and Li Zhang are coming over. What? Li Zhao also ran over. Qin Zheng and Li Zhang are coming over. Bai Jingqi too. Yes. That's great. Li Zhao immediately rejoiced. That's great. Everyone is safe. And we've found the required heart of the earth for the mission. Next, we just need to return to the entrance of the secret realm. Zheng Cheng's face remained stern, and the excited Li Zhao also noticed something. Thinking about Liang Pfeifen being confirmed dead just now, her expression turned grim again. What's wrong? Has something happened? Zheng Cheng nodded. I only detected 5 people. Bai Jingsheng didn't come with them. What? Chaoyu, what's wrong? Use the spirit beast to guide them here. Okay. Song Chaoyu immediately controlled a giant snake spirit beast and dove into the water. Before long, the giant snake spirit beast emerged from the water. Riding on its back was a drenched Rooster King. Seeing Zheng Cheng and the others, the Rooster King fluttered its wings towards them. Woo woo woo. Chengje, I finally see you. I almost couldn't come back. Kekakaki. Zheng Cheng pushed Saishen away, walking towards the shore. Stay away from me. Your fur is all wet. Woo woo woo. Chengje. Don't you want me anymore? Get lost. On the shore. Zheng Cheng first asked Yao Jixu, who had come ashore first, are you alright? Yao Jixu shook her head and whispered, I'm alright, but they. The two looked at the 3 sat on the sandy beach. Bai Jingqi, Qin Zheng, and Li Zhang, panting heavily. Especially Bai Jingqi, clenched fists and glaring eyes, as if ready to strike. Qin Zheng and Li Zhang also wore mournful expressions, especially Qin Zheng, bloodstains on his body, with a pale complexion. Bro, are you alright? Is everyone alright? And Jingsheng, where's Bai Jingsheng? Zheng Jie found the heart of the earth. We can go back. Heart of the earth. Upon hearing the name Heart of the Earth, there was a hint of anger in the trio's eyes. Li Zheng stood up with a pained expression. Jingsheng is gone. What? Li Zhao was shocked, her voice trembling. How is that possible? How could he die? He was so afraid of death. He even prepared a few life-saving items. How could this happen? She and Bai Jingsheng had known each other from childhood, grew up together. Although he grew up in her family, and she in hers, it didn't affect their relationship, as both families were close. Even though Bai Jingsheng, this guy, grew up liking to fool around with girls, changing girlfriends like clothes, he still cared for and respected her a lot. The two often played and joked around, but never did they expect that on one trip to the secret realm, it would end up like this. Li Zhang sighed heavily. Zhao, don't be sad. This is the life of a professional. You should have been prepared for it. Who's sad? Li Zhao said with red eyes. I just got something in my eyes. HMPH. Sai Shen came over to speak, but Zheng Cheng grabbed him. With a gesture, Yao Jixu and Sai Shen obediently followed Zheng Cheng to another place. Let them calm down for a moment. Zheng Cheng instructed. Tell me everything that happened after we split up. It's like this, Cheng Jie, Sai Shen quickly said. After we split up, we went to support Bai Jingqi, but who knew? After a few minutes, Zheng Chen learned the ins and outs of the situation. So, you were surrounded by a large group of beastmen. There were 2 bosses among them. One was a close combat beastman using Che, and the other was a beastman shaman. Sai Shen nodded. All this information was told by Qin Zhong. They seemed to know a lot about the shaman profession. Looking around, Zheng Cheng asked, by the way, Sai Shen, where's Liang Pfeifen? Why isn't he here? Could he be dead? Yes, he's dead. What? Sai Shen's eyes widened. I was just talking nonsense. I wasn't. Zheng Cheng said seriously. We also just killed a boss, that big fish man. Liang Pfeifen died in the mouth of that fish man boss, torn into 2. His soul was even absorbed by me. You You. Sai Shen was startled again, pointing a wing at Song Qiaoyu, not sure what to say. In the end, he muttered, he got off too easy, ah. Suddenly, not far from the shore, Li Zhao's cry of shock could be heard. The others also stood up cautiously, looking at the water. What's wrong? Zheng Cheng and the others rushed over. What did you find? Li Zhong solemnly said. Dead fish. There are many dead fish in the river. Those bastmen ... they poison the water. End of this chapter. Chapter 95. Special potions. Exposure of special ingredients. Zheng Cheng and a few others came over to take a look. Sure enough, in the originally murky river water, a large fish was seen flipping belly up. There were also many river prawns, crabs, water spiders, and other underwater creatures, all floating on the river water, lifeless. Come up quickly. We might have been poisoned too. Use the antidote potion quickly. It's no use, even though antidote potions can detoxify, but we are trapped here. The group panicked, took out the antidote potion, and ran to the shore. Li Zhao was crying with a mournful face, saying, the hidden realm only lasts for 3 days, and we have been here for nearly 2 days. Although we found the mission item, if we can't get back in time, we will all eventually die. Zhao Zhao. Li Zhen stopped Li Zhao and said, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will ensure you safely get out. It's not that serious. Zheng Cheng shook his head. Although the water is poisonous, I have a way to allow us to move underwater without harm. What method? The group's eyes lit up suddenly, especially Li Zhao. Everyone was trapped here. What method does Zheng Cheng have? He's just a 3-star priest. Zheng Cheng looked at Song Qiaoyu and said, it's simple. We will wrap everyone in soul beasts and swim out of the river. Since Qiaoyu's soul beasts can isolate the river water, it can surely isolate the toxins in the river as well. Song Qiaoyu suddenly realized, right? He not only summoned a fishman boss soul beast, but also 8 giant python soul beasts. Leading everyone out was enough. Following everyone for a day, my level has increased by 2 levels, and I'm now level 12. I allocated the 16 experience points I gained from leveling up to my spirit. Besides the fishman boss soul beast, I also controlled 8 giant python soul beasts. Covering everyone is sufficient. Li Zhen exclaimed with Zhou, can it really isolate the deadly poison in the water? No problem. Song Qiaoyu nodded. We can try it later. Suddenly, Sai Shen said, Chen Jie, since we can rely on Song Qiaoyu's soul beasts to cross the river, we could secretly run to a place without half-beasts and then figure out a way to return to the entrance of the hidden realm, right? As soon as the words fell, the eyes of all 8 people present changed. Li Zhao looked pleasantly surprised. Li Zhen was considering the proposal. Sai Shen, Song Qiaoyu, and others were all visibly excited, clearly agreeing with this method. As for Song Qiaoyu, his eyes remained calm but were clearly contemplating. No. Bai Jinghe gritted his teeth. Jing Shen's body is still on the shore. Even if we leave, I will retrieve Jing Sheng's body. This. Sai Shen hesitated. There are half-beasts on the shore, and I heard they eat people. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Jinghe's face changed and he glared at Sai Shen angrily. I was just joking. I'm sorry. Sai Shen quickly raised his wings to apologize. Zheng Cheng took a step forward, blocking Sai Shen and said, Jinghe, calm down. I know. Bai Jinghe gnashed his teeth. Anyway, I have to go up and take a look. Qin Zheng suddenly said, I want to go too. That damn half-beast hit me with an axe, and I want that axe back. Zheng Cheng furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Although these aristocratic youths had stubborn temperaments and high standards, their characters were indeed good. If they chose to sneak away because of the threat from the half-beasts and agreed with Sai Shen's proposal, he would look down on them. Even if they left the hidden realm, the experiences here would be nightmares. They would never want to recall for the rest of their lives. But now, Li Zhen gritted his teeth and said, I also agree with Jinghe and Qin Zheng's proposal, but not for revenge. Amid the puzzled looks from the others, Li Zhen said, the position we are in should be a place used by the Moria Mine's Blackbeard dwarves to cool weapons. There are only a few passages, and even if we sneak away from here, it will be challenging to find a suitable path. While supporting Jinghe, I noticed that where the half-beasts appeared was a massive tunnel with many mine carts. They must have come here through the minecart tunnel, which should connect all the important locations of the Moria mines, including the entrance to the hidden realm. In other words, if we want to leave the Moria mines, we must pass through that minecart tunnel. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Zheng Cheng nodded. Li Zhen analyzed it well. So my idea is ... to take down those half-beasts. Bai Jingqi and Qin Zheng's eyes lit up, instinctively looking at Zheng Cheng. They had thought Zheng Cheng would support Sai Shen's idea. Unexpectedly, Li Zhao's eyes were even brighter, almost teary-eyed. Cheng Jie, are you not joking ... Sai Shen panicked. There are at least a few hundred half-beasts, and there are two bosses. One beastman sacrificer ... Bai Jingqi hesitated. Zheng Cheng, the half-beasts with a beastman sacrificer and those without are completely different in combat power. We are not afraid of normal half-beasts, but once there's a beastman sacrificer, they can enhance the agility, stone skin, rage, calmness, endurance, and other abilities of the regular beasts. Qin Zheng also chuckled. When we fled from the riverside, the beastman sacrificer released a sluggish aura on us, reducing our speed by half. At least that should be a kind of evil aura that a level 30 beastman sacrificer can control. If she has other evil auras like paralysis, strength drain war songs, we are doomed. Li Zhen also added, our elders have warned us that in the battlefield of the Blue Star alien race, one of the two realms mountain faces enemies from the Beastman Empire. During every major battle, the Beastman sacrificers of the Beastman Empire have caused us a lot of suffering. If not for leveraging the terrain, as well as the suppressive power of numerous missiles and nuclear bombs, the Two Realms Mountain would have been breached long ago. Li Zhen's voice shook a bit. Our elders have warned us never to engage in battles with Beastman warriors on flat plains, especially in the presence of a Beastman sacrificer. Beastman sacrificer. Zheng Cheng thought for a moment. So in other words, as long as we find a way to take down this Beastman sacrificer, the remaining half-beasts won't be much of a concern? That's right, Li Zhen nodded. But taking down a beastman sacrificer is not that easy. Every beastman sacrificer is protected by the beasts, with followers around them. Even when they sleep, they are surrounded. And once they become a beastman sacrificer, they learn the lingering war song, which allows them to recruit a demon beast as a war pet. It's very difficult to kill a beastman sacrificer on the battlefield, unless they are isolated. Li Zhen's tone changed as he spoke. He instinctively glanced at Song Chaoyu's side soul beasts and Zheng Cheng and said, Zheng Cheng, are you thinking of using soul beasts for a sneak attack? Zheng Cheng nodded. We can try. The underground river is dark and without light. Under the cover of the soul beast, ordinary people won't be able to detect us. If we quietly approach, wait for the sacrificer to draw near or use something to attract her ... It would be a deadly strike. Li Zhao suddenly said, the heart of the earth. The half-beasts captured the Moria mines to obtain the heart of the earth. We can use it as bait. The heart of the earth is currently Zheng Cheng's loot, so whether to use it or not is up to him. Zheng Cheng, Li Zhen looked at his sister strangely. When did she gain another brother? Zheng Cheng nodded. It's just a gem. I agree with the plan. And you? Li Zhen said. I agree. I agree too. Cheng Jie, I trust you. Good. Bai Jingqi immediately said. Let's act now. Act my *s. Zheng Cheng interrupted the impulsive group with a single word. Since entering the hidden realm, we have been fighting continuously for almost 30 hours. Aren't you tired? Now, everyone rest. Rest for at least 8 hours. Then we will carry out the plan. Furthermore, we need to refine this plan further. Okay. Subsequently, the group rested separately, although they weren't far apart. Li Zhen took out some prepared wood from the spatial ring and lit it, providing some warmth to the damp river cave. Zheng Cheng had Song Chaoyu set up the soul beasts at the river bottom to guard against any possible surprise attacks. After making the arrangements, he found Li Zhen, Qin Zheng, and the others. Before entering the hidden realm, Captain Yunxiao mentioned bringing out the bodies from the realm, as they could be used to refine special elixirs and potions. Do you know anything about this? Are you talking about the elixir that permanently increases for attributes? Li Zhen responded directly. Of course, I know. I happen to have one on hand. With that, he took out a transparent test tube from the spatial ring and handed it to Zheng Cheng. This potion was crafted by the alchemists of our Li family. The quantity is limited, but I no longer need it. Zheng Cheng took a look and found a half-full tube of frosted white potion inside the clear test tube. It seemed to shimmer with an unknown light. Special potion. Essence of Snow Spirit quality. 1-star effects. Permanently increases 2 points of spirit when consumed, with a chance of permanently increasing 1 point of spirit. Limited to 5 doses. Limited to consumption by professions under LV10. Description. This potion made from the blood of the snow spirit, is highly unstable due to the addition of various elements. Please consume with caution. Also, repeated consumption of potions of the same attribute may create resistance. The essence of the snow spirit potion. Jun Cheng examined the potion, considering that it was weaker than his 1-star special ingredients in terms of its effects and limitations. This potion is exclusive to our Li family, not available for purchase, and its value is at least over 3,000 gold coins per bottle. Li Zhen looked puzzled. However, if you need it, I can give you 5 bottles. No need, Jun Cheng immediately replied. For our upcoming mission, I would like you all to see this item. With that, he took out another item from the spatial ring, an object about the size of a marble. It was grayish-white in color and seemed to exhibit rippling water waves. What is this? Li Zhen asked as he received it curiously. Do you remember I asked you to bring me all the bodies of the black ink fishmen at the riverside? Well, this is something I found on them. Found on monsters? Is it a special ingredient? Li Zhen's eyes lit up as he examined the item closely, and almost instantly, he stood up involuntarily. Wow, it's a 3-star ingredient, he exclaimed. Agility +2, Spirit +1, as well as poison resistance and underwater breathing. To special attributes, such an amazing ingredient. Are there more? Chapter 96 Ingredient Distribution. Attack by the Song Dynasty on a rainy night. Of course. Jun Cheng nodded and said, there are more than 100 bodies of the black ink fish people on the shore. And in the river, I killed many more. I found around 40 black ink fish people pearls on them. These over 40 black ink fish people pearls are actually special ingredients dissected by Jun Cheng using random dissection skills. Originally intended to keep for sale, exchange for things he needed, or to give to Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and others. But now facing a difficult situation in the mission and the risk of a complete team wipeout, he could only bring them out now to enhance his teammates' strength. As for whether it would raise suspicions from Li Zhen, Qin Zheng, and the others, he was not worried. The entire Black Ink Fish People clan has been exterminated, and only he has the bodies of the Black Ink Fish People. Special food that permanently increases 4-dimensional attributes within the penitentiary. This information is known to everyone. The special ingredients he dissected out could be presented using this reason. Over 40, Li Zhen exclaimed, eyes changing, thinking about something. What over 40? Qin Zheng and Bai Jingqi also approached, others still resting. Li Zhen glanced at Jun Cheng, who nodded before handing over the Black Ink Fish People pearl to the two. Jun Cheng found this from the body of the Black Ink Fish People. Special ingredient? Bai Jingqi strangely received it. Pupil suddenly contracting. 3-star grade ingredient. And it has dual attributes, poison resistance, and underwater breathing. The value of this Black Ink Fish People pearl is far superior to the special potions of your Li family. Even better than some 4-star, 5-star special potions, Li Zhen said. I speculate it might be because the Black Ink Fish People clan is the only race in this penitentiary that such high-quality special ingredients can be produced. The only race. Some were puzzled, and Li Zhen explained, you usually focus on martial arts cultivation, but I am different, even ranking first in the school for academic classes. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, I have never seen the Black Ink Fish People clan in the 100,000 Common Non-Conventional Races book. Up till now, 3 races have appeared in the penitentiary, the Blackbeard Dwarves, Half-Beast People, and the Black Ink Fish People. The Blackbeard Dwarves and Half-Beast People are undoubtedly sub-races of their respective races, especially the Half-Beast People, who are considered a slave race in the Beastman Empire, merely cannon fodder. This Black Ink Fish People clan is also seen by me for the first time. We are the first kill, which enabled us to obtain so many special ingredients. I see, the group suddenly realized even though they hadn't read much of the book 100,000 Common Non-Conventional Races. Although not understanding what Li was saying, they felt it was impressive. Jun Cheng was silent, not explaining further. Since you were establishing it as the first kill of an unconventional race, then that is how it is. Li Zhen continued, Jun Cheng, these Black Ink Fish People pearls are your spoils of war. How do you plan to distribute them? Of course, we will never let you waste these special ingredients in vain and will offer you a fair price. We are facing formidable enemies, so it's only fair to share equally. Jun Cheng succinctly stated, each Black Ink Fish People pearl adds 2 points of agility and 1 point of spirit, which is very suitable for everyone present. On average, each person can receive 5 Black Ink Fish People pearls. totaling 15 points of free attribute points. 15 free attribute points. Qin Zheng and Bai Jingqi's eyes lit up slightly. If it's true, their strength would greatly improve. Bai Jingqi couldn't help but say, my main attribute is strength, but if I can add agility and spirit points, my resistance would increase significantly. Qin Zheng added, Zheng Cheng, thank you for these special ingredients. I won't let you down after we leave the penitentiary. We are colleagues and teammates after all. Why be so polite? Zheng Cheng smiled. As long as we can safely leave this penitentiary. I disagree. A calm voice suddenly came from Li Zhen. Everyone was stunned. Bai Jingqi asked, Li Zhen, what do you mean by disagreeing? Do you want to take all the special ingredients for yourself? Qin Zheng frowned and added, Li Zhen, do you want to hold an auction at this time? Or do you want to buy all these black ink fish people pearls? It seems like you Li family always like to do business at any time. The Li family in Chang'an City mainly consists of various commercial associations, stores, pawn shops, and auction houses. In all of Chang'an City, or rather the entire Qin province, 70% of the auction houses are owned by the Li family. In terms of financial power, Li Zhen and Li Zhao are the richest among the 8 present. No. You misunderstand me. Li Zhen shook his head. I believe these black ink fish people pearls should be gathered and given to those who need them the most, rather than to all of us. For example, you two, as well as Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu. The 4 of you are the strongest in strength and had the highest professional ranks among us 8. If distributed to all, each person will only be able to gain 15 attribute points. But if given to you 4, each could gain 30 free attribute points. With the addition of these 30 points of agility and spirit, your panel strength would increase at least by 1/3. Li Zhen earnestly stated. Then, with you for leading, we would have a better chance to fight our way out. As Li Zhen finished speaking, Zheng Cheng and the others fell silent, carefully considering this proposal. In truth, Zheng Cheng had already been persuaded by Li Zhen. As Li Zhen said, distributing over 40 fish pearls equally among each person with 15 free attribute points wouldn't change much. But if distributed among 4 people, each receiving 10 pearls, it would add a significant 30 points of agility and spirit attributes. This was a precious wealth even for Qin Zheng and Yao Jixu, both being 9-star professionals and only having 90 free attribute points upon reaching Level 10. Now, with 30 points of agility and spirit attributes, it was a significant temptation for them as well. I agree. Zheng Cheng was the first to speak, knowing he wouldn't lose out regardless of who consumed the pearls. After all, he had already consumed 30 black ink fish people pearls, and eating more wouldn't have any more effect. Qin Zheng smilingly said, Li Zhen, you convinced me. Bai Jingqi added, what we are doing may not be entirely fair to others. It doesn't matter if it's fair or not. Li Zhen replied, let's talk openly and honestly. For the sake of completing the mission and surviving, we can only do this. Of course, I wouldn't let anyone end up at a disadvantage. Compensation for the others will be covered by me. What are you saying now? Bai Jingqi raised his eyebrows. Each should bear responsibility. If we grab 5 special ingredients from them, it shouldn't be brushed off so easily. Bai Jingqi continued. As for the 40 black ink fish people pearls Zheng Cheng brought out, we will purchase together as 3 families. Well, okay. Seeing Bai Jingqi's serious expression, Li Zhen could only nod helplessly. In that case, let me explain to everyone. Li Zhen nodded, then approached Yao Jixu, Song Chaoyu, and the others. A few minutes later, everyone understood the situation clearly. Sai Shen hurried over. Damn, Cheng Jie, you actually got such interesting stuff. And you're willing to share. Li Zhao also chimed in. Zheng Cheng, you are truly kind. If it were my older brother, he would have eaten them all secretly. Li Zhen and Zheng Cheng felt a bit embarrassed, especially with Li Zhao's candid statement. Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu also looked at Zheng Cheng in surprise, with a touch of admiration. Such a precious item, normal people would have kept it hidden. It was unexpected that Zheng Cheng was willing to share with everyone. His integrity was truly admirable. Do you have any objections? No objection. No objections once we can leave this place. Well, I also want to eat it. But for the sake of everyone, I'll hold back. Everyone agreed on Li Zhen's distribution plan, as it was the most suitable. Subsequently, Zheng Cheng took out the 40 black ink fish people pearls and distributed them to Yao Jixu, Qin Zheng, Bai Jingqi, and Song Xiaoyu. The four of them immediately consumed one black ink fish people per leech. The rest of the group stared at them without blinking. Sai Shen hurriedly asked, "Did it work? Any effects?" "Yes." Bai Jingqi was the first to respond. "My agility increased by 2 points, and my spirit increased by 1 point." Saying this, he quickly gulped down the remaining pearls, fearing someone might try to snatch them from him. "Me too. I have effects too. Agility. If only it added to spirit as well." The other three also spoke up, swallowing the remaining pearls. Soon, the panel strength of the four of them increased by 1/3, making them much stronger. "Don't get too excited. Take a rest first." After distributing the pearls, everyone found a place to rest. Without sleep for a day and night, the group of young people couldn't hold on any longer, especially Sai Shen, who stealthily transformed into human form in a secluded corner, put on clothes he had prepared in advance, and fell asleep. Zhang Cheng leaned against Sai Shen and was about to doze off as well. Suddenly, someone quietly approached. Zhang Cheng instinctively opened his eyes to see a large black python head staring at him intently. "What the hell?" Zhang Cheng startled, but quickly restrained himself. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" He glared at Song Xiaoyu inside the giant python, unable to resist asking. "Dude, I was sleeping, and you've got this big snake crawling over." Song Xiaoyu moved closer, whispering, "Don't worry, my spirit beast is watching over everyone. No one will notice us." Zhang Cheng felt a little restless. Was this a night raid? He never imagined that someone as well behaved as Song Xiaoyu would do something like this. But thinking about the influence of her succubus profession, it all made sense. A succubus? I'd say a spirit succubus is more fitting. Zhang Cheng hesitated. Xiaoyu, isn't this place inappropriate? Why not wait till we find a quieter place when we get back? Or do you prefer field battles?" Song Xiaoyu quickly realized and glared at Zhang Cheng. "Who are you calling a field battle?" She stretched out her small hand and gritted her teeth. "Quick, give it to me." Zhang Cheng widened his eyes. "Give what?" Song Xiaoyu glared at Zhang Cheng. "You definitely had extra pearls on you. Hand them over quickly." "You want pearls, huh?" Zhang Cheng felt a bit regretful. He thought Song Xiaoyu had built up the courage. Since it's like this, then don't blame himself. "You want the pearls? Is this the attitude you're going with?" How should I be? At the very least, you should call me brother." Song Xiaoyu blushed, but still softly said, "Zhang Cheng, brother, give it to me." Zhang Cheng shifted positions. "Been running all day, my arms are a bit sore. I'll give brother a massage." "Go lower. Use a bit more force. Feels good." HMPH. Don't give any to Yajixu later. She's just pretending to be a good girl. "I want all the pearls left." "This? Well, it depends on your performance. Rest assured, brother Zhang Cheng, I won't disappoint you." End of chapter. Chapter 97. Ambush. Plan to draw the tiger down the mountain. Underground river. Riverside. Hundreds of half-beast warriors were scattered on both sides of the river, constantly monitoring the situation in the river. They had been patrolling for 7 to 8 hours, but found nothing. Many of the half-beast warriors had started lighting bonfires on the riverbanks for temporary rest. Iron Axe and a dozen burly half-beast warrior elites surrounded Starsan and gathered on a giant rock. Looking at the calm but fish and shrimp-filled river, Iron Axe frowned and said, "Starsan, it's been so long and those people haven't shown up. Are they dead?" Starsan shook his head. "They must not be dead. If they were, their bodies would definitely have surfaced. Our people have been monitoring the river, and so far, no bodies have surfaced, and no black slime fish people have appeared. That can only mean one thing." Iron Axe asked, "What?" "That at the bottom of this underground river, there is a passage leading to other areas. Or in other words, there is an underground cave where they can temporarily hide." Starsan said, "But we have investigated this river and found that it flows straight to the ocean without any tributaries to other areas. That can only mean that there is a cave at the bottom of the river. They can stay in the cave for a day, but I don't believe they can stay for 10 days. By then, perhaps we won't even need to take action. They might all starve to death." Iron Axe's eyes lit up. "Really?" Suddenly, a commotion could be heard in the distance. A group of half-beast warriors holding torches ran towards the commotion in a chaotic manner. Iron Axe quickly shouted, "What's happening over there? Go find out." Soon, a member of the tribe ran over and shouted, "Chief Iron Axe, High Priest Starsand, A large rooster and several figures have rushed out of the river, heading towards the direction of the ocean entrance. They want to escape through the ocean. Star Sand's eyes brighten and immediately ordered, "Send out the Wolf cavalry to chase them back." Yes, High Priest Star Sand. The subordinates of the half-beast people immediately retreated to pass on the command. Soon, a half-beast warrior rode on a giant wolf and galloped towards the commotion in the distance. Iron Axe grabbed his axe and said, "Star Sand, let's follow them." "No rush." Star Sand shook his head. "From our previous reconnaissance, we know that this group of humans consists of at least 10 people. We have killed one, leaving 9 more. But in that direction, there is only one large rooster. Perhaps it is a human who has mastered the ways of the druid. But what about the others? Are you suggesting that the large rooster is just a bait?" "Exactly." Star Sand nodded. "Gather the tribesmen and spread them out on both sides of the river, constantly monitoring the situation inside the river." Yes. Soon, a resting half-beast warrior was called out and stationed on both sides of the river, with large pupils staring intently at the river. Even Iron Axe, wielding his giant axe, came to the riverbank. Suddenly, there was a rush of water in the middle of the river. Under the gaze of hundreds of half-beast warriors, a massive black water python emerged from the water. "Black water mystic serpent." Star Sand on the giant rock by the riverside exclaimed, "It's a black water mystic serpent raised by the black slime fish people." Master Moshe mobilized the entire tribe to snatch 2 young black water mystic serpents from the black slime fish people. But who knew there was an adult black water mystic serpent here? Iron Axe also shouted, "Star Sand, what do we do?" Star Sand said, "The black water mystic serpent can naturally control water elements and is highly venomous. Perhaps we forced it out by poisoning the river. Force it onto the shore and capture it." Yes. With the command, the half-beast people on both sides of the river immediately took action. They shot arrows, threw spears, and drove the serpent towards the other side of the river. However, the serpent kept swimming further away. As the river narrowed, the number of half-beast warriors on both sides increased. Iron Axe's eyes suddenly lit up as he threw a torch towards the serpent and then hurled a spear as the torch flew towards the serpent's head. With a loud explosion, the torch burst upon impact, sending sparks flying into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Axe saw the full appearance of the serpent, all black with ethereal scales, as if composed of mist. But his gaze was drawn to something the serpent was carrying in its mouth. The heart of the earth. Iron Axe was astonished. The heart of the earth. How did it end up here? He quickly turned around and shouted, "Star Sand, the black water mystic serpent is carrying the heart of the earth in its mouth." "What?" Star Sand was also surprised. The heart of the earth, the precious gem that the tribe chief has been pursuing. Catch up to it and reclaim the heart of the earth. Yes. With the command, the half-beast warriors on both sides of the river immediately set out to capture the serpent. Only a few minutes later, the number of warriors had greatly diminished. Star Sand suddenly realized something and looked at the calm river. Something's not right. Where are the black slime fish people? Wasn't the heart of the earth in their hands? How did the black water mystic serpent end up with it? And where are those humans? Oh no, we've been tricked. Star Sand quickly shouted, "Quick, have Iron Axe and his men return. We've been tricked." Just as the follower was about to leave to send the command, another loud commotion erupted from the black water not far away. 7 large black water serpents suddenly emerged from the river, followed by a massive black slime fish man at the forefront. He carried a large iron hammer in his hand. "Black slime fish man." Star Sand's eyes changed dramatically and he shouted, "Stop them!" The remaining half-beast warriors on the shore immediately surrounded Star Sand and engaged in a fierce battle with the group of black water serpents and fishman boss. However, for some reason, their weapons passed through the serpents and boss as if they were cutting through air. Soul beasts. These black water serpents and fishman bosses were summoned soul beasts by Son Kyosu. Attack. Behind the soul beasts, Jung Cheng and others also joined the fray. Qin Zheng and Bai Jinqi were like a sharp arrow, charging towards the giant rock at high speed. Their target was clear. Star Sand standing on the rock. Blizzard. A voice devoid of emotion and icy cold suddenly resounded on the battlefield. Doom. An explosion was heard as numerous half-beast warriors had suddenly formed a large mass of condensed blizzard, which burst open. Intense gales accompanied by freezing snowflakes swept down from the sky, enveloping the half-beast warriors inside. The powerful winds caused them to falter. their speed visibly decreasing. Yao Jixu emerged amidst the swirling snowstorm. Behind her, Li Zheng raised his wand, and a dark light flashed out. The frontmost half-beast warrior immediately screamed in pain as blood gushed from his chest, cleaved in half by Jinki's blade. In addition, the injured lesser demon was summoned again by him. Despite its drastically reduced loyalty due to previous injuries, Li Zheng had promised it unlimited blood feeding, enabling it to endure its wounds and charge out once more. It continuously stabbed, bringing down a half-beast warrior and crazily devouring its flesh. Weakened spell, slow spell. Li Zhao also unleashed her debuff skills on the squad leader and warriors among the half-beast warriors. The combined effects of the blizzard and the debuffs weak and the strength of the half-beast warrior elites by half, making it easy for Qin Jun and Jinki to defeat them. Zheng Cheng, hidden among the crowd, steadily approached Star Sand. This was their plan: to draw the tiger down the mountain by luring Sai Shen, several additional controlled soul beasts created by Song Kaosu, out of the river to fake an escape towards the distance. They could attract the half-beast warriors to chase them. The surroundings of the underground river were dark and without light, making it impossible for ordinary half-beast people to distinguish between humans and soul beasts. Once the half-beast warriors were lured away, Sai Shen could easily use his flight abilities to escape from above the river. Next, a giant python soul beast would carry the heart of the earth in another direction. The target of the half-beast warriors was the heart of the earth, so once they discovered it, they would mobilize to snatch it. The two baits effectively diverted the majority of the half-beast warriors from the half-beast warrior priest. Their remaining mission was to swiftly ambush and kill this half-beast warrior priest. Once the priest was taken care of, the remaining half-beast warriors would not pose a threat. Kill. The team charged forward, and Jinki, filled with rage after his tribe brother's death, cut down numerous half-beast warriors. As the battle progressed, the absorbed blood increased the power of his natural weapon, the goose feather blade, making him even more formidable. Jinki's 8-star profession, 100 Battles Blade Emperor, was highly suited for the battlefield. In combat, he could strengthen himself by absorbing the blood of his enemies. The more he killed and the longer he fought, the more powerful he became. Like an indefatigable machine. On the other side, Qin Jun had transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form. Unarmed, he relied on his claws to tear through the beasts. The half-beast warriors standing before him were torn into pieces. As he fought, the flames surrounding him turned the surrounding half-beast warriors into charred remains. Within minutes of charging onto the shore, dozens of half-beast warriors had fallen by their hands. They were now less than 100 meters away from Star Sand on the giant rock, dying. Jinki's eyes filled with killing intent as he gazed at the female half-beast warrior on the rock. In the language of the beast tribes, Star Sand said solemnly, "Your bravery truly impresses me, but you should not have attempted to kill a beast warrior priest with so few forces. Today, this place shall be your burial ground. Kill them." Roar. As soon as the words were spoken, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind her, standing at 4 to 5 meters in height, with bulging muscles and a massively obese belly. Its face was fierce, with fat piled up, and eyes pressed into triangular shapes by the flesh, emitting a fierce glint. In its hand was a massive and heavy stone pillar, leaping down upon Star Sand's head from the giant rock. Cavern Troll. It soared high and brought the pillar crashing down with tremendous force. The ground shook violently, and a large crater appeared on the ground. The fishman boss at the front was crushed to powder by the Cavern Troll's attack, dispersed by the wind. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. Massacre. The true strength of the aristocratic descendants, Zheng Cheng, not far away. Eyes narrowed. This cave troll actually relied solely on its own power to crush the soul beast formed by the fishman boss. Isn't the soul beast immune to physical attacks? How could it? Zheng Cheng subconsciously turned to ask San Chaoyu. How is the fishman boss's soul beast? As a soul-sucking enchantress, San Chaoyu could monitor the current status of each soul beast at any time. For example, their soul power, when it dissipates, or command them to do something. After meditating, San Chaoyu immediately said, "It was just crushed, about 1/5 of its soul power has dissipated." As the words fell, the cave troll roared in anger after crushing the fishman boss's soul beast. Grabbing onto a pillar, it fiercely launched an attack towards Jinki, who was at the forefront. Doom. The earth trembled as Jinki leapt to dodge the attack. However, His dodge caused him to plunge into the midst of the half-beastmen, breaking away from the front line with Qin Zhang. Dozens of half-beastmen roared and pounced on him, surrounding him and attacking with their weapons. Bai Jingqi's face turned solemn as he took a deep breath, the bloody aura gathering around him. The blade of his Yanqi knife surged with light. Blood battle everywhere, he roared, slashing out with his Yanqi knife. The 8 blood-red aura blades instantly cut down the encircling half-beastmen. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed out, surrounded by a mist of blood, resembling a ferocious beast. Die. The blade flashed, swiftly approaching the direction where the cave troll was swinging the pillar. As he neared the cave troll, he suddenly swung his Yanqi knife in a crescent arc. Crescent moon pierces the sky. Tough. The blade aura traversed, the blood-red light slicing diagonally from below, drawing a sharp arc in the air and promptly beheading the cave troll. The scene of decapitating the cave troll appeared before everyone present. In the eyes of ordinary half-beastmen, fear was evident. Cave trolls. Among their kind, a cave troll could contend with over 10 half-beastmen. Unbelievably, it was killed with a single strike by the humans before them. Such power was comparable to the elite warriors of the Beastman Empire. Star Sand on the giant rock also contracted his pupils, his face growing increasingly ugly. Kill him for me. If anyone can kill these two, I will personally accompany them for 3 days. The words had just fallen when the dozen or so half-beast warrior protectors who had been guarding her panicked, leaving to protect Star Sand. Half of them pounced towards Bai Jingqi, while the rest rushed towards Qin Zhang. As Zheng Cheng, Qin Zhang, and Bai Jingqi launched their attacks, Iron Axe, on the opposite bank of the river besieging the Python Soul Beast and seizing the Earth Heart, also reacted immediately. He abruptly turned to look towards Star Sand, his eyes bloodshot like a maniac. Go back, get back now, retreat. Quick retreat. With a command, the hundreds of half-beastmen he brought swiftly turned back to the riverside, rowing boats across to the other side. The group that went to pursue Cai Shen first also hurried back. Star Sand, wait for me. Please come back safely. At the front of the boat, Iron Axe's eyes were filled with concern. Quick, row the boat. Hurry, everyone. Damn these humans. On the giant stone, Star Sand's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Lord Star Sand, a follower by her side suddenly spoke, you should distance yourself from the battlefield. These human warriors are as fierce as our half-beastmen warriors. If something happens to you, wait a minute. Star Sand said coldly, pulling out a gray-white, bone-shaped long flute from her waist and began to play it. A melodious and majestic flute sound echoed through the entire battlefield. Li Zheng, who was fighting, suddenly shouted, War song. That priestess is about to release a war song. Stop her. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Zhang, who was unimpeded, skillfully evaded the half-beastmen entangling him. He moved on all fours like a leopard, heading towards Star Sand on the giant rock at a lightning speed. On the other hand, Bai Jingqi was entangled by a dozen or so half-beastmen warriors, unable to break free. He was confident in facing 1 or 2 half-beastmen warriors, but a dozen skilled warriors working together made it difficult for him to make a move. Doom. Qin Zheng's figure was once again blocked by 2 half-beastmen warriors. In a flash, Qin Zheng spun and grasped, tearing the chest of one of the warriors apart. However, this half-beast warrior also managed to stop Qin Zheng for a moment with his life. A bloody halo suddenly erupted from the flute in Star Sand's mouth, forming smaller halos that fell among the surrounding half-beastmen. To Berserk War Song. At least 10 half-beastmen were affected by the Berserk War Song, displaying Berserk auras. Under the influence of Berserk War Song, their attacks became sharper, swifter, and their pain senses temporarily blocked. They now resembled rabid dogs, fiercely attacking Bai Jingqi, Qin Zheng, Zheng Cheng, and others. Even the roaming soul beasts on the battlefield were subject to their frenzied assaults. Roar! A sudden roar came from the battlefield once more, as the Fishman boss's soul beast, previously struck down by the cave troll, reformed. Its size shrank, and its soul power decreased, but it remained the most powerful soul beast present. It abruptly joined the fray, attacking Bai Jingqi, knocking the half-beast warriors down with a howl. At the same time, Song Chaoyu gathered the 7 giant python soul beasts roaming around the battlefield and directed them towards Star Sand. The half-beastmen blocking their path were all scattered. As for Li Zheng summoned Lesser Demon, it also displayed great prowess. Stabbing several half-beastmen with its steel fork, it was initially out for blood. However, under Li Zheng's command, It rushed towards the half-beastman priest on the giant stone. Upon the giant stone, another green halo burst forth. Agility aura. Under the blessing of the agility aura, the half-beastman's attack speed increased by at least a third. With the combined effects of the two amplifying auras, this group of half-beastmen erupted with far greater combat strength than usual. They firmly blocked by Jinki, Xinjiang, and others, even though the front lines continued to advance slowly. Star San let out a breath. If only I hadn't used up the slow or scroll master gave me last time, not one of these humans would leave here. And the great wine song. That old man refused to teach me, even though this low-level priestess could learn the attacking war song by that name. If I knew the great wine song, these humans would have perished long ago. Lord Star Sand, the follower by her side, spoke again. You should retreat a bit. These humans are approaching quickly. Tough. Xinjiang once again broke through the blockade of the half-beastman warriors. He used both hands and feet, running and fighting swiftly with great speed. Combined with the dragon's might effect, he greatly reduced the berserk war song impact on the half-beastman warriors surrounding him. His figure, less than 50 meters away from Star Sand, aimed. Come forward. Star Sand sneered coldly. How is that possible? Even if they charge at us, I have a way to kill them, but I need to be prepared in advance. With her thick green fingers lightly brushing the bronze badge on her chest, a burst of light appeared. A large, burly, one-eyed giant wolf covered in gray-white fur suddenly emerged in front of her. Fierce Wine Demon Wolf, a 4-star magic beast, adept in wind magic and close combat. It was caught at the cost of the lives of over 20 clan members. Star Sand stroked the fur of the fierce Wine Demon Wolf, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Fierce Wine, go. Take down that hybrid human beast. He is the strongest among this group of humans. Once we kill him, the rest will crumble. Awoo! The fierce Wine Demon Wolf roared, leaping just a bit and blocked Xinjiang. Its sharp claws fiercely attacked Xinjiang. After commanding the fierce Wine Demon Wolf, Star Sand, escorted by 2 followers, gradually retreated. Beastmen priests could enter the battlefield, but couldn't participate in direct combat. Their expertise lay in amplifying and enhancing their clan members, utilizing the strength of their kin, followers, and magic beasts to tear enemies to shreds. Magic beast. The priest's magic beast. Xinjiang's eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, employing a magic beast was the last resort for beastmen priests. In other words, by killing this magic beast, the beastman priest would surely meet their demise. Xinjiang explosively pushed himself off the ground, evading the wolf's attack. He extended his hand, causing the surrounding flames to surge and engulf the fierce Wine Demon Wolf. The wolf's howl of defiance tore through the roaring flames, driving them back. Amidst the raging inferno, Xinjiang's unyielding silhouette advanced. Within the sea of starlight, his hands sprouted to illusory dragon claws. Dragon's Claw. Doom. Crack. Amid the explosive flames, Xinjiang's claw struck the wolf's head, shattering bones and splattering blood. The wolf's head was clawed twice, leaving to massive wounds. Roar. Awoo. The excruciating pain on its head made the fierce Wine Demon Wolf howl in agony, inciting its ferocity. Fangs and claws wildly tore and bit into Xinjiang. In the center of the formation, Zheng Cheng's gaze flickered. Is this the strength of a dragon vein talent, balanced in all 4 attributes, skilled in close combat and innate spells, with no weaknesses? Even against powerful magic beasts, they can contend single-handedly. On the sidelines, Song Qiaoyu gazed into the distance where Star Sand was gradually disappearing and urgently said, Zheng Cheng, that beastman priestess is trying to escape. Act fast. Do not let her run. Want to escape? Zheng Cheng coldly smirked. This distance is enough. Zizu, stop her. Understood. Yao Jixu calmly raised her magic staff, and the snowflakes swirling around her also raised their hands. The next moment, a blizzard descended. Whoosh. Whoosh. Chapter 99. Poison in the water. Die for me. Huff. Boom. Under the combined abilities of Yao Jixu and Zua, a fierce snowstorm descended once again. A group of half-beast warriors were blown in disarray by the snowstorm, including more than a dozen half-beast warrior champions who were attacking by Jinki and Xinjiang. However, the impact on the giant python soul beasts controlled by Song Qiaoyu was minimal. Following Song Qiaoyu's command, these giant python soul beasts charged forward once again. The half-beast warriors blocking their path were all either flung away or killed. especially the Fishman boss Soul Beast, with its burly figure ramming through without any worthy opponents. Jun Cheng followed closely behind, suddenly stopping a few dozen meters away from the giant rock where Xingsha was located. He reached out his hand, and two giant bronze hammers, as tall as a person, appeared in his hands. These two hammers were the weapons previously used by the Fishman boss. These two hammers were Jun Cheng's spoils of war that could be taken out from the secret realm. Name: Black Sludge Heavy Hammer. Durability: 3,565 thousandths. Category: Weapon: Heavy Hammer. Tier: Bronze. Equipment requirements: Leaf 15, Strength 100 points, Constitution 80 points, Spirit 40 points, restricted to use by Warrior, Knight, Samurai class professions. Effect: Strength plus 15. Additional Skill 1. Heavy Strike passive. When using this weapon to attack an enemy, there is a high probability of causing a heavy strike can knockback effect. Additional Skill 2. Chain Strike active. This weapon can utilize the iron chain connecting the two hammers for chain attacks, causing a large amount of damage. Description: a heavy weapon forged by the Black Sludge Fishman chief for the Blackbeard dwarves. Each hammer weighs 250 kilograms, totaling 550 kilograms with the chain. Note: this equipment is unique, can only be dropped after the first kill of the Black Sludge Fishman boss. The two hammers, along with the iron chain connecting them, weighed 550 kilograms. At this moment, these two Black Sludge heavy hammers were wielded effortlessly in his hands. Jun Cheng's profession was a priest, theoretically unable to equip these two heavy hammers. However, Jun Cheng's strength had already met the equipment requirements of the Black Sludge heavy hammers, and he was not currently equipping them. Instead, he used them as ordinary weapons. He simply could not activate the two additional skills of the Black Sludge heavy hammers. But even so, these two Black Sludge heavy hammers were still formidable weapons. Jun Cheng gazed towards the direction where the half-beast shaman disappeared, took a couple of steps back, then swiftly threw the Black Sludge heavy hammer in his right hand. Doom! In the air, a violent explosion resounded immediately. The Black Sludge heavy hammer, as tall as a person, hit a nearby giant rock fiercely amid the swirling snowstorm. Doom! A loud rumble echoed, as Jun Cheng's hammer directly smashed a large pit in the nearby huge rock. The shattered rock scattered in all directions, like hidden weapons bursting in the sky, instantly knocking down several half-beast warriors. So strong. At the rear of the camp, Li Zhen subconsciously swallowed. What kind of strength was this? A hammer as tall as a person was thrown, directly smashing a large pit in the rock. How could Jun Cheng achieve such a feat? How powerful was he? Li Zhao, on the other hand, excitedly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Big brother Jun Cheng is amazing. Awesome. Crush these damn half-beast warriors." The thunderous sound also startled the surrounding half-beast warriors. They subconsciously turned back, and some hurried towards the direction of the giant stone. The tribal sacrifice must not die. Roar! In the distance, the figures of groups of half-beast warriors appeared. Leading them was the berserk Iron Axe. Iron Axe, who was already in a frenzied state, heard the thunderous sound, and with eyes full of killing intent upon seeing the snowstorm covering the battlefield, his charge became even faster. Jun Cheng, the half-beast warriors who were redirected are coming back. Yao Jixu, with the strongest perception, immediately shouted. Understood. Jun Cheng pulled his second hammer from his left hand to his right hand and continued to run. The Black Sludge heavy hammer shook slightly in his hand, and he threw it out again. Doom ... The hammer flew out, and the iron chain connecting it was rapidly pulled along. Yet Jun Cheng did not let go, but firmly held onto the chain. His entire body was carried several dozen meters away by the Black Sludge heavy hammer upon impact, and he landed on another giant rock. Doom! An intense airflow burst once again, as numerous small stones scatter and knock down the approaching half-beast warriors intending to protect the shaman. Some of the half-beast warriors were pierced by countless small stones, spreading blood in the air. At the moment of impact between the heavy hammer and the giant rock, Jun Cheng leapt into the air, spotting a figure behind the boulder. Two brave half-beast warriors were hit by the falling giant rock and collapsed in a pool of blood. Another slightly slender female half-beast warrior was limping and running towards the rear, trying to escape. Jun Cheng said coldly, drawing the bloodthirsty wand in midair, unleashing the acute gastrointestinal burst spell on her. Xingsha was extremely panicked as she had no idea what had just attacked her despite the human figure being dozens of meters away. The giant boulder disintegrated outright, and several followers from the tribe rushed forward, shielding themselves at the last moment. And during the second attack, they directly pushed themselves in the direction the massive rock collapsed for fear of being struck dead. Just as she was panicking and trying to flee, a human figure suddenly appeared beside her. "Damn it!" Xingsha cursed, running in distress, then shouted, "Lai Feng, quick, come save me, Lai Feng, ah." Howling in response, Lai Feng the Dark Wolf immediately appeared beside her. But at this moment, Lai Feng the Dark Wolf seemed even more wretched, covered in blood, with 2 large holes in its head and 4 limbs torn as if by something, making it run with a limp. The creature seemed to be in bad shape, panting heavily, its eyes filled with resentment. The shaman's beast companion, Jun Cheng. What about the shaman? Qin Zheng's figure appeared timely behind him. His body was burning with flames, like a human torch. "Half-beast shaman. Damn it! All of you must die." Another ferocious voice rang out, with Baijinki also catching up. The blood-red aura around him became stronger, painting him as a battlefield demon. Pointing his Yanshai blade at Xingsha, he snarled, "I'll kill you. And that half-beast with the iron axe ... kill you all." "No. No. No. No." Xingsha panicked, shaking her head. "I am a newly appointed shaman of the half-beast tribe, revered by the entire clan. How can I die here? How can I die here?" As she shouted, she grabbed the wolf hair on Lai Feng's body and climbed onto his back. "Lai Feng, run. Run away. And you, the one with the iron axe, come protect me, you useless bunch." Suddenly, a strange sound came. Xingsha's body suddenly froze, her face turned red, and soon she screamed painfully, "My stomach, it hurts. Faft. Quick, run. Faft." Lai Feng suddenly turned around, a whirlwind engulfing him, then swiftly ran away. "Stop it. Don't let it escape." Qin Zheng and Baijinki almost shouted simultaneously, immediately chasing after the beast. Yet Zheng Cheng was the fastest one, and at that moment, the previously galloping Lai Feng suddenly stopped. His body shook, tossing Xingsha off him. The lower half of Xingsha's body was still spraying half-beast farm manure, while Lai Feng's back was covered not only in blood but also in what flowed out from Xingsha's body. As the beast companion of the shaman, it rejected the sacrifice on its body, throwing her down from its back. "Lai Feng!" Xingsha screamed in distress, but it was too late. Jun Cheng's figure had already flown to her side. He reached out, and the azure sky sword immediately appeared in his hand. "You dared to poison the water. Die for me. Die." Jun Cheng whispered harshly, and without hesitation, the azure sky sword slashed down. "No. Faft." The sword light flashed, and Xingsha's head soared into the sky. Another slash followed. Spare ribs dissection. Skill successfully cast. You obtained a special ingredient, half-beast shaman's heart. You obtained half-beast DNA molecules. You obtained a complete structure of the half-beast DNA molecule, permanently increasing your damage to the half-beast tribe by 10%. You obtained a complete structure of the half-beast DNA molecule with the trait, omnivorous creature. Omnivorous creature. Your stomach function is highly efficient, able to digest any substance. You obtained a complete structure of the half-beast DNA molecule. You can instantly consume spirit and constitution to replicate it at any time. The shaman's heart. Jun Cheng furrowed his brows, looking at his palm. A small heart, about the size of a peach, appeared in his hand, still beating slightly. Special ingredient, half-beast shaman's heart. Quality, 4 stars. Effect, consuming it permanently increases 5 spirit points, 1 constitution point. Digestion capacity plus 1%, limited to 20 consumptions. Description, a rare shaman from the half-beast tribe, possessing the ability to use war songs and enhance the tribe's members. Heart. Jun Cheng gritted his teeth and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in 3 mouthfuls. Spirit increased by 5 points, constitution increased by 1 point. Awoo. With Zheng Cheng's slaying of the half-beast shaman, Lai Feng immediately went berserk. It turned around and launched a suicidal attack on Qin Zheng and Baijinki. The half-beast warriors, who were under the effects of berserk can agility or were instantly dispersed. Jun Cheng, Baijinki and Qin Zheng jointly killed Lai Feng and suddenly shouted, The majority of the half-beast forces are coming. Retreat quickly. Jun Cheng turned around and, indeed, saw numerous half-beast figures appearing on the riverbank. The leader was Iron Axe. Retreat. Quick retreat. Li Zhen, Li Zhao, Song Chaoyu, and Yao Jixu all ran over, with Li Zhen pointing to a large hole not far away, saying, "Go there. Use the speed of the mine cart to get away from here. Quick, run." They all shouted and headed towards the direction of the minecart cave. Jun Cheng's eyes briefly swept over the body of the half-beast shaman, and his hand slid over her body, quickly extracting several items: a wolf-tooth necklace hanging around her neck, a ring worn on the ring finger of her left hand, and a leather pouch tightly wrapped around her waist. As for a dried bone flute, it had long been shattered and had to be abandoned by Jun Cheng. After scavenging, he waved his hand, collecting the slain body and head of the half-beast shaman into the space ring. The shaman of the half-beast tribe might have considerable research value. After completing these actions, Jun Cheng quickly left. Soon, only the bodies left behind by Jun Cheng were on the battlefield along with the Iron Axe crew rushing towards him. Roar. End of the chapter. Chapter 100 Bloodthirsty Technique. By Jinky, who does not fear death. After a few breaths, the Iron Axe and a group of half-beasts had already caught up to the battlefield. Unfortunately, there was no one left standing on the entire battlefield. Dozens of tribesmen left to protect Xingsha in the temporary camp had all been killed. Even the followers of Xingsha, the warriors of the half-beast clan, lay on the ground, lifeless. Master. Iron Axe, Master. Everyone is dead. Iron Axe, roar. Iron Axe roared, gritting his teeth. Xingsha. Where is Xingsha? Quickly find him. Xingsha. Over there. Iron Axe ran madly to a huge rock, only to see the corpse of Xingsha's pet, the brave wine wolf. But the shadow of Xingsha could not be found. Xingsha. Where is Xingsha? Find him quickly. One of his subordinates said, Master Iron Axe, perhaps Xingsha has been taken captive by those humans. Yes, it's highly possible. Iron Axe's eyes brightened. The elders in the tribe mentioned that they had fought wars with humans in the past. Humans like to capture our elders, chieftains, or shamans to exchange for magic crystal and magical beasts crystal. Chase after them. We must stop them all. Yes. Master Iron Axe. A group of half-beasts growled in agreement and immediately chased after the group not far away toward the mine cart transporting ores into the mine. In order to leave this place, these humans had to pass through the mine cart transporting ores. Xingsha, wait for me. You are so beautiful. Those humans must have evil intentions towards you. I must save you. Xingsha, accompanied by Iron Axe's roar, his speed increased. He seemed to have entered a state of uncontrollable rage and almost turned into a blur in the open field. In less than 10 seconds, he had already rushed to the outside of the minecart transport cave. From his position, he could see a huge male basilisk descending from the sky, running frantically towards the cave. Where do you think you're going? Die. He roared again, pushing off the ground with his legs like a drawn arrow, shooting into the minecart tunnel. Xingsha, accompanied by his roar, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. By Jinky, Qinzheng. A glint flashed in Iron Axe's eyes. Above this mine, all those humans were actually hiding there. This was their true plan. First, they led most of the half-beasts away and then used soul beasts to attack the half-beast shaman. After killing the half-beast shaman, they intentionally ran into the mine, attracting the pursuit of the half-beasts, especially the leader of this group of half-beasts, the half-beast warrior wielding a huge axe. The shaman of the tribe was killed. As the leader, this half-beast warrior must be furious. There was a high chance that he would come alone to chase and kill them. And now, this half-beast warrior with the huge axe indeed charged in. He was at least 100 meters away from the other half-beasts behind him. 10 seconds, or less than 10 seconds, they needed to kill this enraged half-beast warrior. Die. By Jinky roared, his eyes full of killing intent and hatred. This half-beast had killed his brother. He even ate his body. Before sneaking into the cave, Song Chaoyu had already devoured the soul of the half-beast shaman. She vividly remembered the scene where Iron Axe swallowed by Jingshang's body. Kill. Qinzheng also transformed into a half-dragon form, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even his hands had turned into real dragon claws, slashing down. Behind the two, Jun Cheng's eyes flashed, and the bloodthirsty staff had already radiated a wave of blood. Bloodthirsty technique. The bloodthirsty technique associated with the bloodthirsty staff had a time limit, which was why he didn't use it when attacking the half-beast shaman. With most of the half-beast forces lured away, the number of half-beasts guarding the shaman was not significant. They were confident they could kill him at that time. Using the bloodthirsty technique would have been a waste, but now was different. They had to kill a rampaging half-beast warrior within 10 seconds, and the bloodthirsty technique was undoubtedly the final straw to overwhelm the camel. Thus, as soon as a hint of bloodthirstiness appeared in their eyes, their speed increased. Iron Axe was a seasoned warrior who, after being ambushed, advanced instead of retreating, swiftly lifting his giant axe from bottom to top. He was confident that this axe blow would cut the daring humans attacking him in half. However, he didn't know that Xinjiang had been trained by the tribe's predecessors since childhood. In the split second before the giant axe was about to hit him, he suddenly stretched out his claws and slapped the axe. Riding the inertia of the giant axe, he leapt to the other side in one go. He reached out and grabbed the giant axe with incredible strength, almost pulling it away. At that moment, Baijinki's figure leapt to his front, the goose feather knife in his hand slashed down sharply. Iron Axe's pupils contracted, and a powerful fighting spirit surged in him, forming a layer of fighting spirit armor around him. Tough. However, Baijinki's strike, despite being a surprise attack, was extremely fast and filled with anger. It shattered the fighting spirit on Iron Axe's body, and the blade sliced diagonally from his neck to his abdomen. Behind Iron Axe, several soul beasts condensed by Song Chaoyu rushed out and stood in front of the cave entrance. Their mission was to block the pursuing half-beasts behind them. Roar! Iron Axe, heavily injured, roared in anger. Despite almost being chopped in half, he was still alive. His blood was boiling. In his uncontrollable frenzy, it seemed like he felt no pain. He abandoned the giant axe in his hand and let Xinjiang take it. His hand suddenly gripped Baijinki, opening his blood-filled mouth and biting directly on Baijinki's neck. Tough. Baijinki's fresh blood gushed out, almost soaking both their bodies. Baijinki roared in anger, bearing the pain of Iron Axe trying to tear his neck apart. He gritted his teeth and slashed downward with the goose feather knife in his hand again. Tough. The blade slid down again, cutting into the half-beast's abdomen this time. His insides spilled out slowly. Howl. Even so, Iron Axe, the half-beast, was not dead yet. He opened his mouth again, attempting to bite Baijinki on the neck. Jinki, get away! Xinjiang urged, wrapping his arms around the half-beast's arm and forcefully twisting it backward. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and the half-beast's left arm was directly broken by Xinjiang. The excruciating pain of having his arm broken made Iron Axe groan. He exerted force with his lower and upper jaw and suddenly tore off a large chunk of flesh from Baijinki's neck, including the shoulder, revealing bone. In agonizing pain, Baijinki still hadn't let go. With gritted teeth, he swung the goose feather knife downwards again. Tough. The blade once again slid down, already cutting into the half-beast's abdomen. The viscera were already spilling out slowly. Despite that, the half-beast Iron Axe still hadn't died. Once more, he opened his mouth wide, attempting to bite Baijinki. Jinki, move away. Xinjiang became anxious. He wrapped his arms around the half-beast's arm and flung it backward forcefully. Tough. With their combined effort, they managed to tear the upper half of Iron Axe's body off him. Swoosh! At that moment, a freezing ice blade shot forward and instantly froze half of the half-beast Iron Axe's body. Accompanying Yao Jixu's finishing blow, the last connection of Iron Axe's body was also frozen. Xinjiang then exerted force once again, and with a crack, Iron Axe's upper half was directly torn off. He shuddered violently and took his last breath. Iron Axe, the half-beast, was dead. Brother Jinki! Brother Jinki! Li Jiao ran over hurriedly, her voice filled with sobs. Don't die. Please, don't die. Woo-woo. Baijinki was also in a sorry state, a large chunk of flesh torn from his neck and shoulder, with copious blood gushing out. Blood dripped from his mouth constantly, looking as if he had been pulled out of a pool of blood. I'm fine. Cough cough. I have avenged Jingxing. Heh. Cough cough cough. Woo-woo. Brother Jinki, please don't die. I won't argue with you anymore in the future. Woo-woo. I've always regarded you as a brother. Please don't get into trouble. TSK. Amidst the howling, Yao Jixu hurried over. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of frost gathered. Carefully controlling it, she froze by Jinky's wound. Get out of here. Find a high-level cleric outside to heal him. Li Zhen also ran over. Li Zhao, make way. I have a healing scroll here. With that, he took out a golden scroll from his inventory and tore it open. A golden white light radiated and shone on by Jinky's wound. His injuries were seen recovering at a visible speed. Though slow, he was no longer in mortal danger. This healing scroll can only heal his wounds. For a complete recovery, we need to find a cleric outside to perform advanced healing techniques on him. Li Zhen's expression was extremely serious. He was bitten by half-beast in a vital spot. We must leave quickly. Heavy injury? Li Shen also seemed a bit worried but said, as long as there are no complications. By the way, Brother John, take this back. Li Zhen received it and was surprised. Earth Heart. End of chapter. Chapter 101 Spoils. Orc Sacrificial Learning Notes. Heart of the Earth. Zhun Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't it meant as bait? Why did you? Sai Shendao said. I flew over and saw it halfway. That giant python soul beast was covered in wounds. Its spiritual power was on the brink of collapse, so I quickly took back the heart of the earth from its mouth. This thing is a 6-star gem. I'd feel bad even if I lost it. Zhun Cheng took a personal ring and said, Thanks, I was planning to give this to Chen Zhe. Sai Shen scratched his head and said, Zhun Jie, you're really willing to give it to that guy. We're brothers, there's nothing I wouldn't be willing to part with. Zhun Cheng casually said, Didn't we agree before, to be rich together, bark together, ha ha ha. To be rich together, bark together. Sai Shen's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. I got it. Zhun Jie. The group continued forward, with Zhun Cheng leading the way, the front of the team. Using central radar life monitoring technique for detection, along the way, no biological information within a radius of 500 meters could escape his monitoring. Their main focus was to avoid encounters, if possible, only engaging in battle if they exceeded the guidance of the central radar life monitoring technique or couldn't bypass the enemy. Along the way, they left behind a large number of orc teams and quickly approached the entrance to the secret realm. Finally, they shook off a large number of orcs and gradually neared the place where they had killed the elderly orc before. Being here indicated that their situation was relatively safe. Coming to the cave, Zhun Cheng raised his hand to stop everyone. No enemies within a 500-meter radius. Let's rest for 10 minutes. Okay. Everyone readily agreed, considering that many in the team were injured, especially by Jinky, who was now severely wounded and unconscious, his face pale. Everyone found their own place to rest, while Zhun Cheng approached several soul beasts. Song Chaoyu also came over and asked, Zhun Cheng, why are you always checking my soul beasts? Zhun Cheng said, Your soul beasts are incorporeal, so they should be immune to physical attacks, right? Yes. Song Chaoyu nodded, but in this secret realm, those orcs attacking my soul beasts didn't elicit any reaction at all. I just need some time and experience. As long as I avoid the orc sacrificial ritual, I can solo this secret realm. What about your fishman boss soul beast? Still here. She beckoned, and the fishman boss's soul slowly floated over from a distance. The next moment, Song Chaoyu's eyes widened. Hey, why has the soul power of my fishman boss soul beast depleted so much? Zhun Cheng said, When we were attacking the orc sacrificial ritual, your fishman boss soul beast was instantly dispersed by a cave troll with one blow. What? Song Chaoyu was incredulous. Zhun Cheng, are you seeing things? How could a soul beast be hit by a physical attack, let alone be dispersed? I saw it too. Qin Zhong also chimed in. Zhun Cheng didn't imagine it. That cave troll must have been empowered with a Berserk War Song, Agility War Song, or other aura that can harm spiritual beings by the sacrificial ritual. For example, Sacrificial War Song. Song Chaoyu asked in confusion. Sacrificial War Song. Qin Zhong explained. Sacrificial War Song is a high-level glorious war song that only orc priest above the rank of stave sacrificer can master. Once activated, the sacrificial warriors are surrounded by the sacrificial fire, immune to all low-level magic, and have strong resistance to mid-level magic. With the sacrificial fire, every one of their physical attacks will harm spiritual beings. On the battlefield, the presence of a stave sacrificer in the orc array is almost unmatched. Are you trying to say that the cave troll was empowered with the sacrificial aura released by a stave sacrificer? Zhun Cheng exclaimed. How's that possible? Well, Qin Zhong hesitated. It's possible. The The sacrificial ritual before that also used the dull aura. The war song is also a high-level war song that can only be used by stave sacrificers or higher. Lee Zin also came over and said, "It's probably a war song scroll, or simply raw power. Spirit power may be immune to physical attacks, but it can't resist true power. My clan has mentioned that raw power is also a form of elemental power, or rule power. Have you read web novels before?" "I have." "Me too." Jun Chang's face looked a bit strange as he nodded. "I have read quite a few, especially one called, I Am a Priest with the ability to trigger sudden explosive momentary diarrhea spells, which was quite similar to my situation." "That's right," Lee Zin said. "Since you've read web novels, you must have heard terms like sword breaking the void, fist shattering the void, or cultivating with power. The so-called sword breaking, fist breaking, is actually about powerful and pure force. By releasing a massive amount of power in an extremely short time, one can shatter space, creating fissures or void paths. If space can be shattered, not to mention the small soul bodies." "Is that so?" The group looked puzzled but couldn't find a good reason to refute Lee Zin. "Maybe. No wonder it's from the Lee family." "Time's up. Let's go," Jun Cheng suddenly said. "There are already many orcs catching up." The group continued on. This time, Qin Jung took the lead, with Jun Cheng at the rear, occasionally pointing out the way. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Cheng began examining the spoils obtained after killing the orc sacrificial ritual: a Volfang necklace hanging around the neck, a ring worn on the left ring finger, and a leather pouch wrapped securely around the waist. Name: Gale Volfang necklace. Durability: 1,883,500. Category: necklace, accessory. Tier: bronze. Equipment requirements: LV10, 20 constitution points, 20 spirit points, for mages, priests, warlocks, and other professionals. Effect: +8 spirit. Attached skill 1. Meditation passive. After equipping, spirit recovery speed, +10%. Attached skill 2. Lightning speed passive. After equipping, casting speed +10%. A necklace that enhances spirit recovery speed and casting speed. Jun Cheng's eyes shone. This necklace was undoubtedly very suitable for him. In addition, there was an ancient-looking ring. "Space ring," he exclaimed. The orc sacrificial ritual actually had a space ring. What extravagance! Jun Cheng quickly sensed this ring but couldn't open it at all. It's sealed with a special restriction. This ring, He suddenly noticed a pattern on the surface of the ring. Or rather, a character. "This is white?" Jun Cheng's mind raced, quickly realizing something. White Jing Sheng's space ring. Rubbing the ring, Jun Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Should he keep it or return it to the Bai family? Bai Jing Shun, the direct descendant of the Bai family in Chang'an City, was also a 7-star enchanter. Among the entire Bai family, he was considered a well-nurtured descendant. Shockingly, he died in this secret realm, and his space ring undoubtedly held many treasures. Bai Jing Shun, Bai Jing Chen, Chang'an City Bai family. Jun Cheng soon made a decision: return it to the Bai family. After all, this ring was not his own. Even if it was spoils from a boss he killed and retrieved, it was still a fallen comrade's possession. He couldn't bring himself to seize the belongings of a fallen comrade. Once out of the secret realm, I will return it to Bai Jing Chen. He temporarily stored the space ring and turned his gaze to the leather pouch he snatched from the orc sacrificial ritual. This pouch should belong to the orc sacrificial ritual. I wonder if there's anything good inside. Quickly opening it, he found 2 vials inside, both containing viscous liquids. This is voodoo. Jun Cheng quickly deduced the specific properties of the liquids in the 2 vials. Name: Blood Bramble Poison. Tier: 3 stars. Effect: after an attack, it can rapidly penetrate the human body, causing the target's blood to quickly putrefy, leading to symptoms of lassitude, chills, high fever, rapid breathing, rapid heartbeat, and impaired mobility, etc. Can be applied to weapons or added to water. Description: made from the special plant blood bramble native to the orc clan, it is one of the basic poisons used by the voodoo profession. 3 vials of poison, all containing blood bramble poison, a poison that directly attacks the blood. Sepsis. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up, thinking of the dead fish in the river poisoned by the blood bramble poison. These poisons could be useful, so I'll keep them. Next, he looked at the other 2 pieces of the spoils, a black wooden stick and a rolled up bee skin scroll. What is this thing? Jun Cheng picked up the wooden stick and his eyes brightened quickly. Ha! An orc sacrificial war song scroll? Why does it look like this? Item. War song scroll. Skill. Forbidden Air war song. Effect. Makes the air in a specific area stop flowing, causing flying creatures using wings or air currents to fall from the sky, leading to accidents, rendering them unable to fly for a short period. Description. A special scroll carved from the blood of magical beasts onto special wood is a unique creation method of the orc sacrificial war song. Forbidden Air war song. Jun Cheng said oddly. A war song that stops the flow of air. Orc sacrificial war songs are indeed strange. As Li Zin stated, the orc sacrificial face is only a novice sacrificial and won't use high-level abilities like the dull war song. It seems that she used the dull war song released earlier through this war song scroll. Jun Cheng put it away, saying, the Forbidden Air war song is of no use to us. Otherwise, she would have used it already. His gaze turned to the last item. Item. Novice Orc Sacrificial Learning Notes. Effect. By studying this notebook, you have a chance to learn one or more of the following Orc war songs: Berserk war song, Agility war song, Stone Skin war song, or multiple. Description. These are the notes of genius young Orc girl Starsanged, learning the war songs under the Orc Empire Sacrificer and House Mamong Horseman Magic Staff Sacrificer Gerard. It also contains the girl's daily learning and life records. Jun Cheng's eyes shone once again. Sacrificial learning notes. A chance to learn 3 low-level war songs. For me, this is the best spoils. Being able to learn 3 skills. Jun Cheng quickly opened the Orc Sacrificial learning notes. Rows of messy but somewhat elegant handwriting appeared before him. He blinked and calmly closed it. 10. Beast Language. End of the chapter. Chapter 102 of the College Entrance Examination Content. Radiation Island. Ethnic Cleansing Assessment. Jun Cheng could not help but laugh and cry. He finally obtained a study notebook that could provide opportunities to learn a variety of skills, but he did not expect to be delayed because he did not know the Beast Tribe language. For professionals who want to learn skills, it is generally divided into 5 directions. The first direction is to automatically obtain the skill tree of their own occupation after awakening. The skill tree will automatically arrange different occupational skills based on different occupations, genders, talents, etc. Sometimes, even if they are the same star level, the same occupation, due to some reasons, different occupational skills are produced. The second direction is various skill books. Each professional has 4 blank skill slots, and corresponding skills can be learned through skill books. These skills can be professional skills or general skills. For example, skills like reconnaissance and appraisal are very popular general skills that all professionals can learn. The third direction is to follow some powerful professionals, learn and live together, and even communicate deeply. It is possible to comprehend corresponding skills while observing their skills, just like a doctoral supervisor bringing their students. Skills learned through this method will also occupy blank skill slots. The fourth direction is various learning notes on magic, alchemy, and sacrifices learned from powerful professionals or other races. Corresponding professionals can comprehend corresponding skills from these notes. This method is the most difficult. Learning notes not only require superhuman perseverance, but also require strong talent. Otherwise, without a master or teacher to guide, it can only be a matter of wishing and sighing over books. The fifth direction is some special means. For example, Song Dynasty reign. Beast Tribe language. Jun Cheng frowned. According to what Senior Gao said, the Beast Tribe language is one of the common languages of the other world, but it can only be selected for study after completing the college entrance examination and entering the professional university. I now want to understand this sacrifice note. Unless I find someone to translate on the dark web for professionals, I also have to worry that the other party will deliberately mistranslate it. If the other party is greedy, the loss will be even greater. After all, these are 3 buff-type skills of considerable value. Jun Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute, I am currently a night watchman. There must be someone in the bureau who understands the Beast Tribe language. As long as I find someone in the bureau, it will be fine. It only takes a small contribution, and many people in the bureau will be willing to translate this note for me. Or, can this note also be exchanged for contribution points? But I am not yet an official member of the Night Watchman, and Young Xiao has also taken on a mission. It won't be easy to get the translation of this note in a short time. To join professional examination for professionals will be held in a few days. If I can comprehend skills from this note before the examination. This note records 3 sacrificial skills: Berserk War Song, Agile War Song, and Stone Skin War Song. What he values most is the Berserk War Song. It comprehensively enhances strength, speed, and combat, and makes the target fight to the death with certain immunity to pain. I wonder what special powers will be generated after the transformation. I need to translate this note as soon as possible, or else. Jun Cheng put away the note and looked ahead. His eyes suddenly brightened. Right? Li Jiao. She mentioned before that she learned the Beast tribe language. I'll ask her to translate for me. These people have good personalities, come from prominent families, and are comrades in arms. They probably won't have any thoughts about this study note. With that in mind, Jun Cheng ran directly to Li Jiao's side. Li Jiao, I have something to ask you. Jun Cheng, big brother. Li Jiao's eyes suddenly brightened, and she said sweetly, didn't we agree? Call me Jiao Jiao. Out. Jiao Jiao, do you understand the Beast tribe language? Beast tribe language? Of course, I do. Li Jiao nodded. In addition to the Beast tribe language, I also excel in the Elven language and have some knowledge of the language of the spirit orcs. Can you understand the content of this note? Jun Cheng then handed over the orc sacrificial studying notebook. What is this? After Li Jiao took it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Orc sacrificial study notebook. Is this loot obtained from that orc sacrifice? Good stuff. Jun Cheng big brother. Oh, it's a pity. It's just low-level buff skills. I don't want to occupy my blank skill slots. Jun Cheng said. Can you translate it? Of course. Give me half a day. I need to take a look first. Li Jiao flipped through a few pages, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat strange. After examining a few more pages carefully, her eyes turned angry. Jun Cheng noticed Li Jiao's strangeness and asked curiously, what's wrong, Jiao Jiao? Li Jiao closed the notebook and said, in this notebook, in addition to recording 3 low-level brilliant war songs, there is also some diary of this half-beast girl named Crossing Sha. Diary? Yes. Li Jiao nodded. According to the diary, as a half-beast, she encountered a lot of discrimination and abuse from the sacrificial students at the Orc Empire while studying sacrifice. In the Orc Empire, half-beasts are just slaves, cannon fodder. She suffered a lot to learn the war songs, even to be able to continue to stay and also with her mentor. I understand. Jun Cheng shook his head. She's also a pitiful person. For her, it's a kind of liberation. Li Jiao continued. Jun Cheng big brother, I just briefly looked at the content of the 3 war songs. They not only have Beast tribe language recordings, but also some rare and difficult Elven and Biming languages. I need to go back and check some information to fully translate it. At most 2 days, I will send it back to you. Jun Cheng said. After coming out of the secret realm, let's at each other as friends, and you can send me the translated electronic version. No. Li Jiao shook her head. It is best to comprehend skills through the original notes. The electronic version, or purely translated notes, will not allow skill comprehension. Otherwise, the country would just need to post all these translated notes online, and all professionals could learn powerful skills, right? Jun Cheng realized that it was true. Okay, when the time comes just send it to me. I'll deliver it. You can send it over. With the joint professional exam coming up, your family must have a lot to take care of. Anything matters, your important Jun Cheng big brother. Stop. Isn't your crush Qin Zheng? I used to have a good impression of him, but from today on, I realize that you are the type one like. Wait. Jun Cheng quickly said. Let's talk about this later. When facing Song Qiaoyu, because of her job as a soul-sucking enchantress, she became antagonistic towards herself. He could stand up to her, and she would never actually let him succeed. But Li Jiao was completely infatuated with him. Who knows if she wanted to push him down? Women from big families, and they are professionals, thinking about it would bring a lot of trouble. Li Jiao said. By the way, Jun Cheng big brother, which professional university are you preparing to take the exam for? The Imperial City. Jun Cheng casually said. After all, the Imperial City Professional University is the strongest comprehensive professional university in our country. I also want to check some things in the Imperial City. The Imperial City. Li Jiao's eyes brightened slightly. Then I'll go too. My older brother, as well as Qin Zheng, Bai Jinqi, and others, are also going to the Imperial City. Our family has a tradition that every professional from the family must undergo 5 years of training on the alien battlefield before returning to the family. 5 years? Jun Cheng asked strangely. Isn't it 2 years? That's for ordinary professionals, Li Jiao said proudly. Our professional family is the backbone of the Blue Star resistance against aliens. Every professional from each family must serve for 5 years on the alien battlefield. Even we have a contract with the military, and some families will continue to be stationed on the alien battlefield, acting as the horns of the military, guarding the border. Oh, I see. Jun Cheng suddenly realized why professional families could thrive for generations. They have indeed made an indelible contribution to the future of the Blue Star and the continuation of humanity. Therefore, the country has given them some privileges and concessions. By the way, Jun Cheng big brother, Li Jiao suddenly approached and said, do you want to know what the content of this year's joint professional exam is? Looking at Li Jiao's blinking eyes, Jun Cheng asked strangely, isn't it the same as previous years? All new professionals enter the trial tower for trials together. Points are calculated based on the number and quality of monsters killed, and the rating is based on the number of levels clear in the trial tower. Is it different this year? Every year during the professional exam, there are 2 exam formats. The first is a team competition, with 3 people forming a team to raid the exam tower. If they manage to conquer more than 10 floors within the specified time, they are considered to pass and have the opportunity to enter the professional university. The higher the number of floors conquer, the more likely they are to be admitted to a top-tier professional university. The second format is an individual competition. This is held for the top 10 universities and 3 military academies. Participants can sign up according to their wishes. Professionals compete in pairs, and the better their performance, the more likely they are to be admitted to the top 10 universities or the 3 military academies. Over 300 years ago, during the great changes in the world, over 1,000 trial towers appeared all over the world. Any professional could enter for training and challenge levels. There were rumors that if someone could reach the 1000th level, they could break through the limits of mortals and become a god on the spot. Unfortunately, over 300 years have passed, and even though the strongest 10 professionals organized a challenge, the highest level they reached was only the 650th floor. It's different, Li Jiao said. Our family received information that this year, humans in one of the alien battlefields, the Falling Group Island, defeated the alien inferior race. They wiped out the occupation forces of the professional unit stationed on Falling Island, leaving only a few low-level professionals who managed to escape back to their planet. And this year, our professional joint exam assessment will be to enter the native planet of the inferior race, Radiation Island, and conduct ethnic cleansing. End of this chapter. Chapter 103 Invasion of the Alien Race. News from Zhaoyang Shao. Inferior race, Radiation Island. Jun Cheng's tone was somewhat strange. He had never heard of this alien race and planet before. Li Jiao explained. The so-called inferior race is actually our term for them. They call themselves evolved people, radiation people, originally just ordinary human races like us Blue Star people. It is rumored that 1,000 years ago, their technological level was even higher than ours on Blue Star, but they also fell victim to an alien invasion. One country, facing the crisis of genocide, chose to join the alien race and willingly became their lackeys. During the final battle between the human race and the alien race on this planet, the people of this country detonated 5,000 high-yield nuclear bombs in the sea behind the human race's front lines, causing towering waves that submerged countless members of both races. In that battle, humanity perished, but the people of this country managed to survive, though the entire planet was now filled with countless nuclear radiations. All the creatures on the planet underwent mutations due to the radiation, with giant monsters in the oceans measuring kilometers, and plants turning into mutated plants that prey on living beings. Even the few remaining land masses became wastelands, and the surviving human race gradually transformed into mutated beings. Li Jiao's tone became somewhat fearful as she spoke. Blue Star almost detonated nuclear bombs back then, but it was stopped by the pioneers who sacrificed themselves. They blocked the alien race's front lines with their own flesh and blood, giving them a chance to breathe, and cultivating new professionals. Otherwise, Blue Star might have suffered the same fate as them. Jun Cheng also pondered the post-nuclear war world, his eyes changing. What is the strength of the inferior race? Li Jiao hesitated. The exact strength is unclear, but they have a unique occupational system focused on enhancing or mutating their own bodies. Some of them have 2 heads, 3 arms, or tentacles like tails, all sorts of bizarre features. During the alien invasion 300 years ago, the inferior race invaded our country and slaughtered over 40 million people. Later, they were driven out by one of the pioneers, Master Zhao Xianfeng. Afterward, we fought alongside the inferior race at the alien battlefield for over 300 years. Li Zhao continued, at the beginning of this year, we gathered 3 pioneer families and the military to wipe out most of the inferior race's army on the meteorite island through Thunder Force, even approaching their homeworld. Now, the inferior race's homeworld only has 4 slightly larger islands and hundreds of smaller islands left, known as radiation islands. All the high-level professionals above level 50 of the inferior race have been exterminated, leaving only low-level professionals and ordinary inferior people with mutated bodies. The radiation islands are full of nuclear radiation, completely unsuitable for ordinary blue star people to survive. Therefore, after discussions by the Elder Council, the radiation islands have been designated as training and assessment grounds for new professionals. And this year, our generation of new professionals are taking the Joint Professional University Entrance Examination, which is part of this plan. Li Zhao's tone became somewhat excited. Over 30 provinces nationwide will each enter over 30 corresponding small islands within the radiation islands to undergo a killing assessment. Eliminate all professionals of the inferior race and the inferior people, cut off their left ears and bring them back to determine the assessment scores for the examination. This is the content of our joint professional entrance examination. Upon hearing Li Zhao's explanation, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but gasp. This kind of assessment, it's quite grand. Invading a planet, using another planet's world as an assessment ground, and using the lives of alien races as the assessment standard. The more one kills, the higher the assessment score, which means they are more likely to be valued by more powerful joint universities and military academies, and subsequently recruited. Zhang Cheng suddenly had a thought and said, using the left ears of the inferior race is the scoring standard. Could it lead to infighting among our own people? Li Zhao hesitated and said, I'm not sure about that. Perhaps the Elder Council and the Ministry of Education have their own arrangements, and this decision will probably be announced 3 days before the joint professional entrance examination. Zhang Cheng, you're a week ahead in knowing about it, so you can prepare in advance. Zhang Cheng glanced at her and asked, did you know about it several days in advance? About a month ago, Li Zhao replied sheepishly. Several hours later, the 8 figures finally arrived at a large cave. A faint glow, visible only to them, was emanating from a circle of light, as if it could dissipate at any moment. The entrance to the secret realm. Quick, get out. The entrance is about to disappear. Qin Zheng shouted, pausing to guard the entrance of the secret realm. The others didn't delay and San Chaoyu left first, swiftly followed by the giant python soul beast carried by Bai Jingqi. Subsequently, Sai Shen, Li Zhao, Li Zhang, Yao Jixu, and others followed suit. Lastly, Qin Zheng and Zhang Cheng also stepped out of the secret realm one after the other. After the 8 of them left, the entrance to the secret realm elapsed immediately, turning into fragments of light that dissipated. After a while, a group of half-beast people finally rushed over. Dozens of giant wolves surrounded the center of the cave, sniffing carefully and continuously howling, while the group of half-beast people searched around. Unfortunately, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find the traces of the 8 individuals. The events inside the mine quickly spread to the territory of the half-beast people. Especially the death of the genius maiden Xingsha in the tribe had dealt a major blow to the tribe of half-beast people. A flash of light. Zhang Cheng's sight was filled with a bright light. It was the Qinshan vein. The entire entrance to the secret realm was bustling. Dozens of nurses in white coats surrounded them, anxiously examining their bodies. Bai Jingqi had also been surrounded by 2 priests holding staves, with strands of platinum light constantly emanating from him. High-ranking priests. Under the care of the 2 priests, Bai Jingqi had already opened his eyes. His injuries were visibly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, his face was still pale, and he looked somewhat dejected. Student Zhang Cheng, are you injured? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? A calm voice suddenly sounded, and turning around, Zhang Cheng saw a middle-aged man with a square face dressed in a white coat. I'm fine. Before the words could leave his mouth, he felt dizzy and immediately fell into the arms of one of the nurses. I feel a bit dizzy. The nurse hurriedly helped Zhang Cheng, while the middle-aged man with a square face said, in a resolute tone, dizziness is a big problem. Ziyun, Xiaomen, helped Zhang Cheng to the temporary treatment room for a rest and give him a comprehensive checkup. Yes, Dr. Zhang. Assisted by the two teen girls, Zhang Cheng staggered to the temporary treatment room. Student Zhang Cheng, rest for a bit. I'll get the medicine. No need. Zhang Cheng quickly said, you to sit here. I just need to lie down and rest. And a little massage will do the trick. Oh. Seeing Zhang Cheng barely lifting his head, the nurse called Xiaoyun smiled and sat down, placing his head on her lap. Her two hands gently massaged his temples and asked softly, Zhang Cheng, how do you feel? Better, but a bit more pressure would be great. After some time, Zhang Cheng was nearly falling asleep. The tent was suddenly lifted. You guys, go out. A cold yet familiar voice rang out, prompting Zhang Cheng to open his eyes subconsciously and sit up. Zizu, don't misunderstand. I'm just resting. Damn it, what am I explaining to her for? Yao Jixu waved her hand, indicating the two nurses to leave, and said coldly, the headmaster Ning has summoned us. Everyone is waiting. Just waiting for you. I'll go. I'll go. Zhang Cheng washed his face and followed Yao Jixu out of the mine. As they walked, Yao Jixu suddenly said, you seem to enjoy the company of the two nurses. Zhang Cheng chuckled and said, actually, I'd rather experience your skills, but I don't have the opportunity. TSK. Yao Jixu gritted her teeth. Want to experience my skills? Sure, as long as you dare. Zhang Cheng puffed his chest. I'm not afraid of anything. You're not a tigress. I'll bite you. The two of them soon left the mine and entered a large tent where the other 6 people were already waiting. In addition, there was the night watchman Wang Ning who had brought them there. Zhang Cheng is here. Wang Ning pointed to a chair. Sit. After everyone had sat down, Wang Ning took a deep breath and said, I have learned about the experiences of this secret realm journey and will report back to the bureau. He then turned to Bai Jingqi and said, my condolences. Bai Jingqi's face was pale, but he nodded. Thank you. For this secret realm journey, the bureau requires the bodies of the creatures inside. Wang Ning looked at Zhang Cheng. I don't know if you all. They are all inside. Zhang Cheng raised his hand, indicating, do you want them now? Wang Ning shook his head. Not now, let's wait until we get back to the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng felt relieved. There were quite a few bodies in the spatial ring, including those of half-beast people, dwarves, the black water python, and the black slime fish people, all of which he had dissected, except for the boss of the half-beast people that was killed by Qin Zhong, Bai Jingqi, and others. He wondered what he would find by dissecting that half-beast boss. By the way, Jingqi. Zhang Cheng took out a spatial ring from his pocket and handed it to Bai Jingqi. This is the loot I obtained from the half-beast sacrificial body. It should be a relic of Jingsheng, so I'm returning it to you. What? Bai Jingqi was taken aback, and the others instinctively looked over, especially at the spatial ring in his hands. Jingsheng. Bai Jingqi stood up and took the ring. Looking at it, he spoke. Yes, this is Jingsheng's spatial ring. Zhang Cheng. He looked at Zhang Cheng very seriously. Logically, this ring is your spoils of war, but it is Jingsheng's relic. After I return to the clan and hand it over to the elders, the Bai family will provide you with materials of equivalent value to what's inside the ring. Zhang Cheng furrowed his brow. I didn't intend for a return. This is a comrade's relic. I'm just returning it to his family. Bai Jingqi's gaze changed again, took a deep breath and said, this isn't a return. It's my personal gratitude. Zhang Cheng, you must accept it. This. Zhang Cheng could only shake his head. All right then. All right. Wang Ning clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and said, this mission is over. We need to return to Chang'an City as quickly as possible. Why the rush? Big brother Wang Ning. Zhang Cheng asked strangely. Wang Ning spoke solemnly. Captain Yang Xiao is critically injured. End of this chapter. Chapter 104. Strength and Power. What happened to the skill book you want? What happened? Sister Yang Xiao was seriously injured. Who dared to injure Captain Yang Xiao? The faces of those present changed. Yao Jixu, Zhang Cheng, even Bai Jingqi, Li Zhao, and others stood up. Wang Ning shook his head and said, it was someone from Dawn. Captain Yang Xiao and several colleagues from Jincheng went to investigate the final stronghold of the Black Sun Church and encountered Dawn's people. After a fierce battle almost ended in defeat, luckily Captain Su Qingfeng, Captain Jia Peidong, Captain Julian Hao arrived in time and repelled Dawn's people. Otherwise, where is Yang Xiao now? Zheng Cheng asked in a serious tone, his expression extremely earnest. Captain Yang Xiao is fine. There are senior priests in the office, Wang Ning explained. She also instructed that you don't need to rush to see her after coming out of the secret realm. Rest first, wait for the notice from the office. Especially you, Zheng Chen, along with Song Chaoyu and Sai Shen, the three of you. When the time comes, Captain Yang Xiao will personally lead you to report to the office. As long as she's okay, Zheng Cheng asked casually. Who are Dawn's people? It was Ghost Day from the 9 days of Dawn who took action, Wang Ning said. Ghost Day. Zheng Cheng continued. Ning, you mentioned Su Qingfen. Is he Captain Su Qi Cheng's older brother? Wang Ning nodded. Yes, that's him. Su Qingfen. Bai Jingqi exclaimed in surprise. He's back from the alien battleground already. That's fast. Yes, he's about to break through to the epic level. This time he came back to complete the sacrifice to the heavens mission. I see. So, brother Su Qingfen is about to break through to the epic level so quickly. Amazing. If he successfully breaks through, we'll have another pillar of heaven in the blue star. Unfortunately, Captain Su Qi Cheng died in battle. I wonder if this will affect brother Su Qingfen. Bai Jingqi, Qin Zhang, and others discussed this, while Zheng Cheng was puzzled. He knew that above level 80, professionals were called epic level. These powerful individuals could move mountains and seas, shatter mountains with a punch, and slay demons with a sword, serving as a solid cornerstone of their race. Just one step away from reaching the epic level meant that Su Qi Cheng, like the former Black Sun Lord, was at level 79. Of course, the former Black Sun Lord, nearing the end of his life and severely injured, was still terrifyingly powerful. Su Qingfen, on the other hand, was a peak level 79 powerhouse. The gap between the two was like the difference between the moon and the firefly. Level 79. Zheng Cheng remembered that Su Qingfen was level 69 when he went to the alien battleground. To break through to level 79 so quickly, he must have experienced a lot on the alien battleground. But what was the sacrifice to the heavens? Was it a breakthrough mission for all level 79 professionals? Watching the excited discussions of the others, Zheng Cheng realized that Bai Jingqi, Qin Zhang, and others, as members of aristocratic families, definitely knew what the sacrifice to the heavens entailed. From the literal meaning, was it a sacrificial ritual, or was it? All right, stop arguing. Wang Ning clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, saying, the secret realm has ended, you've all recovered, and as for the two who perished. At this point, Wang Ning sighed and added, the office will provide comfort. Your current task is to return to Chang'an City and rest. The professional unity examination is about to begin. Be prepared. Yes. The group separated outside the base. Zheng Cheng, Song Chaoyu, Sai Shen, and others rode the night duty vehicle back to Chang'an City. Qin Zhang, Bai Jingqi, and the others drove themselves. Farewell, Zheng Cheng. See you at the professional unity examination. Hopefully, we can fight together next time. Qin Zhang said nostalgically. We'll be fighting together in the invasion of other planets during this year's professional unity examination. You really know a lot, Zheng Cheng quipped. Who told you about it? Jingqi or Li Zhen? It was Li Zhao. Li Zhao. Qin Zheng's expression was strange. Why would she tell you? Could it be that she has a crush on you? Are you too bad-mouthing me? Li Zhen suddenly appeared, glaring at Qin Zhang, her arm around Zheng Cheng. Qin Zhang, I warn you. Don't speak ill of me in front of brother Zheng Cheng, or I won't spare you. Okay. Okay. Qin Zhang said cheerfully. Brother Zheng Cheng, Li Zhen is a good girl. You must treasure her. After speaking, he ran off without looking back, his speed astonishing, and laughter could still be heard vaguely. Zheng Cheng was feeling overwhelmed. Qin Zhang was so afraid. What was it about Li Zhen that frightened him? Li Zhen then said softly, Brother Zheng Cheng, stay away from Qin Zhang. Oh. By the way, I'll translate that sacrificial note for you as soon as possible. All right, Li Zhen. Li Zhen and Bai Jingqi approached, watching Li Zhen hugging Zheng Cheng's arm, frowning and patient, saying, You're a young lady, what's with all the hugging and cuddling? Li Zhen pouted, I'll hug if I want, what's it to you? HMPH. Li Zhen took a deep breath, we're going back now. Mother has been waiting for a long time. Mother. Li Zhen's expression changed. Mother. She woke up. Huh. Li Zhen nodded. I got the news from home as soon as I left the secret realm. We need to hurry back. I see. Li Zhen let go of Zheng Cheng's arm and said, Brother Zheng Cheng, I have to go now. Come visit my house in the future. All right, all right. Watching Li Zhen leave, Li Jinqi thought for a moment before saying, Zheng Cheng, we fought side by side as comrades. If you want to marry Li Zhen, I support you. But wait, if Li Zhen has an engagement or something, you need to respect that. Li Jinqi's mouth twitched under his breath, holding back what he really wanted to say. You don't need to marry her. Zheng Cheng. Li Jinqi approached, saying, Thanks for what happened with Jing Shan. And our agreement inside the secret realm is still valid. The Black Ink Fishman fish pearl wasn't consumed. I've already spoken to Li Zhen. You don't need to pay. Qin Zheng and I will give you a satisfactory price. Within 3 days, someone will come to look for you. Okay. I'll wait for you then. Zheng Cheng nodded. Goodbye at the professional unity examination. Goodbye. Goodbye. After the four left, Sai Shen and his 2 friends walked over. Brother Cheng, shall we leave? Yes, let's go. Song Chaoyu suddenly leaned on Zheng Cheng again, exhaling like an orchid. Zheng Cheng, I don't have money to give you for those Black Ink Fishman fish pearls. Wait until I get my salary, and I'll pay you back. If that's not enough, I can offer myself as payment. Really? False. Yao Jixu also came over, frowning at Song Chaoyu. Get down. This is the night person's base, not your home. HMPH. Song Chaoyu retorted. It's like you own this place. I was discussing with Zheng Cheng about returning his money. What's it to you? Don't interfere with others' business. I owe Zheng Cheng money, not you. Well, you do owe me money. Do you want me to rip your mouth? Come on. Who's afraid of who? The 2 women glared angrily at each other, their eyes almost shooting out flames. Sai Shen nervously watched the 2 women, whispering, Brother Chen, are women really this scary? What's there to fear? If I say a word, they'll behave themselves, Zheng Cheng said confidently. Don't believe the nonsense. Forget it. I say, Brother Cheng, could they both like you? Really? More than pearls? Then I'll try. Maybe we'll have a love triangle. Geez, you're delusional. Cheng, you're kind of creepy smirking like that. Get lost. The 2 of them continued to argue as they got in the car, while Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu, their faces full of anger, also got in their car. Sai Shen, find Chen Zi. When we get back home, Wan tell him to come to my place. I have something to discuss with him. What is it? Brother Cheng. It's about the professional unity examination and excitedly discussing the special food incident. Zheng Cheng remembered the stash of special ingredients he collected in the secret realm. The next day, the 4 of them went to the night vigil base together and met Zhao Yongxiao, who was in the midst of recovery training. She was dressed in black hot pants and a tank top, undergoing recovery training. Her seemingly slender thighs and arms contained explosive power. Beads of sweat dripped from her hair tits. Her body lines were extremely graceful, and every movement was like a work of art. Sai Shen, feeling uncomfortable, turned his head, but Zheng Cheng was keenly watching her. Finally, after Zhao Yongxiao finished her training, she greeted them and said, Just wait a moment, I'm going to take a shower. Oh, Zheng Cheng, I've arranged the skill book you wanted for you. I promise you'll be satisfied. End of chapter. Chapter 105. Lian Father. I want to know how my son died. Skill books. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up suddenly. Due to Zheng Cheng's actions, the mission of the Black Sun Church did not result in significant casualties, which can be considered a great achievement. The chief of the Night Watch Bureau in Chang'an City, Shen Nanfeng, had promised Zheng Cheng an additional reward, and the reward Zheng Cheng requested at that time was the restoration-type skill books. His professional skills were all varied, with none being recovery skills. That's why he thought to start with skill books in this aspect. Unexpectedly, he received news so quickly, but he doesn't know what skill book it is. Great Restoration Art, Bride Recovery, or Holy Light Armor. These several recovery-type skills are among the strongest in low-level recovery skills in terms of restoring physical fitness. Zheng Cheng wonders which one Yunzi's sister was referring to. Zheng Cheng, don't worry. Since Yunzi's sister says she found a suitable skill for you, it must be perfect for you, Yao Jixu suddenly said. When I joined the Night Watch, Yunzi's sister also found a skill that was very suitable for me at my initial level. Zheng Cheng subconsciously asked, What skill? Water into ice. Water into ice, Zheng Cheng asked curiously. What effect does that have? Desperation. Yao Jixu smiled slightly. It can transform my flesh and blood into pure spirit, making my ice magic stronger and more enduring. Wow. Zhang Cheng took a sharp breath. It really matches the character of Yunzi's sister. You should spend less time with her in the future. Don't let her influence you in a bad way. Yao Jixu fell silent for a moment, then said, actually, Yunzi's sister is quite good. She takes care of her subordinates very well, and her colleagues in the night watch also trust her a lot. I know, Zhang Cheng nodded, but you are different from her. She is a pure warrior who needs to fight. But you, Yao Jixu said, I will eventually step onto the battlefield against the different tribes. Me too. Song Chaoyu raised her hand. My mother insists that I find my father no matter what, as if he disappeared into thin air. Zhang Cheng twitched his mouth at the mention of Song Chaoyu's mother. It seems she is in the Qingshan mental hospital. That night was really chaotic, with over 100 cultists rescued, but only about 10 of them were mentally stable, while over 30 became mentally disabled. As for the rest, they all perished. Song Chaoyu's mother also became mentally disabled, her whole demeanor vacant, and she was sent to Qingshan Mental Hospital for treatment. Zhang Cheng wondered what Song Chaoyu's reaction would be when she found out about this news. Cheng Jie, don't worry, Yunzi's sister has helped us a lot, and she values you the most. Sai Shen also came over, grinning. She even said she would make me some equipment. I wonder when she'd take my measurements. Get lost. Zhang Cheng gave him a side eye. Is that your measurements? Looks more like 3 peaks. 3 peaks. Sharp mouth, sharp teeth, sharp claws. Damn it. As the fur chatted and waited, after more than half an hour, Zhao Yongxiao, who had freshened up, came out. At this moment, she was dressed in loose sportswear, tall and straight, with a high chest, with a simple ponytail tied up. Her eyes still sharp and heroic. Yongxiao. Elder sister Yongxiao. Captain Yongxiao. Zhao Yongxiao glanced at Zhang Cheng and said, okay, everyone is here. Let's go. Where to? First to the General Affairs office to handle the official procedures for the 3 of you. Then to my office to get what you need. Zhao Yongxiao spoke concisely and led the 4 out of the activity room. However, as soon as they stepped out, they were intercepted by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Zhao Yongxiao furrowed her brows and asked, Uncle Liang, what's the matter? Liang. Zhang Cheng was intrigued. The middle-aged man in front of him bore some resemblance to Liang Pfeifen, who had died in the secret realm. Could it be? The middle-aged man looked pained but hesitated. Captain Zhao, I'm here for my child. Liang Pfeifen. Zhao Yongxiao said, didn't Wang Ning already inform you? Liang Pfeifen died in the secret realm, and the Bureau's compensation. No. No. The middle-aged man shook his head. I want to know how my child sacrificed, and his body was not even brought out. Uncle, do you suspect us? Sai Shen spoke up preemptively. Although we had some conflict with Liang Pfeifen before, we have resolved it since. We are all colleagues. How can you suspect us? I just want to know the truth. The middle-aged man insisted. I just want to know the truth. My son is a 7-star professional. How could he die in the secret realm? Sai Shen got angry. Are you saying your son, being a 7-star, shouldn't die, but I should, as a 3-star? No, that's not what I meant. I just want to know the truth. Liang uncle became anxious, and my son died tragically. He's my only talented child. Zhao Yongxiao's gaze changed. She looked around and noticed that many people were paying attention to them. She immediately said, what do you want to do? Liang uncle said promptly, I want her to speak. The group turned around and saw that the person Liang uncle was pointing at was Song Chaoyu. I know her professional skill. She can see the deepest memories of the deceased by absorbing their souls. I want to know my son's soul. Song Chaoyu stepped forward and said, indeed, I absorbed Liang Pfeifen's soul. Upon hearing this, Liang uncle turned even paler. Then, Song Chaoyu raised her pawn and said, I swear, everything I will say next is what I saw with my own eyes, but you must prepare yourself mentally. Oh, okay. I understand. Liang Pfeifen, cowardly and fleeing, was killed by the fishman boss, his whole body torn in half. What? Liang uncle was stunned, his lips trembling. Is it true? Absolutely true. Song Chaoyu said earnestly, if you don't believe me, you can ask someone to read my mind. Aye. Zhao Yongxiao shook her head. Liang uncle, Based on Liang Feifen's actions, the compensation was in line with the external staff. I made him a regular member because of your long service to the Night Watch Bureau and Liang Feifen's first mission. You take care. With that, she left first. Song Qiaoyu, Sai Shen, and the others also left one after another. When Zheng Cheng passed by Liang Feifen's father, he had no feelings of guilt. Liang uncle walked away with a more stooped posture. Yao Jixu watched Liang uncle leave and asked, Sister Yangxiao, what about that? It's nothing. Zhao Yangxiao's eyes were calm. Sacrifices in the Night Watch are common. As long as it's for the life and death of humanity, some sacrifices are insignificant. Even I am always prepared to sacrifice. Sister Yangxiao, as an old member of the Night Watch, Liang uncle understands this principle. Enough. Let's not dwell on these heavy topics. Zhao Yangxiao pushed open the door to the General Affairs office, saying, Come in. A spacious square appeared before the few of them, with over a dozen clean and bright counters, each manned by uniformed beautiful young women. However, the office was rather empty, with only a few people coming and going. Zheng Cheng couldn't help but ask, Yangxiao, how many people do we have in the Night Watch in Chang'an City? Zhao Yangxiao led them towards the counters and said, In the Night Watch at Chang'an City, we have a total of 12 Zhuan rank captains, over 50 Huan rank members, and over 130 Ren rank members. All Zhuan rank captains will lead a certain number of Huan rank and Ren rank members. As for the reserves and trainees, their numbers fluctuate a lot. I'm not sure about the specifics. Zheng Cheng asked curiously, with so many people, what about the Black Sun Church from before? I know what you're thinking. Zhao Yangxiao's tone was somber. Other captains have their own missions, such as Su Qingfeng and the other 3 captains who just returned from the frontier of the alien battlefield. Other captains also have their own tasks. I'll introduce them to you when I have the time. All right. Come on. Do you all have your ID cards? Bring them out. Captain Zhao, a pretty staff member, stood up somewhat shyly and smiled sweetly at them. Here. I have mine too. Zheng Cheng and Song Qiaoyu handed theirs over. But Sai Shen hesitated for a moment before quickly producing his ID. I say, Sai Shen, have you fallen in love? Who said that? Sai Shen blushed. I'm an old driver at our school. I fell in love in the 3rd grade. Really? It's truer than pearls. Zhao Yangxiao took their IDs and handed them to the staff member, saying, Process their entry procedures as Ren rank members. Ren rank. The staff member looked enviously at the 3 of them and began working on their documents. After the new members complete the procedures, Zhao Yangxiao took them to a huge warehouse. Captain Zhao, another staff member, a square-faced middle-aged man, greeted them. I'm the Manager Yan. Manager Yan, Zhao Yangxiao nodded. I brought the members to hand over the bodies of the secret realm creatures. Manager Yan chuckled. Looks like Captain Zhao had another big harvest this time. Don't worry, the young folks are ready. Inside the low-roofed workshop behind him, a group of burly and tough-looking workers appeared. There were forklifts, cranes, flatbed trucks, everything needed to handle the bodies of the creatures from the secret realm. Zheng Cheng, where are the bodies of the creatures you brought out from the secret realm? Here, Zheng Cheng took out his spatial ring and handed it over. Instead of taking it, Zhao Yangxiao said, Release the bodies from the ring. They will be sorted and stored. Okay. Zheng Cheng waved his hand and with a thought, a phantom light appeared. The next moment, a pile of corpses appeared in the spacious warehouse. Half-beasts, black-bearded dwarves, black slime fishmen, black-water mysterious snakes. The strong smell of blood and stench immediately filled the entire workshop. Zhao Yangxiao exclaimed, So many? It seems your merits need to be reevaluated. Zheng Cheng shrugged. I also didn't expect there to be so many. Speaking of merits, I just want to know what recovery skills you have prepared for me. Follow me. End of this chapter. Chapter 106. Mysterious Skills. Chicken's Homebred Druid Equipment. Zhao Yangxiao, accompanied by a few people, arrived at his office. Regarding the matter with the Black Sun Church, your merits are around 3,000 points. And the basic reward for this expedition is 500 merit points. Plus you brought back so many bodies of creatures from the hidden realm, I roughly estimate it to be over 2,000 extra merit points. With so many merit points, you're almost ready to become a yellow tier member. Zheng Cheng wondered, how many merit points does it take for a regular member to advance to a yellow tier member? 10,000. Zhao Yangxiao explained. Under normal circumstances, for a regular member to advance to a yellow tier member, it would take at least a year or so. You have accumulated over 5,000 merit points in less than half a month. If the other elders find out, they'll be furious. So many? Jun Cheng was surprised. What about the skill book you prepared for me? 1,000 merit points. Zhao Yongxiao took out a skill book from the drawer and placed it in front of Jun Cheng. This skill book is worth 1,000 merit points. The total of your future merit points will be deducted by the value of this skill book. But you can't learn from this book just yet. Jun Cheng, puzzled, took the book. Why not? Your level is not high enough. Huh. And for you, Zhao Yu. Here. Zhao Yongxiao took out another skill book and placed it in front of Song Zhaoyu. This skill book was personally selected by the director. Another one for me? Song Zhaoyu's eyes suddenly brightened, quickly picking up the skill book. Thank you, Yongxiao. And the director. Jun Cheng glanced at her, then at his own skill book, his eyes slightly lighting up. Skill book. Blood-sucking insect effect. Use the blood and flesh of living beings to cultivate the blood-sucking insect. After incorporating it into oneself, it can passively restore one's physical condition and heal injuries. The higher the quality of the blood and flesh, the higher the quality of the blood-sucking insect cultivated, and the stronger the healing ability. Usage restriction. Leave 20. Spirit 50. Limited to roles like sacrificer, priest, witch doctor, and poison master. Blood-sucking insect. Jun Cheng exclaimed in amazement, not expecting Zhao Yongxiao to choose this kind of skill for him. Zhao Yongxiao explained, this skill book was sent to me by a friend in Qianzhou province. They produce various poisonous insects and monster bugs. This skill book was obtained as a trophy from clearing a secret realm. With enough high-quality blood and flesh, one can cultivate a large number of blood-sucking insects. And this blood-sucking insect has no usage restrictions, anyone can carry it. Swallowing it creates a mobile blood bag, very convenient. Unfortunately, each person can only take one blood-sucking insect at a time. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Zhao Yongxiao added. There's also a level requirement, leave 20 is needed to use it, and a spirit requirement. However, considering the number of corpses you brought back from the secret realm, you should be able to refine some special elixirs. After the merit points are settled, you can also exchange for other special elixirs to meet the requirements of learning the blood-sucking insect. By the way, what's your current level? LV14. What about you, Zhao Yu? I'm only leave 12. Jun Cheng pondered the effect of the blood-sucking insect skill book, his eyes shining even brighter. The skill book for blood-sucking insect was already perfect by itself, so what kind of amazing skill could it possibly evolve into? By the way, Zhao Yu, what's your skill? Song Zhaoyu hesitated. It's spiritual puppeteer. Skill book. Spiritual puppeteer effect. Can create a spiritual puppet for the mind. Any attacks or spells targeting the mind will be absorbed by the spiritual puppet, keeping the original mind safe. Usage restriction. Leave 20. Spirit 80. Limited to magic-oriented or psychic-related professions. Zhao Yongxiao nodded. Your profession is very unique, and we don't fully understand it. But considering your absorption of souls and summoning of spirit beasts as early skills, you seem to belong to the mental manipulation and summoning category, which is why the director selected this skill for you. Summoners are most vulnerable when their true self is attacked, especially in the mental aspect. Once their own mind is crushed or controlled by enemies, the summoned beasts will immediately go berserk, attacking even their own comrades. With the spiritual puppeteer skill, you can protect your mind and seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Song Zhaoyu smiled sweetly. Thank you, Yongxiao. Jun Cheng also expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Yongxiao. Zhao Yongxiao said, this is something the director promised to offer you, so I have to take it seriously. However, for you to advance for levels in a single expedition, it seems like you gained a lot from the hidden realm. After the occupational joint exam in a few days, maybe you could already reach leave 20. Occupational joint exam. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. Yongxiao, I heard a rumor that this year's occupational joint exam might have some changes. It was White Jinky and the others who told you, right? Zhao Yongxiao confirmed. Yes. This year's exam format for occupational joint exam is changing. The others looked surprised. Sai Shen couldn't help but ask, what's changing? Wasn't it always about conquering the trial tower? I've been studying the information and videos of the tower for the past few days. HOW that was before. Zhao Yongxiao explained. About 6 months ago, our Blue Star human pioneer family wiped out 15 legendary-level members of the Inferiors clan on the Fallen Isles. They launched a counterattack on their planet, Radiant Island. After her explanation, the others finally understood. Sai Shen asked with curiosity, "So, what's the content of our exam this year?" "It's the Ethnic Purge program." Zhao Yongxiao continued. "The assessment conducted this year for the Blue Star is a subsidiary action of this program. The Pioneer family, the military, and occupational clans will encircle and eliminate all members of the Inferiors clan on the 4 main islands of Radiant Island. And the mission for you will be to wipe out the Inferiors clan on the peripheral islands. The Inferiors on these islands are ordinary people, some are even low-level occupational practitioners. Scoring criteria will be based on the number and quality of left ears cut off from the Inferiors. The more ears and higher quality you collect, the better your score will be. Don't underestimate the ordinary people of the Inferiors clan. Due to surviving in the nuclear radiation environment for thousands of years, their bodies have mutated under the influence of the radiation and nuclear waste. They possess strong physics and employ bizarre methods of attack. Especially their occupational practitioners, their attacks are sharp, so you must be cautious. Of course, Zhao Yongxiao continued. The entire Radiant Island has been sealed by one of the pioneers, Master Formation Sage Din Ruhuo's Lockstar Array. No Inferiors can leave or enter, and the main forces will clear the Inferiors on the 4 main islands. But watch out, Zhao Yongxiao warned. The beings on Radiant Island are not human, but the executioners who slaughtered 40 million of our Blue Star human clans. Encounter them, and do not hold back, otherwise, you'll be the one to die. All of the Inferiors with a profession level above LV69 have been killed, leaving only a few remaining. But wary of their desperation, a cornered rabbit will bite, not to mention a clan that has participated in interethnic wars. The Inferiors clan is brutal, treacherous, and shameless. Kill on sight, spare no one, not even the elderly or children. Understand? Yes. The 4 of them looked determined and immediately responded. Zhao Yongxiao stood up and said, "All right, let's head to the Night Watchman's Logistics Department. Information about the changes to the exam rules may soon be announced jointly by the Department of Education and the Department of Propaganda, so before that, let's equip you with some appropriate gear. Of course, it will require merit points." Understood. The Night Watchman's Logistics Department is located at the rear of the base, staffed with various crafting and support professionals, including high-level blacksmiths, alchemists, and apothecaries. Zhao Yongxiao, as a level 69 expert and the team captain, was well versed in the advantages of each profession. Zheng Cheng, your profession leans towards a dark priest, focusing on debuff skills. My suggestion is to prepare more equipment for spirit power restoration and mobility to ensure you can control the enemy and create opportunities for your teammates to attack. We don't need to talk about Zizu. She's a pure magic user with very strong control skills. For you, my advice is similar to Zheng Cheng's, but you should prepare some more equipment to enhance your magical attacks. As for Zhao Yu, your primary focus is on summoning. Stock up on items that boost physique, spirit, and survivability. As long as you're alive, you can continuously summon spirit beasts to wear down your opponents. And for you, chicken. Zhao Yongxiao looked at Sai Shen and suddenly paused, unsure of what to say. Excitedly, Sai Shen asked, "Captain, what should I do?" Zhao Yongxiao said, "Agility, right. Also, you transform him into a rooster first. Let someone measure your size. We happen to have a set of Raptor Druid equipment in our office. Let's see if it fits you." "All right." Sai Shen agreed and immediately transformed. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A clear rooster crow sounded as a rooster, as tall as a person, appeared before everyone. The many life and support professionals who were originally working in the logistics department were startled by the sound and gathered around. When they saw the giant rooster, they were all stunned. Wow, such a huge rooster. Where did this monster come from? Seems like a guy transformed, right? Shape-shifting? Or illusion? It seems to be this guy's occupational skill. Wow, how awesome. Zhao Yongxiao's eye suddenly lit up as he looked towards the crowd. "Master Su, you're here too. This is the new member I mentioned before. Could you modify that set of Raptor Druid equipment for him?" A white-haired, red-faced elder walked up and looked at the giant rooster, somewhat puzzled. He said, Is there really such a large rooster? A domesticated druid? I thought you were joking. Jia Yongxiao smiled wryly. Master Su, you know we don't have the druid occupation in the Chang'an City Night Watchman. Your set of equipment is just sitting there. Why not give it to him? Do you think he can use it? Master Su pondered as he approached Sai Shen, looking him over and said, let's go to my lab, and I'll measure your size. Chicken, what are you waiting for? Quickly thank Master Su. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Thank you, Master Su. End of chapter. Chapter 107. The vengeance of 9 generations, can it be avenged? Even if it takes 100 generations. As the sky grew dark, the crowd bid their farewells one by one. Sai Shen, however, excitedly followed Zheng Cheng back to his home. Sai Ji called Chen Zia and Ping'an and asked them to come over. All right. Aren't you going home? No need. Sai Ji said, my mom was very happy when she found out I joined the Night Watchmen and gave me a lot of money. I told her I had a mission today, so I can go back later. Your mom is quite open-minded. Zheng Cheng asked, what about your dad? He's at home. My mom put him in charge of all the family business, feeling pretty proud of himself. Why do you ask, Cheng? Nothing. The two chatted casually, and soon there was a knock on the door. Opening it, they saw Chen Zi standing there. Cheng Jie, Sai Ji, Zi Jie, come on in. Where's Ping'an? Zheng Cheng asked puzzled. Didn't he come with you? No. Chen Zi shook his head. He went to the Professionals Guild for the Junior Pharmacist Assessment. Once he passes the assessment, he won't have to take the Joint Professional Exam and can directly enter a specific vocational high school. Are you sure? Should be. I'm not very clear about it. Chen Zi said. Cheng Jie, I heard that you were the key to clearing the secret realm this time. You're too awesome. Sai Ji said you're already Leave 14. Not like me. Just LV10. I just completed the promotion mission. How did you level up so quickly? Zheng Cheng asked curiously. I remember when you came back from Wei Town. You were only Leave 6. Hehe. Chen Zi chuckled. I went on a dungeon raid with other schoolmates. Who? Chen Zixian, Yan Lai, and others. That kid is a swift archer, attacks very quickly. The whole team consists of attack professions, except me as the mount, and they gave me a lot of equipment. Ha ha ha. That's good. I was thinking of surprising you before the Professionals Joint Exam. Isn't it the Trial Tower? I'm an LV10 MT, with a second professional skill charge. Not only is my speed extremely fast, but I can also stun opponents. Chen Zi exclaimed. This time, with our collaboration at the Professionals Joint Exam, we might even advance to the 10th level. Ignoring Zheng Cheng's sideways glance, Sai Ji spoke up. Zijie, the rules have changed. Changed? What changed? Sai Ji explained. We received this news from the Night Watchman that there is a tribe called the Inferior People. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open. Are you saying that our exam content has turned into invading a planet, eradicating the inferior people on the Radiant Island? That's right. Sai Ji waved his hand in front of Chen Zi. Zijie, are you okay? Don't be afraid, we're here. Afraid my foot. Chen Zi slapped Sai Ji's hand away. The inferior people, right? I know about that. This race invaded our blue star over 300 years ago, massacring over 40 million people from Arzia country and occupying half of the country. Fortunately, we managed to drive them out, but now our predecessors have defeated them. Zheng Cheng asked, puzzled. How do you know about the inferior people? From the History of War with Alien Races book. Chen Zi explained. Haven't you guys read it? It documents all the alien invasions from 2356 AD to 2364 AD. I read it often. Oh. Eradicate the alien race, the inferior people extermination plan. Chen Zi exclaimed. Whoever devised this plan is a genius. Can we avenge the grudge of 9 generations? We can indeed. The crimes committed by the inferior people in our country can finally be avenged. Zheng Cheng interrupted. All right, let's not get too worked up. Our mission is just to clear the small islands around, and the main battle is on the Radiant Island. That's fine. Chen Zi gritted his teeth. The inferior people who are living a good life, I must eradicate their race. Zheng Cheng didn't bother to persuade him further. After understanding the history of the inferior people's invasion, his thoughts were in line with Chen Zhao's. But let's put that aside for now. I have something here, acquired from the secret realm. Zheng Cheng waved his hand, and a pile of special food appeared on the table. If you want to participate in the professionals joint exam and seek revenge on the inferior people, you need to strengthen your skills first. These special foods are for you. By consuming them, you'll boost your strength. Don't wait until you're taken down before seeking revenge. Special food? Chen Zi picked up a bead-like gem, exclaiming, "What is this? Whoa! Half-beast's heart's blood. 1 point of constitution, 1 point of strength. Special ingredient, half-beast's heart's blood quality. 3 stars effect. Permanently increases 1 point of constitution and 1 point of strength. Limited to 30 servings. Description: only by killing a half-beast in a furious state can you acquire a drop of its boiling heart's blood, containing the power of the beast." Saiji also picked up another gem, saying, "Black-bearded dwarf's heart's blood. Whoa! 2 strength. Special ingredient, black-bearded dwarf's heart's blood quality. 2 stars effect. Permanently increases 2 points of strength upon consumption. Limited to 30 servings." Description: the heart's blood of a black-bearded dwarf contains all the power of the body. Awesome, Chen Jie. How many of these do you have? Just these, Zhang Cheng explained. 30 for half-beast's heart's blood and 56 black-bearded dwarf's heart's blood. Divide it equally between you two. Chen Zi calculated quickly, getting a shock himself. I have only reached level 10, and my total attribute points are only 50. I have 30 points. Saiji looked even more miserable. Am I less than a vegetable? Stop overthinking it. Since they are for you, go ahead and consume them. Zhang, you're too kind. Chen Zi, you're out of my league, but you have 25 constitution and 76 strength. It would be great if there was also agility. Zhang Cheng chuckled. Once your merit points come down, you can exchange for agility enhancement pills with them. True. Saiji sighed. But my merit points are not enough. I owe a lot of merit points just for that equipment. But Master Su promised me, within 3 days, he will have the equipment reforged for me. Hetty, then call me the Steel Cockroach when that happens. Ha ha ha. Steel Cockroach? Chen Zi asked, puzzled. Isn't that a roach? Get lost. After the banter, Zhang Cheng took out a large, goose egg-sized, earth yellow gem. Chen Zi, this gem is for you. This time's professionals joint exam is very dangerous, and this gem will enhance your defense capability. Whoa, Chen Jie, such a big gem. Chen Zi took it and his face changed immediately. Chen, I can't accept this. It's too precious. Zhang Cheng shook his head. Among us 3, only you can maximize the power of this gem. In this professionals joint exam, there will most likely be team battles. Only in this way can we survive in the perilous Radiant Island and then eliminate the inferior people. The most crucial role in a team is the mount. Only you can withstand the attacks for us to attack freely. He then lamented, unfortunately, I am an incompetent healer, or our team would be more perfect. Accept it, Zhang Cheng said seriously. This is also for our sake. Otherwise, I can only exchange it for merit points with the Night Watchman, which wouldn't be worth it. Cheng, it's still too precious. Chen Zi hesitated. I know the value of a level 6 gem, especially one that focuses on defense. You could use it to exchange for what you need. There's no time. Zhang Cheng shook his head. And I also can't find the right items to exchange for in the short term, so it's better to give it to you. But for the level 1 to 5 Earth Heartstones needed before setting the level 6 gem, you'll have to figure it out yourself. If you still find it too precious, how about you help me kill a few more inferior professionalists during this trip to the Radiant Island? Chen Zhao's eyes lit up. With your promise, I feel relieved. Trust me, Cheng. During this trip to the Radiant Island, I will definitely kill 10 inferior professionalists, and make sure to secure something that can rival a level 6 gem. End of this chapter. Chapter 108 3 Pioneers. A few days later, the entire Xia Kingdom's television stations, internet media, self-media, etc., all announced this news. The rules for this year's professional union college entrance exam have changed. Almost all new professional union applicants, their parents, teachers, etc., all sat in front of the television screen, nervously watching. In Zhang Cheng's home, Chen Zi and Sai Shen were also gathered together. On the TV screen, a TV show host in a suit solemnly announced, "Audience friends, as decided by the Council of Elders, the military, and the Professional Union Conference, the rules for this year's new Professional Union College entrance exam will change. The specific details will be explained by one of the pioneers, Master Zichan Fan." The screen switched. revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s with bright eyes and strong physique. He sat on the podium and said solemnly, "My fellow countrymen, friends, 6 months ago, in the 366th year of our military profession's history, our military and civilians were annihilated on the battlefield of the Fallen Islands by the inferior race of professional unionists, leaving only a few low-level professional unionists to escape back to their home planet. The ancient saying goes, 'Cut the grass but leave the roots, and the spring breeze will blow again.' Our clan has a deep-seated feud with the inferior race. How can we forget this enmity? And today, finally, we have the opportunity," Senior Zi Chuanfeng said, in an excited tone, with fierce hatred burning in his eyes. His voice echoed in the venue. "Throughout the Xia Kingdom, throughout the Blue Star, in this operation, our clan will enter the home planet of the inferior race and exterminate the inferior race. In addition to the military and civilian professional union forces, it has been jointly decided by our country's Council of Elders, military, and professional union to establish a new testing area for the new professional union entrance exam. All new professional union applicants participating in this year's professional union college entrance exam in the Xia Kingdom will be transmitted to specific islands for the professional union college entrance exam." Master Zi Chuanfeng's tone was grim, devoid of any emotion. "The more inferior race professional unionists and tribe members you kill, the higher your score will be. The more you kill, the more likely you will be accepted by prestigious professional union universities. Each state's Department of Education and Professional Union will offer the most generous rewards to the top 10 in each state, and the top scorers will receive joint rewards from the Council of Elders, the military, and the professional union headquarters. Gentlemen, the enmity of 100 generations is now. For the sake of our current era, for our descendants, we must not hold back. Annihilate." On the TV screen at the Professional Union Representative Assembly, one professional union representative after another stood up and enthusiastically applauded. At the back of the podium, more than 10 members of the Council of Elders, dressed in black suits and looking dignified, also stood up and applauded gently. On the right side of the venue, the military representatives in uniform applauded even more vigorously. In front of the TV, on the streets, in schools and factories, countless people also clapped and cheered excitedly. "Ha ha! The inferior race, finally receiving punishment. Annihilate them, kill all the men, seize all the women back. Damn! The women of the inferior race are also radiated. Dare you touch them? I have seen pictures of the inferior race. Those women look especially terrifying. Some have 3 white snowflakes. Some have buttocks on their heads. Dare you touch them? Damn! I am a professional unionist, not afraid of radiation. If I can, I will exterminate." Elder Zi Chuanfeng's words are so domineering. Do you think so? Master Zi Chuanfeng is a pioneer. He has lived for over 300 years. In those years, he fought to the death with the inferior race to protect our human race. Otherwise, our losses would have been greater. Damn it, kill them. I heard before that it was Master Zi Chuanfeng, Master Din Ruhuo, and Master Quan Linfei who teamed up and wiped out the inferior race's professional union forces on the Fallen Islands, which earned us this opportunity. I know this. I thought only the military and the professional union would go. I didn't expect even new professional union applicants to go. Isn't it dangerous? Will there be any problems with the new professional union applicants going? Impossible. This operation has Master Din Ruhuo. His lock star formation can not only block the planet, but also automatically detect targets, carry out divine punishment, protect automatically, and teleport autonomously. As long as the new professional union applicants don't act recklessly, there will be absolutely no problems. I am concerned that the inferior race may act irrationally. They are not easy to deal with. Well, the heavens have their way. Can't we turn our swords into plowshares? After all, the inferior race also belonged to the human race before. Damn it, the guy upstairs is a spy and traitor. Kill him. The inferior race is not worthy to live in this world. Even their breathing pollutes the air. Exactly, betraying their own home planet, betraying humanity, triggering the Great Ivan, polluting the entire ocean, land, planet. These beings, calling them human is an insult to the word. Kill these bastards. Kill. Ah. In Zheng Cheng's room, Saiji excitedly said. Cheng, It has been announced. This year's professional union college entrance exam has indeed changed. It's really an invasion to exterminate the inferior race, Jun Cheng calmly said. This was predetermined. I believe other new applicants are also aware through various channels. There are 3 days left to prepare. It should be enough. Chen Zi reminded. Cheng, Sai Ji, quickly look at your phone. The two took out their phones. It was a notification message from the Ministry of Education. Attention all new professional union applicants. This year's professional union college entrance exam content has been changed to annihilate. Please log into your respective states' Department of Education to view the specific details. Chen Zi continued. I just checked. This year's exam content. Annihilate allows new professional union applicants to team up. The entire planet will be covered by Master Din Ruhua's lock star formation. Humans are strictly prohibited from fighting each other. Once detected by the lock star formation, they will immediately lose their qualification to continue the exam. As long as we don't go to certain hidden places, we will be sent to a safe location when we suffer heavy losses. However, this also means that we will be eliminated from the exam. This exam will last for 10 days, according to the levels and strengths of our new professional union applicants. Also, our exam location in the Qinzhou province is an island called Edo Island in the sea. Edo Island? The two looked at each other. They had never heard of this place before. I'm not sure either. Chen Zi shook his head. It's a foreign territory, and we Xia Kingdom don't have much information about it. That we conquered half a year ago. I believe the country should have specific geographical information by now. Ding ding ding. Just as they were discussing, the chat group on Zhang Chang's phone suddenly lit up. Opening it, it was a message from the new professional unionists group of Chang'an City 12th Middle School. Yang Shenli Principal, at everyone. I believe everyone already knows about the changes in this year's professional union college entrance exam. The school congratulates all new professional union applicants on achieving good results. Yang Shenli Principal. The island responsible for the exam in Qinzhou province this year is called Edo Island. The specific geographical and biological information about Edo Island has been sent to the group. All new professional union applicants can check it out. Yang Shenli Principal. This exam will be conducted in teams. Students can freely form teams with a maximum of 10 members. Yang Shenli Principal. This exam requires all frontline professional unionists and auxiliary professional unionists to participate, and life professional unionists can choose not to participate. Yang Shenli Principal. The passing requirement for this exam is to kill 50 ordinary inferior beings or 5 inferior race professional unionists, regardless of level. For team kills, you'll need to kill a multiple of the corresponding number of inferior race members. Yang Shenli Principal. We hope that everyone can help each other, form teams, and successfully pass this year's professional union college entrance exam. Yang Shenli Principal. In addition, this year's professional union college entrance exam will reward the top scorer in Qinzhou province with a world wonder damaged. Yang Shenli Principal. The ban has been lifted. As the ban was lifted, the group exploded with numerous messages. Wow, we're really going to slaughter the foreign race. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Teams of 10 people. We have over 100 professional unionists in our school. With over 20 in living professions, we can probably form 10 teams. Who knows how many new professional union applicants are participating in the professional union college entrance exam in our Qinzhou province? I know. Probably over 30,000 people. Excluding life professional unionists, there should be around 27 to 8,000. Damn. So many people. Won't there be a million candidates nationwide? Almost. Team up. Team up. Is anyone willing to team up with me? 5-star summoner seeking team. LV10 can summon Rock Mountain Tegan Clawhound. Veteran team recruiting. Team captain is a 4-star warrior, looking for 3-star or above wizard, archer, and other long-range professionals. Me. The group was lively, and Zhang Cheng exited the group chat. 10-person teams. There are only 3 of us. We still have Yao Jiaxu and Song Chaoyu. So with them, we have 5 people. Cheng, should we ask by Jinky and the others? We cooperated well with them before, didn't we? Zhang Cheng shook his head. They found out the news a long time ago and didn't ask us to team up. That just shows that they have their own team circle of aristocratic members. We shouldn't force ourselves into the mix. True. So it's just the few of us. Saiji added. By the way, Cheng, the principal just said that this year's top scorer war in our Chinzhou province, something called a world wonder. Why does that sound familiar? Jun Cheng casually mentioned. Captain Yunzi mentioned it before. She was injured this time. Maybe it's related to this world wonder. Could it have been taken from the daughter of the Black Suns? It's possible. Ding ding ding. Jun Cheng's phone suddenly rang. Opening it, it was a call from Li Zhao. After thinking about it, he decided to answer the call. Zhao Zhao, why did you suddenly decide to call me? Li Zhao Jia's tender voice came through. What? Can't I call you without a reason? Of course not. I'm happy when you call. Jun Cheng made an offhand comment. What's up? Do you have something to tell me? I mean, Jun Cheng, big brother, you can't have forgotten already. I have already translated all the notes on sacrifice studies and had someone send it to you already. Oh. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. That was fast. Tell me where to pick it up. HMPH. I was planning on delivering it to you myself. Li Zhao's tone was clearly unhappy. But my family won't let me run around. They make me practice with Big Brother's team every day. Ah, that's troublesome. Chapter 109 Sacrifice Study Notes. Skill Variation. After chatting for a while, it was not easy to finally send away Li Zhao. Chen Zhao's phone suddenly rang again. He looked down at it, furrowing his brow slightly. What's wrong? It's Chen Zixiang, wanting to invite me to join a team. Cheng Cheng said strangely. Chen Zixiang. Who else? How strong are they? Chen Zixiang, a 6-star swift archer. Yang Lai, a 6-star flameancer. Zhao Yiping, a 5-star dual-blade duelist. Lin Jianyu, a 4-star deep red sacrificer. There was also Liu Xiu, but that kid was taken by another team. With them included, we have only 9 people. Immediately, Cheng Cheng said, 9 people are enough. Tell them that if they're willing to join our team, they should follow my orders. If not, forget about it. Okay. Chen Zi was replying to the message when Cheng Cheng received 2 more messages on his phone. Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu. They were also inquiring about forming their own teams. After all, this time's joint professional examination would enter a planet inhabited by a different race, and it was undoubtedly very dangerous. They must be fully prepared to safely complete this new joint professional examination. A team of 10 people. Currently, his team consisted of himself, Yao Jixu, Song Chaoyu, Chen Zi, and Sai Shen. 5 people in total. They were still missing 5 people, unsure of who. Cheng Cheng typed a message asking them to wait a moment and turned to Chen Zi. How did it go? Chen Zi said, they initially didn't agree and tried to persuade me. But as soon as I mentioned that Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu were also in our team, they immediately agreed, as if they were afraid I would change my mind. Especially, and they found out that both you and Chicken joined the Night Watchmen. Their tone was quite sour. Chicken immediately boasted, he really doesn't take me lightly. I am a member of the Night Watchmen. Had he? They agreed. Yes, they agreed. Cheng Cheng thought for a moment and said, add them to a group. I have something to tell them. Okay. Soon Cheng Cheng created a group, adding everyone into it. Group owner, Cheng Cheng. Administrators, Chen Zi, Chicken, Song Chaoyu. They were originally going to appoint Yao Jixu as an administrator, but she had no idea. Group members, Yao Jixu, Chen Zixian, Yang Lai, Zhao Yiping, Lin Jianyu. Cheng Cheng said, at everyone, welcome to join my team. I will say this first, once we enter the Radiation Island planet, everyone must follow my commands. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out. Chicken was the first to type, I agree. Chen Zi. I also agree. The others remained silent for a while. Yao Jixu quickly sent a message, I agree. Song Chaoyu. I also agree. In a villa, Chen Zixian, with a frustrated expression, deleted a few words of Y and typed a few more words. I agree. Brother Sham, are you really going to hand over the command to Cheng Cheng? Decide him or for other people. They were Yang Lai, Zhao Yiping, Lin Jianyu, and finally, Chen Zixian's good friend, Liu Xiu. Chen Zixian gave him a glance. What else can we do? We all agree. Yang Lai, Zhao Yiping, Lin Jianyu. We agree too. Chen Zixian typed again. Captain Zhang, should we invite one more person to our team? Cheng Cheng quickly responded. Do you have a recommendation? Liu Xiu. Chen Zixian hurriedly typed, Liu Xiu is our classmate. Awakened as a 5-star shield warrior, also known as Mount. Cheng Cheng said, sure. After seeing these 2 words, everyone relaxed a little. Chen Zixian said, in Cheng Cheng's team, there is a 9-star professional, an 8-star professional, and Chen Zhao's defense is also strong. Even with Shen and Cheng Cheng as the weak links, we can still ensure that we achieve an excellent rating in this joint professional examination. Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow. Brother Shang, are we really going to team up with Cheng Cheng and the others? What other choice do we have? Chen Zixian frowned. In our school, Yao Jixu and Song Chao you have the highest professional star levels. Many people are eager to team up with them. Are you not satisfied? No, of course that's not what I meant. Liu Xiu said, I'm just curious, why is Cheng Cheng the captain? Shouldn't it be Chen Zi at the very least? Who knows? Chen Zixian shrugged. As long as we listen to him when the time comes, to 10 of us joining forces, maybe we can even make the top 100. Lin Jianyu suddenly said, let's find time to meet with them, get to know each other better. I really want to see what magic Cheng Cheng has, to attract Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu, these 2 female geniuses, so devoted. On Cheng Cheng's side, after discussing for a while, someone knocked on the door of the room. When he opened it, it turned out to be a man in a black suit, wearing black sunglasses. You are Cheng Cheng, right? The man in black said, a young lady asked me to deliver this to you, handing over a delicate wooden box. Thank you, goodbye. After taking the wooden box, the man left without looking back. Chen Zi approached curiously. Chen, who was that person? And what is this thing? Cheng Cheng closed the door. It's nothing. A friend asked him to deliver something. Okay. That's it for now. The official assessment will be in 3 days, so rest well these days. Cheng Cheng said. Also, make time in these 3 days to gather with Chen Zixian and the others. Get to know each other. And how's the gem embedding going for you? At the mention of gem embedding, Chen Zhao's expression immediately dropped. Damn. Cheng. You have no idea how difficult gem embedding is. I have only embedded up to a level 4 gem now. The level 5 gems have shattered twice already. My parents are about to sell the house. If another level 5 gem breaks, our family will be ruined. Cheng Cheng thought for a moment and said, let me ask Yang Xiao. She should have a solution. After all, it's related to our high-stakes assessment. Any extra strength we can gain is crucial. Cheng, let me take him there. Chicken approached. I have an appointment with Master Su to test equipment today, so I can take him with me. Great. The 2 left, while Cheng Cheng opened the wooden box sent by Li Zhao. In the wooden box, besides the sacrifice study notes from the half-orc sacrificer, there was another stack of paper. This stack of paper contained the translated content of the sacrifice study notes. The handwriting was clear and elegant, showing the beauty and simplicity of Li Zhao's writing. The handwriting is pretty, but I wonder about the content. He picked it up and saw a letter written by Li Zhao at the beginning. Dig brother Chen Cheng, some of the study notes are from the diary of that half-orc sacrificer, and some are dark. I didn't translate them. I selected and recorded the content I translated along with the original text. Please cross-reference then, and try to understand the original meaning through the translated content. Strive to comprehend the new skills as soon as possible. He set this piece of paper aside, while Cheng Cheng focused on the translated content and the original notes. He carefully studied the introduction of the Berserk War Song and its learning method, continuously attempting to grasp it. To Berserk War Song, also known as the Berserker War Song. By using Song, it awakens a hidden ferocity in the hearts of half-orcs, fully enhancing the target's attack, strength, and speed, while numbing a certain degree of pain, turning the target into an unstoppable war machine. However, targets affected by the Berserk War Song will experience a corresponding decrease in physical and mental qualities, with a high probability of causing mental confusion and uncontrolled attacks. They won't know tactics, won't initiate skills, and will just fight recklessly. Moreover, the backlash is severe. Once the target exits the berserk state, they will fall into a weakened state. Cheng Cheng carefully examined the introduction of the Berserk War Song as well as the learning ways, and kept on trying. Agile War Song, also known as the Mountain Leap Song, fully enhances the target's agility and speed. Stone Skin War Song, also known as the Bodyguard Stone Skin War Song, to Mountain Whisper Song, can attach a layer of petrified skin to the target, enhancing the target's defense and spell resistance. Cheng Cheng learned seriously, contemplating carefully, and involuntarily plunged himself into it. Late night on the third day, he enlightened. A strange trace of thought and feeling resounded abruptly in his mind. With his eyes closed, he carefully recalled the battle with the group of half-orcs in the Moria mine. To Berserk War Song, madness, chaos, and great courage to move forward. This was the effect brought about by the Berserk War Song. And the Iron Axe half-orcs, with their fearless momentum, devoted even in the face of 100 deaths, without regret. After being affected by the Berserk War Song, the only thought in the target's mind was, either kill you, or exhaust myself to death. I understand. Late at night, Cheng Cheng burst into laughter. I understand. I finally understand. Berserk War Song. You have learned a new skill through profound studying, from the beginner half-orc sacrifice study notes. Berserk War Song, also known as Berserker War Song. Berserk War Song, an Or-type war song, limited to sacrifices, priests, scholars, and other auxiliary occupational learning. By consuming a certain amount of mental power, chanting the Berserk War Song can put one or multiple targets into a berserk state. While in the berserk state, the target's strength, agility, attack, and speed will double. Pain sensation decreases, lasting for 5 minutes, followed by entering a weakened state after 5 minutes. While in the berserk state, the target's mind is affected by the berserk state, unable to distinguish friend from foe, attacking the nearest enemy erratically. The higher the target's mental attribute, the better they can resist this abnormal state. You have learned a new skill. Berserk War Song. Zid. Skill runes are undergoing disorder. A mechanical voice in his mind made Cheng Cheng's eyes light up suddenly. As expected, is it going to mutate again? In his mind, a light blue skill rune was slowly taking shape. At the deep roots of the skill tree representing internal medicine, one vine wrapped tightly around this skill rune. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned a new skill. Adrenaline excitatory technique. What is this? Cheng Cheng was puzzled. Adrenaline, stimulant. Adrenaline excitatory technique. Leave 1. Mutated skill. By consuming a certain amount of mental power, it can attach an adrenaline-boosted state to the target. Upon entering this state, the target's mental strength will experience a brief state of excitement, enhancing their control over their body, strength, agility, and physique. Immune to 50% of pain, all attributes strengthen, lasting for 10 minutes, followed by a weakened state after 10 minutes. In the adrenaline-boosted state, without any abnormal conditions, and with extremely heightened spirits, one can find the optimal solution to current situations in a short time, perform actions that surpass human limits in instant, or unleash tremendous power. After the end of the adrenaline-boosted state, the target will fall into a weakened state. The weakened state includes, but is not limited to coma, accelerated heartbeat, impotence, epilepsy, incoherent speech, and drowsiness. Within 24 hours, you can only endure the adrenaline excitatory technique a maximum of 5 times. Exceeding this limit may cause the target's brain blood vessels to block, leading to conditions such as a cerebral infarction, cerebral hemorrhage, stroke, respiratory failure, central respiratory paralysis. Additionally, other weakened states will double. The previous chapter was blocked, and everyone knows the reason. There will be 3 more updates today, and another chapter at 8 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 110 Assessment begins. The Secret of World Miracles. The skill description and effects of adrenaline excitation technique flashed in front of Cheng Cheng's eyes, leaving him somewhat absent-minded for a short time. Are you sure this thing isn't a stimulant? And it's a high dosage of stimulant, directly injected into the brachial artery. This little cow is flying by plane, and the cow is soaring to the sky. A group of little cows flying by plane. The cow is flying all over the sky. How about finding someone to try it? Cheng Cheng touched his chin, but shook his head. Forget it. Tomorrow the joint entrance examination for new professional practitioners will begin. It would be troublesome if I couldn't sleep. Let's talk about it tomorrow. With that in mind, he opened the newly created 12 Steel Rooster Small Squad group. Looking at the group name, Cheng Cheng's mouth twitched, really wanting to drag the newbie out and beat him up. People who don't know might think their group is into that kind of stuff. It was already late at night, but a few people in the group were still chatting, especially this newbie. His equipment had been modified, and Chenzi said the effects were quite good. With the blessing of this equipment, as well as the effects of the special food before, Chen Zhao's strength had increased significantly. Newbie. Brothers, tomorrow we will participate in the joint entrance examination for new professional practitioners. Are you all ready? Newbie. Damn, can't sleep. Anyone out there to chat with me? Chen Zixian. Can't sleep. Go rub one out. Newbie. TCH tilde. Little bear, are you still doing it now? Chen Zixian. Damn it. Call me Brother Shang. Who the hell is still doing it now? I'm at the bar. Plenty of girls here. Chen Zixian. Pictures. 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 Video. A series of pictures were sent. All of them were hot and sexy beauties in bikinis dancing crazily on stage. Their youthfulness and liveliness were extremely eye-catching, and there were plenty of people in the pictures, making it very lively. Chen Zixian. Brothers, let's have fun. Relax before the big battle. Chen Zixian. At Zhun Cheng Chen. Z at Sai Shen. Come on. Let me introduce you to some girls. Their figures are explosive. Guarantee you won't be disappointed. Group member Chen Zixian has been muted by Administrator Song Chayu. Newbie. Pictures laughs. Ha ha ha. Dared to send pornographic pictures in our group. Seeking death. Newbie. At Chen Zixian little bear. Send me a private message. Song Chayu. Get the hell out of here. A group of stinky men. After a round of shouting, the whole group finally quieted down. Zhun Cheng also shook his head helplessly, typing, Everyone, go to bed early. Be at the Professional Association Square in the city center at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, sharp. I don't want anyone to be affected by not sleeping over this little matter and impact tomorrow's entrance examination. If anyone is not in good shape tomorrow, I don't mind kicking them out of the squad. Newbie. Got it. Cheng Bro. Chen Zi. Got it. San Chaoyu. Got it. Yan Lai. Captain, we got it. Brother Shang said he got it. We're going back now. Newbie. Damn, you're here too. Song Chaoyu. Closing the group, if anyone dares to speak, the consequences will be severe. The whole group finally quieted down, and Zhun Cheng threw his phone on the sofa. Yao Jixu has been on a breakthrough mission these past few days. Don't know if she make it in time. She has accumulated a lot of soul power in the Moria secret realm. Once she completes the breakthrough mission, her levels should at least increase to level 12. By then, we'll be even more assured. A night without words. The next morning, early in the morning, Zhun Cheng arrived at the Professional Association Square alone. Several days ago, the Elder Council announced changes to the entrance examination for new professional practitioners, and all new professional practitioners in the city would gather at their respective Professional Association squares. The array masters of the Professional Association would be responsible for teleporting all new professional practitioners to specific locations on Radiation Island. At this time, the square was already packed. Not only were there citizens coming to watch the excitement, but also a large number of military personnel maintaining order. There were even more than a dozen TV station staff carrying cameras, rifles, and cannons, excitedly reporting something. Audience friends, I am your good friend Bing Bing. I am currently at the Professional Association Square in Chang'an City. Today, more than 20,000 new professional practitioners from the Qin Prefecture will be transported to the Radiation Island planet together to complete this year's entrance examination. For new professional practitioners participating in the entrance examination, fighting monsters to the death was quite common, and getting injured was a normal occurrence. Even death was not uncommon. It can only be said that the people of this world are already accustomed to life and death. The annual entrance examination for new professional practitioners is a big event for the whole human race. However, this year's entrance examination had a unique requirement to eradicate a race on a planet. This was unprecedented in the history of the Zia Empire. With a short haircut, a cute face, Bing Bing tilted her head and spoke to the camera. As she moved, the camera also randomly pointed towards the Professional Association behind her. A complex patterned array, about 1 kilometer in diameter, appeared in front of everyone. Audience friends, this is Lord Din Ruhuo's locking star array formation. Lord Din Ruhuo is the only level 99 array master in our country, and his specialty is the locking star array. This locking star array formation will teleport all new professional practitioners prepared to participate in the entrance examination to the main formation point of the locking star array. By then, all new professional practitioners will undergo the examination on the alien planet Radiation Island. Due to technical reasons, we are unable to watch the examination video in real time. However, the central TV station will broadcast text updates to the audience. People in front of the TV sets were excitedly watching the screen. On this day, more than 30 provincial capitals and major cities across the country were broadcasting their own entrance examination celebrations. Mom, Dad, I want to become a professional practitioner in the future. Oh, it's a pity that this year's entrance examination is not about challenging the Tower of Trials. In the old days, your father and I challenged the Tower of Trials. Dad, how many floors did you reach? It seems it was the 9th floor. I think. HMPH. People who get into university have to reach at least the 10th floor. Dad is so lame. Oh, come on. Give your dad some face. Ha ha ha. Honey, you're so cute. Ding Bing's cute face appeared on the screen again, and she said excitedly, "This year, Chang'an City has awakened 3 9-star professional practitioners and 7 8-star professional practitioners. A month ago, our central TV station held a new professional practitioner popularity vote contest in Chang'an City. Now, let's reveal the results of the vote." Ding Bing elongated her clear voice and announced, "The first place in the Chang'an City new professional practitioner popularity rankings from the 12th high school in Chang'an City is Miss Yao Jixu." On the screen, a figure immediately appeared. With long white hair, exquisite features, and pure sky blue eyes, giving off a very cold aura. Yao Jixu, 18 years old, a new student at the 12th high school in Chang'an City. Awakened occupation. Classify. Star level. 9-star. It seems everyone loves beautiful women. Of course I do too. I hope Miss Yao Jixu can come out on top. The news was being broadcast on TV screens, in radio studios, and on big screens at the square. By now, Zheng Cheng had already found the night watchman camp, and even Zhao Yongxiao had come. Standing beside her, Yao Jixu, who appeared on the big screen, was standing in front of Zhao Yongxiao, her gaze still incredibly calm. Cheng bro is here. Zheng Cheng, come over here. Zheng Cheng squeezed through the crowd and looked at the big screen. Curious, Captain Yongxiao, why are so many high-level professional practitioners' information being disclosed? What if those from the Fulham learn about it and try to assassinate them? Didn't you say you should keep it confidential? Zhao Yongxiao said, helplessly. This is a rule set by the Ministry of Education and the Propaganda Department. Every year, the high-level professional practitioners awakened in various cities, especially the 9-star and 8-star practitioners, are heavily promoted. It's also to inspire the human beings in the rear, enhance the confidence of all human beings, and let them develop in peace. Tell them that we, the Blue Star human race, have plenty of talents, successors, no need to worry. Otherwise, if the front line loses, the entire human world will be in panic, with the risk of collapse at any time. Moreover, only the names and appearances are disclosed. Information about occupations and skills, those secret information, will not be made public. Zheng Cheng wondered, is this for hero propaganda during wartime? Zhao Yongxiao nodded, more or less. If the front line loses, Zheng Cheng continued, Captain Yongxiao, what do you mean by that? Didn't we just defeat the fallen clan on the Meteorite Islands? How? Zhao Yongxiao glanced around and whispered, the fallen clan is not to be worried about. They don't even qualify to rank among the top 10,000 tribes, which includes us, the Blue Star human tribe. As for the Meteorite Islands, it's only a low-level alien battlefield. The races battling there are all common races. We may be a strong tribe on the Meteorite Islands, but in other alien battlefields, we can only passively defend and dare not act rashly. If something goes wrong, the entire tribe is at risk of being overturned. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath of cold air. He had thought that their Blue Star human tribe was at least in the upper middle position, but from Zhao Yongxiao's words, he learned that they couldn't even make it into the top 10,000 ranks. The gap was indeed quite significant. Just wait and see, Zhao Yongxiao said. There's still time. Get to know your opponents participating in the examination in advance. Opponents? Zheng Cheng looked puzzled. This year's examination is about eradicating Radiation Island. Why do we still have opponents? Eradicating Radiation Island is true, but the ranking battle will continue afterwards. Only the top 10 in each state have the qualifications to be recruited by the Imperial Capital Professional High School and the 3 major military academies. Zhao Yongxiao said sternly. There is also the top scorer reward for the Qin Prefecture this year. If you have the chance, you must snatch it back. World Miracle? Zhang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Captain Yongxiao, what exactly is the World Miracle? Zhao Yongxiao smiled. The World Miracle is an object of manifestation of rules condensed after the destruction of a world and the collapse of a world race. With the World Miracle, as long as you are willing to invest resources to nurture it, you can cultivate it into a small world. The World Miracle is very precious. It's a treasure that all epic and legendary level powerhouses dream of. Of course, the World Miracle put out by the Qin Prefecture this time is only a damaged piece, but for you new professional practitioners, it is also considered a treasure. Zhang Cheng suddenly said, The World Miracle, Captain Yongxiao, could it be the thing in the hands of the Lord of the Black Sun? Zhao Yongxiao brushed his hair back and said, Exactly, that's the one. The Lord of the Black Sun's daughter chose to join our Night Watchmen and offered this item. Now, she is a member of our Chang'an City Night Watchmen, and today, she will join you in entering Radiation Island for the examination. Second place. On the large screen, Bing Bing's voice became even more excited. 10 days ago, abandoning the darkness and returning to the light, choosing to be part of the Dawn faction and rejoining our country, returning to the human family, a new professional practitioner, John Mayan. The screen then displayed a young girl wearing a white dress, with a gentle expression, delicate features, and eyes full of tenderness, giving off a scholarly aura. Her gentle eyes and a hint of sorrow were visible. John Mayan, 17 years old. Former member of the fallen organization, the Black Sun's daughter. Currently, a member of the Night Watchmen. Awakened occupation, Divine Shinto Maiden. Star level, 8 star. End of chapter. Chapter 111. The third 9-star professional. The fallen who switched from darkness to light. Oh my god. Sai Shen shouted immediately. The fallen organization Dawnbreaker, daughter of the Black Sun. How did she join the Night Watchmen? Isn't this like a weasel not stealing chickens, but instead becoming a sheepdog? The fallen switching from darkness to light, returning to the human camp. This is really great. Patriotism over family. Patriotism over family. John Mayan did a great job. Our Xia country's strength has increased again. If even the fallen are switching sides, what else do we have to fear? Listening to the discussions around him, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but sincerely admire the high-level decision-makers who implemented this rule. This policy of promoting new professional rookies, although putting these new professionals under constant scrutiny in the limelight, also drew special attention from the fallen, who were monitoring them in the shadows. However, it's also injected strong confidence into the ordinary people and professionals in the rear. We humans, our Blue Star, and our Xia country have so many strong individuals, what can you aliens count for? It's like nurturing stars from a young age, watching them grow little by little, transforming from newcomers into strong individuals. This sense of cultivation is also a way to boost confidence among ordinary people in the rear. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but ask, Captain Yongxiao, what if you're concerned about her safety, right? Zhao Yongxiao said, rest assured, her protection level is the same as Zizu's. She always has someone safeguarding her in secret. As for whether she is genuinely joining you, rest assured, she has already passed the heart inquiry examination. As the daughter of the Black Sun, John Mayan did not live by the side of the Black Sun Master since she was a child. It was only after she matured that the Black Sun Master brought her over to indoctrinate her with the fallen consciousness, but by then, John Mayan already had her own opinions. Later, when the Black Sun Master fell, she was hunted by the Ghost Sun, one of the 9 days of dawn. With no way out, she chose to join us, the Night Watchmen, and even offered that world's rare item. Due to the world's rare item, her level among the Night Watchmen is Abyssal rank. I see, oh my god. A direct Abyssal rank captain. Next, the third most popular, classmate Zhu Chenyu. With Bing Bing's announcement, another figure appeared on the screen. A tall young man, wearing golden battle armor, wielding a cold and sharp spear. The most eye-catching feature was the creature crouching beneath his feet, the size of a wolf dog, resembling a lizard. A giant dragon. Zhu Chenyu, 18 years old, student of the first affiliated middle school of Chang'an City Garrison School, awakened professional as a dragon knight, professional rating 9 stars, awakened with a dragon egg, hatching a flame giant dragon half a month ago. Zhu Chengyu, a student from the military school, ruthless towards evil and even a dream lover for many girls. Unfortunately, Zhu Chengyu once vowed to remain in the alien battlefield in his lifetime and not return until he breaches the Lan Tower. The girls will be heartbroken. Oh my god. The second 9-star professional, a dragon knight, accompanied by a giant dragon. He is really powerful. Isn't this dragon too small? When the giant dragon grows, will Zhu Chengyu still be alive? You're naive. In the wild and dungeons, there are many treasures that can promote pet growth. As long as he can find them, Zhu Chengyu will definitely become an epic professional or even a legendary professional. I envy Zhu Chengyu. He's so handsome. Chang'an City's new professionals this year are so strong. Seems like there is another 9-star professional. Chang'an City is nothing. I heard in the Imperial City this year, 5 9-star professionals awakened, and 6 in the coastal city. Oh my god, so many. We humans are saved. 4th, Qin Zheng, from Chang'an City No. 1 Middle School. On the screen, the figure of a young man appeared again. He wore black armor, his gaze lazy, looking very unwilling to pose for the photo. Qin Zheng, a student from Chang'an City No. 1 Middle School, awakened as a dragon vein holder, professional rating 9 stars. Ordinary viewers may not know, dragon vein holders are powerful professionals known as first of the 9 stars. 200 years ago, there was a predecessor in our country who was also a dragon vein holder professional. He once single-handedly killed 3 alien epic powerhouses and injured 5 at one of the Abyss Canyon alien battlefields. Unfortunately, that predecessor has long since sacrificed himself, otherwise our human strength would have been even stronger. Oh my god, another 9-star professional. Could all of the top 10 be 9-star professionals? How is that possible? There are only 3 9-star professionals in Chang'an City this year. This young man is also handsome. 5th, by Jinky from Chang'an City No. 1 Middle School. On the screen, the figure of another young man appeared again. He wielded a goose-winged knife, wearing bright armor, his gaze sharp. By Jinky, student of Chang'an City No. 5 Middle School, awakened as the Blade Emperor of 100 battles, professional rating 8 stars. Finally an 8-star professional. The introductions for all 3 9-star professionals are now complete. Those remaining should all be 8-star professionals. As the host Bingbing introduced, the entire square erupted with enthusiastic cheers and applause. As time neared, the festivities were gradually coming to an end. Fellow countrymen, comrades in arms, the top 10 most popular new professionals in Chang'an City are now known. We hope that they can fully unleash their power in the upcoming exam and become the saviors of our human future, leading us humans towards glory. Excitedly shouting, Bingbing ushered in the increasingly enthusiastic cheers and applause of the people on the square. Next, I invite all new professionals to step onto the Lock Star Array for teleportation. Groups of new professionals, excited yet swift, stepped onto the Lock Star Array. A lineup of over 20,000 people, when looked upon, was packed with heads everywhere. Zhao Yongxiao gave a final mobilization to a few people. This exam must be handled with care. It presents countless times more danger than the previous trial tower. If there's a threat to your life, choose to give up in time. Understood? Understood. By the way, the exam proctor for our Qingzhou province this year is Captain Su Qingfeng, who already left for Radiant Island. Captain Su Qingfeng? Zhun Cheng exclaimed in surprise. He left so quickly. He is about to break through to the next rank and plans to use the entire Radiant Island as an offering for his ascension. When that happens, stay away from him. End of this chapter. Chapter 112. Zhang Mian, entering the Radiant Island. I understand. Hearing Zhao Yongxiao say this, Zhun Cheng felt puzzled in his heart, but still agreed verbally. Captain Yongxiao, if there is nothing urgent, we will first go to the Lock Star Array to meet up. Wait a moment. Zhao Yongxiao suddenly stopped a few people, saying, she's here. Who? Zhang Mian? Just as the words fell, Zhun Cheng and the others saw a young girl surrounded by 3 figures walking towards them. Zhang Mian, daughter of the Lord of Black Sun, the fallen one who abandoned darkness and turned to the light, the great contributor who presented the miraculous treasures of the world. Captain Yongxiao, John Mayan smiled sweetly. I heard that in this joint entrance exam for new professionals, a few of our night guards colleagues are also participating. Are these the ones? Zhao Yongxiao gave Zhang Cheng a look and introduced, Zhang Cheng. Oh, is this big brother Zhang Cheng? John Mayan exclaimed. It is said that this time the passage through the secret realm was all thanks to big brother Zhang Cheng's efforts, and he even brought back hundreds of bodies of foreign races from the realm. It's really amazing. Zhang Cheng twitched his mouth and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. At the same time, he was already on alert. Technically, he was her mother's enemy. It shouldn't be so warm and friendly between them. And yet Zhang Mayan was behaving like this. Either she was an innocent sweet girl or a scheming white lotus. Zhao Yongxiao continued. This is Yao Jixu, Jixu sister, I am your fan. Zhang Mayan said, in a coquettish tone, as a 9-star professional, and a girl, I really hope you can inspire us girls and win the top spot in this year's exam in Qinzhou province. Let those smelly men know that us girls are not to be trifled with. She then smiled at Zhang Cheng. Of course, I didn't mean big brother Zhang Cheng, just other men. Yao Jixu, with a calm expression, nodded slightly. Zhao Yongxiao then said, and this is San Chaoyu. San Chaoyu, sister. Zhang Yuan's tone changed. Her eyes suddenly sharp, but quickly returned to normal. Sister San Chaoyu. Nice to meet you. San Chaoyu smirked. Nice to meet me. Zhang Mayan sweetly smiled. Nice enough to eat you. Ha ha ha. Just kidding, Sister Chaoyu. We are colleagues from now on. San Chaoyu became even more alert. Her identity as a professional came from Zhang Yuan's mother, the Lord of Black Sun. Who knows what she's thinking? She needs to find a chance to teach this girl a lesson. And this is Sai Shen. Oh, I know, brother Cai Ji. Many people are talking about you in the bureau. Zhang Mayan smirked. They say your profession is the first in over 300 years. You will definitely become someone extraordinary in the future. Hehe. Sai Shen had a big smile. His eyes narrowed to slits. Really? Are they really saying that? Zhang Mayan said seriously. Yes. It's more real than my favorite pearl milk tea. Hehe. Alright. Zhao Yongxiao interrupted them. It's almost time. Let's go to the Lockstar array quickly. Sister Yongxiao, I wonder if brother Zhang Cheng's team still needs more people? Zhang Mayan suddenly said. I think we can team up together. After all, we are all night guards. No need. San Chaoyu immediately refused. Our team is full. We don't need anyone else. Well, that's a shame. Let's go. San Chaoyu grabbed Zhang Cheng's arm and headed towards the Lockstar array, followed by Yao Jixu and Sai Shen. Zhao Yongxiao nodded. Mayan, you should go too. Be careful. If there's any unexpected situation, inform Captain Su Qingfeng immediately. Got it? Zhang Mayan respectfully said. I understand, Sister Yongxiao. As Zhao Yongxiao left, Zhang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Watching Zhang Cheng and the others leave, her eyes were filled with interest. Miss? Suddenly, a big man behind Zhang Mayan spoke. Why are you being so nice to them? That Zhang Chen is one of the murderers who killed our master. And Song Chaoyu, her profession is very likely to be related to our master. Shut up. Zhang Yuan's eyes turned cold immediately, speaking in a cold tone. There is no Lord of the Black Sun or any master anymore. Only Night Guard Zhang Mayan. Understand? Yes. Miss. And you too. Zhang Mayan turned to the other two. I just want to live a peaceful life. I have nothing to do with the Black Sun Church or the Dawn organization. If you have other ideas, you can leave at any time. There's no need to follow me. Yes, miss, we dare not. Miss, you are. Miss, we understood. Miss, in this joint entrance exam for new professionals, of course, it must go on. Zhang Mayan said seriously. We not only have to take the exam, but also aim for the top. At the very least, we must strive for the top 3. Understand? Yes. Miss. Zhang Cheng and his group walked towards the Lockstar array. Suddenly, Song Chaoyu said, I don't like her. Who? Zhang Mayan. I don't like her either. Yao Jixu added suddenly. Why? Her smile is too fake. Song Chaoyu frowned, and I always feel like she's looking at me with strange intentions, as if she wants to devour me. Fake? Really? Zhang Cheng hadn't answered yet, but Sai Shen spoke first. Don't say bad things about her. She's our good sister. She's not as bad as you think. Shut up. Song Chaoyu snapped. Kiss up. Get out of here. Can't you see that she's just a schemer? And she's quite high-ranking. Jun Cheng scratched his head. All right, time's up. Let's start the exam. At worst, we just keep our distance from her in the future. HMPH. Song Chaoyu snorted. I want to have a showdown with her tilde you. Cheng. Captain. Captain. We're here. Just then, a few voices called out. Chen Zi. Chen Zixiang. Yan Lai. And others were waving at them excitedly. Jun Cheng also waved back. Let's go. It's starting. Soon, over 20,000 new professional candidates stood in formation, almost filling the entire square. Sai Shen suddenly asked curiously, Cheng, where are Qin Jun and Bai Jingqi? They must have special positions as children of prestigious families. Why worrying about them? True. In the center of the Lock Star array stood 10 fully armed new professionals, Qin Jun, Bai Jingqi, Li Zhao, Li Zhao, and 6 other professionals from prestigious families. Li Zhao looked into the distance. Big brother Jun Cheng, be careful. Don't worry, Zhao Zhao. Li Zhong said. That guy Jun Cheng, he'll be fine. All candidates ready. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from the professional association, and bright white lights began to ascend from the ground. Teleportation will begin. All personal spatial tools will be restricted. No one is allowed to use spatial abilities. Teleportation. Begin. Thus, the bright white light burst from under their feet and engulfed all the new professional candidates on the square. The Lock Star array on the ground began to shimmer with intricate patterns, moving like tadpoles. The speed increased, the white light growing brighter and eventually shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, the focus shifted to the distance. Across the entire blue star, within the Summer Kingdom territory, over 30 beams of bright, white light shot up into the sky. Clouds dispersed, the air vibrated. Countless people looked up at the sky. The bright white light gates gradually dissipated, and Jun Cheng also slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a sea of people. He was in the same spot as before, with Chen Zi, Sai Shen, Yao Jixu, Song Chaoyu, and others by his side. That the ground beneath his feet had turned into rough and barren land. Cheng. Quickly, look up at the sky. Jun Cheng instinctively looked up and saw that the once azure sky had turned extremely dark. Layers of black clouds pressed down on them like inverted mountains. Even with his keen vision, he could see shadows of many creatures moving among the layers of black clouds. There was an indescribable stench in the air, a choking scent. For some reason, he felt a vague sense of pressure on him. His heart rate quickened. Damn, is this the Radiant Island planet? It's so oppressive. Look at the sky. The black clouds are so heavy. Are there monsters? Radiant Island. Have we arrived at Radiant Island? Countless murmurs echoed around. Almost every new professional who had just entered seemed shocked and cautious. Everyone pay attention. Suddenly, a steady voice came from the sky. Jun Cheng looked up and saw hundreds of stone pillars looming around the open ground. Each pillar had a figure standing on top of it. From the distance, their faces were not clear. Welcome to the Radiant Island planet. This is the exam site for all new professional candidates in Xinzhou province, Yidu Island. I am the invigilator for this year's exam, Su Qingfeng. As the voice fell, the Lock Star array on the ground shimmered once again. A simple silver charm appeared in front of each candidate, floating gently beside them. Su Qingfeng? Jun Cheng's thoughts raced. Is he the Su Qingfeng Yang Xiao wanted me to pay attention to? You should be familiar with the rules of this exam by now, so I won't repeat them. Su Qingfeng's voice continued. This is the transmission charm, one for each person. When facing a life-threatening situation, tear open the charm to be transported back here. The exam will last for 10 days, after which you must return here on your own to conclude the exam. I hope you all fight courageously. Exterminate all the evildoers on Radiant Island. Don't waste this opportunity. Su Qingfeng's tone suddenly turned cold. Now, I announce, the Radiant Island Racial Purge Branch, the new Professional Alliance Entrance Exam, begins tilde. End of this chapter. Chapter 113. Billion Shattered Jade. The Crazy Villains. Radiation Island. Main Island. Emperor Mountain. Emperor Mountain is the highest peak on the Radiation Island planet, reaching over 4,000 meters in height. And at this moment, on the summit of Emperor Mountain, there are countless villains scattered around. Their faces are filled with panic and fear. Some have given up on themselves, roaring to the sky, or crying loudly. 6 months ago, the news of the complete annihilation of the professional forces stationed at the Fallen Archipelago had reached their planet. The end of days had arrived. All the villains on Radiation Island were plunged into disaster. Today, they received the call of the only general of the LV-69 evil spirit samurai who escaped from the fallen archipelago back to their planet, rallying beneath Emperor Mountain. Fellow comrades, citizens, on top of Emperor Mountain, the solitary and imposing figure of the only General Abe stood tall. The fierce wind blows, causing the tendrils behind him to dance in the wind. He stands almost 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles on his arms, covered in dark purple lumps that exude tremendous explosive power. Ribs protrude from his waist, forming eerie organs resembling wings. On his chest grow 2 heads, one the size of a basketball, irregularly shaped, the other slightly smaller, featuring an eye, sharp teeth, and a nose that is a bloody hole. The one-eyed head still emits fierce and brutal light. Our tribe is on the brink of destruction, but we will not give up. 1,000 years ago, for survival, our tribe transformed the entire planet into one suitable for our survival. Those damn foreigners, unaware of keeping a low profile, obstinately resist other races, but our tribe has gone with the flow, preserving our planet and race. But now, the one and only Abe shouted aloud, our country, our nation, our planet, is about to be invaded by foreign tribes. 1,000 years ago, we could destroy them. Today, we can still destroy them. Roar, roar, roar. With his roar, hundreds of villains from various professions stood behind him. They were the last strong individuals of the villain race on Radiation Island. The elite remnants. We will never surrender, nor will we submit. The only General Abe thundered. From the summit of Emperor Mountain to the myriad islands, from the Go-Sokola Forest to the Water-Moon Mountains, the fire of our race will never be extinguished. Never be extinguished. Never be extinguished. In Abe's roar, strange ripples emerged from the shadows of several figures behind him, gradually spreading across the entire base of Emperor Mountain. And beneath Emperor Mountain, hundreds of thousands, even millions, of villains had gathered. Professionals, ordinary people, the elderly, children, some with 2 heads, some with exoskeletons like beetles on their bodies, or limbs degenerated to grow 7 or 8 sticky tentacles, some bare-chested, exposing 3 milky white breasts, some with insect-like limbs growing from their waist. Some could split their bodies in half, growing numerous wriggling tentacles. Beneath Emperor Mountain, it was like a tide of monsters, enveloped in the series spirit and battle intent. They all crazily roar. Abe continued, Radiation Island is the island of our Scorched Sun tribe. The villains are referred to as the Scorched Sun tribe by other races on Radiation Island. They call themselves the Scorched Sun tribe. We worship the sun, yearn for the sun, but the clouds on our planet have completely obscured the sun's light. In order to see the sun again, our tribe has fought with other races on the battlefield for hundreds of years. The souls of those who died in battle will not dissipate. They will return at the call of our tribe, once again protecting us. Abe continued to roar. Fellow comrades, citizens, professionals, the elderly, women, children, take up your weapons, with your flesh and blood. Kill these foreign tribes who dare to invade our homeland. Radiation Island is the homeland of our Scorched Sun tribe. We must not let them occupy it. The souls of our tribe will watch over you in the imperial Shinto shrines. 1 billion citizens turned to jade, fallen like grass, crawling in the mountains and plains, believing in the eternal existence of the empire. Abe raised one hand high and shouted with all his might, Long live the empire! Long live the empire! Long live the empire! Kill! 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 Countless cries resounded as millions, tens of millions, even billions of villains roared in anger. Like a tide, they surged towards the distance. Stars appeared in the sky, connecting into threads that rose slowly from the horizon. Finally, they converged above everyone's heads, like a huge spider web or a birdcage, enveloping the entire Radiation Island within. The star-locking Great Formation. Looking at the spider web, birdcage in the sky, Abe's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Blue Star humans, even if our tribe is exterminated, we must devour all the professionals who dared to enter our Radiation Island planet. Our tribe will not perish. Even if only one child remains, we must avenge ourselves against them. Revenge. Several semi-human, semi-monster figures walked up behind him, saying, General, the billion-shattered plan has begun, and we must leave. Farewell, comrades. Farewell, General. Rest assured, Even if we die in battle, we will kill a few more blue star human tribes for you, to prepare for your next plan. Hehe, Abe smirked. The blue star human tribe plans to destroy our scorched sun tribe. How can we allow them to succeed? We are trapped on our main island by the star-locking Great Formation and cannot leave, but we can use the blood of countless beings to break through the blockade of the star-locking Great Formation with the power of radiation. As long as someone can escape the main island, immediately slaughter all the new professional forces of the blue star human tribes on the surrounding islands. Understand? Yes, General. Abe's second head suddenly opened its mouth, sharp teeth grinding like rusted blades. The voice was hoarse and crude, as if the rusty blades were rubbing hard. Ga 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 ga, the flesh and blood of the blue star human tribe. Hurry up and deliver them. I want to eat them. Eat them. Ga 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 ga, ga 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 ga. I am already extremely hungry and thirsty. Attack. Feed the few offerings we snatched from the blue star 300 years ago with their flesh and blood. Abe cruelly said. Use the offerings from their planet, their country, to slaughter their descendants. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see the regretful faces of those strong blue star human tribes. Ha ha ha. IDU Island. Jun Cheng, Chen Zi, and Liu Xu walked side by side, with the others following closely behind. Over an hour ago, under the orders of the invigilator Su Qingfen, all the new students participating in the assessment had swarmed out and headed towards the outskirts of IDU Island. They had randomly chosen a direction to move forward. Along the way, under the skin of Zheng Cheng's central radar life monitoring technique, the 10 people had encountered no significant danger. They safely arrived at the seashore. Holy crap! Seeing the endless ocean in front of them, KG subconsciously cursed. What appeared before them was not the blue ocean they imagined but murky black water. Upon closer inspection, there were flashes of blue and purple light within the darkness. The surging murky seawater left bright and glaring marks on the sandy beach. Among them, there were many marine animal carcasses and bones floating in the wind. The atmosphere carried a pungent smell that made it hard to keep their eyes open. Is this the ocean? How did the sea turn into this? Chen Zi also expressed amazement. When I visited the coastal city before, the sea was crystal blue. How did it become like this here? This is the doing of the villain tribe. Zheng Cheng said coldly. They betrayed their own planet and detonated 5,000 nuclear bombs underwater, contaminating the entire planet. Even the ocean was not spared. The villain tribe deserves to die. Damn it, is this the ocean? It's so stinky. Why would the villain tribe do this? Are they crazy? It is said that they wanted to sink all countries on Radiation Island into the water. We don't know the specifics. Oh no, are we going to survive here for 10 days in this place? Whoosh! The seawater in the distance suddenly surged, creating towering waves. Zheng Cheng's face suddenly changed, and on the 3D map of the central radar life monitoring technique, a crimson light spot representing a gigantic creature rapidly approached. Location: the ocean. Be careful. There are enemies approaching, he quickly warned. From the sea creatures are coming. Boom. Splurt. On the nearby sea, with the rolling waves, a massive figure suddenly leapt out of the water. It was a huge black whale. Its head was covered with numerous tendrils that entwined like dirty braids. Doom. The massive figure landed heavily on the ground, and just by being on the water's surface, its size was as tall as a 10-story building. Watch out. Don't run around. Quick. Although they were startled, the 10 were not in a panic. Chen Zi, Liu Xu, and Zhao Yiping quickly shielded the others, while the rest took out their weapons, aiming at the whale creature from a distance. Suddenly, the forehead of the whale slowly opened its many obscured eyes, which intently stared at them. Each eye was covered with a gray-white cataract, densely spreading throughout its head. It seemed like an oversized lychee fruit. Damn. So many eyes. Is this really a whale? So terrifying, so disgusting. Ah! The black whale suddenly let out a mournful howl, and the surrounding seawater began to roil. On each side of its head, 2 eyes staring with crimson light opened. The gray-white eyeballs surrounded by dark irises were filled with brutality, madness, pain, and sorrow. Its numerous eyes stared at the 10 on the shore. As its massive body swayed and created waves behind it, the ocean water continuously surged. Chen. What kind of monster is this? KG quivered. How can there be creatures living in such a place with the sea like this? Zheng Cheng hesitated. Don't underestimate the vitality of living beings. They adapt to the current environment, gradually evolving and mutating. This whale is the same. His tone suddenly changed, and his eyes widened in shock. The crimson light spot representing the whale creature on the central radar life monitoring technique slowly turned yellow. Yellow light spot. Neutral creature. Whoosh. The whale swayed its massive body, retreating back into the sea. Ah! The mournful cry continued to echo as the wind carried the sound, haunting the hearts of the 10. Chen. This. Put down your weapons. Jun Cheng's tone was hesitant. They still see us as friends. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Burning the bad guys. Encountering battle. Cheng Jie, why haven't we encountered any bad guys yet? Away from the beach, the 10 individuals walked towards the inland. After walking for half a day, they still hadn't seen a single soul. Only barren wasteland and the dark forests in the distance. Keiji was clearly getting impatient and asked, "Why?" Chen Zixian proudly said, "Because the trees in this world's forests have mutated due to the radiation from nuclear rain. They have turned into carnivorous creatures, like man-eating plants, attacking any living being that comes close. I have seen videos where dense vines surge towards people, swallowing them whole with one bite. It's terrifying." In preparation for the trip to Radiation Island, he had made many preparations. After all, he had originally planned to lead the team into Radiation Island, but was overtaken by Zheng Cheng. Since that was the case, he would prove his position within the team, making others respect him even more. In case Zheng Cheng made a mistake, wouldn't he be able to take his place? Zheng Cheng suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait, there's some movement up ahead." The 10 individuals stopped and looked into the distance. It appeared to be a town, dilapidated from the outside, with footprints covering the ground. A strong wind blew, stirring up dust in the town. Chen Zixian took out a telescope and looked through it. Puzzled, "There's no one." "Zheng Cheng, are you sure?" Zheng Cheng shook his head. "I'm sure. There are bad guys hiding in that town. Looks like they want to ambush us." Ambush. In his central radar life detection technique, the town in the distance was filled with red dots. They were hiding in the houses, waiting for them to approach. Chen Zixian and the others may not be aware of Zheng Cheng's scouting skills, but Yao Jixu and the others are alert. Chen Zixian hesitated. "How do you know? What if there is no one?" Zheng Cheng patted his shoulder and said, "I have scouting skills. No living creature within an 800-meter radius can escape my detection." With the central radar life monitoring technique at Level 4, the detection range had reached 800 meters. "Let's move, find a way to force them out of the town. Otherwise, burn." Chen Zixian immediately said, "Use fire to smoke them out. I just observed through the telescope. This town is mainly made of wood structures because it's by the sea. Very flammable." "Great idea." Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up slightly. Chen Zixian had some foresight. Yan Lai. Chen Zixian continued, "Our team's Yan Lai is a 6-star flame mage, with the second skill being firewall technique. Use fire to drive them out." "Okay." Zheng Cheng immediately decided, "Let's use fire attacks." The others spread out and prepare to chase the bad guys. "Yes." Lu. Zheng Cheng said, "Release your spirit beast, carry Yan Lai to start the fire. Other spirit beasts charge in from the sides and drive out the bad guys." "No problem." Song Chaoyu agreed, and immediately, a large number of black shadows emerged from her body. Soon, 8 giant python spirit beasts about 10 meters long appeared in the field. The leader was the fishman boss spirit beast. Song Chaoyu's spirit beast gathering skill allowed the spirit beasts to exist as long as their spiritual power remained. Action. With a command, a giant python spirit beast approached, carrying Yan Lai towards the town. When they were tens of meters away from the town, it stopped. Yan Lai raised his staff and muttered a spell, summoning a scorching firewall that quickly formed and surged towards the town. Doom! It hit a wooden house, setting it ablaze. Soon, screams were heard as figures panickedly rushed out of the flames. Some ran off into the distance, while others writhed on the ground. Bad guys. Several people's eyes lit up. Indeed, the town was hiding bad guys. Yan Lai repeated the firewall spell, hitting a wooden tower this time, engulfing it in flames. Another bad guy emerged from the tower. Just as Yan Lai was about to cast the third firewall spell, angry shouts were heard from the town. "Come back!" Zheng Cheng shouted, and the giant python spirit beast immediately carried Yan Lai away from the town. As Yan Lai lay on the beast, he heard shouts behind him and looked back. only to be startled by a group of dark and rough-skinned bad guys appearing behind them. Some had 3 arms, some had tentacles growing from their backs, and others had 2 heads, all frantically chasing after them. Yusui, 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 drive out the invaders. Eat them. Such beautiful people. And so many women. Ha ha ha. I want to eat them. Strip their clothes off. Tear their flesh and blood apart to eat. For Mount Wanshan. Yusui. Bad guy after bad guy poured out of the town, each looking ferocious and crazed like zombies. Damn. Keiji was taken aback. These are the bad guys. Why do they look like monsters? Chenzi strode to the front of the group, holding a tower shield taller than a person, and said coldly, "These people who have destroyed their own planet, the entire race has mutated. This kind of race is not human. They are monsters. Eliminate them all." What are they babbling about? Who knows? Get ready. With a command, Chenzi plunged the tower shield into the ground, unleashing a fierce snowstorm that swept through and killed over 1,000 bad guys. In the midst of the bad guys, Liu Xiu wielded diamond-shaped shields like short swords, rushing into the fray and killing several bad guys with his spinning shields. However, he was soon surrounded by bad guys, some of whom charged at him recklessly. Despite being hit on the head by Liu Xiu, they still wanted to bite a chunk of flesh from him. Meanwhile, Keiji, Chenzi, and Zhao Yiping were also engaged. All melee professionals were entangled by the bad guys, some even pouncing on them, screaming and biting like frenzied demons. A red light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on Keiji. His visible wounds healed rapidly, and a surge of power coursed through his body. Keiji managed to shake off the bad guys and stumbled backwards, but the bad guys continued to pursue fiercely. In the rear, Deep Red Priest Lin Jianyu nervously released a blood magic spell, recited her second skill, Mass Blood Light Shield. Droplets of red light emanated from each person, creating a shield around them. Seeing Liu Xiu about to be overwhelmed, a giant python spirit beast charged in, knocking several bad guys aside. At that moment, a strange wave descended, empowering Liu Xiu. Zheng Cheng, brandishing his bloodthirsty wand, pointed towards Liu Xiu. Adrenaline surge, a mysterious power surge from Liu Xiu's waist and spread through his body, accelerating his breathing, dilating his pupils, and making him feel incredibly relaxed. Even his mental acuity increased, making the bad guy's movements seem slow and effortless in his view. What's happening to me? But you damn bad guys, how can you be so slow? Die. Chapter 115 Chengzhe, give me a shot. Die. Bastards. Liu Xiu roared angrily, his mind suddenly becoming extremely clear. A villain pounced towards his shoulder, and he reacted swiftly. His left-hand sword shield stabbed out violently, piercing through the villain's mouth and blowing apart the entire head. He retreated just in time, narrowly avoiding an attack from a 2-headed villain. His right foot kicked out, sending the villain flying, while he bent over to dodge another villain with a large tumor on its head. Rising up, he swung his sword shield in an arc with his right hand, tearing through 2 villains' throats. Ha tilde exhilarating. Liu Xiu shouted, feeling a surge of immense power throughout his body, making him feel somewhat ethereal. Roar! Roar roar! Several more villains rushed at him, two aiming for his legs and two for his arms. Behind them, some villains with weapons like machetes and sticks were aiming for his head. Surrounded, 6 villains, all with varying degrees of mutations. But their vulnerable spots are still the head, neck, and heart. As long as he dashed forward, leaping up as the 2 villains aiming for his legs pounced down. Landing gracefully, he struck with force, killing the 2 villains instantly. Twisting around, he slashed the throats of 2 more villains. Die. In just over 10 seconds, Liu Xiu had already eliminated over a dozen villains, and he could feel an increasing surge of strength in his body, making him faster. Even his thoughts in his mind were incredibly sharp, like a hunting cheetah. Dodging an attacking villain, he smashed its head with a backhand strike. What's happening to me? Could it be that I am the kind of genius fighter as described online? My awakened profession may not be high-ranked, but it's perfect for battlefields. Once on the battlefield, my limbs move on their own, seeking the perfect moment for a deadly strike. It must be like this. Thinking this way, Liu Xiu's expression became even more excited. I am a genius. A genius in combat. Haha. Even though my profession is only 5-star, my future achievements may not be inferior to those 7 or 8-star powerful professionals. I am a war machine born for the battlefield. With a furious shout in his heart, Liu Xiu's hands danced with his sword shield, taking down several more villains. Just as he was about to roar to the sky, a sudden roar from the side startled him. "Ah, die. Damn villains. I'm going to kill every one of you." Chen Zi. He gripped the tower shield as if it were a massive metal gate. With a swing, he could knock down 7 or 8 villains, clearing a space in front of him. The villains caught in the tower shield either had their heads crushed or bones shattered, lying on the ground unable to get up. The villains standing in his way were swept away as if by a gust of autumn wind. Holy sh**t. Liu Xiu was shocked. Could it be that Chen Zi, like himself, was also a practical combat professional? Like being injected with chicken blood as soon as on the battlefield. Cock-a-cock-cock-cock-a-cack. Suddenly, in the distance, a loud rooster crow resounded. A giant rooster, taller than a person, soared into the sky, equipped with special armor on its claws, wings, and sharp teeth. With one grab, it could crush 2 villains' heads, and with one flap of its wings, it effortlessly tore through several villains' bodies. Steel giant rooster. Chicken. How can he be so powerful? With its flying ability, the steel giant rooster flew up and down, easily massacring the villains on the ground. There was also Zhao Yiping. He wielded 2 large cleavers, spinning them up and down like 2 crazy windmills. Any villains blocking his way were sliced in half, as he ran wildly, full of excitement. This, Liu Xiu was stunned, nearly ambushed by a villain, and quickly leapt on his head to avoid it. With a sudden force, he snapped the villain's neck. What's going on? Why is everyone so? Not only Liu Xiu but also a few long-range attackers behind were stunned. What's going on? Chen Zixian scratched his head, in confusion. When did Liu Xiu become so fierce? And Chen Zi, using a tower shield as a weapon. Zhao Yiping is even fiercer. Did he go crazy, or something? Even the chicken, what's with that equipment? Truly a steel giant rooster. Yang Lai hesitated. Maybe everyone is carrying grudges. The two didn't know what was happening, but Yao Jixu looked strangely at Zhang Cheng. Is it your new skill? Yes. Zhang Cheng didn't hide it, saying, I acquired a supplementary skill from a sacrificial learning notebook in the secret realm. It's called Adrenaline Excitation Technique. Adrenaline Excitation Technique? Yao Jixu's expression was odd, especially seeing Chen Zi, the chicken, Liu Xiu, and Zhao Yiping rampaging through the crowd like wild beasts, their eyes subconsciously shrinking. Especially Chen Zi, who had 2 villains hanging onto him, didn't care, just swinging the tower shield wildly. The chicken was like a mad chicken with rabies, flying up and down, tearing and pecking wildly at the villains on the ground. With each strike and peck, several villains were taken down. Meanwhile, Liu Xiu's performance was considered normal. All elements are enhanced universally, including adaptive dynamic vision. No movement of these villains can escape my sight lock. And me. Suddenly, Yan Lai spoke up, his staff emitting intense waves of heat. Before the others, a more intense wall of fire gradually formed. Yan Lai pushed forward, and the wave of flame surged towards the group of villains. Villains were burned alive, their bodies falling to the ground. Their bodies burned intensely. Under Yan Li's control, the wall of fire pushed forward for over 30 meters, then exploded violently, burning madly. 30 meters. Yan Lai exclaimed excitedly. Normally, I can control the wall of fire to push 16 or 17 meters at most, but this time, it went so far. Hearing Yang Li's words, Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu were also captivated, focusing on Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng spread his arms, saying, Ladies, do you also want to give it a shot? Soon, an even more violent snowstorm struck from above, smashing into the midst of the villains. The snowstorm knocked down a bunch of villains, raging wildly. The Ice-Sand Snow Giant also roared furiously, shooting his ice spear, freezing a large group of villains into ice sculptures. On the other side, the 8 Serpent Soul Beasts were also rampaging. Their large bodies knocked down a lone villain, devouring them eagerly. The slaughter was ongoing. Meanwhile, not far from where Zhang Cheng and the others were entangled with the villains, over 10 powerful and sinister-looking villains were gathering in the nearby small town, coldly watching Zhang Cheng and his team. Are these people the Blue Star Human Tribe's professionals? They're just new professionals from the Blue Star Human Tribe. Why are they so strong? Are they our opponents? Aga, smack. A 2-headed villain slapped another villain with a tumor on his face and said angrily, Are you scared? We're executing Emperor Lear's shattered jade plan. No matter how strong the enemy, we must kill them. Even death won't stop us from killing them. Understand? Ha. Everyone, infiltrate among the remaining civilians and approach this group, waiting for the perfect time to assassinate. Ha. For Emperor Lyre, for the great tribe of Lyre, for our planetary clan, we must kill them. Ha. Chapter 116 Failed the college entrance examination. Inferior occupationalists, with the boost of Zhang Cheng's adrenaline excitement technique, Chen Zi, Sai Ji, Zhao Yiping, and Liu Xiu were like possessed war gods, killing 3 in and out among the group of inferior people. With the long-range assistance from Yao Jixu, Song Chaoyu, Zhao Zixuan, and Yan Lai, this group of inferior people were swiftly eliminated at a visible speed. These inferior people look so ordinary, not even comparable to half-orcs. Song Chaoyu disdainfully remarked, carefully blowing on her freshly painted nails. The pale white nails, blood-red nail polish exuded a sense of bloodiness. She had the calmest demeanor among everyone due to her spirit beast combat skills. Zhang Cheng did not personally engage in combat either. After administering the adrenaline excitement technique to everyone, he began surveying the battlefield. These inferior people are just ordinary folks, in other words, not occupationalists. Ha! Song Chaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Even ordinary people have mutated. The ordinary people on Radiation Island are much stronger in terms of strength and speed compared to us Blue Star people. Of course, Chen Zixian added, these inferior people have been surviving in that cursed place of Radiation Island for thousands of years. Their genetic makeup has mutated. They can't even be considered humans. Back then, it was these inferior people who invaded our Xia country. Damn it, if I had been there, I would have definitely killed more of those inferior people. It's not too late to kill them now, Zhang Cheng said coldly. For the sake of our descendants and the grand plan of this era, these inferior people must die, right? Chen Zixian nodded. Luckily, we're here. Yao Jixu suddenly spoke up. Zhang Cheng, don't you find it strange? You mean the occupationalists among the inferior people, right? Zhang Cheng replied. I have been looking for them too. Unfortunately, the number of inferior people here is just too high, and they all have a strong intent to kill us. If the inferior occupationalists are hiding among the crowd, even I, found them. Zhang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up, looking towards a distant direction. Chao Yu, quickly have your spirit beast protect Sai Ji and Zhao Yiping. Those two, they were surrounded by occupationalists from the inferior clan. In the 3D map of the central radar life monitoring technique, more than 10 crimson light spots appear in the direction of the town and swiftly merged among the group of inferior people. They headed towards the 4 trapped individuals among the inferior people. Due to his ability to fly, Saiji was running the fastest, followed by the dual-wielding warrior Zhao Yiping. A few inferior occupationalists from the clan were quickly closing in on them. What? Song Chaoyu's expression changed slightly, giving quick orders within herself. As she got closer to Cai Ji and Zhao Yiping, 2 huge python spirit beasts suddenly pounced on them. Zhang Cheng didn't hesitate either and charged into the group of inferior people. Leave Chen Zi to me. You go help the others. Cluck cluck. Cai Ji suddenly flapped his wings and soared high into the air. His claws ruthlessly struck towards the ground. Enhanced by the adrenaline excitement technique, his speed and strength were greatly increased. Coupled with his ability to fly, his fighting style became much more straightforward under this dual effect. Flying up, landing, grabbing and pecking it was simple and swift. Cluck cluck. These inferior people are really trash. Watch me crush your skulls. Laughing inwardly, he was about to attack a tumor-headed inferior person on the ground when suddenly the tumor burst open, spewing a disgusting black liquid towards him. In addition, there was another one with tentacles hanging from its behind, covered in black tumors, and the tentacles suddenly shot out with sharp bone spurs at their ends. Meanwhile, another one opened its mouth and a tongue came out like a sharp sword. Damn it! Ambush! Saiji cursed in his mind. At that critical moment, rather than feeling anger, he was getting more shocked. Flapping his wings violently, a strong gust of wind redirected the black liquid away, narrowly avoiding it. However, he couldn't dodge the remaining bone spurs and the tongue attack, so he had to twist his body in midair to avoid any critical hits. Poof! Clang! The sounds of 2 completely different impacts were heard. The tentacle bone spur pierced his wing, tearing off a large amount of flesh and feathers. However, the The tongue attack from the third inferior occupationalist was blocked by his steel claws. Saiji's eyes lit up, and with a swift movement, the huge figure dodged quickly. As the steel claw gripped, it crushed the third inferior occupationalist's tongue. "Damn it! How dare you ambush me!" Roar. The three inferior occupationalists let out a furious roar and lunged at him recklessly. Seizing this opportunity, Saiji flapped his wings vigorously, flying high into the air, just evading the attacks from the three inferior occupationalists. At that moment, a massive python spirit beast also rushed over, confronting the three attackers ferociously. Saiji frantically flapped his wings, struggling to maintain his composure, and flew towards a distance. Damn! The occupationalists from the inferior clan are attacking. Hovering high above, he could see that Zhao Yiping and Liu Xiu, not far away, were also being attacked by three inferior occupationalists. Unlike him, they couldn't fly up from mid-air. They were already heavily injured and continually forced backward by the three attackers. If it weren't for one python spirit beast's sacrifice, they would have already been killed. Zhao Yiping, quickly activate the teleportation scroll. Zhang Cheng sprinted over, but it was too late to rescue Zhao Yiping as he yelled at him. With a regretful expression, Zhao Yiping reluctantly activated the teleportation scroll. In the next second, he disappeared in a white light, escaping the battlefield and withdrawing from this college entrance exam. "Cheng bro." Not too far away, Chenzi also shouted in anger. He was being surrounded and attacked by four inferior occupationalists. It seemed this group of inferior occupationalists knew the importance of targeting MTS. The occupationalists sent to attack him were higher in level and strength compared to others. Doom. One of the occupationalists had four arms, each wielding a long blade. Their attacks seemed to transform into a whirlwind of slashing attacks against Chenzi. Another one was clearly an attacker from a distance, his mouth resembling a catfish's mouth taking up half his face. Opening his mouth wide, a swarm of creepy insects spewed out, enveloping Chenzi completely. The other two occupationalists employed different abilities to engage Chenzi in combat. Damn these inferior people. Die. In contrast, Chenzi held a shield, his body radiating a dense and heavy earth light that deflected all the blades and insects away. Additionally, shield in hand, his prowess summoned to heavyweight earth elemental golems towering at 3 meters tall. With a single punch, he pushed back the other two occupationalists. Heart of the Earth. Under the protection of the Earth Heart, these two Earth Elemental Golems, the level 6 gems ability, allowed Chenzi to withstand the attacks from four skilled inferior occupationalists without retreating. Amidst the chaos, Chen Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he roared, "Sunzer!" The occupationalists with four arms and four long blades came charging at Chenzi, ruthlessly slashing at his shield. Every strike of their blades resonated with a clang, creating dazzling sparks. Mockingly attacked. Under the effect of Chen Zhao's mocking skill, the occupationalist aimed his greatest attacks at his shield. After 2 seconds, the occupationalist reacted. "Wait. Why am I attacking his shield? I should aim for the gaps in the shield to kill this damn blue star human." It was only a moment before he realized his mistake. In that moment, shadowy figures suddenly descended from above, gleaming brightly. Their swords struck swiftly. What a fast blade! The occupationalist with four blades sighed before succumbing to his fate. "Cheng bro!" Chenzi shouted, as Zhang Cheng landed, flicking his sword to shake off the blood before rushing towards the remaining 3 attackers. Buzzing, countless creepy insects swarmed towards him, controlled by an occupationalist with a sinister smirk. Just as they were about to surround Zhang Cheng, a virtual fire mystic technique fell upon the occupationalist. The occupationalist from the inferior clan, already filled with rage, fear, and helplessness due to the Blue Star People's invasion and their impending doom, became the perfect fuel for Zhang Cheng's virtual fire mystic technique. Doom. In an instant, the occupationalist burst into a burning virtual flame. Most of his body turned into charred remains almost instantly, causing the swarm of controlled insects to scatter and some to be incinerated completely. One step forward, Zhang Cheng stabbed downward with his blade, effortlessly piercing their heads. "Madman. A bunch of madmen. Even if we die, we must take a piece of flesh from them," Chenzi said sincerely, with a bit of lingering fear in his tone. However, Zhang Cheng interrupted, saying, "Something's not right with these inferior occupationalists." He suddenly looked up and gazed towards the outskirts of the small town, where 2 different types of inferior occupationalists stood. One had a large tumor on their neck, resembling a second head. The second had no limbs and slithered like a snake on the ground. They were chanting incantations, and strange waves of energy emanated from their bodies, spreading wildly around them. Inferior occupationalists, spellcasters. End of this chapter. Chapter 117. Radiant Storm. Radiant Worms. Nemesis of the inferior race. Roar. Roar, roar. Jun Cheng discovered that by the time he wanted to take action against these two inferior professional warriors, it was already too late. The two cast their spells and it was already down. The dual-headed inferior professional warriors raised their hands high and suddenly slammed them toward the ground. Accompanied by their roar, visible cracks crazily surged toward the battlefield with the dual-headed inferior professional warriors at the center. Doom. Boom. 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 Amidst the unbelieving gazes of the few people, the earth cracked open, and three huge black worms emerged from underground. Their bodies were over 10 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Completely black, covered in densely packed lumps of flesh, the front of their skulls resembled blooming huge chrysanthemums rotating fiercely as they charged fiercely toward Jun Cheng and his allies. Gentlemen, for the greater good, you will accompany these damn humanoid professional warriors of the Blue Star to their deaths. The dual-headed inferior professional warrior roar in the language of Radiation Island. One of the monstrous forms opened its mouth wide and instantly lunged towards Chen Zi. Together with 3 or 4 of the inferior professionals, they were swallowed in one gulp. Roar. Beside the dual-headed inferior professional warrior, the humanoid creature without hands and legs, resembling a pig, also roared furiously. It bit its own tongue fiercely, and a thick splatter of blood sprayed into the air. The next moment, a large mass of pitch-black dark clouds flew in from the distance, shrouding the battlefield. Raindrops, the size of soybeans, dark black and carrying highly corrosive and intensely radioactive toxins, poured down from the sky, enveloping everyone within its attack range. tilde. On the beach, the few remaining inferior professionals screamed in agony under the corrosive rain. Their bodies and flesh were visibly corroded at a speed that was observable to the naked eye, revealing marrow-white bones and internal organs. On the other hand, the 3 giant radiant worms thrived in the radioactive rain like fish in water. Doom. The giant radiant worm charged down, swallowing 7 or 8 inferior professionals in one breath. Chen Zi had no way to avoid it, so he tightly held the tower shield in front. Bang! With a loud bang, the giant radiant worm and Chen Zi clashed fiercely, creating a huge wave of energy. The earth elemental puppet guarding Chen Zhao's side disintegrated instantly, while another one stood silently in front of Chen Zi, striking the giant radiant worm with punches one after another. Dang! Another loud sound rang out as Yao Jixu's summon ice giant clashed with the second giant radiant worm. The two formidable beings fought fiercely, with the ice giant punching directly into the mouth of the giant radiant worm, followed by a flurry of blows. At the same time, a large amount of ice energy flow, and ice spears descended from the sky, pinning the giant radiant worm firmly in place. Its body was visibly freezing into an ice sculpture at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The third giant radiant worm encountered Jun Cheng. He slashed at the giant radiant worm, causing a large chunk of flesh to fly off. The giant radiant worm roared in anger, rolling its massive body and forcing him to retreat continuously. Fiery body burning art. Jun Cheng threw a fireball at the giant radiant worm, and a large group of illusory flames immediately flickered. However, with the giant radiant worm's massive body, resisting the burning of the illusory flames would take some time. Jun Cheng. Yao Jixu suddenly rushed out, surrounded by snow, emitting a freezing breath that froze the remaining inferior professional warriors into ice sculptures. You go deal with those 2 inferior professional warriors. We'll handle these insects. Wow. As soon as she finished speaking, a large amount of black rain fell from the sky. From a distance, KG and Liu Xiu cried out in distress, quickly landing and hiding among the crowd. Jun Cheng's face changed. Find a way to shelter from the rain. This is radioactive rain. It's highly toxic. Hissing as he spoke, he was also being corroded by the radioactive rain. Fortunately, the bloodlight shield released by Lin Jianyu was protecting him, and the bloodlight shield was being corroded by the radioactive rain at a speed visible to the naked eye. With his high physique and resistance to toxins, the radioactive rain had little effect on him. Yao Jixu waved her hand, and a large amount of freezing breath surged toward him, instantly forming a layer of ice armor on Jun Cheng. Lin Jianyu's bloodlight shield won't hold up for long. deal with the inferior professional warriors releasing the radioactive rain first. Zheng Cheng made a quick decision. You go protect them. After that, Zheng Cheng flashed past the blocking giant radiant worm and headed straight for the two inferior professional warriors nearby. Be careful. Yao Jixu had only time to shout. Zheng Cheng's figure had already rushed dozens of meters away. Roar! The giant radiant worm being burned by the illusory fire suddenly roared and pounced towards Yao Jixu. HMPH! Yao Jixu coldly snorted, and snow instantly appeared in front of her. The mini magic wand in her hand shot out a surge of icy light directly at the forehead of the giant radiant worm. Crack, crack, crack. The harsh sound of ice and snow friction could be heard as the entire body of the giant radiant worm was visible frozen into an ice sculpture starting from its forehead. You're quite capable. A teasing voice sounded, and Song Qiaoyu sat on the giant python beast, leisurely strolling over. Behind her, Chen Zixiang, Yan Lai, and Lin Jianyu were also protected by the giant python beast, all looking shocked. If it weren't for Song Qiaoyu, they would have suffered heavy losses under this wave of radioactive rain attacks. The three of them were filled with gratitude. Luckily, they had agreed to Zheng Cheng's conditions. Otherwise, facing this group of deranged inferior race individuals would have been disastrous. Yao Jixu frowned and said, "Enough idle chatter. Quick, help out." With that, she ran towards Chen Xiao's direction, where the giant radiant worm was about to swallow Chen Zi and his shield whole. HMPH. Feeling arrogant? Huh. Song Qiaoyu snorted and looked back at Chen Zixiang and his companions. What are you looking at? The three men quickly lowered their heads. It seemed that the relationship between Yao Jixu and Song Qiaoyu wasn't good. Song Qiaoyu pointed at the few remaining inferior professional warriors and said, "Go, kill them all." "But there's still radioactive rain. Shouldn't we wait? I have my spirit beast protecting you. What are you afraid of? Hurry. I don't want to fall behind that Yao Jixu," Song Qiaoyu said. "Besides, I still have the Fishman boss." Squeak. Not far away, the Fishman boss spirit beast held a black plasma hammer in its hands, ruthlessly smashing one of the inferior professional warriors into a meat sauce. With another swing, the black plasma hammer rushed out and knocked down two more inferior professional warriors. Seeing the terrifying power of the Fishman boss spirit beast, Chen Zixiang and his companions' eyes lit up. Let's move. Take out these inferior professional warriors. Attack. On the other side, after dodging the giant radiant worm, Zheng Cheng rushed directly towards the two inferior professional warriors. He also activated the adrenaline excitement technique on himself midway. Breath quickened, heart rate elevated, pupils contracted, body lightened, and spirit become extremely sensitive. Even the dynamic vision in his eyes became extraordinarily sharp. Whatever the movement in his direction, nothing could escape his sight and perception. Along the way, the ordinary inferior people blocking his way were easily dealt with. The two inferior professional warriors quickly noticed his actions, and their eyes became extremely cruel. Blue Star humanoid professional warrior. Daring to come alone, kill him, tangle with him for 10 seconds, and I can conjure another burst of radioactive storm. Got it. The dual-headed inferior professional warrior gritted his teeth and also rushed towards Zheng Cheng. In the midst of the charge, his body suddenly began to undergo a strange transformation. Worms crawled out of his body, biting tightly into his muscles. The slightly smaller second head kept wriggling and turning into a brain of a bug. Sharp fangs gleamed, making a near-piercing friction sound. Hey hee hee, a cruel chuckle emanated from his mouth. Blue Star humanoid. Radiation Island is the planet of our Lieri's tribe. Get out. Clang. He reached out and pulled out a snake-like bone knife from inside his body and fiercely slashed it at Zheng Cheng. What nonsense is this creature spouting? Zheng Cheng frowned, cursed at the fact that he had encountered a species that could use their heads as weapons for the first time. He rushed forward as well, meeting the charge head-on, and also activated the fiery body-burning art on the dual-headed inferior professional. Doom. In an instant, the dual-headed inferior professional was engulfed in a torch of illusory fire and burned brightly. He only managed to scream in agony before his running figure tumbled and collapsed on the ground. His burly figure shook violently, and his entire body was visibly burning into charcoal at an observable speed. Soon, he gasped his last breath. Zheng Cheng was also dumbfounded. These inferior creatures have such a temper. Damn flesh balloon, burned to a dry corpse so quickly. Does this mean that my fiery body-burning art is the nemesis of the inferior race? End of this chapter. Chapter 118. Dissecting the scum. Disgusting special ingredients. I wonder if we can dissect the scum that has been burned to a dried-up corpse, muttered Jun Cheng as he looked at the scum professional who had been burnt to a dried-up corpse. Suddenly, a sound of rushing water came. A giant black cloud condensed in the sky again, and dense radiated torrential rain poured down from the sky. Although the coverage area of this radiated torrential rain was small, the density was more than double the previous one. The ice and snow armor attached to Jun Cheng's body was melting at a visible speed. Turning around, he saw the limbless scum professional, who looked like a giant worm, staring at him fiercely. How can this thing run without limbs? Suddenly this thought came to mind, but his body did not pause for a moment, and he rushed towards the limbless scum professional. Who knew? The limbless scum professional quickly turned around and ran towards the back. While running, the radiated toxic rain in the sky kept following Jun Cheng. Hot. It can actually run. Jun Cheng was greatly shocked. Without even a third leg, how was it running? Seeing the guy about to run back to town, Jun Cheng immediately used the acute gastrointestinal outburst technique on him. The scum race has been living through 1,000 years of radiation, and their resistance to toxins must be very high. The acute gastrointestinal outburst technique may not have much effect on them, but if it can stop him for a moment. Just as this thought came to mind, the scum professional, who was running frantically in the distance, suddenly stopped. A large amount of viscous black liquid gushed out from his lower body, and his body involuntarily arched forward. Still, he endured the gushing and intense pain, moving forward in jerky motions, very seriously. What the heck? Jun Cheng was very surprised and rushed up to him, slashing down with his sword. Stop running. Spurt, ah. Let you reign. Spurt, ah. Let you go. Spurt, ah. After a few sword strikes, the limbless scum professional immediately lost his breath. His head was cut halfway off. Under normal circumstances, once a magic professional is approached by a melee professional without special preparation or a backhand situation, they are basically crushed. Carefully kicking him over with his feet, Jun Cheng found out that although this scum professional had no limbs, his abdomen was covered with small tumors, like tiny little feet supporting his fast escape. This thing looks really disgusting. With the death of this scum professional, the radiated torrential rain that filled the sky finally stopped, and the other common scum surrounding them finally couldn't hold on and began to collapse. Some were kneeling on the ground begging incessantly, shouting loudly in their mouths. Some even turned around and ran, stumbling and hoping to grow another pair of legs. The entire battlefield quickly cleared out, leaving only corpses all over the ground. Several scum professionals were roaring, as if questioning and cursing the ordinary scum, still fighting vigorously against Chen Zi and others. But with only a few of them left, under the continued fierce fighting of Chen Zi and the others in a state of adrenaline rush, they couldn't endure it and were gradually being cut down. The first encounter battle on Radiation Island has ended. Jun Cheng muttered. This battle made him realize the cruelty of the scum. They are ruthless to outsiders, even more ruthless to their own kind. They turned their own planet into this and made the whole tribe mutate. When facing the Blue Star human tribe, they could unite and fight with all their might. But even then, so what? The scum race will still perish. With the cloud-soaring sword in hand, he slashed down at the scum professional at his feet. Successful skill execution. You have obtained a special ingredient. Scum tentacle. You have obtained a scum DNA molecule. You have activated the scum DNA blueprint. Success. He hurriedly lowered his head to check. A tentacle appeared in his hand that looked very similar to an octopus tentacle, pale on the surface and fleshy inside, soft to the touch, like QQ candy. Special ingredient. Scum tentacle. Quality. 4 stars. Effect. Consuming it can permanently increase 5 points of physique, 2 points of spirit, all resistance plus 1% excluding light, lightning, and a 0.001% chance of bodily mutation. Limited to a maximum of 30 servings. Explanation. Humans mutated by nuclear radiation have endured the torment and test of nuclear radiation on their flesh and spirit for many years, finally mutating into a new race. Note: there is an extremely small probability of self-body mutation after consumption. The mutated part is indeterminate. However, with the current star-level scum flesh, once the physique and spirit reach 100 points, one can be immune to this mutation. Wow. Looking at this special ingredient, Jun Cheng couldn't help but swear. Doubling physique and spirit, plus a 1% increase in all resistance. The so-called all resistance includes not only toxin resistance but also special attributes such as fire, ice, darkness, and more. However, light and lightning attributes are excluded. It can only be said that they are a race that has endured nuclear radiation for thousands of years. Their body resistance is truly strong. Also, eating it will increase one's chances of mutation under nuclear radiation influence. Thinking of the appearance of these scum, 2 heads, no hands or feet, 3 nipples, and tailbone tentacles, Jun Cheng felt a chill. Fortunately, with the current star level of the scum, as long as his physique and spirit bolts reach 100 points, he can be immune to this kind of mutation. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to eat this thing. My physique just reached 100 points, but my spirit is only 85 points, so I'll save it for later. Jun Cheng put away the tentacle without eating it. With a 0.01% chance, he didn't dare to risk it, unless he could obtain 10 of these scum tentacles and consume them all at once to raise his spirit to over 100 points. Cheng Jie, Jun Cheng, Captain, is everyone okay? Soon, only Jun Cheng and the others were left on the battlefield, and they all gathered around. Chen Zi, Sai Shen were the worst off, covered in blood and wounds. The others were only slightly battered because of the protection of the giant python beast. Especially Sai Shen, his originally golden red feathers were corroded by the radiated toxic rain, turning black, and a lot of fresh blood flowed out, making him look like a soaked chicken. Jun Cheng was surprised. Where is Liu Xiu? Why can't I see him? He was sent out. Chen Zixiang smiled bitterly. They were too deep in the fight. Zhao Yeping and Liu Xiu couldn't hold on, so they had to tear the teleportation talisman. I see. Jun Cheng shook his head. I underestimated it. Next time we encounter enemies, I'll try not to use the adrenaline rush technique first. No. Chen Zi suddenly said. Cheng Jie, I think your adrenaline rush technique is great, very suitable for our melee professions. This time was just an accident. We all thought this group of scum were just ordinary scum. We didn't expect there were professionals hidden among them, which led us to go too deep and get ambushed by the professionals. With this experience, we won't go too deep next time. We'll be steady and meticulous. So I think. Suddenly, a strange movement came from Chen Zi and Sai Shen. They both visibly drooped their spirit, and their waists hunched over. I feel dizzy. I feel a bit dizzy. Cheng Jie, help me sit down. I'm about to pass out. With a thud, Sai Shen lay directly on the ground, and Chen Zixiang and Yang Lai quickly helped him up. What's going on? Why are we dizzy? Are we poisoned? Jian Yue, hurry and detoxify them. As the only healer in the team, Lin Jian Yue not only mastered the blood-activating technique and the group Bloodlight Shield but also learned the dismantle poison technique using skill books. Lin Jian Yue was about to detoxify, but Chen Zi shook his head. It's not poison, it's just that Cheng Ji's skill time has expired, causing weakness. I feel dizzy. I'm going to sit down first, he said, ignoring his image and sat down on the ground, gasping for air and sweating profusely. Sai Shen also lay down, his huge chicken head raised to the sky, saying, Oh my god, Cheng Ji's skill is too strong, like taking drugs. You didn't see that I clawed to death to scum professionals, was fierce. Oh my god, the weakened state is so powerful, so we might. Chen Zixiang and others' faces also changed. They also had the adrenaline rush technique added. Don't jump to conclusions. Chen Zi took a deep breath. Cheng Jie, what I mean is, we can all withstand the adrenaline rush technique. 10 minutes is enough for us to turn the tables. Next time, let's not waste these skills on grunts. Wait until we encounter a boss or a scum professional. Understood. Jun Cheng said. Rest for now. We'll cut off the left ears of these scum later. I want to have the Lockstar Array monitor them. We can only give the left ears of these scum to Zhao Yeping and Liu Xiu and hope it helps them pass the high school assessment. Tonight, let's temporarily stay in this small town to rest, and continue our mission tomorrow. Chen Zixiang's eyes lit up. Thank you, Cheng Jie. Thank you too, on behalf of them. We're all classmates. Don't be so polite. Soon, Yao Jixu, Song Chaoyu, and others' time for adrenaline rush also ended, and each of them became listless. Seeing this, Jun Cheng had to do it himself and personally cut off the left ears of these scum. At the same time, He tried to use the random dissection skill. Skill execution failed. Skill execution failed. Skill execution failed. All 3 skill executions failed in a row, and Zheng Cheng's eyes were also strange. Failed. What's going on? He looked at the random dissection skill and found that its level and proficiency had reached Li 5 125 10,000ths. The proficiency was still far from completion. Why did it keep failing? Could it be that ordinary scum can't dissect special ingredients? Or that the probability of dissecting special ingredients from ordinary scum is very low? Let's try a scum professional. He quickly went to the burn 2-headed scum professional and slashed down. Skill execution successful. You have obtained a special ingredient. Scum brain marrow. Success. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. And then, at that moment, a dazzling beam of light in the distance suddenly caught his attention. Boom, 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 boom. Not far away, the few resting people were also instantly attracted by this extremely bright light, subconsciously looking over. A terrifying mushroom cloud rising to the sky obscured their vision. It was a nuclear bomb. Bringing the child back to my hometown. Today's translation is only 2 chapters. I'll resume with 3 chapters later. Please forgive me. End of this chapter. Chapter 119. Betraying Blue Star. The inferior people, the half-inferior people tried. Radiation Island. Bamboo Island. This is a small island located on the northern side of Radiation Island planet, famous a millennium ago for its lush bamboo forests covering the entire island. After the invasion of alien species that spread throughout the planet and the nuclear radiation, the bamboo forests on Bamboo Island were destroyed by explosions. For a millennium, under the constant influence of radiation, bamboo grew back on Bamboo Island. Unlike before, the bamboo that now grows is as hard as iron, with sharp tips and dense thorns growing on the body. When encountering living creatures, these bamboo thorns can even shoot out actively to target and shoot the prey, then use the roots of the bamboo to drag it over and feast on it. Bamboo Island has now been renamed Cannibal Bamboo Island. However, at this moment, Cannibal Bamboo Island is extremely deserted. The bamboo that originally occupied the entire island has been cut down and burned to ashes, and teams of soldiers wearing radiation suits are busy nervously. Large military vehicles, trucks, and machinery are in full operation, transforming the entire Bamboo Island into a suitable environment for human habitation. On the ground where they are stationed, protective formations constructed with magic crystals have appeared to defend against the radiation that permeates the entire Radiation Island. This is Blue Star Humans, the outpost base established by Zia country on Radiation Island. On the peak of the highest mountain, Bamboo Mountain, 3 figures stood facing each other. Behind them, dozens of figures followed. One of them was sturdy, muscular, bald, not tall but exuded a sense of security. He had a hooked nose, sharp eyes, and his exposed bronze skin was adorned with intricate tattoos, resembling intertwined vines or a group of colorful pythons. Zia Jianfeng. He was one of the main figures at the Elder Council and the Professional Union Representatives Conference, so he had to pay attention to his image. Hence, he wore a suit and tie. But now, in the battlefield, he preferred this unrestrained attire. Blue Star Zia country, one of the pioneers, and one of the legendary strongmen who led the conquest of Radiation Island. The second figure was an old man in blue clothes with crane-like hair and a youthful face. He had silver hair but very rosy skin, like a baby. With a tall stature, he stood there like a green pine tree. Jin Ruhuo. He was also one of the pioneers of Blue Star Zia country and one of the legendary strongmen who led the conquest of Radiation Island. On the other side was a graceful woman dressed in pink chiffon. She had picturesque features with a lotus-shaped hairpin on her forehead. However, her face was covered with a white veil, hiding most of her face, making it difficult to discern her true appearance. Quan Linfei. She was also one of the pioneers of Blue Star Zia country and one of the legendary strongmen who contributed to Radiation Island. Ha ha ha. Zia Jianfeng laughed. Our clan has finally set foot on the land of Radiation Island. The vow made by our ancestors 300 years ago is finally going to be fulfilled. We will march on Radiation Island and blow up their proud Emperor Mountain. Din Ruhuo also laughed. After 300 years of longing, it has finally come true. The 3 of us are enough to be recorded in history. Being recorded in history is an exaggeration. Quan Linfei's voice was light and ethereal, but seemed to contain 1,000 words. I only hope that our country and our people can continue to move forward and no longer be used and exploited as before. Din Ruhuo said, Lin Fai, rest assured, we are not inferior people, and our Blue Star is not Radiation Island. If anyone dares to ruin Blue Star, even if I have to risk my old bones, I will not let them go. All right. Xia Qianfeng frowned. I didn't come here to listen to your sweet talk. How come the established plan has to change again? The professional army has been mobilized, and the follow-up forces are gradually entering. The anti-radiation grand formation has also been successfully studied. Don't tell me you want to back out now. Din Ruhuo shook his head. It's not backing out, but there have been other changes. I think our plan can be slightly altered. What changes? Quan Linfei turned subconsciously. Eradicating Radiation Island was discussed and agreed upon with the Elder Council and several major pioneer families within half a year. If Din Ruhuo wanted to make changes now, he had to provide a suitable reason. Din Ruhuo turned slightly and said, You say it. Your tribe's life and death depend on you alone. Don't blame the old man for not giving you a chance. Thank you, Master. A very gentle yet somewhat solemn voice rang out. In the slightly surprised eyes of Xia Qianfeng and Quan Linfei, a woman in white and red, dressed as a witch, walked slowly. Her beauty was breathtaking, with dark blue hair, fair skin, and eyes that shimmered like water ripples. Inferior people! Xia Qianfeng shouted angrily, and his eyes immediately revealed a strong murderous intent. A chilling, domineering aura, like an ancient savage beast, locked onto the woman. The woman was startled, took a few steps back, and fell to the ground. But she got up stubbornly, bit her lip, allowing a trace of blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Lord Xia. My mother is from Blue Star Xia country. What? Xia Qianfeng was surprised. The pressure that was originally on the woman instantly disappeared as if it had never existed. Her mother is from Xia country. Humph. She's undoubtedly a woman kidnapped by the inferiors during the Fallen operation and should die. I've already killed my father with my own hands. The woman hurriedly said. Then knelt down, gritted her teeth, and said, Three great men, I beg you to spare a chance for our tribe. Impossible. Xia Qianfeng immediately refused. Inferior people who should not survive in this world. We are not inferior people. The woman shouted again. Although there is the blood of the inferior people in our bodies, there is also the blood of Blue Star people, and the vast majority of us are of the bloodline of Blue Star Xia country people. We are the mixed-race children of Blue Star Xia country people and the inferior people. So doesn't that make us half of Xia country people? Xia Qianfeng's eyes flickered with killing intent, and he gritted his teeth, saying, No, it doesn't. Enough, Qianfeng. Din Ruhuo stopped Xia Qianfeng and said, Ru still has some use. Let's listen to her story first. Ru? Xia Qianfeng sneered. Are you so fond of her? Is she your illegitimate daughter, or did you take on a new concubine? TSK, this little girl is indeed quite charming. I wonder if there's any mutation in her body. Ha ha ha. Xia Qianfeng was shameless, but the face of the mixed race infer. Chapter 120 Blood Sacrifice. Non-existent. 200 little boys. Yang Ruer was startled, and took a few steps back, stumbling. I don't know. Damn it, Xia Qianfeng cursed. What does the inferior clan want to do? They dare to bring these things from the Blue Star. The blood Guanyan soaked in the fresh blood of the Xia Kingdom people, the Tower of Aggression built with the 238 foundation stones of the Blue Star. The world sculpture. What else? Yang Ruer's breathing began to choke, but she gritted her teeth. There are also the corpses of several legendary strong members of the inferior clan who died in battle on the Blue Star over 300 years ago. The radiant ghost warrior Di Feiyuan, the three evil people Mor Mo, the Shura Razor Tan Yingxiao, and more than 10 legendary strong members' corpses. They have been enshrined in the Imperial Shrine all along. Some shrine professionals say they can use soul summoning techniques to revive their corpses to resist the Blue Star professionals. Boom. Xia Qianfeng erupted in flames, the strange tattoos on his body almost coming to life. The corpses of those inferior clan members are still being worshipped. The inferior clan, then even more. Where are these things, these offerings? There is one on each island participating in the Xia Kingdom's high school entrance examination this year, but we are not sure of their exact locations. Yang Ruer nervously said, but to activate those offerings, a large amount of flesh and blood is needed for sacrifice. Tell me. Where is the royal family of the inferior clan? And where is the imperial shrine? I will personally blow them up. 300 years ago, I could kill them. 300 years later, I can still make them die. Yang Ruer was taken aback and trembling. Senior Chanfeng, our half-inferior clan, is the lowest on the entire Radiant Island, and in some places, we are even seen as slaves, livestock by the inferior clan. They gave birth to us, but they treat us like pigs and dogs. At the same time, they fear us. We really don't know the location of the royal family of the inferior clan. As for the imperial shrine, when the inferior clan professionals from the fallen archipelago legion were defeated half a year ago, they moved the bodies of the legendary strong members they enshrined inside, and we couldn't find them. Fear? Si Chanfeng asked strangely. Why would they fear you? Because... Yang Ruer hesitated. Because among our half-inferior clan, the likelihood of professionals awakening is high. Almost every 10 half-inferior clan members, 3 successfully awaken. A 30% awakening success rate? Several people's eyes lit up. Even among their Blue Star clan, the success rate of professional awakening was only around 10%. Unexpectedly, these inferior clan members had a 30% success rate. I have studied this matter as well, Din Ruhuo said. Half-inferior clan members are mostly born of women seized by the professionals of the inferior clan, and the women seized by them are mostly professionals from the fallen archipelago. When both parents are professionals, the likelihood of their offspring becoming professionals is naturally higher. It's similar to our Blue Star's professional families. So that's how it is. Zi Chanfeng's tone immediately changed. That 30% chance is not bad at all. The chances of our Blue Star professional families giving birth to professionals are also around 30%. No. We are now discussing the disposal of the inferior clan on the Radiant Island, not your half-inferior clan. Yang Ruer hurriedly said, Senior Chanfeng, our half-inferior clan, is willing to surrender to the Blue Star, even willing to become your tool to deal with the inferior clan. We only hope to have our own land and hope not to be oppressed by the inferior clan all the time. Zi Chanfeng sneered. That's impossible. Our mission this time is to completely eliminate all intelligent races on the Radiant Island, and transform the entire Radiant Island into a military and research base. With just a few of your half-inferior clan members, I'm scared. Yang Ruer's face was desperate, and a resolute light flashed in her eyes. Fine. Then my half-inferior clan will join forces with the inferior clan and participate in their jade-shattering plan and blood sacrifice plan. Although our numbers are small, we have many mid-level professionals. As long as we hide in cities and forests and continuously launch surprise attacks on you, I believe the casualty rate of the Blue Star professional forces, bold. Before Yang Ruer could finish speaking, Zi Chanfeng's words stopped her. I'll kill you now. Kill me then. Yang Ruer raised her head. My half-inferior clan people and all professionals are now hiding on the Radiant Island. If you refuse my surrender or even kill me, my people will immediately join these two plans. Ha ha, Zi Chanfeng laughed. So what? Just a few half-inferior clan members. How many of you are there? 1 million, or 10 million? 5 million. Yang Ruer gritted her teeth. We have 5 million people, but our constitution and bloodline are very special, not constrained by the Lockstar array set up by the ancestors. As long as we pay a certain price, we can sneak out of the main Lockstar array and then launch sneak attacks on the lower-level Blue Star professionals on the surrounding islands. You dare. Enough. Din Ruhuo interrupted Zi Chanfeng. Chanfeng, a 300-year-old man arguing with a little girl. It's just 5 million half-inferior clan members. They can stay on the Radiant Island after we return. Do you agree? Zi Chanfeng glared at Din Ruhuo. The inferior clan is the most fickle, cowardly, ungrateful, and vengeful. They are hypocritical on the surface and venomous inside. Are you really going to leave them? If we leave them, what if we get bitten back? Yang Ruer argued. We are half-inferior clan, not inferior clan. It's all the same, Din Ruhuo said, indifferently. I have already figured out how to deal with the threat of the half-inferior clan in the future. You don't need to worry about it. And now, we need to discuss how to deal with the inferior clan's jade-shattering plan and blood sacrifice plan, especially the second blood sacrifice plan. No, Zi Chanfeng still insisted. I want to know how you're going to deal with these 5 million half-inferior clan members. If someone in their clan has ulterior motives or is simply a spy sent by the inferior clan, Din Ruhuo looked at Zi Chuanfeng, who glared back without hesitation. Fine, I'll tell you. With that, he moved his lips, but no sound came out, clearly transferring the message privately. Yang Ruer was full of confusion, not knowing what her ancestor was up to. Quan Linfei also listened intently, receiving the message as well. Soon, the eyes of Zi Chuanfeng and Quan Linfei began to shine brighter. Zi Chuanfeng was shocked at first, then slowly turned to admiration. Quan Linfei frowned for a moment, then turned to disgust. This matter, I agree. I agree too. Zi Chuanfeng laughed. You cunning bastard. This idea must have come from you. Impressive. Kid. I agree. Your half-inferior clan can stay and become a vassal of my Blue Star Xia kingdom. Yang Ruer's eyes lit up with surprise and gratitude. Thank you, honored one. Thank you, Senior Zi Chuanfeng. All right, you may go now. We need to discuss other matters. Din Ruhuo said. Ruer, come here and listen behind me. Your half-inferior clan may need to cooperate in this plan. This is also your letter of submission. Yang Ruer's expression turned serious. Yes. Ancestor, Zi Chuanfeng asked incredulously. Ruhuo, how do you plan to deal with the inferior clans to plants? This is the inferior clan scheme. To use children as blood sacrifices, except for executing a beheading tactic, with so many ordinary inferior clan people, and also ordinary inferior clan people bewitched by legendary artifacts. Quan Linfei suddenly interjected. Ruhuo, do you already have a plan? Correct. Din Ruhuo nodded. I already know about the Jade Shattering plan and Blood Sacrifice plan, all thanks to Ruer telling me. I have devised a solution to resolve both plans perfectly. However, this plan may offend the heavens, and the Elder Council may not agree, so I thought of uniting with you to strike first. What kind of plan is this? Zi Chuanfeng became interested. Tell us. Without answering, Din Ruhuo made another gesture, and a figure quickly ran out. Zi Chuanfeng saw that it was a follower of Din Ruhuo. Ruhuo, what are you doing? Report to the three honored ones. The follower saluted. 200 little bows have been successfully transported to the temporary base on Radiant Island. 50 of them have an explosive yield of 2 million tons, and 150 have an explosive yield of 10 million tons. The 2 million ton explosives are arranged inside the island, and the 10 million ton explosives are set up around the island. The expected number of affected islands is over 300. You. Zi Chuanfeng was taken aback, surprised. You're using little bows. 200. Don't tell me you brought them from our people's defense line on the Fallen Archipelago. That's right, they are the secret weapons from the Fallen Archipelago people's defense line. Din Ruhuo smiled unusually. These little bows have been on the Fallen Archipelago for over 300 years. It's time to let them play. International agreements. International agreements? Din Ruhuo asked strangely. We are not on the Blue Star. What are you afraid of? It's just 200 little bows. They want to play with the inferior clan on the Radiant Island. Is that not allowed? Zi Chuanfeng twitched his lips, involuntarily saying, playing together in hell? Din Ruhuo gave him a sidelong glance. Are you scared? Zi Chuanfeng immediately became furious. Who's scared? Is there anything in this world that scares me? In that case, sign the contract, Din Ruhuo said, as he floated a document in front of Zi Chuanfeng. The content was simple, agreeing to let 200 little boys come to the Radiant Island to play with the inferior clan. Zi Chuanfeng took a deep breath, looked at Din Ruhuo, then at Quan Linfei. In the end, he signed his name on the contract. Damn it, after going back this time, the old fogies from the Elder Council will bother me again. Linfei, what about you? Quan Linfei did not sign. She looked at Din Ruhuo. You already have a plan, don't you? That's why you placed the new high school entrance examination assessment on islands far from our base, in case it was affected by the little bows. Din Ruhuo spoke leisurely. With 1 billion ordinary inferior clan people, even if millions of chickens are crazy, they could kill numerous professionals. Not to mention their overall strength far surpasses regular humans. If these 10 billion people really go crazy and obstruct us, committing suicide attacks, how many casualties do you think our Blue Star professionals will suffer? Din Ruhuo smiled faintly. 100,000? 500,000? Or 1 million? Not to mention the inferior clan professionals, the royal descendants of Mount Huan, the aggressive corpses, and the offerings hidden behind these 10 billion people. If all these are realized one by one, How many professionals will we lose in our Xia kingdom? DRIZZLE continued. The inferior clan has long been defeated, but their potential is deep. If we do not eradicate the roots, what if they produce more legendary or mythic level experts? How would we deal with that? Therefore, to completely eradicate the threats posed by the Jade Shattering Plan and Blood Sacrifice Plan, we have to let these 10 billion inferior clan people and little boys have some fun. After this matter, it can greatly weaken the power of those 30 offerings and also provide better training for the new generation. Why not? This plan is to root out the evil. Quan Linfei took a deep breath. All right, I agree. Upon finishing her words, she extended her slender hand and signed her name on the contract. The two contracts were collected by DRIZZLE, who also smiled, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. Jade Shattering. Blood Sacrifice. They don't exist. Ruer. Yang Ruer's face, at this moment, was filled with terror and shock. Her beautiful eyes were wide with horror. She never expected her usually kind and gentle ancestor to be so bold. Little boys, of course she knew what it meant. Hearing DRIZZLE calling her, she trembled. Ancestor, these 200 cute and lively little boys are your submission from the half-inferior clan. Send them to the island. From now on, your half-inferior clan will be the vassal race of my Xia kingdom on Blue Star. End of this chapter. Chapter 1-1. The little boys cleaning up. Yidu Island. A dilapidated city. Xinjiang, by Jinky, and two other teenage boys built a solid defense line using a large building. Hundreds of ordinary lowlives were launching suicidal attacks towards them. Some were holding various weapons, some carried heat weapons similar to firearms, and others were even charging in barehanded. Inside the building, Li Xin, Li Zhao, and three others were continuously using their skills to kill the lowlives outside the building. Their mental consumption was immense, and several of them looked pale, but they dared not stop. Without their support, Xinjiang, by Jinky, and the others downstairs were likely to be worn down by the densely packed lowlives. The area surrounding the building was already filled with corpses, and blood flowed into a river. Among the group of ordinary lowlives, there were occasional attacks from powerful professionals. Just now, a lowlife professional almost seriously injured Xinjiang through a surprise attack. It was difficult to distinguish between ordinary lowlives and lowlife professionals, as they all look equally eerie and disgusting. The four of them dared not slack off, fearing being taken advantage of by the lowlife professionals. These lowlives are insane. It's been almost an hour. Damn it, how many people are there? A few young heirs cursed angrily, while Xinjiang, by Jinky, and the others remained calm. Compared to the half-beasts in the Moria mine, these lowlives were nothing special. Don't lose focus, Xinjiang shouted. As long as we hold this building, this group of lowlives will collapse sooner or later. I'm worried we might collapse first. A chubby heir shouted, I'm covered in blood. Can't we fight and retreat at the same time? I agree with fighting and retreating. Didn't we meet many classmates on the way here? Let them share the burden. Boo. At that moment, a blinding bright gate suddenly rose from the ground in the distance, rushing towards the sky and covering everyone's sight. Even the lowlives who were under the influence and charging in instinctively turned around. The dazzling light enveloped everyone's faces. Soon, violent shockwaves spread like an avalanche towards the ocean. What? What is that? Forbidden's magic. Is there an epic ray expert here? Damn. It's a nuclear bomb. It's a nuclear bomb. Inside the building, Li Zhen's face turned pale, shouting, someone launched a nuclear bomb. Damn it. Is it the lowlives or us? Boom. A brilliant massive light explosion erupted after a few breaths, mirroring the previous one. The scorching flames and shockwaves rushed towards the sea frantically. One after another, bright fireworks exploded in the air, densely occurring. Countless professional Blue Star members and lowlives subconsciously looked up, but all they saw was the endless white light flooding their vision. Yidu Island. Outskirts of the city. A defensive line consisting of more than 10 Blue Star professionals was resisting the oncoming lowlives. Behind them, several long-range attack professionals were also engaging with the lowlives. One of the girls among them, dressed in blue with a blue spring goddess mask on her face, performed a graceful dance. She wore specially crafted wind chimes on her wrists and ankles. Every move, every dance step, every sway, every lift resonated with clear wind chime sounds. Her enchanting figure and mysterious dance, along with the wind chime sounds, gave off an air of solemnity and mystery. Dry jade shining in the eastern jade pool. The Alliance sends the orders to the Blue Bowl. Casting fire for 10,000 miles shakes the palace. The Rain Rider swiftly comes through the haze, waving black banners in a vast emptiness, concealing the sun steaming rain and thick clouds. Lord Deborah moves Mount Kunlun. The spirits overturn the sea and the mysterious abyss. Accompanied by her dance and singing, strong winds howled, dark clouds covered the sky in this area. A drizzle turned into tiny ice crystals falling from the sky, landing on the lowlights. They soon began to scream in agony. The rain carried a potent corrosive force that easily rotted their skin, flesh, and even bones. In contrast, the group of Blue Star new professionals who came to participate in the assessment felt a cooling sensation as the raindrops touched their skin. Their bodies and spirits slowly recovered. Why is my recovery rate so fast? Divine rain. This is a heavenly blessing. Shamaness, an ancient priestess in charge of celestial rites, offering sacrifices to the gods of heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, and praying for rain. Miss John Mayan, you are the future of our Blue Star. Please allow me to follow you. Me too. John Mayan, priestess. As the song ended and the dance ceased, the rain curtain created by her rain invocation spells continued, even transforming into a downpour. The lowlives caught in the rainfall could no longer bear it and scatter in panic. Even the professionals hiding among the lowlives couldn't launch sneak attacks in time, and were blocked by the rain. John Mayan gently lifted the spring goddess mask on her face and softly said, "We are all bows from Zia country. We should treat each other like brothers, and feel." Boom. A sudden loud explosion interrupted John Muon's voice. She turned around in shock. A massive mushroom cloud rose in the distance, with blinding white light exploding in the sky. The violent shockwave rushed towards them at a visible speed. Her face turned pale, and she exclaimed, "Is this a nuclear bomb?" Yidu Island. By the sea, a dragon the size of a calf flapped its wings, launching into the sky, while Zhu Chenyu held a golden dragon gun, diving and swooping downward. With a simple shake of the golden dragon gun in his hand, he could easily slay several lowlives. Below him, 9 other military professionals from military school-equipped middle schools joined him in the charge. 3 of them were riding creatures resembling sub-dragons. With these 3 leading the charge in unison, the lowlives stood no chance. Each charge, each fight left a trail of bodies behind. Roar! Zhu Chenyu dove again in midair, and the dragon beneath him opened its mouth, spewing a scorching dragon breath down onto the lowlives. 7 to 8 lowlives immediately screamed in agony, their bodies charred and pitiful. Swoosh! A professional hidden among the lowlives suddenly leapt up, and a sharp bone spur grew out of his palm, viciously stabbing towards Zhu Chenyu in midair. Whoosh! In the next moment, a long, thick golden dragon spear suddenly pierced through Zhu Chenyu from behind, skewering the assailant completely. With a casual flick, the low-life professional was sent flying tens of meters away, a large wound torn open on his body, and his intestines falling from the sky. Easily killing a low-life professional, Zhu Chenyu acted as if it was an insignificant task, patting the dragon's head lightly. Once again, the man and the dragon dove down, leaving a trail of fresh blood. Finally, the lowlives couldn't hold it any longer and scattered in all directions. Some low-life professionals still resisted, but Zhu Chenyu and the others effortlessly slew them. Chase, Zhu Chenyu said coldly. Leave none alive. Yes. The other 9 said reverently, immediately mounting their horses and chasing after the fleeing lowlives. As soldiers, following orders was their duty. Doom. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted in the far distance on the main island. The sky was covered with a mushroom cloud and dazzling white light. Subsequently, one after another, several times, the faces of many changed drastically, filled with shock, joy, and disbelief. Zhu Chenyu said solemnly, "It's our nuclear bomb. The main island is over 500 kilometers away. It won't affect us. Don't mind them. Continue the pursuit of the lowlives." "Captain," a soldier wearing camouflage and riding a crocodile-like monster exclaimed, "after the nuclear bomb explosion, it could trigger an earthquake, potentially causing a tsunami." "What?" Zhu Chengyu's face also changed drastically, hastily saying, "Quickly find high and sturdy buildings." Understood. Yidu Island. The city center. Su Qingfeng infiltrated the main city of the lowlives alone, ruthlessly slaughtering within the lowlife professional guild. None of the low-ranking or mid-ranking professionals present could match him. Level 79 Breakthrough Mission, offering sacrifices to the heavens, requires adequate offerings to perform a ritual to the heavens, thus gaining the power of heaven and earth, stepping into the epic level. His expression was cold, but his movements were swift. With a grab of his hand, a long sword completely composed of energy appeared, easily cutting down a charging triple milk low-life professional. The higher the quality and quantity of offerings prepare, the higher the success rate of breaking through. I intend to offer all the intelligent life on the Radiant Island planet as sacrifices. This was rejected by the upper peak, who knows what they are plotting. HMPH. He sneered, the low-life tribe is not worth regretting. Let's slaughter all the mid-level professionals on Yidu Island first, then head to the main island of Radiant Island. Although we cannot sacrifice the entire Radiant Island, we can still offer a few hundred LV69+ professionals. We'd better find the legendary hunter left by the mythical powerhouses ... Boom. In the midst of his actions, the mushroom clouds rising in the distant direction of the main island suddenly caught his attention. He looked over in shock, murmuring, a nuclear bomb. Which senior has such great courage to dare launch a nuclear bomb on the main island of Radiant Island? Oh no, my sacrifices. He instantly shifted, energy wings appearing on his back, speeding toward the main island's direction. At the same time, a voice transmission symbol materialized in his hand, burning quickly. Donzi, Hazy, I'm heading to the main island. Leave this to you. Watch out for the tsunami. End of the chapter. Chapter 120 To destroy the offering. Blood Guanyan. Nuclear bomb. Above the boundless Black Sea, bright mushroom clouds rose into the sky one after another, almost obscuring everyone's sight. Jun Cheng on the distant Yidu Island was also filled with shock at this moment. On the Radiance Island, someone actually released a nuclear bomb. Chengzhe, is that a nuclear bomb? Chen Zi also asked in shock, as the others looked into the distance. Yes, it's a nuclear bomb. It's our Blue Star's nuclear bomb. How do you know it's our Blue Star's nuclear bomb? What if it's from Radiance Island? Damn it. Another one. This is a nuclear bomb, not a firecracker. How can they use it like this? It's that big shot. So many ... Jun Cheng shook his head and said, it's not Radiance Island. Back when the race on Radiance Island detonated a nuclear bomb a millennium ago, the global dead hand system was activated, and all the nuclear bombs were launched. Tens of thousands of nuclear bombs, destroying the whole world, and all technology. Only the villains who allied with other races survived, and their technological level also greatly regressed. Especially after their bodies mutated, they gave up their technological capabilities. Jun Cheng's face suddenly changed dramatically. Oh no. What's wrong? Chen, we ... tsunami. He immediately said, with the nuclear bomb detonating on the island, it will inevitably cause earthquakes and tsunamis. Find a safe place quickly. The town. Go to that town. Hurry, everyone. Head to the town. Tsunami is coming. Run. Urged by Jun Cheng, the others also remembered something and ran towards the nearby town. Quick, find buildings similar to banks, prisons, government office buildings. Don't go to the wooden houses. Here. There's a 5-story building. A casino, that works too. Go to the top floor. Hurry to the top floor. The group of 8 quickly rushed up the stairs of the casino. It was spacious and magnificent, obviously a place frequented by the wealthy. There were still many villains hiding in the casino, but under Jun Cheng's surveillance, no one escaped, all were killed. Soon, the 8 of them reached the top floor. The mushroom clouds in the direction of the main island continued to rise, illuminating the entire sky. In their sight, at the junction of the distant Black Sea and the black sky, massive white waves suddenly rose, mixed with almost endless black waves, rushing towards them. Roar. In addition to the towering waves, a large number of marine creatures, whether passive or active, were mixed in the waves. Here it comes. On the top floor of the casino, Song Chaoyu's face turned pale and said, the nuclear bomb exploded on the island. It will definitely cause earthquakes and tsunamis. Find a safe place. The town. Go to that town. Hurry. Tsunami is coming. Run. Jun Cheng then turned to Chen Zixiong and Yang Lai. Both of them looked confused, and in the end, they reluctantly raised their hands and said, all right, you guys rest. We'll go with the captain to gather. Although we were also affected by the adrenaline surge technique, at least we didn't charge forward. and the after effects aren't severe. The three of them returned to the beach through the stairs, where the black seawater in the distance was still terrifying. Through the light blue star lock array curtain, they could even see struggling marine life in the water. Chen Zixian and Yan Lai were still in shock, while Zheng Cheng had already reached the location of several dead villains. He also checked the special ingredients he had obtained earlier. Special ingredient: Villain Brain Marrow. Quality: 5 stars. Effect: after consumption, it can permanently increase 8 points of mental strength, all resistance plus 1% except for light and thunder, transformation chance plus 0.01%, limit to consuming 20 pieces. Explanation: humans who have been affected by nuclear radiation and have mutated, their flesh and spirit have been tormented and tested by nuclear radiation throughout the year, ultimately resulting in a new race. Note: there is an extremely small chance that consuming it will cause your body to mutate, with the mutated part being uncertain. However, with the current star-level villains' flesh and blood, once your physical constitution and spirit reach 110 points, you can be immune to this mutation. Same race, different special ingredients. Looking at the meatball in his hand that was somewhat similar to shrimp paste, Zheng Cheng's throat moved instinctively. Damn it, who dares to eat brains? Although in his past life he had heard of a dish that was mainly made of monkey brains, he had never seen it. Brain marrow. Looking at the brain marrow that increased mental strength by 8 points, Zheng Cheng still reluctantly put it away. Not urgent. Let's collect enough special ingredients first before deciding what to do next. We should at least collect 20. Also, Zheng Cheng looked at the corpses and said, Villain tentacles and villain brain marrow, two completely different special ingredients. The tentacles were dissected from the villain without limbs, while the brain marrow was dissected from the double-headed villain's body. Could it be that different types of villains with mutations yield different ingredients when dissected? With this doubt in mind, he began dissecting other villain professionals. Skill execution failed. Skill execution failed. Skill execution successful. You obtained the special ingredient. Villain tentacles. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. Another tentacle. After the dissection, he obtained 3 tentacles and 2 brain marrows, which were all stored in his spatial ring. Along with that, there were also over 100 villains' left ears. Chen Zixiang and Yan Lai each also cut off over 100 villains' ears. Let's go back. Looking at the still raging black seawater in the distance, Zheng Cheng shook his head and said, Let's go back and rest. We'll continue exploring Yidu Island tomorrow. At that moment, a calm and clear voice suddenly rang from the sky above the star lock array. Attention all blue star professionals! Attention all blue star professionals! This is... The group was amazed as they looked up. It's Senior Din Ruhuo's voice. What does he want to say? Everyone can't hear it. The villains of Radiance Island's race devised the Shattered Jade plan and Blood Sacrifice plan to resist us, but now I have shattered them. Don't panic about the nuclear bomb, especially the examinees participating in this year's new professional union exam. The explosion will not affect the island you are on. The Shattered Jade plan has been dismantled, but the Blood Sacrifice plan is still in progress. On the island you are on, there are special offerings that the villains of Radiance Island plundered from my blue star over 300 years ago. Your mission is to find these offerings and destroy them. Blue Star professionals who destroy the offerings on their respective islands will receive an additional 1,000 points. If the offerings on each island are not destroyed within 10 days, the overall performance of the professionals in the entire province will be reduced by 100. Din Ruhuo's voice was calm and clear, ensuring that everyone could hear him. The current islands and the corresponding offering list are as follows. Kaianshan Island. Corresponding offering is the Tower of Invasion. Ghost Island. Corresponding offering is the General's Terracotta Army. Jinshan Island. Corresponding offering is the Group of 4. Xian Island. Din Ruhuo's voice continued, and the new professional union exam candidates were already in an uproar. Damn. Those nuclear bombs were indeed from us. It's so fierce. Using a nuclear bomb to thwart the Shattered Jade plan of the villains, Senior Din Ruhuo is truly something. Has our mission changed to destroying these so-called offerings? Isn't this just like a boss fight? Ha ha. Brother, your analogy is so accurate. Brothers, charge. Kill the remaining villains and destroy those offerings. Our Water Bucket Island's offering is called the 1,000 Drops of Water. What is this thing? Who knows where it is? Just kill where there are the most villain professionals. It must be there. Well said. Charge, brothers. The shouts resounded from over 30 small islands surrounding the main island. Countless new professionals excitedly rushed to the gathering places of the villains inside the islands with a clear goal of destroying the offerings worshipped by the villains. On Yidu Island, Zheng Cheng and the others also heard Din Ruhuo's voice. By this time, they had returned to the casino. Chen Zixian was puzzled. What about our Yidu Island? What is our offering? Wait. It's coming. Soon. Zheng Cheng heard the information he wanted to hear. Yidu Island. Corresponding offering is Blood Guanyan. Blood Guanyan? The group looked at each other, not knowing what it was. Zheng Cheng opened the central radar life monitoring technique and inputted the 3 words Blood Guanyan. Soon, a light green route map appeared in front of Zheng Cheng, stretching far into the distance. Zheng Cheng said, I found the route, but it seems quite far. Let's rest first, and tomorrow we'll follow the route. Suddenly, Yao Jixu said, Zheng Cheng, this mission is very different this time. Oh, why do you say that? This time, there are many people from each province participating in the new professional union exam, at least over 10,000 people, and our Qinzhou province has over 20,000 people. With so many people going to destroy one offering, it's conceivable that the strength of that offering should be very strong. Can our small group succeed? Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed. Are you suggesting finding people? Yes. At the same time, deep in Yidu Island, inside a shrine deep in the mountains, over 100 villain professionals with completely different appearances, limbs, and bodies were staring in horror at the raging sea outside. Behind them stood a statue of Guanyan that was only 4 to 5 meters tall, all black and red, with a sinister and eerie aura. Damn you, Blue Star people. Chapter 123. You've been enhanced. Go quickly. Our jade-shattering plan. Our people. A dual-headed rogue, wearing ancient armor all over his body, with a triangular head and a short stature, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness and anger. All gone, Your Highness. What should we do now? Someone asked. The entire Yidu Island is covered by the Starlock Array. Our information cannot be transmitted out, nor can we receive any external information. The dual-headed rogue gritted his teeth. The jade-shattering plan. All our people are ready for the shattering, but it was unexpectedly eradicated by the Blue Star Powerhouse. Originally, I was still thinking about offering sacrifices after the jade-shattering plan. But since it came to this, we can only offer sacrifices in advance. Without a large offering of blood and flesh, the power of the Blood Guanyan cannot be fully unleashed, but killing all the Blue Star novice professionals on Yidu Island is enough. Summon. Yes. Several rogue professionals quickly stepped forward and answered. Sacrifice the mortals around Yidu Island to activate the Blood Guanyan. What? Your Highness, this can't be. They are our people. They can die by the enemy's blade, but they can never die as offerings. Clang. Pu. Before the words even fell, the dual-headed rogue's figure flashed and appeared behind the rogue. The bone knife pulled out from the palm was slightly swaying, with no trace of blood. Hey. The dual-headed rogue laughed miserably. To activate the Blood Guanyan, professional blood and flesh must be offered as sacrifices. Since you are so eager, then this glorious task will be entrusted to you. Woo. The rogue professional tightly covered his neck with both hands, trying to stop the blood from spurting. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't stop it. In a trance, he seemed to see a figure in blood slowly approaching. An arm stretched out from behind it and suddenly grabbed his neck. Numerous slender tentacles gushed out, sucking all his flesh and blood in a very short time. The surrounding rogue professionals were shocked and stepped back, not daring to approach. In their sight, the Blood Guanyan statue that had been enshrined in the Yidu Island Xingye Shrine had now turned into a huge monster, sucking heavily on the body of the professional just killed by Li and the prince. The burly figure was disappearing at a visible speed. Ha. Go. Blood Guanyan. This is your hunting ground. All the rogues are your food. I offer this blood and flesh to you. Go devour those damn Blue Star people. Within you flows the blood of the ancestors of the Blue Star people. Kill them. Devour them. Blood Guanyan. Doom. The roof of the shrine was suddenly knocked open, and a huge Blood Guanyan stepped out. Behind it, hundreds of professionals followed Li and the prince, walking out. A long bone knife once again grew from its arm, raised high towards the sky and roared. The warriors of the Li family. Our clan will never perish. Charge out. Follow this king and kill all the Blue Star novice professionals on Edo Island. Kill. 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 Under the temptation of Lee and the prince, countless rogue professionals roared in anger. They followed behind the Blood Guanyan, stepping out of the mountain where the shrine was located, rushing towards all directions of Edo Island. Their goal was clear, to intercept any Blue Star novice professionals appearing on Edo Island. The next day, after resting for a night and healing all their spiritual injuries, the few people set off again. The aftermath of the adrenaline excitation technique had also disappeared after resting for a night. They were back in full swing. With the guidance of the central radar life monitoring technique, their direction of advancement was directly towards the location of the Blood Guanyan. After a good half-day, they discovered another group of rogue professionals fighting in a deserted town. Their target of attack was another group of Blue Star novice professionals. Zhun Cheng took a glance and immediately said, "Rescue them." Chen Zi, Sai Ji, and Zhun Cheng charged ahead, while Song Chaoyu released soul beasts to assist on both sides. Yao Jixu, Chen Zixian, Yang Lai, and Lin Jianyu followed closely. Before they even approached the crowd, Yao Jixu's blizzard had already enveloped the majority of the town. As the blizzard approached, numerous rogues stumbled and twisted in agony. Seizing this moment, Zhun Cheng and his two companions rushed in. Die. Zhun Cheng wielded the cloud-soaring sword, slashing horizontally and immediately cutting two rogues in half. At the same time, with a hand gesture, the acute gastroenteritis bursting technique fell on 3 other rogues. These 3 rogues hadn't reacted yet and were howling in pain on the ground, writhing continuously. Zhun Cheng broke through the crowd, unleashing the fiery stomach-bursting technique. The 3 rogues were burnt to charcoal in mere seconds. Roar! Gaga! Several rogue professionals hidden among the crowd launched a surprise attack on Zhun Cheng. An arrow shot toward him but was dodged with a turn of his head. Immediately, the acute gastritis-bursting technique fell on the rogue closest to him. The 3 rogues convulsed all over, and Zhun Cheng swiftly struck with his sword. The first 2 rogues hadn't even reacted before being decapitated by one stroke. The third rogue, despite the gushing blood from his lower body, quickly retreated. As Zhun Cheng was about to strike again, the rogue swiftly blended back into the crowd. Titty! Zhun Cheng muttered as he sighed. He turned around and thrust his cloud-soaring sword into the chest of another rogue who had attempted a sneak attack on him. Ah! A cry of agony suddenly rang out as the fleeing rogue fell to the ground, in pain, mouth foaming, convulsing all over, unconscious. This is tetanus. Zhun Cheng's eyes flashed. Every sword swing he made released a burst of tetanus. Now his tetanus blade level was gradually approaching LV3. Kill! He roared excitedly and charged in once more. On the other side, the 8 giant python soul beasts, the fishman boss soul beast, along with 2 newly joined giant radioactivity earthworm soul beasts, crashed into the rogue crowd under Song Chaoyu's control. The leading fishman boss wielded a massive black hammer, killing 7 to 8 rogues with each swing. Amidst the storm, the ice giant's phantom appeared once again. With a flash of his ice spear, it shot into the rogue crowd, turning a large group of rogues into ice sculptures person by person. Behind the crowd, Chen Zixian bent his bow, firing arrow after arrow. There were too many rogues crowded together. Some arrows even pierced through 2 or 3 people. Yang Lai raised his hand, flames burning fiercely, steadily advancing. As for Lin Jianyu, she nervously watched Zhun Cheng, Sai Ji, and Chen Zi. She alternated between the lifeblood technique and the group blood shield, covering the 3 of them. At this time, the novice professionals trapped in the town also heard the battle cries of Zhun Cheng and the others. Reinforcements! Break out quickly! Our classmates are here to save us! Ha ha! The heavens won't abandon us! Excited shouts from the rogues echoed from the depths. The trapped students also began shouting. Half an hour later, over 100 rogues had been killed. The rogue professionals hiding among the rogues were also taken care of by Zhun Cheng, one by one. Soon, the 2 sides merged. Chang'an City 2nd High School, Liu, Chang'an City 12th High School, Zhun Cheng. Both sides exploded with excitement, immediately merging together. Brothers, retreat quickly. We have only 4 out of the 10 people left. A big round-faced man cursed in embarrassment. Damn these rogues, they are too deceitful. They used ordinary rogues to lure us out, and the professional rogues hidden in the shadows launched sneak attacks on our mage professions. Damn it, all 6 of our mage professionals have been taken out. Retreat? Jun Cheng's eyes flashed as he looked at the forsaken high school students and immediately said, "No need to retreat. Focus on killing the professional rogues in the crowd. Take them out. These ordinary rogues will flee in chaos." Kill? How to kill? Of course, like this. Jun Cheng grabbed the bloodthirsty staff with a reverse hand and pointed it at Liu. Adrenaline excitation technique. F***CK. Almost instantaneously, Liu's body size, breathing, and eyes changed. What's going on? My strength and spirit have all recovered. And this feeling. He tested the strength of his hands and excitedly roared, "You damn rogues, die." With that said, he charged into the rogue crowd and massacred rampantly. The 3 high school students behind him were all dumbfounded. What's going on with Li? Did he explode? Hasn't his berserker state ended long ago? Damn, so fierce. Li, the king of the 7 stars fighter. That's right, you guys go too, Jun Cheng said, throwing the adrenaline excitation technique on one of them. What? What happened to me? You've been enhanced, Jun Cheng said. Go quickly. Oh no, go kill monsters. End of this chapter. Chapter 124. Characteristics of the Tetanus Blade. 9 House Alliance. Under the influence of Jun Cheng's adrenaline excitement technique, these 4 newbies who were already at the end of their strength suddenly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, roaring angrily as they charged into the group of villains. Several professionals hidden among the villains wanted to take advantage of the distraction to launch a sneak attack, but they were quickly surrounded and beaten to death by the 4 individuals. On the other side, Saiji and Chenzi were also affected by the adrenaline excitement technique. With the continuous attacks of 5 strong men and a steel rooster, along with the support of Ya Jixu, Song Chaoyu, Chen Zixian, and others, the group of villains finally collapsed. All professionals were killed, and the group of villains scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing the city and disappearing without a trace. Jun Cheng and the others did not have enough manpower to chase them down, but they didn't need to worry too much as the wilds of Radiant Island were filled with various mutated radiation beasts. In terms of threat level, these beasts posed a greater threat than Jun Cheng and the others. Once these ordinary villains were targeted by the mutated radiation beasts in the wilderness, their deaths were certain. Liu exclaimed excitedly to Jun Cheng, "Your amplification skill is amazing, and it lasts so long, a full 10 minutes. It's much stronger than our team's priest, just the skill name is a bit strange." Jun Cheng casually replied, "I am a hidden profession, by the way. How long has it been?" "About 10 minutes, why?" "Nothing, it's just that the weakness state of my skill is quite severe." "Ah, how severe is it?" Before the words could fall, the effect time of the adrenaline excitement technique had already ended. Liu and the other 3 new professionals immediately collapsed as if they were impotent, gasping for air. "Damn, your weakness state is indeed quite severe. My legs are weak. Take a rest, shall we move together later?" Jun Cheng suggested. The goal of all professionals in Qinzhou province is to destroy that blood Guanyan. I know where it is. Really? Liu's eyes lit up. Great, let's go together. I am a 7-star professional king of fist. This is Zhang Yashan, a 6-star professional swift swordsman. Wang Changhe, a 5-star professional shield warrior. Kui Hao, a 5-star professional poisonous assassin. Introductions were made, and Jun Cheng took a glance at the newly named Kui Hao. This was the first time he had seen an assassin professional, high attack, low defense, but explosive power. With thorough preparation, an assassin could take down professionals much stronger than themselves. "Welcome," Jun Cheng said. "Let's take a rest first, and then we'll take action. In order to destroy that blood Guanyan, we must gather most of our strength. By the way, can you contact others?" "We can," Liu said. "Before entering Radiant Island, our school gave a distress charm to the captain of each class. If there's anything urgent, we can contact each other using the distress charm." "You are from Urshong. Do you know Bai Jinky?" "Brother Chet." Liu was surprised. "You know Brother Chet?" "I do." Jun Cheng nodded. "Try to contact him and tell him I'm here too." "Okay." With that, Liu took out the distress charm and started to contact Bai Jinky. Jun Cheng returned to his team and asked the somewhat weakened Chenzi and Saiji, "How are you feeling now?" "Much better," Chenzi said. "The more times we endure the adrenaline excitement technique, the higher our resistance to its weakness state. Maybe I can always be in the state of adrenaline excitement in the future." "Aren't you afraid of bursting and dying?" Song Xiaoyu rolled his eyes at him and said excitedly to Zheng Cheng, "Zheng Cheng, I did it." "What did you do?" "I condensed the soul beast of a villain." With a wave of his hand, Song Xiaoyu summoned a humanoid soul beast drifting towards him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a villain professional with tentacles growing out of its backside. It turned out that Song Xiaoyu had been trying to condense the soul beasts of villains all along. Unfortunately, he had only succeeded in one so far. In terms of the effectiveness of the soul beasts of ordinary villains, it was not significant. Zheng Cheng observed the humanoid soul beast and asked curiously, "What abilities does it have?" Song Xiaoyu replied, "I'm not very clear about its profession, seems to be close combat. After transforming into a soul beast, it retained some of its former energy. Let me demonstrate its abilities to you." With that, the humanoid soul beast suddenly moved. Its body lunged forward, and the tentacles on its back surged, transforming into 3 slender blades that viciously slashed forward. 3 distinct marks appeared on the ground, several centimeters deep. The entire person looked like a humanoid scorpion. Not bad power. With more numbers, it could be quite a deadly move. Zheng Cheng asked, "By the way, how much spirit does it require?" 10 points. Song Xiaoyu shrugged. "More than the python soul beast. If I hadn't leveled up twice, I wouldn't have wanted to condense her." "What levels are you all at now?" "LV14, Yao Jixu said. "Leave 15. They exchanged their levels, and Zheng Cheng found that their levels had all been raised. Chen Zi, Chen Zixiang, and Lin Jianyu were Leave 12, while Caiji was LV13. As for himself, he had the highest level among them, at Leave 16. In addition, his tetanus blade had also been raised to Leave 3, unlocking its first trait. Your skill tetanus blade has been raised to Leave 3. Tetanus blade external, Leave 3. Mutant skill requires equipped weapon sword, axe, dagger, spear, bow and arrow, etc. for use. There is a 30% chance that any of your physical attacks will infect the target with tetanus bacillus. After the target is infected with tetanus bacillus, it may experience muscle spasms, severe spasms, fatigue, dizziness, headache, hyperreflexia, hallucinations, speech, and movement disorder symptoms for a short period. You have activated the first trait of Tetanus Blade. Trait 1. Permanent Destruction. Your Tetanus Blade can permanently damage the target's physical resistance and resistance, reducing the target's overall defense by 10%, and increasing the outbreak rate by 10% when attacked by Tetanus Blade again. Permanent Destruction. Zheng Cheng was surprised. Not only could it damage the target's physical resistance, but it could also make the target more susceptible to Tetanus Blade on subsequent attacks. Doesn't this trait effect resemble increased damage? Permanent Reduction in Resistance, a close combat god skill. At that moment, Liu approached him, saying, "Zheng Cheng, I've contacted Bai Jinki. They are in a place called the Nine House City. Besides them, many professionals have also joined forces." Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. It seems that there are many smart people among the newbies. Only by uniting can we complete this mission. Let's go. Let's meet up with Bai Jinki and the others. Do you know where the Nine House City is? I have a map, Zheng Cheng said. Let's clean up the battlefield first. Collect all the left ears of the villains. Zheng Cheng then called Chen Zixiang and Yan Lai to start collecting the spoils, while he took the opportunity to continue dissecting the bodies of the villain professionals. 3 villain tentacles and 2 villain brain tissues were retrieved. After some preparations, they set off once again towards the Nine House City. Along the way, they were constantly attacked by a large number of villains and villain professionals. However, with their concerted efforts, they all passed through without major incidents. The number of people in their group was visibly increasing, and 5 days later, as they approached the Nine House City, the number of people in their group had reached over 100. Among them, more than 80 were different star-rated close combat professionals. There were only over 30 mental and long-range attack professionals. According to what the new professional organizers they encountered along the way had said, every time they were besieged by villains, villain professionals took the opportunity to kill mental and long-range attack professionals. The reason was simple. These professionals had the lowest defense and were weakest in close combat. Once a villain professional got close to them, they would either die or be severely injured. Numerous new professional organizers, under the ruthless methods and siege of the villains, continuously tore apart the teleportation scrolls to teleport away. Among them, people like Zhang Yashin and Kui Hao reluctantly teleported out. There were even many people who directly perished due to the slow use of the teleportation scrolls or other reasons. Correspondingly, more than 5,000 ordinary villain people had perished at the hands of them. Even more than 100 villain close combat professionals had died at their hands. At this moment, Zheng Cheng had 25 villain tentacles in his hands and 13 villain brain tissues. During the continuous battles, especially with the surge in close combat professional numbers, Zheng Cheng's adrenaline excitement technique skill proficiency had reached Level 2. With a few more major battles, it would be raised to Level 3. By then, he would be able to awaken traits again. As they neared the Nine House City, the number of villains around them visibly decreased. The wild lands were littered with the bodies of villains. Many mutated radiation beasts were seen in the vicinity, devouring the bodies of the villains on the ground. When Zheng Cheng and his group approached, the beasts just lifted their red eyes to gaze at them for a while before lowering their heads to continue feasting on the villains' bodies. Many were startled by the sight and quickly lowered their heads. It turned out that the mutated radiation beasts also possessed intelligence. Upon noticing the increased number of humans, they dared not approach. So many bodies. What's going on? I heard that many classmates have gathered at the Nine House City. I heard that too. Qin Zheng from Yizhong, Bai Jingqi from Zhang, Hao Zhao, Li Mei from Shenzhen, Yan Haoring, and even Zhu Chengyu from the military academy. They all came. Damn. Is this a coalition of warlords? Are we going to choose a leader? Seems like we really have to choose a leader. They say it's for unified command. Hearing the discussions around him, Zheng Cheng felt a bit overwhelmed. It was already such a critical time, yet this group of people were still fighting over the position of leader. In his opinion, the longer Bai Jingqi, Qin Zheng, and the others stayed here, the more attention they would attract from the villains. Perhaps some villains had already noticed them, preparing to decimate the entire group of new professionals in Qinzhou Province, Lanzhou Country, Blue Star. Bai Jingqi was belligerent, Qin Zheng was impatient, but Li Zheng was a smart guy. How could he allow this group of people to stay here for so long? Could there be other unexpected factors at play? Someone's coming. Everyone stop. Someone's coming. A person riding a machine similar to a motorcycle soon approached them. Professionals from Qinzhou. Which school are you from? Who's the leader? End of the chapter. Chapter 125. The Black Dragon is still a dragon. Contest for Alliance Leader. Jiuhu City. Inside a large conference room, dozens of figures were arguing loudly, just like a vegetable market. At the conference table, several figures were facing each other. Some were glaring angrily, some were resting with their eyes closed, and some looked helpless. Among them, there was a group led by Qin Zheng and Bai Jingqi, with Li Zheng, Li Zhao, Hao Zhao, and others standing behind them. The second group was led by Zhu Chengyu, a military academy freshman. Only Zhu Chengyu was sitting, while others stood behind him, not arguing but seeming to have the upper hand. The third group was led by Zhang Mian, who had joined from the Deoxio. The people behind her were arguing the most fiercely, and she also looked helpless. The fourth group had the fewest people, but the most arrogant demeanor. Many gazes directed at them were filled with anger and disgust. The reason was simple. The leader of this group turned out to be a small white horse with pitch black skin and braids on its head. Behind him were several foreigners. Why are they still arguing? Qin Zheng leaned back wearily on his chair, while Bai Jingqi shook his head and said, "It's all because of you insisting on selecting an alliance leader." "No, it wasn't my idea. It was Li Zheng's idea," Qin Zheng immediately responded. "You know me, I excel in charging into battle. Leading the team is not my strong suit." "What a joke." Li Zheng glared at him and said, "If it weren't for the suggestions of the elders at home, do you think I would willingly agree to this? Even though that item from the other world is damaged, we should still try to claim it. Who knows, maybe we can cultivate something out of it." Qin Zheng coldly snorted, "Don't waste resources. Instead of that, it's better to kill more foreign races on the battlefield." "I have to clarify, I can contend for the position of alliance leader, but now it is clear that everyone is supporting that guy Zhu Chengyu," Li Zheng said. "Once the votes are cast, our side doesn't have enough votes, and I too will support Zhu Chengyu. As long as it's not that little white horse becoming the alliance leader, anyone else is fine." Li Zheng shook his head and said, "Do your best. That item from the other world, even though it's damaged, is still very useful. Enough of the noise." Suddenly a loud shout rang out, and the small white horse stood up abruptly, his towering figure reaching about 2.5 meters, like a small giant. His Xia country language was fluent, with a hint of a foreign accent. I have seen it in the ancient Xia country martial arts TV dramas. To become the Wulin Alliance leader, strength is the most important. In that case, why not proceed with a competition based on my proposal? Let the strongest person become the Wulin Alliance leader. Then what is there to argue about? Impossible. Strength prevails. Are you sure you can defeat Qinzhong or Zhu Chengyu? HMPH. Just because you have an 8-star hidden occupation, you think you're above everyone else. Before the small white horse could finish speaking, a group of people started shouting. Some even cursed. Damn. Who do you think you are? This is our Xia country's affair. What does a little white horse like you have to do with it? Get out of Xia country. If it weren't for you causing chaos, we would have already selected the alliance leader. Exactly. The alliance leader should either be Zhu Chengyu or Qinzhong. Who are you? I think Zhang Mian is also a suitable candidate. Hearing someone else being verbally attacked, Terry was immediately furious. I am a great exchange student from the Moor country, and you dared to insult me. Besides, I am currently studying in Xia country and I am a part of Xia country. The Black Dragon is also a dragon. Get lost. I will fight you. To compete. Is it? Old man, I'll take you on. The whole conference room erupted into a frenzy of arguing. If not for their captains restraining them, they would have started fighting already. Almost all the focus was on a group of about 10 foreigners, but these foreigners seemed to have received some orders. Even when being insulted and yelled at, they remained stubborn and determined to fight for the position of alliance leader. At that moment, a figure approached by Jinqi and Qinzhong, whispering something quietly. Zhun Cheng is here. Both of them brightened up, and Li Zhao behind them was also excited. What? Brother Zheng Cheng is here. I'll go greet him. As soon as they finished speaking, she rushed out. Bai Jinqi also stood up quickly, pressing Qinzhong back down. You stay. I'll go greet him. Damn, I want to go too. Watching Bai Jinqi run towards the door, Qinzhong was at a loss. Outside the city, Zheng Cheng and the others looked around in surprise as they saw the bustling Juhu city with people coming and going, all newcomers from the Qinzhou province. Everyone seemed bored and chatted in groups of 2 or 3. There were even people setting up stalls in the open space, selling various equipment snatched from the inferior race occupation players. Saiji wondered, Brother Cheng, why is this place so chaotic, with no one managing it? Zheng Cheng speculated. Maybe there isn't a leader here, so it appears chaotic without direction. We noticed many people from the inferior race occupation heading this way when we were coming, but it seems so disorganized here, with no clear leadership. Song Chaoyu said, It looks lively here, let's go take a look later, see if there's anything good. Yes. Yes. Lin Jianyu also excitedly said, We've also collected a lot of weapons and equipment from the inferior race occupation players along the way. Maybe we can sell them for a good price. Along the way, they had killed over 100 players from the inferior race occupation, and their loot was quite substantial, especially a bone knife snatched from a double-headed inferior race player, an unusual silver-grade weapon. Zizu, do you want to go explore together? Ya Jixu shook her head. I don't like crowded places, you guys go ahead. Just as she finished speaking, Li Zhao ran over from a distance, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Zheng Cheng! Brother Zheng Cheng. Yao Jixu and Song Chaoyu's expressions immediately changed, glaring fiercely at Li Zhao, who was running over. Song Chaoyu stepped forward, blocking Zheng Cheng. Zhao, didn't expect to see you still here. I thought you had been sent out already. Li Zhao retorted, If you didn't leave, why should I leave? By the way, where is your big brother Qinzhong? What big brother Qinzhong? He's a friend of my brother. Is that so? I remember he's supposed to be your brother's brother, said Song Chaoyu. Who said that? Don't slander me, Zheng Cheng. The 2 girls glared at each other and argued fiercely, and Bai Jinqi hurried over, embracing Zheng Cheng warmly. Welcome, welcome. We're much relieved now that you're here. Zheng Cheng also smiled. Oh, so you miss me that much? There's someone who misses me more than you do. Bai Jinqi winked, gesturing to Li Zhao, who was still bickering with Song Chaoyu. Let's go. I'll take you to the conference room. Qinzhong, Li Zhang, they're all there. Zheng Cheng was puzzled. Conference room? What are you discussing? Also, why is Juhu City so chaotic? Isn't anyone managing it? When we arrived, we encountered many inferior race players heading this way, yet it's so disorganized here, without direction. Bai Jinqi sighed, We've already repelled 3 attempts by the inferior players to siege the city before you arrived. We've killed thousands of them. And about the management issue you mentioned, we're currently discussing it. What's going on exactly? Let's talk as we walk. They headed towards the conference room, and Jinky explained, 5 days ago, we received an announcement from Senior Din Ruhuo, stating that we had to destroy the tributes on our respective islands. For this reason, we tried to contact other new occupation players and agreed with several other team captains to meet in Juhu City. Through Jinky's narration, Zheng Cheng quickly understood what had happened. In short, after forming the Juhu City Alliance, the number of occupation players surged, and management became somewhat chaotic. These players belonged to different schools, different factions, first middle school, second middle school, military academy, international school, etc. There were also family occupation players, military occupation players, freelance occupation players union members, foreign occupation players, etc. Without the guidance of family elders, teachers, or senior members, these 10-year-old students were not easy to manage. They almost only obeyed their captains and peers. This made Juhu City extremely chaotic, with a few previous conflicts that they had forcibly suppressed. Just as they approached the conference room, a stern voice suddenly appeared, silencing everyone. A major battle is imminent. Let's forget about this competition. Hurting anyone will affect our next course of action. Li Zhang, the calmest among the family occupation players, spoke up. I have another better way here. Are you willing to accept it? End of this chapter. Chapter 126. Debuff Skills Competition. Who is the strongest support? What to do? In a team of foreigners, a white man with gold hair and chestnut eyes furrowed his brows. Joseph looked at this group of impatient new professionals, constantly sneering in his heart. They were determined to obtain the miraculous object in this world, as they had been given strict orders from above before they arrived. At all costs, they wanted to seize this treasure. On the surface, Terry was the leader of this group. One of the 6 major 8-star professionals, extremely powerful in close combat. He was the strongest among them, but secretly, more than 10 people followed him, serving as the brains of this small group. Originally, his plan was simple, to fight for the position of alliance leader, even if it was just in name. This way, during the siege of the Blood Guanyan, they could have an advantageous position and snatch that miraculous object, and martial arts competition was undoubtedly the simplest way. Terry, originally a white horse from the Moor country, who had sneaked into their Eagle country, had no choice but to start fighting in the underground black market after being at a dead end. He won all 87 matches. Born with divine power, his specialty was tearing off the limbs of his enemies with his fists, making him extremely strong in battle. He was secretly recruited by the professional organization of their Eagle country and sent to Xia country as an exchange student. As expected, during the awakening ceremony, he unexpectedly awakened as an 8-star hidden professional, the Orc Sword Saint. He attracted a lot of attention. Joseph believed that once they stepped onto the stage, even if the opponent was a 9-star professional, Terry would definitely win. Xia country people believed in stopping at a proper time. They might hold back during a competition, but Terry didn't care about that. In a life and death battle, the Xia country professionals would surely be the losers. They had already pushed all the Xia country newcomers to the point where they had to compete with them. How could this professional from the Li family in Qinzhou and others have any other way? Li Zhen pushed his glasses and said, now that the big battle is coming, if a few of us get injured during the competition, it wouldn't be worth it. If this matter causes the plan to besiege the Blood Guanyan and the villains fail, I don't think the people behind you would want to see that happen. Joseph's face changed, and he pressed down Terry, who was about to roar. The heir of the Li family, Li Zhen, right? Do you have any good ideas? Very simple. Li Zhen smiled. I remember that Mr. Joseph's profession is a 7-star dark wizard, right? That's right. Joseph boasted. The reason he could become the leader of this team was not due to family background, but real strength. Dark sorcerer. Manipulating dark elements to weaken established targets. He could weaken a tiger in its peak condition, making it as vulnerable as a mouse. Even in his various skills, there were attacks with elemental properties. Corroding skin. Annihilating flesh. Incredibly vicious. Li Zhen smiled. How about this? Each of us will send a support professional to weaken the opponent's strongest forces. The faster the debuff effect kicks in and the stronger it is within the specified time, even if it is a victory, What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole conference room became lively. What kind of method is this? Using debuff to weaken the target as the basis for competition. Since Li Zhen could come up with this idea, he must be confident. I know. Li Zhen's sister, Li Zhao, she is the Dark Priest, the strongest support professional by reputation. No wonder, with the Dark Priest here, aren't we guaranteed to win? Great idea. Listening to the discussions around him, Joseph Sprout furrowed. Dark Priest. I wonder about her abilities. Who is better between her and me? Terry also spoke up. Joseph, do you want to compare? What do you think? Of course we should. Joseph exclaimed, you should be clear about my strength, and my physical strength is very strong. Your strongest skill, Dark Praise, can't even last for 5 seconds on me. Are you afraid of a little girl? Joseph's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. They were comparing their debuff skills, support professionals. Besides comparing the strength of the support professions, they also had to compare the physical constitution, resistance, and physical strength of the recipients. And Terry, his physical strength had been unusually strong since he was young, being called the bloodthirsty beast in the underground Black Fist market. Moreover, after awakening as an 8-star hidden professional, the Orc Sword Saint, his physical strength had skyrocketed even further. Once he went berserk, he was like a raging juggernaut. Joseph immediately said, we agree. At this moment, Qin Zheng was quietly discussing with Li Zhen. Why did you come up with this idea? Are you suggesting Zhao Zhao to take action? Li Zhen shook his head. Zhao Zhao's strength is sufficient, but she's more or less on par with Joseph, and it's not guaranteed. That's, Zheng Cheng has arrived. He can't even hold on for a few seconds against Bai Jinqi. I don't believe Terry, the big ape, can withstand him. Damn. Qin Zheng excitedly said. Why didn't I think of it? I want to try Zheng Cheng's acute gastrointestinal sudden outbreak technique. Get lost. Bai Jinqi came over with Zheng Cheng at this time, and after nodding to a few people, Li Zhen whispered, Zheng Cheng, can you step in for Zhao Zhao later? Looking at the eager eyes of these people, Zheng Cheng helplessly said, can I refuse? They all said, in unison, no. Then that's settled? Asked Zheng Cheng. It's just that I don't know about the others. At this moment, Zhang Man suddenly walked towards Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng, big brother, you are here. Behind her, more than a dozen new professionals immediately glared. Zheng Cheng frowned. Miss Zhang Man, is there something? Where's Sister Song Chaoyu? Why isn't she here? Zheng Cheng said. She went out for a stroll. When a few people came over, Song Chaoyu and Lin Jianyu slipped away directly, saying they wanted to go for a walk. Yao Jixu was also taken away by them. Oh, Zhang Man thought for a moment and immediately said, I forfeit, you guys can play. After speaking, without caring about the obstruction of those behind her, she slipped away under the watchful gazes of dozens of strange eyes. Damn. What is this little girl doing? Why did she forfeit? What's wrong with her? The crowd was discussing, and Zheng Cheng became vigilant. Zhang Man, Song Chaoyu. Could she have set her eyes on Song Chaoyu? After all, Song Chaoyu's professional identity, it's something passed down from her mother. Zheng Cheng, Li Zhen asked, what is Zhang Muan's situation? I'm not sure. I'll look into it when I get back. Yet, her identity is special, and many people are watching her, not just the night watchman. Zheng Cheng nodded. I understand. At this time, Zhu Chengyu made a decision and agreed to the competition. Li Zhen whispered, on Zhu Chenyu's side, there is a 7-star support professional, some green dragon summoner or something, also with debuff skills. Let's start. Terry couldn't wait and stood up. Who goes first? Li Zhen said. Let's change the location. This place is too small to use our skills properly. All right. The group quickly moved to a large square outside the meeting room. Qin Zheng, Zhu Chenyu, and Terry. The news of the 3 men's competition quickly spread throughout the Juhu city. Damn it, the 3 big shots are going to compete. Who will win? It's not them competing. It's the support professionals from their respective teams competing with debuff skills. Debuff competition? What's the point? See who can hold out the longest. The longer you hold out, the higher your resistance. The higher the resistance, the stronger your side's strength can be validated. Good idea. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if someone got injured. We have 3 9-star professionals in Qinzhou. Qin Zheng and Zhu Chenyu are here. Where is Yao Jixu? I just saw her setting up a stall over there. Damn that damn little white horse. If it wasn't for him, we would have already selected the alliance leader. Damn him. I wonder who they will choose to fight. I know. Qin Zheng's team will definitely choose Li Zhen's sister, Li Zhao. She is a 7-star dark priest. Terry's team, on the other hand, will go with their vice-captain, Joseph. This kid is a 7-star dark sorcerer. As for Zhu Chenyu's team, it is said there is a professional named Green Dragon Summoner, also at 7 stars. I know him. His name is Lin Feng, and he's good with poisons. The crowd discussed, and at this moment, Terry and Joseph had already stood in the center of the square. Hurry up. Don't waste time, shouted Terry as Zhu Chengyu and a burly young man stepped forward. Zhu Chengyu said, if not for the mission on my hands, I would love to compete with you. Terry laughed, haha, I want to as well. After this mission is over, isn't there a solo ranked match coming up? I definitely want to defeat you with my own hands. I'm looking forward to it. At this moment, Qin Zhang and Zheng Cheng also walked to the square. Joseph's eyes suddenly flickered, fixated on Zheng Cheng. This boy. Why didn't you recognize him? Li Zhen, why didn't you let your sister come up? Who is he? Don't you want to introduce him? Li Zhen grinned. You'll find out soon. Many around them started murmuring. Who is he? I don't recognize him. Never seen him before. I've gathered all 7-star or higher advanced professionals, but he is not on my list. I know him. We were saved by him when we came here. His name seems to be Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng? Sounds familiar. He's from our school. A surge of voices erupted. Li Zhen teased, the competition is straightforward. The 3 support professionals take turns applying debuff skills on the other 2. The person whose skill has the fastest effect time and the longest duration wins. Got it? I agree. Zhu Chengyu and Lin Feng were the first to shout. Joseph frowned, sensing that something was off, but he had absolute confidence in his and Terry's strength. He nodded. No problem, but I must remind you, make sure your priests, shamans, and other healing professionals are ready. Don't lie under my skills later. Ha ha ha. End of the chapter. Chapter 127. Dark Praise. The Emerald Serpent. Who is the winner? Li Zheng continued to shout from the side. In this competition, the participants can use any defensive skills. The 3 performers can also use different buff skills to strengthen their teammates. Understood the rules. Agreed. I also agree. Let's start. Qin Zheng, Zhu Chenyu, and Terry stood at the forefront. Zheng Cheng, Lin Feng, and Joseph followed closely behind. Li Zheng then took out 3 pieces of paper with numbers 1, 2, 3 written on them, and held them in his hand. The number of performances is determined by drawing lots. Any objections? None. I have none either. Alright, let's draw. Li Zheng threw the 3 pieces of paper into a box, shook it vigorously, and placed it in the center of the 6 people. Terry impatiently walked over, reached in, and pulled out a piece of paper. Number 1. So unlucky? Qin Zheng chuckled. The second one also came up and pulled out a piece of paper. Upon opening it, his eyes brightened. Number 3. Li Zheng immediately announced, Terry's team will perform first, Zhu Chenyu's team will perform second, and we will perform third. Any objections? No problems. Let's get on with it. Alright then. Lin Feng and Zheng Cheng, use your buff skills to strengthen your teammates. Just as the words fell, Lin Feng reached out, and the emerald green staff appeared in his hand. He muttered an incantation, and a green light flashed on Zhu Chengyu. His whole body turned green, with fine green threads constantly swaying. Zhu Chengyu also whispered, and a golden light flashed on him. Li Zheng quietly introduced to Zheng Cheng, Lin Feng's profession is a 7-star green dragon master, one of the 5 colored dragon masters. Li Zheng then exclaimed in amazement, kid's skill is mainly focused on poison. Lin Feng is quite powerful. We've investigated his skills before. His first skill is called Poison Dragon, a pure poison attribute attack. The second skill is Toxic Nova, which not only deals poison damage but also weakens the target's overall resistance, causing severe pain, coughing blood, and even disability. And Zhu Chengyu, most of his strength lies in that dragon, but he is not weak himself. At this point, Qin Zheng also whispered, and a faint red dragon scale emerged on his forehead before quickly disappearing. Zheng Cheng, I have the body of the divine dragon, enhancing all resistances. Do you have buff skills? If you don't, yes. Zheng Cheng nodded, turned his hand, and the bloodlust staff appeared, casting the adrenaline surge on Qin Zheng. When did you learn a buff skill? Did you learn it from a skill book? Qin Zheng asked curiously, while Li Zheng responded, after coming out of the secret realm, Zhao Jiao translated a study guide for you. Did you gain this skill from there? I recall it was Berserker's Ballad, Stonewall Ballad, and Agile Ballad. Zheng Cheng nodded. Yes. It was that guy. I gained a buff skill. Quite useful. These 3 skills are indeed useful, but in terms of resistance, Stonewall Ballad may be the only useful one. Li Zheng looked puzzled. Which one did you learn? None of those. Then what was it? Damn. Before Li Zheng could finish, he heard Qin Zheng exclaim. Adrenaline surge. What kind of skill is this? 50% immunity to pain, enhanced attributes, and resistance. This is the most powerful buff skill I've ever seen. Zheng Cheng said apologetically. It's just an average skill. I don't know why I was able to learn it from that guidebook. Maybe the guidebook had some issues. Skill variation was his biggest secret, so he couldn't reveal it. So, he had to blame it on the guidebook. Adrenaline surge. Li Zheng also wondered. From the name, does it seem like it uses adrenaline? Qin Zheng nodded. It's similar, and it lasts for 10 minutes, but it comes with some serious weakness. 10 minutes is enough. Hey, Joseph shouted from the side. Are you ready yet? Let's get started. All right. Let's begin, Li Zheng said, stepping back to give way. Qin Zheng, Terry, and Zhu Chengyu stood facing each other, while Joseph walked over with a sinister look. Let me clarify first. My skill is called Dark Praise, which can induce the target into a state of confusion and chaotic attacks in a very short time. Be careful. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black staff appeared in his hand. After chanting for a few seconds, he swung the staff fiercely at the 3 men. 3 black shadows shot out and instantly invaded their bodies. Nearby, Li Zheng quietly explained to Zheng Cheng, Dark Praise is an initial skill of a dark warlock. It can release the soul of darkness into the target, attack their mind, and cause illusions and fainting in a very short time. It's quite tricky. Zheng Cheng nodded, watching the 3 men on the field. The new professional players around were excitedly discussing. Who do you think will win? I bet on Qin Zheng. He's a Dragon Vein user. That little white horse is so strong, he must have a robust physique. 1, 2, 3. None of them are responding. 4, 5. It's been 5 seconds. Damn. It's working. 6, 7 seconds. 7 seconds. It's Terry. Amid the discussions, as the time passed 7 seconds, the burly Terry couldn't hold back any longer and fiercely punched the air, followed by a series of punches and kicks. At the moment of his loss of control, a blonde, blue-eyed girl quickly appeared from his team, and with her magic, she woke him from the state of confusion. Almost simultaneously, Qin Zheng and Zhu Chenyu also couldn't hold on and began to enter a chaotic state. Luckily, there were priests and shamans among them who quickly woke them up. Li Zheng smiled. In the first round, Terry held on for 7 seconds, Qin Zheng for 8 seconds, and Zhu Chengyu for 9 seconds. The winner is Zhu Chengyu. Any objections? Joseph's face turned extremely ugly as he cursed under his breath. Useless. Terry's face also fluctuated from red to pale, gritting his teeth. Let's continue. I refuse to believe that both of your debuff skills can affect me. Zheng Cheng suddenly whispered to Li Zheng. Did you plan this in advance? Of course. Li Zheng smiled and suddenly took something out of a spatial ring. It had a green cover with black tablets. Damn. Emodium. You're so cunning. One of the strips had already been opened, clearly eaten by Qin Zheng. Li Zheng hurriedly put away the Emodium, saying, your acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique must have upgraded by now, so the effects of Emodium will be greatly reduced, but any effect is better than none. I cannot believe this. Will Terry manage to hold on? Hide. Your method is truly high. The second round of competition started quickly. This time, the performer was Lin Feng. Holding a green staff, Lin Feng chanted a skill after another, turning 3 ink green lights into 3 small serpents that quickly slithered onto the 3 men. My skill is called Emerald Serpent. It is highly toxic. If either of you can't bear it, seek treatment in advance. Lin Feng smiled. If the poison enters the body, ordinary detox spells won't work. Terry coldly hummed. What kind of Emerald Serpent is this? I have a powerful physique. There's no way I can be brought down by toxins. The people around were excitedly watching the 3 men, discussing all around. It's a poison attack. Who do you think will give in first? It must be Terry. How can that kid withstand such a potent poison? The Qin and Zhu Chengyu both have dragon in their job titles, which naturally means they have strong resistance to toxins. I agree with that. It's been 5 seconds, and none of them are reacting. 6, 7, 11 seconds. Damn. As the discussion went on, the enormous Terry couldn't hold on any longer at 12 seconds, collapsing and clutching his stomach, sweating profusely, shaking hands non-stop. Looking at his captain struggling, Lin Fang's face was teary, almost crying in despair. Damn it. The enemy didn't get hit, yet his leader was hit. Quick, quick, detox. Lin Feng hurriedly and frantically detoxified Zhu Chengyu, and soon he stood up with a pale face. He only lasted 12 seconds. What about Qin and Terry? 15, 16, 17. People around excitedly shouted as the time passed. 18. Until 18 seconds, Qin also couldn't hold on. His face turned pallid, sweating profusely. Li Zhong nervously asked, Qin, can you hold on? If not, Qin gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I can still. If not, just give up. Zhun Cheng said, I'm here. No. Qin angrily said, I can bear losing to Zhu Chengyu, but losing to the little white horse is unacceptable. 19, 20. By the time it reached 20 seconds, Terry began to show signs of distress, sweating profusely, lips turning pale, but he still glared at Qin fiercely, gritting his teeth to hold on. Can't take it anymore, huh? Admit defeat now. Qin chuckled. I see you can't endure it, or else, why would you be the first to speak up? Impossible. Ow. Qin face became even paler. His right hand clenched tightly behind his back, veins bulging. Li Zheng's face changed, wanting to shout out but was stopped by Zheng Chen. He shook his head seriously. Don't shout. With adrenaline surge, he can pull through this. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Terry was the first to give in, clutching his stomach and collapsing. Li Zheng immediately declared, in the second round, the winner is Qin. End of this chapter. Chapter 128. Competition. Holding it in. I held it for 12 seconds. As soon as the announcement fell, all the freshmen in the square became excited. Ha. I knew Qin would win. How about that? Of course. Dragon vein users are known as the strongest profession. How could they lose so easily to a rookie like him? Ha. We've already won 2 out of the 3 matches. No need for the last one, right? I also think so. The newcomer chosen by Qin is said to be a low-level support profession. His debuff probably can't even break through their defense. Tit for tat. Doesn't matter. We won anyway. Why not just let Qin and Zhu Chengyu decide the last match with rock paper scissors? After all, they are both from Xia country. I also think so. Ha. The surrounding crowd discussed animatively. Many had already decided that the position of leader belonged to them. After all, with 2 wins out of 3 matches, there was no need for the 3rd match. Li Ji smiled and announced, Terry has already lost 2 matches in a row. Do you still want to continue? Wait a minute. Joseph shouted. Why not continue? In the second match, Qin and Terry's skills almost took effect at the same time, less than a second apart, so it can be considered a tie. The winner of the first match was Zhu Chengyu, not Qin. If our person wins the next match, then all 3 are tie. So I demand to continue with the 3rd match. That's right. Exactly. I was careless just now. Didn't dodge. This time I will definitely win. The 3rd match must go on, or we won't accept it. A dozen foreigners started arguing again, especially Terry, waving his fist as big as a sandbag, resembling a big gorilla. Damn it, why are these damn foreigners so untrustworthy? Seriously, in the first match Qin and Terry did, indeed take effect almost simultaneously. Bullshit, almost a second is still faster. We won't compare. What if we lose? Yeah. I know Zhun Chen, his skill can give people diarrhea. But everyone here is a professional. How could they get diarrhea? The surrounding crowd was once again in an uproar, but Li Ji remained unfazed. If you sincerely want to make a fool of yourself, then I will oblige you. Well then, let's proceed with the 3rd match normally. Li Ji pressed down with both hands, stopping the surrounding arguments, and said, Do you need a break? No. Terry roared. Let's get on with it. I can't wait anymore. Li Ji then looked at Zhu Chengyu. Chengyu, how about you? Zhu Chengyu shook his head and said, No need for a break. Let's finish quickly. Li Ji, with a solemn expression, added, My scouts have found large numbers of rogues outside Juhu City, And there are also many professionals among them. I see. Also, if you can't hold it in, don't force it. What? Zhu Chengyu exclaimed in surprise, but Li Ji had already turned away. The third match begins now. As soon as the words fell, Qin Zhang, Zhu Chengyu, and Terry walked up again. Zhang Cheng also drew out his bloodthirsty staff, and with a flick, a spell that caused acute gastroenteritis to erupt instantly was thrown at the three of them. Hey, Zhang Cheng, Joseph and Lin Fun both mentioned the names and effects of their skills. Why don't you say yours as well? You're right. Don't diminish the glory of our Xia country. I remember you're a low-level professional, but Qin Zhang and Li Ji seem to value you a lot. Did you find a high-level job change book or something? The crowd started buzzing again, especially a few freshmen from High School 12. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, since everyone wants to know, I'll tell you. My skill is quite special. It's called instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption, and the effect is quite simple. It causes diarrhea. As soon as he finished speaking, the newcomers who didn't know what Zhang Cheng's skill was started discussing. Instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption. What kind of name is that? Causing diarrhea. Wow. What a ridiculous skill. TSK. Diarrhea is a common ailment. Only ordinary people get it. We are professionals. How? Damn. It smells awful. Who farted? Damn. It took effect so quickly. Look. The group of people shouted, all subconsciously looking to the left side of the square. Terry. They saw him suddenly clutching his stomach, squeezing his buttocks, gripping his legs tightly, his face looking extremely uncomfortable. Joseph on the side also had a changed expression, and quickly shouted, hold on Terry. Don't poop. Terry grit his teeth and said, I know, I'm fine. I've just been standing for too long. Don't. Before he could finish speaking, a breath leaked out uncontrollably. Terry. Hold on. Blarg. Unfortunately, this breath sprayed directly on Joseph, who was closest to him, and he immediately vomited. Damn. Blarg. What did you eat this morning? Terry. He scrambled away, followed by the other dozen companions. Joseph ran while shouting, Terry. Hold on. Don't poop. Blarg. Ooh. Terry roared in anger, his muscles bulging all over, even strands of thick hair growing out of his hair follicles, covering his whole body. He looked like a fierce gorilla. His thick leg muscles immediately wriggled, strengthening the strength of his sphincter, firmly blocking his anus. I will never lose. I will win this match for sure. With Terry's roar, Zhu Chengyu on the other side was also in discomfort. Just like Terry, he instinctively clutched his stomach, tightly gripped his legs, and had sweat pouring down his forehead. Seeing this, Li Ji quickly walked over and whispered, Chengyu, if you have the sensation, don't force it. Zhu Chengyu glared at him and said, joking aside, just a simple diarrhea won't make me admit defeat. It's impossible. Even if Terry the gorilla doesn't admit defeat, how could I possibly admit defeat? The words surrender don't exist in a soldier's dictionary. Li Ji looked admiringly at Zhu Chengyu and said, I also admire soldiers the most. Ordinary gastroenteritis and diarrhea can indeed be endured with willpower, but I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Zhu Chengyu asked, gritting his teeth. At this moment, he felt his stomach bloating, all ready to burst right near the sphincter, but with his strong willpower, he held it in. This. Li Ji's eyes flashed, gesturing towards Zhang Cheng. Let Zhang Cheng explain. Zhang Cheng stepped forward, looking sincere, and said, Zhu Chengyu, don't forcefully hold it, the consequences could be severe. Zhu Chengyu asked in surprise, Zhang Cheng. But Zhang Cheng had already turned around. The third match will begin now. As soon as the words fell, Qin Zhang, Zhu Chengyu, Terry strode forward again. Zhang Cheng brandished his bloodthirsty staff and with a flick, cast the instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption spell on all three of them. Hey, Zhang Cheng, Joseph and Lin Fun both said the names and effects of their skills. So why don't you explain yours? That's right. Don't let down the glory of our Xia country. I remember you're a low-level professional, but Qin Zhang and Li Ji seem to value you so much. Did you find a high-level job change book? The crowd started buzzing again, especially a few freshmen from High School 12. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, since everyone wants to know, I'll tell you. My skill is quite special. It's called instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption, and the effect is quite simple. It causes diarrhea. As soon as he finished speaking, The newcomers who didn't know what Zheng Cheng's skill was started discussing. Instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption. What kind of name is that? Causing diarrhea. Wow. What a ridiculous skill. TSK. Diarrhea is a common ailment. Only ordinary people get it. We are professionals. How? The surrounding crowd resumed their lively discussions, while Li Ji did not show any anger. Since you sincerely want to make a fool of yourself, then let me help you achieve that. Li Ji raised his hand and said, "Do you need a break?" "No." Terry roared. "Come on. I can't wait." Li Ji then looked at Zhu Chengyu and asked, "Chengyu, how are you feeling?" Zhu Chengyu shook his head and said, "No need for a break. Let's finish quickly." Li Ji continued, "My scouts have discovered a large number of rogues outside the city, and many of them are professionals." Li Ji's expression turned serious. "I understand. Also, if you can't resist it later, don't hold back." "What?" Zhu Chengyu asked in surprise, but Li Ji had already turned away. The third match is starting now. As soon as the words fell, Qin Zheng, Zhu Chengyu, Terry walked up again. Zheng Cheng also took out his bloodthirsty staff, and with a flick, cast the spell of instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption on all three. "Hey, Zheng Cheng, Joseph and Lin Feng have said the names and effects of their skills. You should also explain yours." "That's right. Don't let down our Xia country's reputation. I remember you're a low-level professional, but Qin Zheng and Li Ji seem to value you so much. Did you find a high-level job change book?" The crowd started buzzing again, especially a few freshmen from the 12th high school. Zheng Cheng smiled and said, "Since you are all curious, I will explain. My skill is quite special. It's called instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption. Its effect is simple. It causes diarrhea." As soon as he finished speaking, those who didn't know Zheng Cheng's skill started discussing. Instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption. What kind of name is that? Causing diarrhea. What a strange skill. Damn. Diarrhea is a common issue for regular people. How could it affect us? Damn. What a quick effect. Look at that. The crowd exclaimed, all instinctively looking towards the left side of the square. There, Terry suddenly clutched his stomach, squeezed his buttocks, and tightly gripped his legs, looking extremely uncomfortable. On the sidelines, Joseph's face changed as well. He quickly shouted, "Hold on, Terry. Don't poop." Terry gritted his teeth and said, "I know, I'm fine. I've just been standing for too long. Don't." Before he could finish speaking, a gas escaped uncontrollably. "Hold on, Terry." Ooh. Unfortunately, this gas directly sprayed onto Joseph, who was closest to him, causing him to vomit. Damn. Ooh. Terry, what did you eat this morning? Ooh. He ran away while gagging, and the other dozen companions quickly followed suit. Joseph continued to run and shouted, "Terry, hold on. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences from the elders." Ooh. Roar. Terry suddenly let out a furious roar. His muscles bulged, and even thick strands of hair grew from his hair follicles, covering his entire body. He looked like a fierce gorilla. His robust leg muscles immediately began to contract, strengthening the anal sphincter and blocking it tightly. "I will not lose. I will win this match no matter what." With Terry's roar, Zhu Chengyu on the other side was also struggling. Just like Terry, he instinctively clutched his stomach, tightly gripped his legs, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Seeing this, Li Ji quickly approached and whispered, "Chengyu, if you feel it, don't resist it." Zhu Chengyu glared at him and said, "What's the joke? Just diarrhea won't make me admit defeat. It's impossible. Even that gorilla Terry doesn't admit defeat. How could I surrender? In a soldier's dictionary, there's no room for surrender." Li Ji's eyes were filled with admiration as he said, "Me too. Soldiers are the people I admire the most. Ordinary diarrhea, and diarrhea, in general, can indeed be tolerated with sheer determination. But I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" Zhu Chengyu asked, grinding his teeth. At this moment, he felt his abdomen bloating, all ready to burst, leaning towards the sphincter. But with his powerful determination, he held it in. "This." Li Ji's eyes flashed, making way for someone else to explain. "Let Zheng Cheng come forward." Zheng Cheng walked over, looking sincere, and said, "Zhu Chengyu, if you can't hold it in, it could have serious consequences." Zhu Chengyu asked in surprise, "Zheng Cheng?" But Zheng Cheng had already turned his head. Li Ji, with a grave expression, said, "Qin Zheng lasted for 12 seconds. The winner, Qin Zheng." I declare that the new leader of the Qingzhou Province Freshman Alliance is Qin Zheng. As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy of enthusiastic discussion. However, the focus of the discussion was not the new leader but Zheng Cheng. Damn. That's so terrifying. What kind of skill is that? Professionals are in such bad shape. Instantaneous acute gastrointestinal eruption. I would call it the most potent debuff skill. Damn. That little white horse Terry is in such a sorry state. Still pooping. What the heck did he eat? It smells so bad. Run. Run quickly. Gross. I feel like throwing up too. Blarg. Ah. Terry let out another cry. His jeans, originally stained with a mix of yellow and black colors, suddenly turned completely red. Thin, viscous strands of blood flowed down from the cuffs of his trousers. Accompanied by the excruciating tearing pain from his sphincter, Terry's burly figure suddenly collapsed on the ground, sending up a spray of feces. His massive body shuddered uncontrollably, still in a state of constant tremors. The sphincter had torn. Seeing this scene, Qin Zheng also looked terrified and turned and ran towards the public restroom not too far away. Soon, the square was only left with Terry still lying in his feces and a scattered group of mutant flies and mosquitoes drawn to the smell. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Joseph and his team sneakily approached Terry. A water element mage summoned a large volume of water and flushed Terry, urging him to leave quickly. After a while, Zheng Chen, Li Ji, Qin Zheng, Zhu Chengyu, Bai Jinqi, and others gathered together. Qin Zheng and Zhu Chengyu still looked very pale, especially Qin Zheng. He had a close call in the public restroom when the adrenaline surge ended, and in his weakened state, he almost fell into the feces pit. Luckily, the squatting toilets in Juhu City were relatively small. Zheng Cheng, your skills are getting more ruthless. Qin Zheng tried to catch his breath, his vision starting to swim. Zheng Cheng shrugged. I didn't want to. I warned you not to resist. I held out for 12 seconds. Stronger than Bai Jinqi, right? Haha. Qin Zheng laughed heartily. Fortunately, my sphincter didn't tear. Had he? It seemed that thinking about Terry's miserable state made Qin Zheng laugh again. Zheng Cheng, how special your skill is. Zhu Chengyu, still sitting upright on the stool, sincerely admired. Why not join the military? As long as you agree, I guarantee you can join the elite squad of the Qingzhou Provincial Army. Zheng Cheng shook his head. I am already a night watcher. Night watcher. Zhu Chengyu sighed and said, it's a pity. All right. Li Ji raised his hand. Let's discuss how we will eliminate Blood Guanyin on this mission now. We are running out of time, with only 2 days remaining. Others also looked over. Before we discuss, let me introduce a few people. Li Ji said as a slightly short, round-faced teenager stood up. Zhao from high school 2, a 7-star phantom summoner. Hello, everyone. Zhao smiled and greeted everyone, especially eyeing Zheng Cheng with some trepidation. There are also Yan Haoran and Li Mei from high school 3. 2 more people stood up, acknowledging everyone present. Yang Haoran, with a slightly bronze complexion, had sharp eyes, and Zheng Cheng noticed that his right index finger, middle finger, and thumb were about a ring size larger than his other fingers, obviously from the archery practice. Li Mei, a tall, slender figure dressed in a crimson mage robe, with perfect S-curves, also stood up. The two stood close together, their words and actions showing some affection, clearly either lovers or having some good feelings for each other. Li Ji explained, we originally had 3 9-star professionals in Qingzhou Province, Qin Zheng, Zhu Chengyu, and Yao Jixu, all of whom are now assembled, and 6 8-star professionals, Song Xiaoyu, Bai Jinqi, Yang Haoran, Li Mei, Zhao Zhang, and Terry are also all present. Zhu Chengyu asked, Li Ji, why did you summon us? Do you have any ideas? The others also looked over. Li Ji's tone became serious. Our main mission for this Freshman Alliance's joint high school examination has shifted from eradicating rogues to destroying the Guanyin blood sacrifice. We have Zheng Cheng, who can pinpoint Blood Guanyin's exact location. So my idea is to form an elite squad to destroy Blood Guanyin with our full force, while the main force is engaged in fighting the rogues. After destroying Blood Guanyin, tear up the transfer charm and exit the test. I think with 8 days left, everyone has already killed enough rogue professionals, right? Everyone nodded. It's more than enough. I've killed over a dozen rogue professionals, not to mention the countless ordinary rogues. Me too. Li Ji, are you suggesting we have the main force hold off the rogues while we go after Blood Guanyin? Exactly. Jun Cheng suddenly asked. How many Qingzhou province freshmen are gathered in Juhu City roughly? Li Chapter 129. Zhan Muyun. Blood Guanyan. As soon as the words fell, several people present fell into contemplation. Would Terry C. and Joseph, along with the 10 others, truly be willing to cooperate in besieging Blood Guanyan? In case they were obstructed in the center, the loss would be theirs. Li Zhen immediately said, I have not considered it well. I agree with your proposal. We don't need to inform Terry C. and Joseph about this plan. Let them stay in Juhu City to resist the bad guys. Bai Jingqi also spoke up. I agree too. Agree. I agree too. Jun Cheng said, if we don't choose Terry C., should we add another person? Li Zhen's eyes flashed. I think adding a support profession, preferably a recovery profession, would be best. Zhan Muyun. Let her go. Is she a recovery profession? Jun Cheng asked surprisingly. Yes, Li Zhen said. I almost forgot about her. We had 6 8-star professionals in the Qin prefecture. She is a newcomer, and I almost forgot about her. According to the professionals who came with her, Zhan Muyun's recovery skills are very strong. Not only can she restore the target's physical health, but also their mental health. Zhu Chengyu decisively said, Then it's her. Can you convince her to join? Where is she? Jun Cheng said strangely. She should be out shopping with Song Qiaoyu. It's urgent. Find her and bring her back. We need to discuss the specific action plan further. Li Zhen finalized. Jun Cheng, you go find Zhan Muyun and bring her back. All right, Jun Cheng said nonchalantly. No matter what her motives are, she won't be able to do anything under our watchful eyes. 2 hours later, Jun Cheng finally found Song Qiaoyu and others on a lively beach in Juhu City. Chen Zi, KG, and Chen Zixian were covered in various items, looking hopeless on the ground. But Song Qiaoyu, Zhan Muyun, Lin Jianyu, and a few other girls were chatting lively. Only Yao Jixu stood quietly there, occasionally sipping a cocktail. There were also many other newcomers surrounding them, drinking and looking around. The 4 women were all wearing different colored and styled bikinis. Song Qiaoyu wore a sky blue one-piece bikini, with fiery red lips, looking more charming. Yao Jixu wore a snow-white one-piece bikini, her figure upright, exuding a chilly air that kept others at bay. Lin Jianyu wore a bright red bikini, showcasing her tender and fair skin, extremely enticing. As for Zhan Muyun, she wore a moon-white floral bikini, adorned with delicate lace at the waist. Her shiny black hair and clear eyes made her look like the girl next door, pure and innocent. There were at least 100 professionals surrounding them, but none dared to approach. Cheng Jie, you're finally here. Help. KG immediately rushed over, hugging Cheng Jie's thigh and began to cry. 4 hours. My goodness. They've been shopping for over 4 hours. My chicken claws are about to break. Chen Zi also chuckled. Women shopping is no joke. I'd rather fight the bad guys. All right, go find Li Zhen to arrange for you to rest. Zheng Chen gestured, dismissing KG and the others before reaching Song Qiaoyu. Seeing the 4 women lying on beach chairs with sunglasses and exquisite cocktails on the table, Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows. Where did you get all this? And cocktail too? Song Qiaoyu was still lying there, slightly lowering her head, revealing her big eyes behind the sunglasses. These are from the bad guys in Juhu City. They left in a hurry, and many things in the city are still intact. Among the occupiers here, one of them happens to own a bar, a return to the old business. Damn. What a talent! Jun Cheng, what are you here for? Zhan Muyun suddenly approached Song Qiaoyu, standing close with a cautious look. Sister Qiaoyu, do you want some melancholic poetry? I'll buy you more cups tilde no ni. Song Qiaoyu shook her head. Zheng Cheng, why did you look for us? Do you have something to discuss? Yes. Zheng Cheng sat on an empty beach chair. We are planning to form an elite team to raid that Blood Guanyan. Have you figured it out? Song Qiaoyu nodded. Who's on the team? Qin Zheng, Zhu Chengyu, Bai Jingqi, all of them. Zheng Cheng casually drank the cocktail on the table. I am here to invite Zhan Muyun. I heard she has recovery abilities. Miss Zhan Muyun, are you interested? Zhan Muyun quickly asked. Will Sister Qiaoyu go? She definitely will. Then count me in too. Zheng Cheng looked serious. Why do you keep following Song Qiaoyu? What's your motive? Hey, what's it to you? Zhan Muyun blushed immediately and glared at him fiercely. Sister Qiaoyu and I are innocent. Don't talk nonsense. All right, Zheng Cheng smirked. Are you coming or not? Give an answer. I'm going. Of course, I want to go. John Moo-yun said fiercely. I want to protect Sister Chow Yu from you smelly men. What's her problem? Jun Cheng turned and left. Has John Moo-yun lost her mind? In the evening, Jun Cheng finally found Song Chow Yu. What's the situation with John Moo-yun? Could she be leaning on you? I don't know. Song Chow Yu smiled wryly. I was cautious around her before, but she was very careful when speaking to me. She agreed with everything I said. We even had an argument because of me, but it doesn't seem like a relationship. It's more like what? Oedipus complex. What? Jun Cheng was shocked. It's that still a thing? Yes. Song Chow Yu nodded. Maybe her mother was not around when she was young, and my profession's origin is related to the dark lore. She might involuntarily. I understand. Jun Cheng interrupted. Be careful with her. John Moo-yun may not be as innocent as she appears. I got it. Jun Cheng. Suddenly, a team member ran over. It was Li Zhao. Li Zhao, why are you looking for Jun Cheng so late? Li Zhao gave her a stern look and said seriously. Scouts sent out by Zhu Chengyu discovered a large number of bad guys' traces, along with blood Guanyan. What? Jun Cheng exclaimed. Blood Guanyan appeared by itself. Hurry! The group quickly rushed to the conference room, where several people had already gathered. Qin Zheng, Bai Jingqi, Li Zhen, Zhu Chengyu, and others were present. What happened? Jun Cheng, you're here. Everyone had serious expressions, and Zhu Chengyu spoke first. Our scouts discovered the traces of the bad guys about 60 kilometers outside the valley near here. Here. This is the video footage. Someone operated the projector, and scenes appeared quickly. In the valley, scattered bad guys were fleeing and crying helplessly. Behind them was a giant blood Guanyan statue about 10 meters tall with several arms. It walked heavily, able to crush several bad guys with one step. At the same time, its spiderweb-like arms continuously grabbed at the ground, snatching up bad guys and stuffing them into its mouth. From afar, this crimson-colored Guanyan statue seemed like a devouring demon. Even its abdomen began to swell. Clearly having eaten too much. Covered in blood and flesh, it looked terrifying. And behind this blood Guanyan statue were the shadows of many bad guy professionals. They used the blood Guanyan as the center line, spreading out in both east and west directions for over a kilometer. These bad guy professionals were driving the ordinary bad guys to flee forward. If the ordinary bad guys tried to escape from the sides, the bad guy professionals mercilessly killed them. The ordinary bad guys were crying and fleeing, the cries piercing the sky. At the end of the video, it seemed like the blood Guanyan had discovered something, as 7 or 8 arms suddenly reached towards the direction of the video recorder. The massive figure also shifted towards that direction, causing the bad guy professionals behind it to scream in surprise. Then the video shook and turned black. After watching the video, everyone present was shocked. What are they doing? Sacrificing their own citizens for blood offerings? They're crazy. What's wrong with the blood Guanyan? How did it get so big? Does consuming blood sacrifices increase its strength? The bad guys are insane. Using their own people. Hey. What's this? Over 300 years ago, the bad guy tribe carried out a genocide policy to take over Blue Star, even targeting pregnant women and their unborn babies. These lunatics, they're a bunch of damn lunatics. Kadashchu ... Zhu Chengyu cut off everyone, speaking sternly. After a day of surveillance by the scouts and discussions among us staff, 3 things have been analyzed. First, this blood Guanyan can strengthen itself by devouring blood and flesh of ordinary bad guys. The scout shown in the video was already level 15, but the blood Guanyan's level is estimated to be at least level 5 or above. Second, behind the blood Guanyan, there are a large number of bad guy professionals. The quantity is over 3,000. Most of them are below level 20 like us, with only a few rare ones above level 20. Probably those who have recently completed high-level tasks. Third, Zhu Chengyu said solemnly, the direction the blood Guanyan is heading is Juhu City. They want to use the blood Guanyan to break through Juhu City and launch a massacre against us. Everyone's faces paled at the news. This kind of slaughter on the battlefield was something they had never witnessed before. Even Qin Zheng, Li Zhen, Bai Jingqi, and the other professionals from noble backgrounds had never truly experienced a battlefield. So what can we do now? Are we just going to sit here and wait for the blood Guanyan to arrive, right? Zhu Chengyu gritted his teeth. Although I am also unwilling, we can only wait here for them. The Blood Guanyin is surrounded by numerous bad guys. How can 10 of us charge in? Tens of thousands of bad guys, plus over 300 bad guy professionals. Even the most skilled assassin would not be able to break through so many people. They might be discovered by the bad guy professionals even before approaching. If there's a way to lure the Blood Guanyin away. A casual remark turned into serious consideration. Everyone's eyes lit up, pondering on a plan. Zheng Cheng was also contemplating how to attract the Blood Guanyin. To attract the Blood Guanyin, one must understand what it desires. Blood. Fresh blood. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed. He suddenly said, "Replay the videos and..." Although Zhu Chengyu found it odd, he played the video and rewound a few seconds. On the projection screen, 8 thick arms reached out, and the giant Blood Guanyin statue walked towards the direction of the video recorder. What is the Blood Guanyin doing? Why is it heading towards us? Why are those bad guy professionals so nervous? Zhu Chengyu couldn't understand. It's no surprise. My comrade was spotted by the Blood Guanyin. If he didn't run fast, he would have been caught. This doesn't make sense, Zheng Cheng said. The Blood Guanyin is an inanimate object. How could it sense the scout's presence? And after the Blood Guanyin changed direction, the bad guy professionals panicked right away. If the Blood Guanyin was controlled by them, it wouldn't be this chaotic. Li Zhen's eyes also shimmered, hesitating. Zheng Cheng, do you mean this Blood Guanyin has self-awareness? It tracks its enemies or specific enemies? Zheng Cheng nodded. I have a friend who remembers all about the bad guy tribe's invasion 300 years ago. He told me that this Blood Guanyin was brought back from Xia country containing 100 barrels filled with blood and flesh mud of our Xia countrymen. They use this blood mud to cast the Blood Guanyin statue as a sacrifice. So I speculate that this Blood Guanyin most desires to consume the blood and flesh of our Blue Star or our Xia countrymen. Of course, this is just a guess based on the video's end. Its authenticity needs verification. After Zheng Cheng spoke, everyone fell silent. A Blood Guanyin made from Xia country blood and flesh. Damn. Is the Blood Guanyin targeting our Xia countrymen? Let's try. But how to attract it? With so many bad guys and bad guy professionals, Zhu Chengyu suddenly said, I can try to lure the Blood Guanyin away, lead it far from the bad guy crowd. We'll find a suitable ambush location. Li Zhen said, I choose this spot on the north side of the island. Pointing to the map, here's a low hill with short bushes near the sea, not too far from the coastline. The terrain is rugged, which can to a certain extent limit the huge size of the Blood Guanyin. However, Li Zhen hesitated, then looked at Chen Zhang. How do you plan to attract the Blood Guanyin? You're not an assassin, and, with so many bad guys, even a skillful assassin would have trouble luring out the Blood Guanyin in such a crowd. Maybe even before getting close, they'd be discovered by bad guy professionals. Zhu Chengyu calmly said, My dragon tech can fly, although not for long. It flies. That fast? Li Zhen, Qin Zheng, and others were surprised. It seems like the military put in a lot of effort for your dragon. You're not alone. Li Zhen thought for a moment, then turned to Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng, can KG team up with Zhu Chengyu to lure the Blood Guanyin? Him? I'll try. Me? KG. KG was quickly brought into the conference room, followed by someone familiar with the Blood Guanyin. Chen Zi, can I fly over to lure the silly giant to the seaside? Do you think so highly of me? Li Zhen shook his head. Not just you. Zhu Chengyu will be there too. With so many new professionals, only you and Zhu Chengyu can fly. Especially you. Your flight is faster and higher than his. In the Moria Mine secret realm earlier, if it weren't for you, our entire army might have been annihilated. This glorious yet arduous task, only you can accomplish it. What? After a round of flattery, KG proudly lifted his head, saying, For the mission, it's me or no one else. Well said, KG. You never disappoint me. KG, you look quite handsome today. Really? Ha ha ha. KG burst into laughter, and the people in the conference room were all quite content. With the Blood Guanyin lure missions participants set, the next step is, can I also join your plan this time? Suddenly, Chen Zhao's voice rang out. Although I'm only a 5-star Earth Knight profession, as KG said, I also want to contribute my strength to eradicate the bad guys, destroy the Blood Guanyin, and offer my own power. End of this chapter. Chapter 130. Surround and kill the Blood Guanyin. Perfect coordination. Under the dim sky, Prince Lai listened with a cold face to the reports from his subordinates. Are you saying that the blood Guanyan was just attracted by the aura of a blue star professional, causing its route to deviate? For this, we had to sacrifice to professionals to regain control over it. Yes, Your Highness, said the subordinate nervously. Currently, we have less than 3,000 professional underlings, while there are 100,000 ordinary people. If so many ordinary people were to riot, heh, impossible. Prince Lai sneered. His Majesty Lai has already activated one of the 3 great divine artifacts, the Mirror of Seduction. Ordinary people cannot break free from the influence of the mirror, and we professionals have already sworn before His Majesty Lai, willing to sacrifice ourselves in order to drive out these damned blue star people. For His Majesty Lai, for our great nation of Lai, what is there to fear if we are swallowed by the blood Guanyan? Yes, Your Highness. Spread the orders. Continue with the sacrifices, accelerate the speed. I want to arrive at Shuhu City by dawn and exterminate all those blue star people. Yes. Under Prince Li's command, 3 more inferior professional underlings were sacrificed to the blood Guanyan, devoured by it. At this moment, the blood Guanyan's pupils were already filled with madness and slaughter, its dozens of arms waving even faster. It caught one inferior being, then shoved it into its mouth. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Suddenly, a clear rooster crow sounded. From the darkness, in the distance, a giant rooster over 1 person tall flew out. With golden feathers, a blood-red crest, and sharp claws, it was very noticeable under the dim sky. Flapping its wings, it flew over the heads of the 100,000 inferior people. The blood Guanyan, which was smiting inferior beings in the group, immediately sensed the presence of the chicken. It hesitated for a moment before extending more than 10 big arms to grab towards the chicken. Oh shit! The chicken yelled, quickly flapping its wings to evade to the side. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk. Several massive hands slammed into the crowd of inferior beings, smashing dozens of them into pulp. Cheng Jie is right. This blood Guanyan will actually attack us proactively. Since that's the case, the chicken smirked and flapped its wings, charging directly at the blood Guanyan. When it was several dozen meters away from the blood Guanyan, it suddenly dove down. Behind it, more than 10 massive hands rushed towards it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a sound, a giant hand slammed down, smashing several inferior beings into pulp before they could dodge. The chicken's movements were erratic, constantly taunting the blood Guanyan into attacking and killing a large group of inferior beings. At this time, the professional underlings finally noticed the existence of the chicken. What kind of creature is that? A bird? That's a rooster. It was brought back from the Blue Star 300 years ago, when peace was established. Unfortunately, they all die. Darn. That's a Blue Star professional. Kill him. Quick. Catch him. The group of inferior professional underlings immediately rushed forward, trying to capture the chicken. Unfortunately, the chicken was flying in front of the blood Guanyan and surrounded by ordinary inferior beings. The group of inferior professional underlings struggled to get through instead, several of them were slapped to death by the blood Guanyan. Darn. Prince Lai, who was at the back of the team, heard about this and immediately slapped the subordinate who delivered the news. Where's Dongyun Meiliu? I remember her professional asked her to fly. Let her go and catch this damn Blue Star professional. Your Highness, Meiliu has already been sacrificed to the blood Guanyan. You said she was useless. So we. Darn it. Smack. Prince Lai smacked the subordinate several times. Spread the order. All long-range attacking professionals attack. Kill this damn Blue Star professional. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, hundreds of different professionals rushed to the front, risking being slapped by the blood Guanyan, and launched attacks at the chicken. Venomous arrows, bone arrows, and tentacles with toxic blood shot towards the chicken like a torrential rain. Unfortunately, the chicken was flying high in the sky, causing the attacks to lose power midway and easily dodged by the chicken. In addition to that, the blood Guanyan swung dozens of massive arms in the air, blocking many attacks. Why don't the inferior profession underlings had any flying professionals? Watching the dense crowd of inferior beings on the ground, the chicken was full of doubts. It seems their concerns were unnecessary. In that case, the chicken smirked and flew back towards the planned ambush direction. As it flew, it continued to lure the blood Guanyan's actions, smashing a large number of inferior beings to death. At that moment, the professional underlings finally noticed the chicken's presence. What kind of creature is that? A bird? It's a rooster. We brought one back from the Blue Star for peace around 300 years ago, but they all died. Darn, that's a blue star professional. Kill him. Quick, catch him. The group of inferior professional underlings immediately rushed up, trying to catch the chicken. Unfortunately, the chicken was flying in front of the blood Guanyan, surrounded by ordinary inferior beings. The group of inferior professional underlings struggled to get through Aang. Instead, several of them were slapped to death by the blood Guanyan. Darn. Prince Lai, who was at the back of the team, heard about this and immediately slapped the subordinate who delivered the news. How do we deal with the Blue Star people in Juhu City? I'm giving you 2,000 professionals and all the ordinary people. Juhu City is your responsibility. With that, an argument ensued between the two. The atmosphere among all the individuals was heated, and they were then ready to force their way into Juhu City by storm. In the end, the blood Guanyan kept its distance too far ahead. Darn. Quick, chase. Prince Lai, in anger, immediately led a large group of inferior professional underlings in pursuit. One of his subordinates quickly stopped Prince Lai. Your Highness, what about the Blue Star people in Juhu City? Prince Li's second head suddenly screeched sharply. I'm giving you 2,000 professionals and all the ordinary people. Juhu City is yours. After that, he flicked a shard of a shattered mirror from his hand. This is a shard of the mirror of seduction. You can control the 100,000 people using it. Go. With the lives of 100,000 people, eliminate the Blue Star professionals in Juhu City. Prince Lai gritted his teeth. At the very least, hold off those Blue Star people in Juhu City. When I bring back the blood Guanyan, it will all be taken care of. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, the inferior forces were divided into two groups. A small group led by Prince Lai pursued the blood Guanyan in one direction, while the remaining larger group, under the command of the others, continued their assault on Juhu City. However, the blood Guanyan, being over 10 meters tall, could easily cross great distances with a single step, crashing through towns and hills. Unfortunately, Prince Lai and the other professional underlings were not so fortunate and could only follow behind. Meanwhile, the chicken's flying speed increased, causing the blood Guanyan to move faster as well. Minutes later, Prince Lai could only watch helplessly as the blood Guanyan ran further and further away. Darn it! Quick, catch up! Assassins, killers, ninja-type professionals, go ahead. Yes, Your Highness. Over a dozen figures quickly separated from the main group and closely followed behind the blood Guanyan. At the northern side of the island, a group including Zheng Cheng, Qin Zhang, Bai Jinqi, and others were hiding within a low mountain. Behind them was a roaring sea, crashing against the cliffs. The scheduled time is coming soon. Why haven't any of them appeared yet? Is there no news from Zhu Chengyu? Could something have gone wrong? It shouldn't. Well, we'll see soon. Boss is coming. Prepare to surround and kill the blood Guanyan. Let the battle begin. Bannermen and sacred warriors, command the blue fairy to follow my orders. Soft chanting began echoing in the ears of everyone as a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky, covering everyone and the blood Guanyan within it. The corrosive fumes that erupted from the blood Guanyan began to dissolve, while Qin Zhang, Bai Jinqi, and the others were enveloped in a layer of mist. The heavens are showering blessings upon us. The rainwater will continue to restore your health and strength as long as it lasts. It's here. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The blood Guanyan marched forward, striking down a group. Several people quickly scattered. However, one person, Chen Zi, launched a frontal assault, almost instantly charging towards the blood Guanyan. As he approached, a fierce battle ensued where Chen Zi faced off directly against the blood Guanyan. Chapter 131. The third special ingredient. The second breakthrough task. Qin Zhang, Bai Jinqi, and others fought against the blood Guanyan. The shouts of killing shook the heavens. Zheng Cheng had already clashed with the following inferior professional practitioners. Blue Star professional practitioners. The lead inferior killer roared angrily, his rib bone suddenly turning into two sharp bone spurs behind him, resembling a huge butterfly, viciously stabbing towards Zheng Cheng. Damn, so ugly. Zheng Cheng cursed inwardly, stepping forward and fiercely smashing his right fist. With a bang, the chest of the inferior killer was directly pierced by Zheng Cheng's fist. Reaching out, he immediately crushed its heart into a bloody mess. Crossing paths, the young Shao sword drew an arc on its neck, separating the head from the body. Successful skill execution. You have obtained a special ingredient. Inferior human heartblood. Jun Cheng's eyes flashed with surprise. The third special ingredient dissected from inferior professional practitioners. Special ingredient. Inferior human heartblood quality. 5 stars effect. Consuming it can permanently increase 5 points of constitution, 2 points of strength, and all resistances plus 1% except light and thunder, with a 0.001% chance of body mutation. Limited to consumption of 20 pills. Explanation. Humans affected by nuclear radiation and mutated over time, their flesh and spirit enduring torture and tests of radiation, finally evolving into a new race. Note: there is an extremely small chance of bodily mutation after consumption, with mutation occurring in random areas. However, with current star-level inferior human flesh and blood, immunity to this mutation can be achieved after reaching 110 points of constitution and spirit. A 5-star special ingredient. Jun Cheng's thoughts shifted, immediately storing it in his spatial ring. Meanwhile, the inferior professional practitioners nearby dashed towards him. Jun Cheng tapped his bloodthirsty staff, releasing the acute gastrointestinal burst technique instantly. The 3 running inferior professional practitioners immediately screamed in agony, with one of them unable to bear it and vomiting uncontrollably. Your acute gastrointestinal burst technique proficiency has reached maximum value, upgraded to LV4. Suddenly, a mechanical-like notification sound rang in his mind, bringing Zhou to Jun Cheng. As his most powerful control technique, the acute gastrointestinal burst technique had finally reached Level 4. Not only did its power increase, but now, its target had also evolved too. 1 to 4 people. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Cheng stepped forward, slashing with the Yangshao sword. The 3 inferior professional practitioners cried out in pain, one of them dying on the spot, while the other 2, disregarding the mud gushing from their lower bodies, rapidly retreated. Such speed? To vanguard of the inferior professional practitioners, he pondered in his mind, but his feet did not slow down as he swiftly caught up and slew the 2 practitioners. The Yangshao sword struck, and the random dissection technique immediately targeted the 3 corpses. An inferior human brain, and an inferior human heartblood, now in his hands. Theft! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from beneath Jun Cheng's feet. An inferior professional practitioner transformed into a beast with worm-like appearance, shrunken limbs, and numerous tentacles wriggling all over its body, lunged towards him with sharp crescent-shaped bone blades. Damn blue star professional practitioners, die! The creature's threats were cut short as Jun Cheng stomped the ground forcefully. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled. Within a radius of more than 10 meters from where Jun Cheng stood, a fine crack appeared, causing that hidden creature to crumble under his foot, blood oozing from the ground. The random dissection technique descended once again, but this time, there was nothing to dissect. Kill. Kill him. Radiation slash. Ghost sting. Several more inferior killers swiftly approach, their eyes filled with a murderous intent, their movements lightning fast. However, they could not match Jun Cheng's speed. Jun Cheng's figure flickered, leaving several phantoms in his wake, each engaging the incoming killers. Theft, crunch, sounds of agony and the splitting of flesh echoed through the area as Jun Cheng's Yangshao sword emitted multiple rays of light, instantly dismembering the inferior professional practitioners. At this moment, his strength attribute reached 120, while his agility attribute stood at 85. This group of inferior professional practitioners couldn't even compare to him. In a matter of minutes, he had single-handedly slain over a dozen inferior killer assassins and practitioners. Beams of soul power transformed into light and entered Jun Cheng's body, elevating his level to Level 19. The second breakthrough task followed suit. Breakthrough task, Salvation Mission Description. To become a qualified priest, besides saving the physical bodies of living beings, you must also save their souls, providing comfort to their spirits and guiding them back to the embrace of holy light. Mission requirement: you need to rely on your skills and abilities to soothe wounded hearts, guide lost souls, and release them, help them transcend to safety or liberation. The more living beings you assist, the stronger the power and effects of the skills you will learn next. Breakthrough task. Salvation. Jun Cheng's eyes flashed. 5 days ago, his level had already reached Level 16. Following the recent battles and the slaying of the inferior professional practitioners today, his level had now elevated to LV19. He had acquired his second breakthrough task. Saving souls. Providing solace to spirits. Jun Cheng's lips twitched, How do I comfort spirits? Is transcendence considered salvation? All of Jun Cheng's mutated skills, aside from monitoring, were purely offensive skills. It seems that the second breakthrough task would be difficult to complete. However, it's fortunate to obtain special ingredients through the random dissection technique. Even if I don't level up, my attributes and strength would still improve. The only thing lacking are the upcoming professional skills. Boom. As he finished dealing with the bodies and prepared to turn back, the ground suddenly shook violently. The Blood Guanyan. Their battle had spread to this location. The Blood Guanyan, covered in frost 10 ice layers, moved slower than before. Chen Zi, Qin Zhang, Bai Jingqi, and Zhu Chengyu formed a solid line of defense, firmly blocking the Blood Guanyan's attacks. Each punch created numerous craters in the ground. Chen Zi and Bai Jingqi, pale-faced and blooded, continued to exude a fierce determination. They both fought straightforwardly, causing harm to the enemy while sustaining significant damage themselves. On the other hand, Qin Zhang and Zhu Chengyu relied on their agility and speed to find Blood Guanyan's weaknesses for critical hits. Around them, a dozen or so soul beasts had dwindled to 5 or 6. 3 giant python soul beasts were defeated, while 2 enormous radiation worm soul beasts dissipated. Only the fishman boss wielding a heavy black hammer and 4 to 5 giant python soul beasts remained, still wandering and occasionally attacking. Additionally, an inferior professional practitioner transformed into a soul beast lurked among the crowd, steadily progressing closer. At their rear, a formation of long-range attack professional practitioners composed of Yao Jixu, Yan Haoren, Li Mei, Hao Zhao, and Zhang Mian unleashed ice blades, thunderbolts, arrows, and flames continuously, causing ripples of impact on the Blood Guanyan. Essentially, the 10 of them were pressuring the Blood Guanyan in battle. Jun Cheng also expressed amazement. The Blood Guanyan doesn't seem that formidable. Why did Senior Din Ruhuo speak of it so harshly? Could there be a secret behind this? Doom. Another fist hammered the ground, creating a large crater and spewing a copious amount of sticky blood. Blood. That fist isn't from the Blood Guanyan but from its blood vessels. Each attack carries a hefty amount of blood. Jun Cheng's mind raced, as he quickly charged towards the Blood Guanyan. Midway, he pointed his bloodthirsty staff in the direction of the Blood Guanyan. The acute gastrointestinal burst technique burst forth. A strange mental wave surge, vanishing quickly upon contact with the Blood Guanyan, akin to a drop in the ocean. So it has no effect. Jun Cheng evaded a descending blood vessel attack and pointed the bloodthirsty staff once more. Virtual fire incineration technique. A peculiar wave washed over the Blood Guanyan, but the illusory flames dissipated abruptly. What's happening? Why did it vanish? Does the disappearance signify something? The virtual fire incineration technique indeed burned for a second, proving that the Blood Guanyan, as a lifeless entity, had developed its own consciousness. Only living creatures with consciousness can be influenced by the virtual fire incineration technique. Jun Cheng weaved through another falling blood vessel attack, enhanced by the insights from his analysis. Could it be that the Blood Guanyan devoured numerous inferior individuals, entwining their lost souls around it? Boom. Stepping forward, the young Shao sword slashed the Blood Guanyan, penetrating its flesh and blood. Jun Cheng was astonished. At that moment, Chen Zi charged towards him, gasping for breath. Jun Jie, I can barely hold on. Quickly, lend me a hand. Jun Cheng furrowed his brow. Are you sure? Administering a shot of adrenaline excitation technique will only last for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. Chen Zi gritted his teeth. 10 minutes is sufficient for us to take down this big guy. As long as we capitalize on the influx of inferior forces arriving and depart from here. All right. With the situation stabilized, Jun Cheng didn't hesitate as he tossed the adrenaline excitation technique at Chen Zi. In an instant, Chen Zi underwent a dramatic transformation. His spirit energized, breath rushed, eyes sharp, reflecting the frenzied figure of the Blood Guanyan. A thick blood vessel descended, but Chen Zi dodged it with a maneuver that would be impossible under normal circumstances. Leaping into the air, he landed on the blood vessel, wielding a dull blade in one hand, swiftly aiming for the Blood Guanyan's head. Doom! Another heavy fist struck, creating a new crater, and spraying a mist of bloody mists across the area. White Jinky swiftly severed the blood vessel, bathing in the mist, embodying a bloodthirsty demon. Jun Cheng, give me a boost too. Not now. Jun Cheng immediately refused. The adrenaline excitation technique lasts for only 10 minutes. And it's not your time yet. Kill. Brothers, based on the suggestions of several readers, I have made modifications to certain settings and previous chapters of this book. The protagonist Zheng Cheng's star level has been upgraded from 1 star to 3 stars, while the content remains largely unchanged. As this is the author's first book on this platform, there may be some unclear narrative elements, which I will strive to address in the future. Should there be any issues, I humbly ask for your guidance and support, whether through reviews, community discussions, or direct messages to the author. Your continued support is greatly appreciated. End of this chapter. Chapter 132. I offer my life to command the gods. Blood Guanyan. Rise. Doom. Several people rushed forward again, especially Chen Xiaoru, who seemed possessed by a war god. She charged straight at Blood Guanyan's head. Amidst the flying blood vessels, her blade stabbed into Blood Guanyan's left eye. Plop. Blood spray everywhere as Blood Guanyan's left eye immediately burst, but in the next moment, densely packed small blood-colored tentacles sprouted from Blood Guanyan's left eye, like a bunch of strange pythons, instantly wrapping around Chen Xiaoru. The tentacles exerted force, pulling Chen Xiaoru's body towards its pupil. Chen Xiaoru, Zheng Cheng exclaimed and rushed towards Chen Xiaoru's direction quickly. However, there were too many blood vessels surrounding him to reach in time. Clang! In the sky, Zhu Chengyu's figure suddenly darted past. Holding a gun in each hand, his feet on the stirrups of a young dragon, he leapt high into the air. Golden flames ignited on his body as he descended from above. Gripping the golden dragon spear, he ruthlessly thrust it into Blood Guanyan's head from above. Thus, a strange vibration emanated from Blood Guanyan's mouth. As the shockwave rolled, a new batch of small tentacles burst out from Blood Guanyan's right eye, entangling Zhu Chengyu once again. The young dragon roared and flew over to rescue its master, but its body was larger than a human's and still young, making flight difficult. Several blood vessels caught up to it, tightly entwining around it and quickly turning it into a big dumpling. Damn it! Zheng Cheng cursed under his breath, leaping onto a blood vessel and sprinting towards Blood Guanyan's head. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng did the same. Their goal was clear: to rescue Chen Xiaoru and Zhu Chengyu. Cheng, come up here. Suddenly, Kaiji's figure appeared beside Zheng Cheng, spreading his wings to maintain flight. Without hesitation, Zheng Cheng jumped onto Kaiji's back. With a downward thrust, they almost got hit by a blood vessel. Cheng, lend me a hand. Kaiji shouted, we have to take down this Blood Guanyan within 10 minutes. Be careful. A surge of adrenaline excitement technique was applied to Kaiji, who immediately let out a sharp cry. His feathers bristled, breathing and heart rate accelerated, and with a powerful flap of his wings, they shot upwards. Acting on impulse, Zheng Cheng grabbed onto Kaiji's wings. Otherwise, he would have been thrown off from the inertia. Together, they flew into the air and quickly reached above Blood Guanyan. From their perspective, Chen Xiaoru had almost been entirely pulled into the pupil by the tentacles, with only his hands gripping the eye socket. Zhu Chengyu's situation was somewhat better. He managed to jam the golden dragon spear in Blood Guanyan's pupil, maintaining his position. Save Chen Xiaoru first, Zhu Chengyu shouted, and without hesitation, Zheng Cheng leapt off Kaiji with a single hand and grabbed Chen Xiaoru's exposed hand. Get up here! Zheng Cheng roared, and with a strong tug, he pulled Chen Xiaoru out of Blood Guanyan's head. Chen Xiaoru was covered in blood with numerous tentacles coiled around him, looking sickening. A round of the virtual fire burning soul technique was cast on Blood Guanyan once again, although only for a second. However, due to the intense pain of burning the soul, the tentacles suddenly shrank, releasing Chen Xiaoru. Chen Xiaoru, are you okay? Cheng, I'm okay. Just felt a bit nauseous. Kaiji, take Chen Xiaoru and go. Zheng Cheng bellowed, and Kaiji quickly flew over. With its claws gripping Chen Xiaoru's shoulders, they ascended into the sky once more. Zheng Cheng, are you okay? At this moment, Qin Zheng also rushed over and pulled Zhu Chengyu out from Blood Guanyan's right eye. I'm fine. Be careful. With Blood Guanyan's head engulfed in virtual fire once again, it finally reacted. Numerous thin tentacles emerged from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, resembling a group of blood-colored pythons crazily charging at the three of them. Zhu Chengyu loudly said, when I just stabbed into its head, it seemed to have screamed in agony. Its weakness should be the head. Destroying its brain should do the trick. Seeing the situation, Zheng Cheng knew they couldn't delay any longer and said, I'll strengthen you guys later. But remember, Do not act impulsively, understand? Strengthen? Zhu Chengyu looked puzzled, but Qin Zheng's eyes lit up. Come here. An injection of adrenaline excitement technique was immediately applied to Qin Zheng, and he shivered. How do you feel? Great. Ha ha ha, so amazing. He burst into laughter, swiftly rushing forward. Let me pave the way. Doom. With a surge of fiery flames engulfing his body, he subconsciously dodged the approaching flesh and tentacles. As the blood vessels in midair rushed towards him, Qin Zheng effortlessly evaded them. How did Qin Zheng suddenly become so strong? Zhu Chengyu exclaimed in surprise, subconsciously looking at Zheng Cheng. It's your skills. Have a dose too. With that said, another adrenaline excitement technique was tossed onto Zhu Chengyu. Ah, this feeling. Attribute enhancement. Mental hysteria. Amazing. He yelled out, unleashing a fierce golden fighting spirit. With a flash of the golden dragon spear, he first severed the blood vessels entwining the young dragon. Together, the duo charged towards Blood Guanyan once more. Doom. A crescent-shaped blood-red fighting spirit swept through, severing two blood vessels of Blood Guanyan. Bai Jingqi rushed out like a madman. Zheng Cheng, give me a hand. Time is ticking. Let's take down Basatsu first. Zheng Cheng shook his head, and the adrenaline excitement technique was applied once again. Thus, Bai Jingqi was instantly strengthened, brandishing the Yan Wing's blade and slashing at Blood Guanyan. Everything's normal. Observing the Blood Guanyan being suppressed by several people, Zheng Cheng murmured, but something feels off. Blood Guanyan was strengthened by numerous people with their lives from the inferior race. How come it seems so easy? While considering this, his actions remained swift. The Yangshao sword continuously slashed, severing the blood vessels and tentacles effortlessly under his immense power. The key to Blood Guanyan lies with the inferior race, and as for the inferior race, with a sense of alarm rising in his heart, he immediately immersed his thoughts into the central radar life monitoring art. Within a radius of 800 meters, there was no movement. At that moment, the proficiency of the central radar life monitoring art had reached perfection. Your skill's central radar life monitoring art has reached perfection. Level upgraded to LV5. Central radar life monitoring art internal. LV5. Variant skill, consumes spiritual power, using one's own body as the center, able to check on any life forms within a certain distance. Current monitoring range, with oneself as the center, or radius of 1500 meters. Monitoring methods include but are not limited to heartbeat, breathing, blood pressure, pulse, body temperature, brain waves, mental fluctuations, and energy waves, creating a simple life map in the mind. At the same time, it can also monitor individual life targets, obtaining their current physical qualities, life status, basic attributes, etc. Feature 1. Auto-navigation. With a jolt in his heart, Zheng Cheng realized that his central radar life monitoring art had leveled up. LV5. The monitoring range had directly increased to 1500 meters. In his mind, the 3D map created by the central radar life monitoring art immediately expanded, doubling the original area. At that moment, a mass of blood-red light points was swiftly approaching them. Inferior race. Zheng Cheng's face changed drastically as he shouted, "The inferior race is coming. Take down Blood Guanyan quickly." The group's faces turned pale, and their movements became more rapid. Doom. The Ice and Snow Giant stepped forward, under the control of Yao Jixu. Despite the wounds and the destruction of numerous ice blocks, it relentlessly smashed into Blood Guanyan. The collision between the two titans caused the earth to shake. The other's attacks also landed on Blood Guanyan's body. In the distance, Prince Lai and his men finally caught up. Seeing Blood Guanyan being besieged and attacked by Zheng Cheng and others in the distance, a cruel grin appeared on his grotesque faces. Blue Star professionals, daring to besiege Blood Guanyan with such few people. They must be the strongest among the Blue Star professionals. As long as we kill them, the Blue Star people on Nito Island will be driven away without a fight. Ha ha ha. He chuckled, clapping his hands. In his hands appeared a smaller Blood Guanyan statue, vivid and toe-like. Biting his tongue, he sprayed his blood on the Blood Guanyan doll in his hand. Offerings. As his voice fell, the faces of several inferior race professionals around him immediately turned ugly, struggling with grim expressions. Prince Lai frowned and said, "What are you waiting for? As long as you kill these people, we can drive the Blue Star people out of Ito Island. By then, we will merge with Blood Guanyan and become the protective totem of our DRIZZLE. will coexist with Hiroshi Island and DRIZZLE forever. Offerings. Another furious roar. One of the inferior race professionals holding a samurai sword with numerous black acne scars, his skin flashed a ferocious look in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Your Highness, please do not disappoint the expectations of my Umukan swordsmanship." As he finished his words, he fiercely stabbed his samurai sword into the abdomen of his nearby teammate, mercilessly spinning it around. "Junior brother, for the future of our DRIZZLE, you shall perish." Cough, cough, cough. Despicable. The inferior race professional, who was stabbed in a vital area, wanted to resist, but he was quickly kicked away by the Umukan swordsmanship professional. Kill. With his furious roar, the surrounding inferior race professionals began to turn on each other. As long as they killed each other and gathered enough sacrifices, they could escape death. Damn it. Prince Li's face changed drastically, and the mouths of his second head kept squirming. The mirror of infatuation fragments have been taken away, and these professionals are no longer under control. But, as long as we kill these Blue Star people, victory will be ours. Several minutes later, hundreds of inferior race bodies lay on the ground, and everyone was injured. Prince Li paid no attention to the others and immediately began controlling the Blood Guanyin statue. A large amount of blood mist gushed out from the bodies, absorbed by the Blood Guanyin statue in Prince Li's hand. "I offer my life, command the gods, Blood Guanyin. Rise." End of the chapter. Chapter 133. The strange transformation of Blood Guanyin. The true Blood Guanyin. Jiuhu City. Kill. Hold on. Quickly drive out the scoundrels. Damn it. These scoundrels are crazy. Long-distance attacks. Kill them quickly. Doom. More than 10,000 scoundrels firmly surrounded Jiuhu City. Under the influence of the Mirror of Delusion and the threat of impending national destruction, these scoundrels were all fighting fiercely without fear of death. They trampled on the bodies of their own kind and flat in the moat outside Jiuhu City. The low city walls could not stop the charge of the scoundrel army. Behind this group of ordinary scoundrels, there were also more than 2,000 professional scoundrels taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. One by one, the newly awakened Blue Star professionals were passively activated by the sneak attack of the scoundrels, suffering heavy injuries and being teleported away. Some didn't even have the chance to use the teleportation scroll and perished on the spot. In the battlefield, swords and blades had no eyes, and one careless move would cost a life. Roar. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, this is great. Scoundrels like pigs and dogs, obediently be killed by Lord Tears. In the midst of the ordinary scoundrels crowd, Teres' figure at this moment directly swelled to over 3 meters. His body was covered with black hair, his mouth protruded with fangs, his eyes glared angrily, and his hands even grew sharp nails. In his hands, he held a greatsword about 2 meters long and half a meter wide like a door panel. Every swing of the greatsword could create a gust of wind on the ground, cutting several ordinary scoundrels in half at the waist. Wherever he went, it was like a meat grinder, leaving a pile of limbs and fragments behind. In the excitement of the slaughter, he even randomly grabbed a scoundrel girl with a neck tumor and bit her head off in one bite. Tears had fallen into a coma a few hours ago due to acute gastroenteritis-induced anal fissures, but for some reason, he recovered quickly and became lively again. It was very likely that there was a healing scroll in his possession. Doom. On the other side, the demon covered in magma and wielding a steel fork was also excitedly roaring. Covered in blood, he chewed on the rotting flesh continuously and kept stabbing with the steel fork. A large cowhide bag was tied around his waist, and the still-beating hearts of the scoundrel tribe members lay quietly inside. Ha ha, that human did well. Although the quality of the offerings this time is poor, the quantity is large. So much fresh blood foo, although it smells bad, is enough to feed the demon dogs in the tribe. Kill. Inside Jiuhu City, Joseph's face was very ugly. He looked at the scoundrel professionals who had already rushed into the city and were engaged in street fighting with the newly awakened professionals and shouted angrily at the back, "Li Zhen, Qin Zheng, where are they? And Zhu Chengyu, Yao Jixu, Bai Jinqi, where are they? Damn it, the scoundrel tribe has already entered Jiuhu City. Why haven't they taken action yet?" They were currently stationed inside the bank of Jiuhu City, using the city's strongest building to block the scoundrels. There were hundreds of professionals gathered there, all of them 6-star or 7-star professionals. After all, only by uniting strong individuals could they resist so many scoundrels. Dozens of melee professionals, warriors, knights, martial artists, etc., stood at the entrance of the building, blocking the oncoming scoundrels like a tie. Meanwhile, Lee Zin and other long-range attackers seized the opportunity to occupy advantageous positions and continuously use skills to slaughter the scoundrels outside. Lee Zin held a staff and furrowed his brow, saying, "They will act when the time is right, you don't need to worry about that." "Damn it!" Joseph cursed, glaring fiercely at the calm Lee Zin and the frenzied scoundrels outside. Qin Zheng and the others are definitely not in Juhu City. Our mission is to destroy the Blood Guanyan. So many scoundrels rushing over, but there's no sign of the Blood Guanyan. They must be surrounding and attacking the Blood Guanyan. They have abandoned us, left us here to fend off the scoundrels. They, on the other hand, took this opportunity to kill the boss. They threw away all the 8-star or higher professionals, leaving us behind. Joseph cursed, his eyes filled with resentment. If this mission failed and the higher-ups found out that they didn't even see the Blood Guanyan, they would definitely be punished. "Anthony," he shouted, and a curly-haired, dark-skinned old Mora man walked over. "Captain, you're the fastest, and you have stealth skills. Quickly sneak out of Juhu City. Find the traces of the Blood Guanyan." Joseph quickly said, "There must be signs of the Blood Guanyan moving outside the city, and you need to find it at the fastest speed. Then wait for them to fight the Blood Guanyan, and when the Blood Guanyan is about to be destroyed, make the final blow, understand? The final blow to destroy the Blood Guanyan must be ours." Anthony's eyes turned, and he immediately said, "I understand, Captain." Snatching the boss, right? Hey, I am best at that. With that, his figure began to blur. Soon he merged with the surrounding environment, taking advantage of the chaos to swiftly sneak out of the back door and disappear into the crowd. Watching Anthony leave, Joseph glared fiercely at Lee Zin once again. "Damn you, Lee Zin, how could you take on a mission to surround and attack the Blood Guanyan without informing us in advance? In terms of strength, that stupid ape Tears definitely qualifies to join the elite team to surround and attack the Blood Guanyan. It's a pity. To save Tears, we have already used up the most precious healing scroll. The Blood Guanyan must not be abandoned. Kill." Another group of scoundrels rushed over, hiding among them hundreds of professional scoundrels from the scoundrel tribe. At the bank of Juhu City, a large number of elites from both sides had gathered, fighting relentlessly, with no mercy. Doom. On the shore, Prince Li's Blood Guanyan statue suddenly burst into blood-red flames, and in front of him, the Blood Guanyan suppressed by Zheng Cheng and others suddenly paused. Its flesh began to crumble, dissolving like snow under the scorching sun. Blood-red flame suddenly ignited from its body. Boom. Ah. Chen Zi and Bai Jingqi, who were closest to it, screamed in misery and quickly backed away. The blood-red flames clung to them like maggots, burning incessantly. Their skin, exposed outside their armor, was covered in charred marks. Above their heads, Zhu Chengyu let out a cry as well. Luckily, he had a young dragon breathing out a burst of immature dragon breath under him, extinguishing the blood-red flames. Several cautious soul beasts of Song Chout, under the burning of the blood-red flames, all neighed and then dissipated. Only the soul beast of the scoundrel professional, in a sorry state, managed to escape back. Ya Jixu, Zhang Mian, Zheng Cheng roared, continuing to charge towards the Blood Guanyan. Doom. Almost simultaneously, the giant made of ice and snow suddenly exploded, turning into a large blizzard that raged in the air, blocking all the incoming blood-red flames, keeping them at bay. Zhang Mian also rushed forward, and a mysterious yellow wind chime appeared in her hand. Her originally white chiffon gown had transformed into a green dress, revealing two fair legs. With her movements, a clear wind chime ran. In the east where the sun rises, golden boy and jade maiden, pray for my arrival. On the earth, verdant seedlings suddenly rose up out of nowhere and rushed towards several people with lightning speed, growing wildly, even penetrating the flesh and blood. The blood-red flames that were still flickering on these people were shredded and extinguished at a visible speed, then disappear. At this moment, Zheng Cheng had rushed to the front of the Blood Guanyan. Doom. But at this moment, the huge form of the Blood Guanyan was burning with cold blood-red flames, large chunks of flesh falling from the sky and turning into blood-red flames once again. The bloated and obese body of the Blood Guanyan was shrinking at a visible speed. Countless blood vessels carrying cold blood-red flames smashed down fiercely. Helpless, Zheng Cheng could only dodge continuously.